She is not. She is gonna be. She ain't gonna play.
Oh,
The lady was trying to do her hearing test. Like, how you fighting the nurse while she's testing your ears? Like, you 2 days
I
old,
don't want to be
and you
bothered.
like, huh?
I said she don't want to be bothered.
Mm-mm. She did not want to be bothered. Like, you 2 days old, friend. What's up to the YouTube fam? Hold on. I'm gonna say happy birthday, TikTok. What's up, TikTok? To the family on TikTok, and what's up to the family on YouTube? Y'all. Okay, so shit's getting serious.
Well,
Um,
do that. Yeah, can we
okay,
get
go ahead.
these shares up to 100? Get these likes up to 25. Don't forget the heart me's and team bracelets as well as the roses. Okay,
Thank you, Lala. What
I'm done.
Rodney say? What's up, Lala from YouTube? What's up, Rodney? Um,
What's up, Rodney?
yeah, yeah. So, shit is getting serious. Okay, we may not be on TikTok much longer. So the ban is expected to go through January 19th. Now, what TikTok has said is effective tomorrow. If you create an account tomorrow, they will automatically move over all of your information, your followers, those that you are following, over to their new app, Lemon 8. Okay. And so, uh, in order for us to stay together, I need y'all to do two things. And then we're going to be talking about this all the way up into January to make sure that everybody is following one, the YouTube. That's the most important one. Because if Lemonade doesn't act like TikTok as far as the lives go, we're going to have to move the lives over to YouTube. Okay, so that's important. If you're not following us on YouTube at Art Thinker, go ahead and do that now and hit the subscribe button because we're just going to pick up on YouTube and start doing the lives over there.
What?
Yeah,
So
it
it's over on in January.
January 19th as of right now. That is the final date. It's going to be banned effective January 19th. It's
Wow.
limit. So the new app, the American TikTok app, that TikTok is saying that they're going to power Lemonade with TikTok. So all the data from TikTok will be powered through Lemon 8, and it's lemon and the number 8. So I will be creating a Lemon 8 account. Don't do it till tomorrow, so all your information will link. Okay, just wait till the 20th. If you have a Lemon 8 account prior to the 20th, they're not linking your data. So wait until tomorrow. But so that's one thing. Make sure you're following us on there. Make sure if you're a nerd, you are in the Discord. If you have not gotten the Discord link, reach out to a mod so that you can get in the Discord because that's another place that we can do our lives is through Discord. Um,
Yeah.
what was
Make
that?
sure you DM me so that I can send you the link.
Yeah. So we'll be pushing that. And I fucking hate Instagram, but they're gonna make me go to Instagram. I don't fucking like Instagram. Um, but if anything, I do have an Instagram account. I think it's called Ingrowth Thinker or Thinker Ingrowth, something like that. Um, it might be in my bio. Go ahead and connect with me on IG. Um, I probably won't do lives on IG, but so that you can find us and figure out if we're on Discord doing the lives or YouTube doing the lives, whichever ones make sense, do that. But just to let y'all know, TikTok is going away as of right now, effective January 19th. Now, this is the crazy thing because ByteDance was like, the goal of this was for them to take over their company. They was trying to like strong arm them, right? And using the whole divesting from China. But America owns the majority of this app already, right? Like America owns the majority of this app already. And so by them doing this and trying to strong arm them out of their company, they've cost American investors a shitload of money because ByteDance said, no, we're not divesting. And ByteDance said, all we have to do right? It's created a completely different app that is American uh, owned and created, right? And just power the information. So the American investors who own the majority of TikTok now just got like bit in the ass by its own fucking Congress. That's some crazy shit. Because they thought they were going to be able to strong arm them, like do a hostile takeover.
Mm. So many people are about to lose. I
Yep,
mean,
yep. Americans that make money on TikTok, like
mhm.
the way they about to fuck up American economy just by like they're about to like do some damage, which is fucking stupid. But I did see that 4 days ago, um, TikTok hired a pro Trump lobbyist to kind of lobby for them. TikTok is still fighting, but they said that if they cannot fight the ban without divesting, then they're just going to let it go through on January 19th. So Congress isn't the whoever it was that was trying to take over the company, like they're not going to get their way.
Right.
So,
That is
but
ridiculous.
yeah. But again, make sure you're following the YouTube. You're following. You're on Discord if you are a nerd. If you're not a nerd, become one so that you can stay a part of the community. Because we're not gonna stop. We're just gonna transition to a different platform and just keep on going. Exactly, librarian. I don't know. This shit is crazy. It can't get no worse than it has
It's gonna
been.
be worse.
Hmm. Yeah, like I don't know what the fuck is in store. Like I don't know, but we will see. Um, my son said that I haven't downloaded Lemon 8 yet, but my son said it looks like a IG, and I hope it doesn't work like IG, y'all. I genuinely cannot stand that app. So I hope it doesn't work like IG, because if it does, I, I'm probably just gonna be YouTube and Discord bound.
Yeah. I haven't been on IG in a while. I go on there every once in a while. And damn sure ain't going on Facebook.
Yeah, they always try to make shit like. Do they not realize that America? Okay, America makes some good products. America makes some good products, but damn, everything ain't got to be about you.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like it reminds me of um the videos of the people that's making videos right now about the little mixed actress, the biracial actress that's playing some anime character, and they're like going crazy all over again. Look at her. Her hair is blonde. She's white. She's not biracial. Like she should look like the real character. Like going crazy over a anime character not being played by a white person because the anime character is white. Like they're going crazy over that right now, and they're bringing up the whole mermaid thing, the princess things, because everything is supposed to be white American. Like this is what it feels like, right? Yeah, this is what it feels like. And then them expecting, like they're mad that TikTok took over Facebook, which is American made. Instagram American made, Twitter American made, and they're losing to they're losing to this one non-American made app, and they can't take it. And they've been, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
They've been trying to compete,
they don't
huh?
want to put the money invest in it either. They don't want to invest in, their creators as well. So, and if they do, it's very minimum.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think it's I don't know. Yeah, it's the ego, Joshua. It's the ego, and we're all having to suffer from the chosenness ego
Mm-hmm.
of white nationalism, white American nationalism. Like nobody can be better than America. And then like Ryan Walters said in his speech about why he's like forcing people to read and study the Bible, and it was another thing that he did. I think now they have to like read a prayer or something first. And he said, America used to be number one in education around the world. When, motherfucker? Like, what?
Never,
When?
never happened.
When? And
Mm-mm.
he said, when the Bible was in the school, America
Bible
led the
Belt.
world in education. You are a lie.
Mm-hmm.
You just gonna flat out lie like that? And then you say that the Bible is the reason America was number one in education. The Bible? Like, was there some Holy Ghost spirit like taking the test for every student, and now that Holy Ghost spirit ain't there? Now kids are can't read or something.
Mm-mm.
They just like the illusion of the whole chosenness shit. Like it's the needing to be out front all the time. Like this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, and so many of us suffer the ridiculousness of it all because somebody needs to feel chosen. Somebody needs to be number one or out front or involved in every fucking thing.
I'm over it. I'm so over it. If I had the money, I would definitely move out of this country.
I'm gonna tell you one thing that's like irritating me too. Like when I think about that, it's the K drama thing. Like I love K dramas. I fucking love K dramas. Why? Why have they moved themselves into K drama? Why? Why do you have to be the star in a K drama? Why are you playing a biracial Korean person and you don't have any Asian in you whatsoever? Like you're not biracial. Like why are you the fucking star of a K drama? I sent that to my daughter. I said I'm so fucking over this shit. I'm over this. I'm over it. It's a Korean drama. Shaka. It's Korean drama. Korean drama, and now you have a Canadian white person playing a Korean girl in a K drama when there is so many Korean stars who everybody love, who I freaking love, who could have played that part. Why? What the fuck for? Like that just made me mad. And if I promise you, if it happens like that, if America fucking takes over K drama, I'm done with K drama too. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. You don't have to be in everything. Where did that come from? LOL. What was random? No, we were talking about how America got to be involved in everything. America got to be front and center in everything. America has to try to take over everything.
We have main character syndrome.
Yes. At least they're Asian, Lyndon. They ain't European playing Asians. At least they are Asian.
Right.
Like, I, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. I've seen probably almost every K drama out there. Like, I subscribe to Korean TV, um, and I think that's why it like irritates me so bad because I watch nothing but Korean TV from like 2021 to like 2000 early part of 2023. I would not watch American TV because I was over American TV um, at that point. Like I just got
Mm-hmm.
tired of like flipping through it and just seeing the same faces. And I was like, my daughter had turned me on to K dramas. I subscribed to the Viki app and I watched nothing but Korean TV for damn near 3 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I've probably seen almost every K drama out there. But the now that Netflix has gotten into uh, um America has like picked up on the K dramas, and you know they've gotten into it. They've made it about themselves. They're trying to make it about themselves now, or I mean, and then granted, Korea has a this relationship with American white people that I just quite don't understand, but that ain't my culture. So they may actually like what's happening. I don't. That's just me. But let me move on because I don't want to get into talking about somebody else's culture. All right, y'all. Are we at 100? Are we at 100 shares?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe we could double that though and get these likes up, y'all. I don't see any team bracelets and heart knees and roses flying. Come on,
Thank you,
guys.
Lala.
You're welcome.
All right. Let's see who's in the guest request box.
Guys, Trump is your master.
Oh
Bow
God.
down to him,
Do you
okay?
feel good about that? Hold on. Don't take him down, y'all.
Your
Do you feel?
daughter
Hold on.
might
Hold
become a
on.
hoe just like you. Do you know that? It's crazy. So please get out of USA.
You sound like you are Asian. Like you came up here to say that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's not even American. Like you
Mm-mm.
came up here to say that.
Yep.
Like that's ridiculous. This and these are the
Proximity
type
to
of people.
whiteness.
Yep.
Proximity to whiteness.
Yep. Yep. T. T is crazy. Yeah, when they do shit like that, it's all insecurities. That's why I say just let them talk. Like they just sound stupid when they do shit like that. Like they when they do shit like that, they let you know that they're bothered by you and by your existence. It's an insecurity problem. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a Christian or believe in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Christian.
Okay, and which topic did you want to discuss?
Does God love all? God loves the Gentiles.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe that God loves everybody. Because
Did you read the whole question though? I didn't ask like if he loves them. Like the question says, does he love them as much as his chosen,
I
the
believe he
Israelites?
does.
Okay, you want to elaborate?
I believe he loves whoever does his will. Because even he told his chosen, if you don't do the will of God, you're not going to make it to heaven. So.
Wait, he told his chosen that they wouldn't make it to heaven if they don't do his will?
Yeah.
Where did he tell them that?
In the Bible.
Where in the Bible? What chapter?
I forgot. I have to look it up, but he said something like,
You want to look it up?
Those who do the will of my Father or my children.
That's Jesus. That's Jesus saying that.
That's
Where
what he
did God
said.
say that to the Israelites?
Jesus is God in the flesh.
But where did he say that to the Israelites in the Old Testament?
He said they asked him a question, and he said, "You're following your father, the devil," or something like that. Because you didn't believe me, or something like that. I forgot. I have to look up the verses.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Why?
The way you're breathing sounds very
Yeah.
labored.
No, I'm good. Just I breathe hard because I have. Yeah. Whew. Anyways, I believe that God loves like everybody that believes in Him.
So when he told the Israelites that he loved them and chose them above all of the other people in the world, why would he say that then?
I believe that others can be drafted in.
But yeah, like drafted in is I'm not denying that. Like I'm not denying that the God probably loves you, but the question is as much.
Oh, well, he loves them more, I guess, than he loves others.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think he loves the Israelites more than the Gentiles. Like he chose them first, right? He never threatened them with hell, right? He actually
He
gave
didn't say they
them
couldn't go to hell.
hold on. He actually gave them the promises, the things that he promised them. He gave it to them in the real world, not in their head or in their after death. So and then the whole goal is to get them back, right? So
I
I think he
mean,
definitely does love them more than the Gentiles.
he told the Pharisees that how can y'all escape damnation? So he did say that specifically they could go to heaven just because they were chosen. He did tell the Pharisees that how could y'all escape damnation if you. I can't remember verbatim, but he said something like, if you don't do the laws or something.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he doesn't like love the Gentiles, right? Of course he like. It's like saying that a man doesn't love his side chick, right? Just because the side chick isn't the one that he actually chose, or the one that he would choose if he had to like pick, that doesn't mean he didn't love the side chick, right?
Right.
But he just loves his wife more. He loves his first choice more,
Right.
right?
I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But
Well,
didn't he divorce them?
he did divorce them, but he said that he was going to go and kind of like mess around with somebody else to make them jealous. He said he was going to mess around with, people that aren't really people. And that would be the Gentiles. So,
Yeah,
like,
to
his whole
provoke them
plan
to
is to
jealousy.
to provoke them to jealousy. So, like, essentially, the Gentiles are like side chicks to piss off the wife, to get the
Right.
wife back.
Right.
I mean, but then like in the meantime, it's like he had kids with the side chick, right? And so those kids, which would be the Gentile Christians, are like grafted in, but they don't get inheritance. Like Hagar's son Ishmael didn't get any inheritance from Abraham, and neither did Keturah's kids get inheritance, but they were still Abraham's kids.
But
They just got gifts. They didn't get any of the promise, right? And
when
so
Jesus
it
died,
would
though, he
hold on.
says
It would
there's
be
no
essentially
difference
like that.
between
No,
Jew or
no, like
Gentile.
you hold on, Mittens. I'm not saying that you're not a child of God. You're just like you're like uh, Hagar's kids and Keturah's kids. You're just not an Isaac.
Right.
You know, yeah, and you don't actually get like actual inheritance. You get gifts, right? And the gifts
I
from what
mean,
this book is saying would be that you would be like you would be lucky to serve the Israelites in New Jerusalem. Like you'll be like carrying in their gold, right? Like building their walls, like nursing their children, right? Planting their trees, like building New Jerusalem for them. And because you get to like be there and live forever, that's a gift, right? And then I guess you get to like feel the light of God. I don't think you'll be where God is because you'll be like building, working, but
but
you'll get to
the
like
Bible
see the
says
light
there's
of
no
God.
difference between Jew or Gentile. We
I
are all one in Christ.
No, your Jesus didn't say that. That was a complete human saying that. That was Paul saying that, and all he was saying is that all in Christ, y'all are all children of Christ or brothers and sisters of Christ. I never
Right.
denied that y'all are brothers and sisters. Like just because you have a different mother from your brother doesn't mean that you're not brothers, right? You have the same father. You
Right.
just don't get the same inheritance because your daddy loved the first wife more, right? Like that's all I'm saying. You just get different. You get different shit.
Right.
Like this God has no problem saying that the brother of like this brother will serve this brother in slaves. Throughout this whole thing, like he has no problem saying that. Why is that such a surprise? That's his character.
Right. I don't
Yeah,
disagree with you on that.
yeah. So
That
so
you
we
would get
agree. He does love
more
the
of the promise
Israelites
than others
more.
would. So yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I never actually thought that out like that until just now.
Right.
Like, you literally just helped me think about it that way. Because what I normally would say with that one is that he loved them more because he never threatened them with hell, right?
Well,
This is
I
a new
mean,
thought. This is a new thought here.
he did threaten the Pharisees with hell. He said, "How can you escape damnation?" He said something along those lines.
You keep talking about Jesus, right?
Right. Jesus is
Yeah,
God.
but I'm talking about his relationship with the Israelites.
Right.
Like, the whole time that he's talking to the Israelites, right, in the Old Testament, he doesn't threaten them with hell. He doesn't say,
Pharisees
if
were
you don't obey.
Israelites.
That's in the New Testament when this new covenant comes in, right? Under the Old Covenant, he never threatens them to throw them in hell.
But the Pharisees were Israelites. So he did say that they can't escape damnation.
In the Old Covenant, Mittens? Yeah. In the Old Covenant, OLD covenant. No, he didn't threaten them with hell. That wasn't until the New Covenant.
Right.
Yeah, so he didn't. Right?
But hell's not biblical, though, is it?
Not well. You're one of the first Christians that I've heard say that in a very long time.
Because hell's not mentioned anywhere in the Bible. It's just the grave.
No, hell is mentioned in the Bible. It's just called Hades, but it also is referred. Hell is mentioned in the Bible, but it's talking. So there are several things that.
But the original
that alludes to, right?
Gehenna. I don't know.
Gehenna.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So we got Gehenna, which is the Valley of Ben Hinnom, right, in Jerusalem.
Right.
Right. Where the what they call the Valley of Death, where they say that the children were sacrificed to Molech, right? And then after that, they would use Gehenna or Ben Hinnom, the Valley of Ben Hinnom, to punish their enemies. That's where they would send people for judgment, right? So that's one place that they're calling hell in the Bible, right? Okay. The another mention of hell is when Jesus is he's in Caesarea Philippi with Peter, and he's like, who do you say that I am? Remember that famous conversation, that famous scene?
Yeah.
In the Bible? Okay, so he's in front of the shrine of Pan, the Greek god Pan, when he's having that conversation, right? This big mountain that goes all the way to Damascus, right? And it has two double stone walls fortifying it, right? So that area, right, is called the opening to that mountain to go inside the shrine. The opening is called the gates of hell, right? So he says, upon this stone or upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. He was talking about shrine. He was talking about Pan, right? He was saying the Greek god Pan, or the worshippers of Pan, won't stop, Christianity or the followers of Christ from rising. So that's the second mention of hell in the Bible. And then you have where Hades and death are thrown into the lake of fire. And Hades is a god. Like when it says death and hell, Hades is a Greek god. So it's saying those two are gods. Death and God will be thrown into the lake of fire. So I agree with you. This whole hell concept that Christians talk about, it's not really biblical. Except that lake of fire thing. That's the only thing that would be biblical, and maybe they could say that they're calling that hell.
I would agree with you on that point.
Okay. Did you have anything else?
All in Greek, would you agree that maybe somebody added that to scare people?
I think all of this was let me not say all. Let me take that back. A lot of this was to scare people
into giving their money away to a church.
Absolutely.
Would you agree or disagree?
I absolutely. Yeah.
And forcing religion on people?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. And
wait, did you think that I was a Christian?
No, I didn't. I would never judge you on what you are. I'm just saying.
No, did you think that you were in a Christian room?
No. I'm a Christian. That's what I am. I'm just
You,
What do you identify
why are
as?
you using talking points that I would normally use if you were a Christian?
Because I've read the Bible. I know.
I think I like you though, Mittens. I like an honest believer.
I'm being
I,
honest about what I've read, and the truth.
I like that, Mittens. Goddamn.
I'm not
So
not gonna lie like a Christian would.
yeah,
I wouldn't lie to you.
damn. Okay, so why are you? So if you know all of this, tell us why you still are a Christian.
Um, I've seen I've seen paranormal videos, so I think maybe something does exist, and it kind of scares me. So that's why I believe in Jesus.
Oh, okay. So like
That's why
the
I'm kind
the
of a
concept of the
Christian.
spiritual world,
Right. I believe
and
there's something else out there. That's just honesty.
okay. So why does it have to be Jesus though? Like, do you feel like believing in Jesus protects you from like these paranormal things?
Yeah, I believe that he can protect us from evil and stuff like that.
Okay, that's understandable. So it's kind of like a mental, like as like you're in your house at night. You get up in the middle of the night to go get a cup of water, and that feeling that something is watching you, and all you have to do is say Jesus, 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 and then you feel safe.
Right. That's
Okay.
pretty much the idea of why I believe what I believe.
Oh, okay. I learned for myself. Like I used to do that shit all the time. I used to not be able to watch scary movies, and I used to have like these sleep paralysis dreams. But once I realized that there wasn't nothing like the name saying that shit doesn't work. Like it's nothing. Like now I can get up in the middle of the night, go get me something to drink. Like, and I don't even have the feelings like the eerie feelings anymore. But I mean, if I did, I'd just be like, oh, that ain't nothing, and I just like go back and go to bed. Like
And
there's
I
no.
ain't gonna lie, I've had sleep paralysis happen to me too. So I feel like there's something else out there
It's our
that
mind.
not even I can explain.
It, think about it. The things that you dream about, most of the time, it has something to do with some shit that has happened in your life, right? Or like you're probably like in a point in your life where, stress is at an all time high, right? And then you end up having these dreams that where your body is tired, but your mind is constantly going. And so you go into this state of sleep paralysis, right? Um, so like it's our mind where we create the demons in our heads from the things that we are afraid of in this world. I think like I literally had like I told y'all like I haven't had sleep paralysis in almost 5 years, but I fucking had a sleep paralysis about Donald Trump ass trying to like I was on a jet, somehow we ended up in his room in a bed. He put his hand on my leg and I thought he was finna grape me and I couldn't fucking move. But that just means that I was terrified of him becoming president, right? Like I was terrified of what was finna happen. So like I think, right, the sleep paralysis dreams, it's just the shit that we have on our mind. We don't let our minds rest when our bodies are resting, right?
I would agree with you.
Yeah. So, but I'm not going to tell you to dump the book or anything, or to, like if this is what's helping you as you go through life, not be scared of the creepy crawly things. Hey, if it works for you, that's good. Do you have anything else you want to say, Mittens?
Yeah, I've had like a couple of scary encounters.
Yeah, like sleep paralysis, scary encounters.
Yeah. They're scary because you feel like they're actually there, and you don't know because you close your eyes and you can't move and you see like evil coming at you. The only thing you can do at that point is call on Jesus and hope he helps you.
Except, like, I used to think that, right? And
That's
one night when I had sleep paralysis, like the sleep paralysis demon was holding my hands behind my back, right? And I started saying, Jesus, Jesus. and the motherfucker sung Jesus back with me. Like, we were rocking back and forth. That motherfucker is saying Jesus, Jesus, right along with me. And like, can you imagine my surprise when I'm like, this motherfucker singing Jesus with me?
That's scary.
Right? And then my daughter had a sleep paralysis dream. It was a woman standing in her doorway, right? She said Jesus, and she said the motherfucker said back to her, you really think he's gonna save you? Back to her.
That every time I hear it.
Oh, no.
You really think he's gonna save you? Like, what? These motherfuckers ain't scared of that name. Like, no. That's why they, like, if you think about it, let's say sleep paralysis demons are real. Them motherfuckers keep coming back. They just keep coming back. They ain't scared of their name.
Right. So I would say that sleep paralysis is something that's not of this world. It's something very much real.
And it is a real experience, right?
Yeah.
Now, are the demons real? They're real in our heads. When they're happening, they're real in our heads, right? But is there really a demon standing on the side of my mama's bed eating her fingers while she says Jesus? No. It's what's happening in our minds, right? While we should be resting. Our bodies are tired, but our minds are constantly going, and it's creating these demons, right? With things that we're either worried about or unresolved trauma, right?
Right.
Because other than that, there's no reason why they should have gone away when I decided to take control of that and heal that, right? When I decided to speak to the sleep paralysis demon and say, don't bring your ass back. Right.
So you can say that to him. And
that's what I did.
What exactly did he say to you? What?
He didn't say nothing. Like, I woke up. I said, don't bring your ass back. And then I woke up. I haven't had a sleep paralysis dream, not like the kind that I used to have, like with the demons, where they would stick their hands in my side or lay on top of me or like stuff like that, try to suffocate me. I haven't had one of those dreams in almost 5 years. I had one about the Donald Trump one, and again, I can explain that. Like, I was terrified about Donald Trump becoming president, right?
Yeah,
but and then on top of that, like when I used to have the sleep paralysis dreams, it was always a black figure that looked like a demon. Like, the fact that this one was Donald Trump, like it was literally Donald Trump in the dream, right? Like, that was easy for me to explain. You know,
I had another weird experience. Anyway,
like
I went to sleep on the couch, right? And I'm not kidding. There's like this picture of Jesus and his 12 disciples. Like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, like, I could see myself. I could see my body like laying on the sofa. Like, I was like like my spirit was out my body. Like, that's how. Maybe I was tripping. Maybe I was dreaming. I don't know. And when the picture of Jesus was trying to suck me in.
The picture of Jesus was trying to suck you in?
Yeah, it was trying to suck
like
me in.
To the Last Supper?
Yeah, like, I don't know, but I was.
Where were you gonna sit?
Hold on.
I mean, it was already crowded. Were you gonna sit on Jesus' lap?
I don't know, but like, it was scary because I was trying to hold on to the couch for dear life because I didn't know if it was a trap. I didn't know.
You know what you just reminded me of? Lala, you remember me telling y'all about the time that I believe that astral projected?
I could literally see my body on the couch. That's how freaky it was.
Yeah. I had told them about a time that I was astral projecting, right? Or believed I was astral projecting. And I got so fucking scared that I threw my body up against the wall and climbed down. Like, I saw my body in the bed, and I threw my body up against the wall, and I started scooting down the wall to get back to my body. Like that. You remember me telling you about that?
Yeah.
That shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? But I think, again, it's just an experience. Like, it's like really lucid dreaming. But I do have a dream list on my profile where I share my dreams that I have, and I created a dream list on my profile. So check out that playlist. But I think it's just it's things that's in our minds, and we're not fully allowing ourselves to rest at night. And honestly, this is the best that I've ever slept in a very long time. Like, I don't have these lucid dreams like this anymore. When I go to sleep, I rest, and I haven't rested in a very long time.
Right. So these things are very much real. They're very scary. They're very scary encounters. I mean, is there anything that can save us from these horrible sleep
Peace of
paralysis
mind.
demons and stuff like that?
A peace of mind can, right? Which is odd, because that's the thing that this religion promised you. That's the thing that,
I mean,
Jesus promised you.
it would be
Except that,
real to you. He said
what
it
do you
was
mean?
real to you. I mean, he said it's real to you in the comments. I mean, it could happen to anybody. Like, it's something that's real. I mean, can't explain it,
No, you can explain it. Like, you just have to want it to be explained. Some people hold on to this state because they feel like either it makes them feel more spiritual than others, right? They feel chosen because they have these types of dreams, right? Or they feel like it's evidence of the spiritual world or evidence of God, right? So some people don't want to be healed. Some people don't want this to go away.
I mean, one time the demon actually did. I was trying to hold his hand back, but he overpowered me, and he put his hand right on my chest, and he was clawing at it. It felt so real. So, I mean, yeah.
But do you want it to go away?
Of course, like, that's why.
So then just tell it to go away.
Jesus,
But believing in Jesus has not stopped it. It's what it sounds like to me. Believing in Jesus doesn't stop this from happening. Like, it sounds like when you believe in Jesus, more demons come in your mind. There is no peace of mind when you believe in Jesus. And then you just, the more demons come, the more you have to call on the name of Jesus, the more you have to depend on Jesus. But then, like, if you were to, like, heal yourself, right? The demons don't come, and there's no need to call on the name of Jesus. Like, it's kind of ass backwards to me.
Right. It's very scary, I ain't gonna lie. But and you're a really cool host. I really like talking to you. I think you're really cool.
Thank you, Mittens. I think you're pretty cool too. You're probably what is this number 6 cool Christian that we met, Lala? Number 6, I think. The last time we could count on our hand. Now we can go to the second hand.
I had sent you some stuff
in text?
the chat.
Mittens?
Yeah.
Why did you post that?
Post what?
TikTok allow black people to hate white people and talk bad about them. Won't ban them. This sad but true.
I mean,
Mittens.
I see it. Hold on. The reason I said that is because I see a lot of black people hate white people on this app.
Mittens, you typed White Lives Matter.
I mean, what?
Did you see the vitiligo?
I did. I don't like her as a black woman anyways as her. Mittens.
Wait, what?
Hold on.
I said that y'all hate.
I don't hate white people. We don't hate white people, Mittens.
I mean, there's a lot of TikTok creators on here that hate us. I mean, they don't want to talk to us. They just want to, they have mean opinions about us. I didn't mean.
What's these vitiligo pictures that you posting? Why are you posting pictures of white women with vitiligo?
Look.
Huh?
Just to prove a point.
What point?
Black.
They're black. These are. I
Yeah,
can't tell. I can't tell which
they're
ones are
black.
black or white. I see this one is black, but that one, this one right here, she's white with Villalago, or maybe mixed. I don't know. Okay, but what's the point?
Because I see so much hate on TikTok for white people that I posted those.
Nobody hates white people. Well, some people do, but it's not like it's like this widespread thing that people just hate white people. We hate white supremacy, Mittens.
Oh, okay.
And white supremacy ruins it for everybody, including you.
Oh, I only posted it because I see hatred for white people. I'm not posting it because I love everybody like the same. I love everybody equally. I don't have no problem whatsoever with anybody, but those are the only reasons I post it.
And it's right. So I have to ask, like Ty said. So because of that, you start hating on black people and doing the thing that you think that black people are doing.
I don't hate you. I just said I posted it is because I see a lot of hatred here for white people. I don't hate anybody. Like, I think that you maybe read my intentions with the post.
I honestly, Mittens, if you, I would say, I think the best thing to do is to take that stuff down, because it looks really, really racist. And then here's the thing, right? White people say things about black people all the time, but I don't go and post shit to down white people, right? I may talk about white supremacy, right? The concept, the ideology, or the belief that causes the hatred. But to post about black people, right? Because you think that black people dislike white people, and it may be that there are some black people in the world that don't like white people. It's white people in the world that don't like black people. But for you to go and say, I'm going to do the same thing that they're doing, that doesn't make you any better.
Oh,
especially
I'm
calling
totally
yourself
against
repping
that.
Jesus.
I'm totally against white supremacy. I'm totally against that. I was just saying that I see a lot of hate on here for white people. And that's the only reason I
Do
said
you see
it.
the same hate for black people, Mittens?
I mean, if I did, I definitely would call it out. It's wrong.
Oh, Mittens, you said you're not a liar. You said that
lying.
you don't.
I would
Mittens,
call it
for you
out.
to
I
say,
told you I
for you
would
to
call
say
it
that,
out.
Mittens,
Oh my God.
for you to say that you don't see hate on this app for the black community, it's not true. You're not being truthful.
If I did, I would definitely report it, call it out for what it is.
When you say if I did, you said you've never seen it.
I've never seen any white creators in Pacific talk bad about black people on this app.
That's
if I did, I would report
Mittens.
it.
It's all over this app. Every night, Mittens. Every night we come in here, we get some bots saying African American live detected, activation suspended. Every night in here, we get bots typing out the N word. We get people joining the live just saying nigger, 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 like every night.
That's terrible.
I don't see how you don't see it.
Sorry about
like
that.
literally, Mittens, you're not being truthful. Damn, Mittens.
Being honest, look, hold on. I'm being honest with you. I've never seen it on when I've been on lives. I've never seen it. I'm being completely honest, and if ever did, I would report it immediately because it's wrong. It's not right to hate anybody, and I'm being completely honest.
I don't know, a real mofo would have cussed two out. Spiral anomaly would have cussed two out.
If I did see it, I would be reporting it. And it is wrong to hate anybody. That's just my personal.
Mittens, I don't like talking to, like, for you to say that you've never seen that on this app and that you see black people just hating on white people on this app. Like, it's not true, right? I don't like liars. Like
people saying bad things about
you like fact for you to even post white lives matter, like, right? Like, I don't want to get my live banned because TikTok is very sensitive about this shit, so I'm gonna take you down.
Hold on. You guys can
I
say
don't
Black
like.
Lives Matter, but we can't say White Lives Matter.
Oh
You
God!
see
That why?
the
It's
There
the
it
reason
goes.
that you're saying it. It's the reason you're saying it. You're not saying it because people are killing you because of your skin color.
I
That's
mean,
what
the
I'm
police
talking
kill
about.
more white
That you're
people
only
than
saying it
kill
because
black
you
guys.
feel like you should be able to do it because somebody else is doing it. There's no purpose behind it. There's
These
no
are just
social justice movement behind it. You're only saying it because you feel like you should be able to do what everybody do. It's no different than America trying to be the star in a K-drama. I'm finna drop ya because I don't. It's too early. It's too early. I thought you were cool, but I was wrong.
okay,
Bye.
whatever. Rushing to judgment, Lucy.
The fuck. I thought we had a nice Christian.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to, I thought maybe you'll turn and look. So I was like, wait a minute, let me not let him go without telling her.
Thank you, Travis. Well, I'm like, thank you, Travis. Travis blocked him for himself. Lala, did we block that?
Oh yeah, he's
Oh,
black.
okay, cool. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Louise? And then, like, here's the thing, too, right? This just to me proves that as humans, right, we have the same experiences, some of the same experiences, not all, but we have some of the same experiences. We were able to vibe, right? Um, it's the ideologies, it's the teachings, it's the perception of the fucking white supremacy shit that causes people to be at odds. No, he was telling the truth about his experiences. He wasn't lying about that, about his sleep paralysis experience. He was telling the truth. That's the crazy thing, right? That's the crazy thing. We're separated by a fucking ideology, a
Right.
fucking belief. When in reality we have so much in common. Shit is crazy.
It sure is. Ty said they sent 5 paralysis demons to his house.
That's what the damn demons are. Like, get rid of that shit. Get rid of that shit. Like, why you want to walk around with so much hate in your heart for fucking what? Like, y'all talking about some Jesus helps. Ain't you supposed to have like peace of mind? You walk around with hate in your heart like that? I'm telling you, people hang on to these demons because they feel like the demons make them feel closer to the God. Like the dreams that they have, that's their proof that God exists. Like how many times, Lala, have they come up here and say it's the experiences that I've had? They always talk about these dreams.
So, yep.
They don't
Mm-hmm.
want to get rid of them demons because the demons is proof to them that God exists. Why are you whispering?
I don't know. Why are we whispering?
Did you just whisper? You just whisper. Hold on.
War
You
does not
wait.
exist.
Lyndon,
Yes.
you just whispered what you typed.
I didn't realize that was up. The whole concept is that war is a fallacy. In a letter I wrote to
Who's
Southern
talking
Sweden,
about war? Who's talking about war,
well,
Lyndon?
hear me out and I'll explain.
No,
War is a
no,
weapon.
Lyndon. You don't get to come up here and just talk about whatever you want to talk about. Nobody's talking about war, Lyndon. Did I say the word war?
Not that I heard.
Did you?
No.
Where is this coming from, Lyndon? Lyndon.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Why are you talking about war? Who was talking about war?
You brought up humans, and that's why hey, I'm not talking
Oh
about
man.
war.
Hey, then your microphone has an echo. Can you fix that?
You gotta swipe up, London, and then come back to that.
Did you fix it? Oh well, he's gone. Okay. I don't know, Joshua. I don't know. It's only Tuesday. I'm actually
I know
going to
I
my
feel
mama's for
like
Thanksgiving this year for the first
really.
time in a long time. Yeah. If
Oh,
nothing happens, if Jesus doesn't happen, I'm going to Thanksgiving at my mom's for the first time in a long time this year. So
that's nice.
yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Miss Charlene is in the thing. Hey, Miss Charlene.
And
Hey,
Shirley.
hey, my loves, how y'all doing?
Doing
Good.
good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm so excited about our new grandbaby.
Thank you.
She's beautiful. I saw her when you had it this morning.
Thank you. Yeah, she's a little cutie pie. I'm excited. My grandson, when he was up there, he was looking at us he like every time that we would try to put the baby close to him to try to get him to kiss her, he would like turn his head, and then he kept looking at his daddy like his daddy was holding her. He looking at his daddy, he in his other grandmama's arms, but he kept doing, he was staring his daddy down like what the like who is this? But he finally ended up giving her a kiss today. He finally
Oh,
leaned in and kissed her. Yeah,
Oh, he gonna be a very good big brother.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But I was tapping. I really didn't mean to do this. I was trying to tap up to get to the 50,000 while I was saying, and I hit you. But I did want to tell you that I was so excited for you about the grandbaby.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Lala, what you gonna be doing for Thanksgiving, baby? I know. I wish you were back down this way. I'm cooking a good dinner. I sure would have loved to have you.
hey, maybe I can sneak and run away over to your house.
Well, you know the door's open. I got plenty.
And thank you, Miss Charlene. I appreciate it.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I was enjoying mittens until he went off the handle and started making gloves.
Yeah, that was a disappointment for us all. We were having a good conversation, and then the shoe just dropped. It
Yeah,
also kind of proves too, like we just don't know what ideologies or beliefs that people are carrying in their minds. Like you never know who's holding white supremacy
tendencies.
tendencies. Yeah, yeah. But did you have anything else, Miss Charlene?
Well, not really. I just want to tell y'all, hey, tell you I'm listening. I'm here. I hope
Thank you for
tonight
coming
goes
up.
better than it did last night.
I do too. Goodness, I do too.
Same here, because that was a hot mess.
Yeah, it was. But y'all handled it. You always do. But anyway, I ain't gonna hold you. I love you, my girls.
I love you
Love you
too, Miss
too.
Charlene.
All right.
Have a good night.
You too. Excuse me.
Are you sick? Are you okay?
No, I don't know what's going on. I just got, you know how sometimes you get a tickle in your throat?
Drink you
Uh-huh.
some water.
Yeah, I got my water right here. And I'm going to show drink me some because I don't know what's that about. I hope it ain't.
And
Better
some
not be
ginger
no.
tea.
Oh, I love ginger tea. I love a good tea, period.
It'll knock that out real quick. Yeah. They'll
Really?
knock that out real quick.
Because this ain't the time to
Yeah.
be trying to get no cold. I got to be able to taste my food when I'm cooking it. Make sure I
I know you
season it.
I hear
ready.
that.
Look, I'm making some turkey wings and some dressing and macaroni and cheese and some string beans and potato salad and some banana pudding.
Whew. I can already tell that kitchen finna be smelling
Homemade
good.
banana pudding. Ooh.
Homemade banana pudding, homemade everything, baby.
Ooh. Mm-mm-mm.
Homemade
Not that store
everything.
bought.
Oh no, no,
Yeah.
no, no. Not the store bought. Everything homemade.
Yes. Scratch.
That's the only way I know how to do it.
I hear that.
But anyway, y'all go ahead. I'm gonna try to get this tickle under control.
All right. I hope you have a good night, Miss Charlene.
I will. I'll be listening.
Right.
All right.
All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye bye. Oh, I know we gotta take you down. Oh, have she learned how to take herself down? Oh no, you took it down.
I did it.
Let's see.
I don't know if you saw. There was a Jesse.
Yeah. LT. All right, I think they are a black box. I don't know what Lyndon on. Oh Lord, Terry's back. Jesse.
Hey, can you
Hi,
hear me
how are you?
okay?
Yes,
How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get an age check, please?
I'm 18.
Unfortunately, you have to be 21. Do you see that at the top where it says
Oh,
host note?
man. Oh, I didn't even see
Yeah.
that. Okay, it's okay. All right, my,
All
my
right.
apologies. All right.
That's okay. Thank you.
Bye.
It's okay, Jesse. It's really small at the top, so it's easy to miss. So that's okay. Terry, hi. How are you?
How are you?
I'm doing good. I see your background is not as loud today as yesterday, so we're able to have a conversation today.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We had an incident at the house.
Oh, okay.
Unpredictable.
No worries, no
That
worries.
person has since been taken to the jail. So,
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss again from yesterday?
uh, the one God violates free will all the time.
Okay, go ahead. While you think about that, Terry, give me just a
Uh,
sec. I need to go grab a bottle of water, but you and Lala can start. I need to go grab a bottle of water. Be right back.
okay. How you doing, Lala?
I'm good. How are you, Terry?
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think the era, society, we live by a lot of folk ways and mores. And a lot of those things are based on false claims of rights or wrongs.
I'm sorry. Which one did you pick, Terry?
I picked God violates free will all the time.
Okay, I'm back.
But I think there's a great misunderstanding about the interaction of God and man and what he intended. Because you won't find free will anywhere in the Bible. You won't find the scripture sanctioning such or explaining or telling people that they have such. This is part of the composition of false religious ideas that structured in the church living, but without biblical backing. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, like what's up with the Christians today agreeing with us? Lala, like,
Agreed.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know how many
Well,
times Christians come in
Was
here
there a
and call
media
us false
shower or
teachers?
something?
Something like that. Like for all of the Christians to be in the comments commenting, y'all are false teachers, Jezebels, thinker is a liar. Like this, the second Christian that's come up here and like verified what the fuck we talk about in here. But it's like I don't know. Maybe tonight's gonna be a different night.
well, they most of Christianity that's taught in this country is devilish. It is not supported by the Bible. So they want you to be a part of their spoon-fed junk. I'm not a
But
part of this
what
spoon-fed
Christianity?
junk.
What Christianity is it that you are saying is true?
I just say that the Bible is true, or I say that the Bible says what it says and it refutes what people claim that it says. Like I just explained, free will. There is no scripture that shows free will in the Bible.
So when Christians are describing free will, they don't go by the definition of what free will actually means, right? We know that free will means that you can make decisions based on your own desires or your own intentions without there being a constraint of a necessity or some fate connected to it, right?
Yes,
They don't
I'm
see
saying
that as the definition. They think what they are really describing is that they have the freedom to make a choice, right? They can choose between good and bad. They can choose between God and the devil, heaven and hell, sin or not sin, right? That's what they really mean. But even when they mean that, right, they say that the God won't interfere with that choice and that the God won't force himself on you, right?
that's my understanding right there.
Except he does in this book often.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Because the intent of God, I think they miss, was not to give you free will, but to give you control of your will. And those are two separate things. But with that control comes, what we say, barriers or guidances or informants. And I mean to say, by saying that, I mean to say, he instructs you in the error of using that free will, shows you why it's an error, and that he will punish you for liking the bad outcome that you're creating. He takes the time to explain to us by allowing us to experience the free will, the pros and cons. And instead of
I'm a
just
little
being,
confused. I'm a little like, hold on. What do you mean he takes the time out to explain to you, right? Like the outcomes of the free will. Like what do you mean by that? Like, because I thought there was no free will.
well, there is no free will, but since we allow them to have this false construct, I'm
Oh, okay.
allowing.
So you're doing an internal critique. You're allowing it from their perspective. That's what you're doing right
Yeah.
now. Oh, okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So
Yeah, because they weren't on there.
he shows by the outcome. He teaches. What I mean by he instructs us by the experiencing of this and the use of this free will, so to speak. Outcomes. He trains us by the outcomes.
Yeah, he took them.
The bad outcomes, the good outcomes, or what we think we are calling a good outcome, and the fact that it's not so good. Our seeking of, shall we say, our seeking of,
Are you a preacher, Terry?
no.
Are you a deacon?
Hmm?
Are you a deacon or a minister in church?
No, I'm not.
You kind of talk
No.
like one. Like it sounds like a little bit like you're preaching a little bit.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I hate the churches today. I know that they're devil spawned and they're far from the way that they should be. So I
I'm a
don't.
little confused on what you're trying to say about like this whole free will thing. Like it sounds like you're saying that the God uses this concept of free will to teach humans about their actions.
If we're going to use the word free will, he allows them to experience the rights and wrongs, the mistakes, and the good. You know, he trains us to understand that good exists first, and that we should aspire to it. But he shows us our shortcomings and being able to reach it.
But what is it?
Therefore,
But if he defines the good, right? Then your perception of what is good is skewed. Like,
that's
for
right.
example, right? So, like defining, saying that he wanted you to know that good exists and that's what you should aspire to, right? It's by his definition. If we take Rahab, for example, right? Rahab was seen as good and righteous in the eyes of this God because she was willing to lie to her people to protect the Israelite spies, right? But to the people inside of Canaan, that lie is not good to them because it cost them their life. It cost them their city, right? It cost them their children. So considering like defining good, right, it's purely subjective, especially if you're leaning on this God, because it depends on if you think this God is good.
Okay. I'll say to that despite the fact that you may or may not consider this God to be good, there exists, and he proves to you your interpretation of good. Because you got a lot of people that don't believe in God, that they don't understand God, but he makes sure by putting knowledge in us that we know that good exists. And he makes sure
But
that
you
we
keep
know.
saying that what is the good, right? Give me just a second.
Okay.
Janina, like that doesn't make any sense. Don't read the Bible if you're not going to live it. Like literally y'all claim to follow this Jesus and half of y'all read the Bible. Like that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't
But
make sense.
okay, yeah. Let's take. We got to go to the garden right quick. Right. Okay. In the garden, before they ate from the tree and gained their own ability to decide for themselves what was good and what was evil, right? They were naked and they had no shame, right? Now, who else thought that their nakedness was a good thing besides them not having shame? Who else, before they ate from that tree, saw their nakedness as a good thing?
No one else saw their nakedness as a good thing.
Yeah, there is someone else who saw their nakedness as a good thing besides
No.
Adam and Eve. Yep. Who
No.
made them naked? Who made them and kept them naked?
God made them naked.
And did he keep them naked?
No, he did not keep them
Yeah.
naked.
So when did he clothe them?
After they ate of the tree,
And after they felt what?
they felt guilt, shame.
Right. So prior to that, he saw no need to clothe them, did he?
No, he didn't.
Prior to that, their nakedness was seen as good to this God.
No, it was not good.
So then he just kept them in a bad state. It was bad to him.
No.
So was it good to him, or he just
It was
didn't
a
care?
part of a plan. It was not.
You don't
good
know
or
that.
evil.
You
Okay,
don't know
well,
that.
you
But
can
prior to that, it
specify?
literally says, Terry, prior to that, it literally says, and they were naked and they felt no shame. There was no shame. Your
Okay.
God, your God created Adam, right? He created Adam, didn't clothe him, right? Then he looks down, he's like, oh, he needs a partner. He goes and he creates animals, right? Brings the animals to Adam and says, name them. Still didn't clothe Adam, right? Then he goes and he takes Adam, puts Adam to sleep, takes one of his ribs, goes off and creates Eve. Even after he did this surgery on Adam against Adam's will, he still didn't clothe Adam. So then he brings Eve back, right? Butt ass naked. Did not clothe Eve. They did not get clothes until they made clothes for themselves. And then once he realized that they could decide for themselves that their state of nakedness was not good for them, he made them clothes. But prior to that, he didn't.
Okay. Now that you've given me your interpretation of it, can I give you mine?
I'm not giving you an interpretation. I'm recounting the events. That wasn't an
Because
interpretation.
I can explain exactly what
Yeah,
he
no,
did.
but you understand the difference between an interpretation and a recount of the story. I just recounted facts. I did not give you an
Well,
interpretation.
you
I didn't
stated a
say this
non-fact.
wait, Terry, wait. An interpretation would be me saying this is what this means. I didn't do that. I recounted facts of the story.
Okay, you win in logistics. You win. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to explain, to quibble.
I'm not asking you to explain it. What I'm saying is they were naked before they got their ability to decide right and wrong, right? And they were not
but are you
ashamed of it.
making-
After that, they became ashamed of it. They made their own clothes. And then when the God found out that they had their own moral conscience, that their eyes were open, he then made them clothes. But before that, there was no need to make them clothes because their idea of goodness was the God's idea of what was good.
Now, when I respond, what are you going to call that? An interpretation or an explanation or?
I don't care if you give an
opinion?
interpretation. Just don't say that I gave an interpretation when I didn't. That's what I was correcting.
I noted that you said that against the will of Adam, God put him to sleep and took a rib out, but the scripture does not say that. That's
Does it
not a
say
fact.
Adam asked the God to do that? Does
It
it
did
say
not
Adam
say that either.
consented?
But you can't claim
Exactly.
that the other thing
Adam
is true because
Adam
it
literally
is
woke
false.
up and was like, "Oh, this is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh."
Okay. But it's not a fact of scripture.
It ain't a fact of scripture that he gave consent either.
That he gave him what? Well, let me say what I'm going to say. I don't know what you're going to call it, but I'm going to say it.
I don't care if you
The
give an
kind of-
interpretation. Just don't lie on me and say I gave an interpretation when I didn't. And again, that's what I was correcting.
Okay, well, you don't care. That's a great sign of strength. Be strong. I like women to be strong.
Let me say the words again
Yeah.
because you're like on this defense. What I don't care if you give an interpretation. That means you may give an interpretation. I'm not stopping you from doing it. Your response to that being be strong. You don't care. Like what? You're not even listening.
You
You're
said
like
it
picking up
several
on words.
times.
You're
You said it
I'm
several
telling
times.
you, when you asked me, what are you going to say when I say what I need to say? I'm answering you. I don't care if you give an interpretation. I'm not going to say anything. Just don't lie on me and say that I'm giving an interpretation when I'm not. You can say whatever you want to say.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What do you call what you just gave me?
I just told you. I just recounted
you-
facts of a
you-
story. I never said this is what it means.
not.
That's an interpretation. They were naked before, no shame. They were naked before they ate from
well,
the
we're
tree.
gonna
They
go
were.
back
Stop
and
talking while I'm
forth.
talking.
We're
Now
gonna go back
I'm
and
going to start controlling your mic. Now I'm going to start controlling your mic. What I did was recount facts of a story. Naked before they ate from a tree, no shame. Your God knew. Your God still did not clothe them until they ate from the tree. Their eyes were open. They knew good and evil for themselves. They made their own clothes. When your God found out, he then made them clothes. That is a recount of a story. Nowhere in there did I say this is what it means. When those words precede a statement, then I will be giving you an interpretation. But I did not do that. Now you don't have anything to say?
I'm recounting what you said and finding the parts where I saw that you had interpreted the facts that you were describing or repeating. You had put a color on them, but I can't right now.
A color?
The, the fact, that's an interpretation, another way of saying an interpretation.
Wait.
Because you
What color did
interpreted
what did
God,
I interpret it to mean?
you interpreted when you said God put Adam to sleep and took a bone out of his ribs, and against his will,
I said free will.
you concluded something. When you
Terry, Terry,
when you reach
Terry, Terry,
conclusions,
Terry, Terry.
when you reach
Terry,
conclusions,
did Adam have free will in the garden? Did Adam have free will in the garden, Terry?
but I'm going to explain that.
Terry, did Adam have free will in the garden?
I've already explained that they did not
Answer the
have free
question.
will. There is
Okay. So Adam didn't have free will in the garden. So could Adam tell your God, nope, don't do surgery on me. I'm not allowing you to do surgery on me. Could he do that, Terry?
of course not.
Okay. So then move the fuck on. Okay. Like focusing on me, say against his free will. Like one, you don't even believe he had free will. Two, you don't even believe that he could have told this God no. Move on.
Well, when you come on so combative,
I
you
don't give a
halt
fuck. Deal
people.
with it. Fucking deal with
Okay,
it. Then deal with
that's
it.
what I said.
Then deal
That
with it.
you want to show your strength.
Then deal with it. You were here yesterday. You know how I am. You decided to come back. I'm not gonna change who I am for you. Deal with it. And you could have already given whatever interpretation it is that you want to give. But you so pissed that I would not allow you to lie on me. And all of y'all in the comments talking about demons manifest in real time. Like I'll be glad to be your demon because y'all motherfuckers scared of your own shadow. Go ahead.
Hesitating because you overwhelm me. I'm hesitating because I'm just hesitant to engage in the conversation. Two
Then
grown
why are you
people
here?
and they're screaming and
Stop whining. Shit.
Don't fucking tell me that there is no need to use the F word. I will fucking say the F word whenever the fuck I want to because I'm fucking grown. And if you get in the comments and you start whining about grown people using curse words, you will get your ass blocked because you're too grown for that shit. If you don't want to be here, if your ears are too virgin and you can't listen to cuss words, fucking scroll. Terry, are you going to talk?
Of God was not to keep Adam and Eve in a perfect state. The plan of God was for them to fall. This is when they became aware of using their own interpretation of good and evil, because the Bible says clearly that when Eve saw that the tree was good for food, that means she was using her own thoughts of good, because God had told them his interpretation, his rule, which was do not touch that tree. So that's what God told them was the good behavior. So when Eve, the symbolism that God is explaining is when he says when Eve saw that the tree was good for food, she started to serve her own interpretation of good, her own thoughts. She was led by the serpent. Now, the funny thing
Terry,
is,
let me ask you a question.
God is all knowing.
Terry, do you remember
Okay,
why we started talking about this garden situation? Do you remember why?
you brought it up. You
Yep.
saw
Do
it
you
as
remember? Do you
fitting to
remember what the point
explain.
was? Do you remember the point? Do you remember the reason I brought it up?
What is your fault? You seem to find fault with everybody that talks to you. So what is your
Terry,
fault? Get to the point.
Terry, do you know why we are talking about the pre-tree, after tree? Do you know what the point was? That's my question. Were we talking about the
Miss, you
plan?
brought up
Were we talking? Hey, Terry,
garden.
were we talking about
You
the
used the
plan for
garden. I
evil?
don't know why you chose
You're
the
right.
garden, but
You're correct.
I'm
So you
acting
don't.
off
So
of it.
Terry. Okay. So Terry. So let me restate why I brought up the garden, and then you can pick up from there. Okay? Because this whole plan for evil and this preaching that you're doing that you wish you could do on Sunday morning, my stage ain't the place for you to practice that shit. Okay.
Okay, well,
All right.
I
Now
tell you
the
what.
reason. Go ahead. Do you want to bow out?
Yeah, take your ass to hell.
Oh, Deacon Terry, why you just didn't say that shit from the beginning?
Right?
Bye, Terry.
I swear these men are bitch made.
Because they won't be aggressive with you all the
Bitch
time.
made.
I don't give a fuck. Do you think that I'm gonna cry because you said ass to me? The fuck?
Take your ass to hell. Like, that's the best y'all can do.
Terry wants to be a pastor or a deacon, or he wants a chance to preach in church, and he don't get that chance. So he thought that he was gonna be able to do it on my stage. Nobody was talking about the fucking plan for evil. What we were discussing was who gets to define what's good, right? That was the point. Nobody gives a fuck about the fucking plan. Go preach. Go tape yourself preaching that shit in front of your bathroom mirror. Send it to your pastor and audition. But this ain't the fucking place to do it. Piece by piece. You notice how this is the second time I said what's up with the Christians agreeing with us, and then they turn out to be complete assholes. Second
Never
one in a row.
fails. Never
Never fucking
fails.
fails. And then they whine about us cursing, but when they get mad, they'll fucking say a cuss word in a minute.
That part.
But cursing for Jesus is allowed. You can't curse for the devil. Dontrell, how old are you? How old are you?
I am 31.
What? Dontrell.
Way
Is that
behind
you when
me.
you're a PFP? Is that you and your PFP?
That's me. That's an older version of me though. But yeah, I'm
What
31 now.
what year were you born?
1993.
Okay, are you a Christian? Are you deconstructed? Y'all heard him. Okay, if he ain't 31, it ain't my fault. All right. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I seem younger.
Yeah, like your PFP, you look 17.
Nah, I think on that picture I was like 24. But I get that a lot though.
Okay, as long as okay, as long as you know you TikTok hear your age. Are you a Christian or believe in the God of the Bible? Hey, Big Bad, are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Christian.
All right, which one of the topics on the post did you want to discuss? Also, I do not don't refer to the last guest. I don't carry over from previous topics. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I like what he said, but I mean, it was, I don't know, he's all over the place though. So, let me choose. I was looking over here. Believers don't like the Old Testament. I kind of like that one. Does God love Gentiles as much? How about you pick one for me?
No,
And
I don't do that.
you don't
Like
do that?
what is it with Christians needing somebody to pick for them? I don't do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like some of the topics are, they shouldn't even be on here. Honestly, robots versus slaves.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What did you just say?
I did not say anything, thinker. I'm over here thinking.
No. What did you just say?
Okay, I got
Some
one
of these
for you.
topics, what?
Just the robots versus slaves. For God, that's the only
And it
thing.
shouldn't be on here. Why not?
Robots versus slaves.
Explain to me why it shouldn't be on here.
Just the fact that robots. I mean, of course, we don't have robots in the world other than Tesla cars and. But I mean, I really don't see what they have to do with like the topic of like God, because he never referred in the scriptures of any robots. But
You know what? You sound like the guy that was on Crystal's live today. Like Crystal had a live today. Y'all, I don't know which one is Ray and Jay. We got two Crystals. I can't remember which one is Ray and Jay, but the white crystal, our white crystal.
Crystal J.
We got a black one and a white one. Which one?
I think it's Crystal J.
Crystal J? That's white. That's the white crystal.
I think so.
J. Okay. So I'm sorry, I can't remember. I don't know how the hell and why the hell their names are so similar. But so Crystal J had a live today, right? And there was a guy on the live. Like her post was about why doesn't the Bible say what it means, right? And a guy like that sounds just like you joined the live and was like, because if he says to chop off your right hand, he doesn't really mean that, right? He said all books don't mean what it says. Like if somebody says that they were dying, I mean they could just mean that they're laughing, right? And I think all of us, like Crystal just busted out laughing. I busted out laughing like in my home, because I'm like, how did he think that that's what the fuck she meant, that she was talking about hyperboles or idiomatic expressions? Like how in the hell was that his response to her topic, right? And so like when you are like, the Bible doesn't mention robots, like, so that shouldn't be up there. My thought, right, is how do you think that we are talking about literal robots?
No, I don't think y'all talking about literal robots.
So why would you say that?
No, I just think y'all mean it in a way that like we take the scripture like literal. As you're saying, if they say like the scripture says a literal thing like chop your right hand off, then that's what we're expected to do. Come on now. Like you said,
Wait,
like you
no,
explained it just
wait.
now.
So you think that? Wait, no, no.
Yeah, so that's why I don't think it should be on there because,
Wait,
of
so you
course, we're
gonna
not
double
taking it
down on
literal.
that?
No, that's why I'm not taking it literal because only a robot would do that, right? If you told him to chop his hand off, would he chop his hand off?
I just want to make sure. And you're 31.
Mm.
Okay.
But yeah, I ain't want to get on that subject though. But I was
No,
just reading through the topics.
yeah. So because you said that it shouldn't be on here, right? I'm gonna explain to you. So when we say like a robot, right? Like it's a metaphor, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like saying that you agreed to do the will of God, right? You agreed to do the will of God, to submit your will to the God, and that's what the God wants. He doesn't want someone that's going to be post-tree Adam and Eve and do their own thing.
Exactly.
He wants a pre-tree Adam and Eve, right? Those that follow commands and nothing more.
So would you say that
A robot.
Yeah, would you say a robot would follow your every command?
Well, damn, Batman. I wish you wouldn't have typed that shit. Like, I don't even know who you are, but if you're saying God made me unblock you, that means that your ass is about to get blocked again, because that means you did something that you shouldn't have done. Well, damn, I didn't even have to block you. Lala did it. Y'all shouldn't be typing shit like that. Well, ask your question again.
Yes. Do you feel like a robot should follow your every command?
Do I feel like a robot should?
Yeah. When you tell him to do something, he should do it, right?
Or do you think robots are sentient and that they can't follow the commands that are programmed into them?
I feel like if it's a
robot sentient?
No, I feel like if it's a robot, he should follow your every command.
Because it's programmed.
Exactly. So.
But you, Dontrell, what? You're not.
I can honestly say that I do not.
You're not You're not. Do you understand that we're not calling y'all literal robots?
Yeah, I understand.
Like, do you understand that? Like, we're not saying that you're a hunk of machine.
Yeah,
right.
No, I understand.
We're not saying that you're unconscious, products, right? But the goal is like your God didn't want you to have this consciousness that you have to fight him on his will, right? And the story of Adam and Eve, right, is basically allegorical for men, humans having the ability to decide right and wrong, good and evil for themselves, exactly. And to wrestle with what they believe to be a all-knowing deity or an objective standard of what's good, right? Mm-hmm. That's what the story is allegorical for.
He gave
that part of the story. There's many things in the story.
He gave an instruction. He told them, do not simply, and you can agree with me on this, he told them simply not to eat of this one tree, right? It was an instruction.
Okay.
So they did not follow the instruction, right?
And why are we going down this road?
Because you brought up Adam and Eve, and if we were robots and we wanted to do the will of God, then why didn't we do it?
I didn't say want. Who said want in this?
Or if
I said
we
your
were
God,
to.
your God. What? Right. So are you saying that your God didn't want you to follow commands?
No, he did.
Okay. So why are we talking about what Adam and Eve did?
No, I was just simply saying he gave us an instruction to do it. So
Right.
we had the choice.
But who's talking about choice?
I mean, we're not talking about choice, but I mean, it just kind of goes in the conversation, you know.
No, it doesn't. Like the topic that you chose, right, with your
Mhm.
smart remark
I
was
really wasn't trying to
you
choose
did
robots, but you kind of
you honed
just
in on that. Like
you kind of
your
drugged
your
me in there.
your smart remark literally chose for you, right?
You kinda drugged me.
Robots versus slaves for God. What's the difference? Like that's the topic, right? Like we're not talking about whether you had a choice. We're not talking about whether Adam and Eve, what punishment they got for disobeying. All right, that's the topic. Like what's the difference from being called a robot for God or a slave for God?
The difference is a slave has to do what he is told, or he'll be punished. A robot, I mean, what's the punishment for a robot? Who knows what
You
he?
do realize that the robot is symbolic. Like it's not saying that you are an actual robot. A robot is symbolic for someone that just follows commands. A human that just follows commands.
That
What's
sounds like a slave, also, right?
so? We're almost there. So what's the difference? Why do Christians rather be called slaves for Christ, but they get upset when you say that you are a robot for Christ?
I mean, I don't feel like we're a slave. Because if we were a slave, we'll be forced to do something.
You do realize the Bible says that you are Christ's slaves. The Bible tells you to be a slave for Christ. Jesus tells you to call yourself worthless slaves. Like, you do realize that, right?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, because Jesus considers us at our best as filthy rags.
What does the filthy rags have to do with the slave thing?
Because I mean, that's kind of going into slave. I mean, what a slave. When you think of a slave, what do you think of? I mean,
Okay, so, but you said that you're not a slave for Christ, right? You said you don't necessarily see it as that you should be called a slave for Christ. And then when I give you those scriptures, you're like, yeah, Jesus calls us filthy rags. So does that mean that you should be called a slave? Is that why you brought that up? Like, are you now saying that you should be a slave for Christ?
if I want to be in all righteousness, if I want to be perfect, and I would do every single thing he says. Yes, master, I'm gonna do this. Yes, master. Yes, master. But he doesn't. He gives us the free will. That's why I was really gonna go to the free will. He gives us a choice, because instruction. That's why I was going back to the instruction. He
But
gives
we're
us
not talking.
instruction.
Nobody cares. Like, yeah, in this, I'll grant it. Nobody cares if he gave you the choice to disobey. We're talking about what he wanted, and what's the difference between being called a robot for God or a slave for God? Like, why do Christians not want to be called robots for God, but they rather say that they're slaves for God?
Yeah,
Like,
because we
what's
can't
the
be obedient.
difference?
Because we really can't be obedient. We can't be. We if we're a robot is going to be obedient to every command. I mean, of course, we see the movies. I Robot. They go crazy. They get mad. They do whatever they want, right? But in reality, if you're going to call it a robot is going to actually do everything you say. So therefore, we can't do that. Like that's impossible for us because we're in sin. We're we're gonna sin. We can't be a robot. There's no perfect person. So I feel
So,
like when you
so
say
I'm gonna tell
robot,
you again, Dontrell. We're talking
mm,
about what your God wants, what your God wanted. Your pre-Adam and Eve, right? Pre-tree Adam and Eve versus post-tree Adam and Eve. Pre-tree Adam and Eve, your God wanted humans that followed His commands, i.e.,
mm,
robots, i.e., slaves, right?
mm,
Post Adam and Eve, I get you saying, oh, we can't because we have our own mind and we fight against that, right? But the goal is to get back to that state, right?
mm.
Pre-tree.
So pre-tree, if we go to the heavens, were they obedient to what he was saying. And I'm going as far as Lucifer and the angels that came down with him, the third angels that came down with him. This happened in heaven. This ain't even happened there. This was, like you said, we going pre tree. So and we're not even going into man. We're going into heaven. So
Are you
evil.
asking me? Are you asking me if you'll be a robot in heaven? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, I can ask you that. I'm telling you, they
I'm
weren't robots
asking,
in
what are
heaven.
you asking when you bring up Lucifer, right? What when you bring up heaven? Because I was in the garden and I was specifically talking about Adam and Eve. But what are you asking now
You
about
said pre-tree,
Lucifer? Pre-tree Adam and Eve. I didn't say pre-tree everything. I like you missed the part where I said pre-tree Adam and Eve,
but that's what I'm
post-tree
saying.
Adam. I
That's
said
what I'm
Adam.
saying.
Dontrell, this is how conversations work, right?
Yeah,
I specifically told you what I was talking about. You ignored that. And then you went to heaven and Lucifer. What I need to
because that
understand
happened
now,
before
Dontrell,
pre-tree.
Dontrell,
I'm gonna
what I
mute
need
you.
to understand now, right? I'm clarifying and want to understand, what are you asking pertaining to heaven and Lucifer? What is your question about that?
You guys, you need to get to 80,000 likes so that the comments can be turned back on. And Dontrell, when the host is speaking, please be quiet.
What's your question about Lucifer in heaven pre-tree? Like, what's your question?
Because that happened before Adam and Eve.
Okay, and the question pertaining to that.
They couldn't be robots because they did not follow the command of the Most High.
Okay, and your question?
They couldn't be slaves because they did not follow. I mean, I really don't have a question. I'm just going off
Yeah,
the.
but did I make a claim that Lucifer was a robot or a slave? Did I make that claim?
No, no, you didn't. I'm just giving you
Did I make
background
the
on
claim
pre-tree.
that the angels in heaven were robots or slaves?
No,
Why are we talking about that?
but I'm giving you the answer of Adam and Eve. They wasn't robots. They wasn't slaves. They had an instruction and they had a free choice to make.
Okay, I said, what did your God want? What did he want? Right? When he
Hmm.
created Adam and Eve, did he want humans that followed his command, or did he want humans that did their own thing and only followed his command sometimes? Which one?
God, I would say He want us to follow His commands. He wants us to be obedient.
Okay, so pre-tree Adam and Eve, I'm gonna bring you back to the garden and take you out of heaven.
Hmm.
Okay, pre-tree Adam and Eve is robots, symbolic for robots, i.e., slaves, right? What
Hmm.
is the difference from saying robots for God or slaves from God for God? That's the topic.
Exact. So if you have a robot, can a robot do whatever he wants without a command? Can he just roam around? Can he do whatever he wants without a command, or is he just gonna stand there? Because you got to have some background on what a robot or a slave is. No, we're not taking it technically, but I mean, what is a robot? What is a slave? What are they gonna do? Like, what do you want them to do? Like, I mean, they have to have
So,
a purpose, right?
okay. So the difference, you're saying the difference, right, between saying that God wants robots, right, versus God wants slaves is that a robot can't do anything without a command, and a slave has the tendency to, uh, a slave can disobey. Is that your point? that you're trying to like? Is that the difference between the two? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. A slave can disobey a robot. I mean, he really has to do whatever is instructed.
And so, when a slave master has a slave, do they not expect their slave to do what's instructed?
Yes, they're expected to do
Okay.
what's instructed.
All right. And so the difference between a symbolic robot, and keep in mind, we're talking about symbolically. A human that is a robot, symbolically, can they disobey? Do they have the tendency or the ability to disobey if they wanted to?
Of course.
Okay. So we have a symbolic robot that obeys the commands of the God, right? They've taken in the programming of the God and they just follow commands. But they still have the ability to disobey, but they don't. Then we have a slave who is also human, who follows the commands of the God because they fear the God, because the God may beat them, starve them out, kill them, but they follow the commands of the God because that's what the God wants. But they also have the tendency to disobey, much like the symbolic robot.
Hmm.
Do you hear a difference?
No, I don't. And how you explained it.
So there's no difference from saying robots for God versus slaves for God, right?
Yeah, since you put it that way, they both can have a tendency to do what's not instructed of them.
Yeah. So we finally got there.
Hmm.
Anything else, Dondra?
No, that's it. I mean, I really just didn't know where y'all were coming from as far as like what your beliefs were. I mean, I don't know what your beliefs are. You mind me asking what they are?
Dondra, do you believe in God, in Jesus?
Yes.
Do you have the Holy Ghost?
I wouldn't say I had the Holy Ghost.
Do you have
That's
the Holy Spirit? Like, do you talk to the Spirit?
yes, at times.
So you have a relationship with Jesus and God through the Spirit.
Yes. I feel like, well, me personally, I feel like I've had a closer relationship with the Spirit because He gives me my understanding. But
Understanding.
yes, He gives me understanding of
And
like,
you have this ability to understand things, right? That
yes.
other people can understand because of this relationship.
Mm,
So, what do you think my beliefs are?
I can't tell. But I mean, as far as you're not saying anything that would demote you to make you not a believer or a Christian, I just feel like you're just kind of just stepping on people's neck to kind of see like, are you really a believer?
You feel like I stepped on your neck, Dontrell?
I did kind of. I mean, I'm kind of glad you did. I mean, it kind of pushed me to, you know, to see, because at a place where I'm at now, I don't. I feel like, because man, I was so close. I mean, I grew up in a church. My dad's a pastor. I grew up in a church. I've done deaconship. I feel like at a place now, it doesn't matter what my dad done. It doesn't matter what my family does. It's about me, and I just feel like I'm so far away from the Spirit, you know. So I still talk to him, but sometimes I feel like I don't hear him, you know, as far as like in a personal standpoint, you know. I'm just kind of like being selfish about it. But
But
I don't know,
I'm still not hearing how I stepped on your neck
because you made me actually think, you know, about
about
these things,
robots. What
about,
did I make you think about? Like, what did I make you think about?
I mean, it just made me think about like, about as far as us being, I mean, if I want to come to like in a spiritual standpoint about sin, you know,
I made you think about sin?
Yeah, you made me think about sin.
What did we talk about sin?
Yeah, we didn't talk about it though. That's the
How did I
thing.
make you think about sin? What did I say that made you think about sin?
Because we went to the garden.
I took it to the garden. And what did you learn about sin from the garden in this conversation, Dontrell?
No, I'm just saying, just for my knowledge now, from what I've learned, from my biblical knowledge, not from, it's just kind of like the Spirit was talking to me through not really our conversation. I mean, of course, we had a conversation about that, but I don't know. I just feel like I really can't explain it.
So Spirit talked to you through this conversation, yet Spirit have not yet told you what my beliefs are.
I mean, yeah. Technically, he really don't have to tell me what your beliefs are.
Then what
Honestly, I
are
was just
they?
asking, but
No, what are they?
I really don't know. That's why I was asking.
One of the claims of the Spirit is that, right, you have the spirit of discernment.
Mm.
Right? You have a relationship with the Spirit. You talk to the Spirit, and you just talk to the Spirit during this conversation. That discernment is not there to tell you what my beliefs are. From the conversation that we had.
I mean, it's just because what I was hearing previously to this conversation, with
Yeah.
the other guests. So I'm not bringing that up in it.
No, go ahead.
So,
Tell me. Yeah, go ahead and use that, right? Like your discernment, and tell me what my beliefs are.
No, I can't tell you that though. I can't.
Why not?
Because I don't know. I'm not going to judge you based on something.
You wouldn't be judging. You're saying that you talk to the Spirit, right? And you have this gift of the Spirit, and you should be able to discern that, right? And even without the gift of the Spirit, right? Just simply sitting and listening and being present, right? And comprehending what being said, it's clear, right?
Yeah,
Whether I believe in this God or not.
Exactly, and that's true. But
And so what's the answer?
But I'm not doing it based on you though. I'm doing it based
Why
on
would you
myself.
not? You're not doing what based on me?
I'm not
Determining what my beliefs are?
Yeah. Yes.
Why would you base that on yourself?
Exactly. That's why I was asking. I'm not trying
Why
to.
would you base that on yourself?
By the conversation we have, I'm supposed to be like, oh yeah, she's a believer.
What?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you're a believer or not. I'm just saying based on our conversation, it was a mutual conversation between us. It
What
wasn't
do you think? Based on the conversation, what do you think?
initially, before I had a conversation with you, I didn't think you were a believer.
And now?
And now I'm like,
Give me just a sense. Mr. Exclusive, you can get out. Like, I've seen you 3 times try to tell me what to do on my stage. You run nothing here. And now what, Dontrell?
and now it's like, I really don't know. Because, I mean, you haven't, I know what is right and I know what is true, right? So, I mean, you haven't really pushed me away. I guess I'm kind of giving you the answer right now. But, I
You
mean,
what?
I say, I guess you're kind of giving me the answer, but you haven't pushed me away or been like, you know what? Oh, you're a dummy. You believe in this. You believe in that. You
Why
haven't
would I do that? I don't call people dummies.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's like, I know for myself, within myself, what is right and what is wrong. I mean, I feel like God gives us that distinction of what is right and what is wrong. Just by the conversation we have, I don't feel like you were wrong. You were just really just asked me some tough questions that made me really think.
I asked you tough questions about the difference between a robot and a slave.
Yeah.
I don't think I did, Dontrell.
I never had that
honestly
conversation.
don't think that was a tough conversation. But again, that's just, from my perspective. I can't say, how that conversation felt with you, right? But I will go ahead and answer, Dontrell, I do not believe in your God.
Okay.
I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your Jesus.
Mhm.
And when like me asking you, right, if you could discern that, like, and you telling me that you have access to the spirit and that you were talking to the spirit while we were talking, right? And you're saying that at first you could discern that I did not believe in the God, and that was because of the conversation that I had with Terry, and probably because I was saying I was dropping fuck bombs every every few seconds, and you're like, oh no, she's not a believer, right? And then when you get up here and I'm calm, right? I didn't cuss you out, right? And you're like, oh, I don't know, maybe she is, right? But that's you using your own, right, mind, right, and you paying attention to, what the fuck you're experiencing, which is what you're supposed to do, right? Like, instead of trying to, like, where you fucked up is where you went to the spirit. You had the answer right the first time because you was using your actual, like, you're like, oh no, like, accepting the reality of what you're experiencing. Then you get up here and I'm calm, and like, then you like tapped into the spirit and the spirit lied to you.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it shouldn't be no pushback. I mean, I shouldn't just go at your neck and be like, you know what, you're wrong. I mean, I should come at you just like you're coming at me. I haven't disrespected you in any way. We just had a conversation, honestly. And, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It may have been things that I've could elaborate it better. I know what my heart is, and I know where you at right now, but that doesn't make me any better than you, right?
But do you feel like that what you just said makes sense as a response to everything that I just said to you?
As far as what you just, I mean,
like, why did you jump to that? Like, I'm confused right now because, like, we're talking about whether you could discern that if I was a believer or not, and then you just jumped to something else. Why did you do that?
if I discern you're not a believer, what am I supposed to do?
But did you hear what?
Am I supposed?
How do you have, like, okay, Dontrell, like, when you have conversations with people, right? The object of the conversation is to engage in the thing that the person is talking about, right? You expand on the last statement that the person that you're having a conversation with shares with you, right? And the last thing I said to you was, Dontrell, you were right when you leaned on your own ability, right? Your realities of what you were experiencing from the conversation that I had with Terry, right? And you said, no, she's not a believer, right? Because I hear what she's saying to him, right? I hear the things that she's saying. She doesn't believe. And then you got up here, tapped into the spirit, and then the spirit said, I think she's a believer, right? The spirit led you wrong.
I didn't
You
say
were
that
right.
you were a believer.
You said that. I said think. You said, now I don't know. I think she could be a believer. You were right when you wasn't tapped into the spirit, when you were actually accepting the reality that you were experiencing, right? When you didn't question what you were experiencing, accepted the truth of what you were experiencing. But then when you tapped into the spirit, then you just didn't know anymore, right? Or lean towards maybe that I am a believer. Either way, the spirit led you wrong, because you're saying that you were talking to the spirit. The spirit led you wrong. You were right when you were not in the spirit. That's the last thing I said to you, and then you just jumped to a completely different topic.
I mean, I don't feel like I did that, but I mean, whether or not
you felt like you responded to what I said.
I feel like I responded to everything you have said.
What did you respond to me saying that in your carnal mind you were right, and your spiritual mind you were wrong? What was your response to that?
I can't, but I don't feel like you can address what's my carnal mind and spiritual mind, though.
You told us. You said it. You told us when you were listening, right? And you in the conversation that I was having with the first person, right? That you thought in your mind that I wasn't a believer. Then you said when you came up here, right, you started speaking to the spirit. The spirit was talking to you during this conversation. Those were your words.
No, I said based off on the last conversation.
You said what based off on the last conversation?
That I didn't think you was a believer. That
I
spirit
said
didn't
that. I literally said
yeah.
that.
The
Then when
spirit
you
didn't have
then
nothing
you
to do
said,
with
but then when this, but you said, but then in this conversation, right?
that.
You said that you was talking to the spirit during this conversation.
No, you asked me if I heard from the spirit, if I hear from the spirit,
And you
just like
said you talked to them during this conversation.
no, I said I talk to them like
Okay.
on a daily, like that's something I do. No, not this conversation. Now you put words in my mouth. I didn't say this conversation. Yeah, I didn't say this conversation.
You can hop your ass on up out of here. Why are you here? You're saying let her go as if I'm gonna go some fucking where. Like you can go. What the fuck?
But yeah, it was just a conversation though with you. I mean, it really wasn't about like what the spirit told me or nothing. It was just kind of like
Not that the spirit told you. You said that the spirit was with you and that you were talking to the spirit during this conversation. So, and the reason why I said use your discernment. If you have the spirit, I said use your discernment and tell me whether I'm a believer. That was the whole point, right? There's something in your Bible that says try the spirit and see whether that spirit be of God, right? Mm-hmm. So when you said that you had the spirit, that you were, the spirit talks to you, and during this conversation that you were talking to the spirit, right? I decided at that moment, okay, let's see if he's talking to the spirit, he has the spirit. Let's see if just the bare minimum basic of discernment, right? Because a person who claims that Christianity claims that discernment is a spiritual gift, but the average human, right? If they paid attention to their surroundings, right? They paid attention to their experiences. If they actually showed up in their conversations, they would be able to discern without having the need to say, "Oh, I have a Holy Spirit," right? And so what I was trying to point out to you is that when you were in the audience listening to my conversation with Terry and what you were experiencing and allowing yourself to take in, that took you to the conclusion that this person here is not a believer, that was the truth. That was correct. But when you cloud it with being spiritual, right, and trying to, like, you came up here, you talked about a lot of stuff that honestly didn't make sense. When you cloud it and try to be spiritual, it led you on a path of one, confusion, two, you said that, at first you were like, no, she's not a believer. Then now you're like, I don't know, maybe she could be. But that's that spiritual thing that took you away from what was true. That's what I was trying to point out to you.
Yeah, because I didn't want to go off a conversation. Like you said, you weren't trying to talk about the previous conversation. So this is our conversation. So I just caught the back end on that. I mean, I know a lot of people that claim to be Christian and they drop F-bombs, D words. So I mean that really doesn't make me discern anything about anybody because we're not perfect.
I don't think.
But
Woo.
I mean, I understand where you're coming
Okay.
from, though. But I did not say that I was talking in the spirit, because if I was talking in the spirit, I'd probably be quoting scriptures and telling you what Jesus said and all this. We're just having a conversation.
Well, I thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, thank
Appreciate
you.
you.
It was good talking to you. I mean, it wasn't nothing to combat or anything like that. Just to have a conversation. Hopefully,
Yeah.
something I said was. I'm sorry if I was off the wall.
La, la,
Do
la.
that.
He was nice. He might have been confused, but he was nice. He was nice. I was gonna tell him. Like, thank you for being respectful, because he was respectful the whole time that he was on stage. He may have been confused. But yeah, Dudette said I couldn't take it. Oh, that was Dudette, huh?
Yeah, that's why I said do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that. Well, I wanted to at least end it, on good terms, because he was nice, and he was respectful. That's very rare. But yeah. What's his name? Dontrell. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for coming up. I appreciate you. Give me just a second. Hey, Cash, how are you?
Hey,
Oh shit.
Cash.
How does this work?
So if you are as a friendly, you during the week when you come up, you have to be talking about one of the topics
No,
up
I
here.
get that. Come on, play with me.
Oh, I'm not good at that, Cash. Like, my neurodivergence. Like, I am not good at that at all.
I'm trying to play. I'm
Like,
sorry.
I know that's the weird thing about me. Like, I'm not good at that unless it's like pre-planned.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm just fucking weird like that.
now that I'm up here, I have something to say, but this is your platform, so I'd like to respect that.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know what to do.
Huh?
Oh my god.
I told you, like, don't fuck with my neurodivergent mind, Cash. What are you doing? Don't fuck with my mind. I don't know what you're doing.
Do you want me to pick a topic before I say what I want to say, or?
Well, no. Say what you're gonna say. I'm confused right now.
Well, I just wanted to come up here to say, man, I and so many people have been listening to you every night after night, and I just respect the fuck out of what you do. I so do. I learned so much here, and I'd like to argue with you. So if you want to go farther with that, I'd do that as well. But man, I don't think people understand what you do for this world. I really don't. And
Thank you.
You need to understand what you do for like thousands and thousands of people.
Thank you, Cash. I appreciate that. What do you mean you want to argue? What do you mean you want to argue with me?
Well, you know my past too, so I wanted to pick a topic and argue with you.
Like devil's advocate?
Yeah, I know you don't do that, so I'll stick to what I know that you do, unless you want to go on with that. I just want to come up and say, go ahead.
I'm not good like that. I don't do devil's advocate really well. Like, unless I'm just not good. I just don't.
Totally get it, but you know what? Take credit for what you do and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Do you want to do the next guest while I go use the bathroom?
Sure, I'd love that.
Okay, I'll let you do that one, since I'm sorry, I just don't do devil's advocate.
I don't. Neither do I.
And I know you are. For those of y'all that don't know, Cash is an honorary nerd. In his country, they can't subscribe, so he's an honorary nerd. But I'll bring up somebody, and then I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and I'll come back. Give me just a second.
Damn. Hey, Jesse, how's it going?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Are you a Christian? Oh, sorry.
Let me do an age check. Right quick. Jesse, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 26.
Are you not? Are you the same Jesse that was 18 just a minute ago?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. All right. And are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. Go ahead, Cash.
Thank you. You're an atheist? Jesse?
Yep.
All right. So there's
I think he said he's a Christian. Are you a Christian, Jesse?
Yes. Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. All right.
So there's multiple backgrounds here. Which one would you like to talk about? My bad, I misheard.
Why? Okay, let's do God violates free will all the time.
Okay. So does God violate free will or no?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay, do you know so or do you not think so? And then let's go from there.
Well, I know that he doesn't.
Okay, so you switched already. Okay, so how do you know that God does not violate free will?
Well, I'd say in order for there to be free will, I think the kind of the chaos and the kind of fallen world that we live in is kind of just evidence that God does not violate that free will.
Okay, did he provide free will?
What do you mean? Did he provide? What exactly do you mean by that?
Okay, did he create free will?
I would say yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is there free will in the world for everything that happens within our world?
I would say yes.
Okay, perfect. Does he provide free will for a victim and a what's the right word?
Assailant?
Yeah, exactly, and an assailant at the same time. Are those equal? Offender, exactly. Yeah.
So you're saying, does he provide free will for basically like a robber and somebody that's being robbed?
Sure. Yeah.
I'd say free will is like before. Free will is granted for everybody.
Okay, so perfect. Like in that example, a robber and a robber like someone that's being robbed, is that equal? And do they have the same want?
Well, what do you mean? Is that equal? Equal in what way?
Well, as someone that robs someone else and someone that ends up being robbed, is that fair to both parties?
Is it fair?
Yeah.
To the person that's being robbed, is it fair for them to rob somebody? And then it is also fair for the person that is being robbed to allow himself to be robbed.
Right.
I wouldn't, morally, I wouldn't put a fairness on somebody robbing somebody. I wouldn't call that fair.
Okay, so in the example you used, which one has free will?
Which person has free will?
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, I would say that they both are acting freely within the event, because I don't think somebody would allow themselves to be robbed. So I think they would freely, choose to defend themselves and defend their property. And I think
we're not even there yet, Jesse. So did the person that got robbed, does that person have free will?
Yes. The person that got robbed.
How did they have free will to get robbed?
You're asking, does the person themselves have free will?
No. What you said was the person that robbed someone and the person that was robbed both have the exact same free will.
Yes. So define free will for me. I don't know how you define it.
Free will is having a choice outside of any outside influence. I'd like to keep it simple.
Okay, I can rock with that definition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, my question is: did the person that got robbed, does that person have that free will? Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, like I said, I don't think that they would allow themselves to be robbed. So I feel like they would,
So if they wouldn't allow
I think they would use their free will to.
if they wouldn't want themselves to be robbed, and it still happened, then their free will is absolutely gone.
Yeah, it sounds like it's being violated upon, but then I feel like they could use their free will. So, for example, the person has the free will to allow themselves to just, hey, just go ahead and take my purse, or the person has the free will to fight back.
Wait, do you think anyone wants their purse to be taken?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That's why I think that they would.
Okay, so if that occurs, what happens to free will for that person that has their purse taken? It's not there anymore, is it?
I don't think that that's the same. I don't think that that's the same, again, because like the example I gave you, I feel like that's a pretty fair example that I gave you. They have the free will to sit back and let them take the purse, or they have the free will to fight and try to get it back. I mean,
So someone that can't fight back and their purse is taken, they still have the free will to try and fight. Okay, I'm hearing you. So they had the want to fight for that, but their free will, which is what they wanted to happen, didn't happen. So where's their free will?
Wait, are you equating free will to that whatever you want has to happen? Because if I say,
don't pivot too hard here. Stick on what I said.
Oh wait, but again, I mean, I'm, again, that's what that's again my stance. I believe if we're talking about free will, I believe the person has the free will to either sit back, allow them to take the purse, or they have the free will to fight back.
Does that really matter though? Like if they fight back or not? If they fight back and they still get their purse stolen, that's still against their free will, right? Even though they're fighting, right? They're fighting as hard as they.
Hold on, did we lose Rhea?
I wasn't sure what happened.
I'm not sure.
It was me.
I thought it was
Mine
me
has
too.
been going in and out all night.
Rhea, you there?
So, Jesse, I think what Rhea and I are both saying was you're giving limits to free will, which obviously points to there's no free will. So, what's the limit to free will? What's the line?
What exactly do you mean by that? What is the limit to free will?
Well, let's say someone that's a quadriplegic that doesn't want their purse stolen. Like, is that the line? Like,
well, when I'm taking the question as face value that God violates free will all the time. I can see, and I'm jiving with, what y'all are saying. I believe that people can infringe on other people's free will. They can, in other words,
So
violate.
there's no free will then. You just proved the entire point, did you not?
But I thought the question said God violates free will.
Okay.
But then we started talking about people.
Okay, God violates free will is a very, very obvious point. What I'm saying is, God created all of us, and so therefore, if God created free will for us, therefore it's easy to prove that he absolutely has free will. Correct?
You just said God has free will.
No, I'm saying if God says we have free will and he created us, therefore we have free will. I'm giving a very easy explanation as to how we have free will. And if we don't have free will, then does God have free will?
I believe God has free will. I also believe that the makeup of the entity of God and his character is defined and it's been revealed through Jesus. But again, on the prompt, if we're sticking to the prompt here, I do not believe God violates free will.
Okay. So do you trust in the Old Testament as much as you trust in the New Testament?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the Old Testament, it's so easy in the Old Testament how God violates free will.
Okay, give me one.
My favorite is Numbers 31.
Break it down for me.
Have you read Numbers 31?
To be honest with you, I'm not. That one is not fresh on my mind right now.
Though Numbers 31 is where God commands that the Israelites go into Midianite and slaughter everything. So everything that was slaughtered had no free will. And then on top of that, he took what did we determine the other night? How many virgins were taken? Again, on the command of God. I think it was 364. Which those virgins had no free will either. So 364. Thank you. So that's just one simple example. Anything that God commanded that was slaughtered, guess what? Free will out of the way. People that were still living, free will out of the way. So it was a commandment from God, and their free will all was taken. And we're talking in that one example, over close to 400,000 animals and people.
I definitely, that's a very good example, to be honest with you. There's no way, I can rebuttal or act like that wasn't an instance for sure. That's a very, very good example. The only thing I would say to that is if we're going based on this prompt, God violates free will.
Yeah.
Now I would, you said what?
I'm just saying, yes, based on that example I just gave you, absolutely.
So, the only argument I would give on that one is God does say that there is consequences to specific actions that are taken. But again, if we're going based on that prompt, violating, I would say that violating is different than giving a consequence to a specific teaching or a specific way that God wanted things to be done, and when a people group disobey.
Absolutely. I totally agree. I hear what you're saying. But what did the small boys, what did the small male children do? What did the pregnant women do to violate anything against anyone else? Pretty sure they didn't.
Well, when it's written, again, I'm not certain that it's said to kill
But
these small boys.
that's just because you haven't read it. So if you haven't read it, then what's this discussion about? You're defending something that you haven't read.
No, I would say in the way that it's written, I don't. It's you're telling me that it specifically says kill small boys, these small innocent.
Absolutely, slaughter everyone, but keep the virgins for yourself.
Okay, so in that instance, I would then take it to the Hebrew. If we're going to take it to the Hebrew,
Too.
What?
We can go there too. Like you're defending something and trying to change it to like. Do you read Hebrew, Jesse?
No. I was saying let's take it to the Hebrew, and so that I was asking you to like give it to me so that I can, because I already told you I'm not familiar with that one. So I was saying, okay, let's take it to the Hebrew.
You haven't even read the English version.
Exactly.
But I would want him to give me the Hebrew.
How would you know
do you speak
the
Hebrew,
difference?
Jesse? Do you speak Hebrew?
No, I'm learning, and while I'm learning, I've been learning that when you go back to the original Hebrew or when you go back to the original Greek, it gives you a better.
So you've read this passage in the original Hebrew. Give me just a second. I'll pull it up, and I want you to read it for me.
I said I have not. I said.
So why do you want to go to the Hebrew? If I pull up the Hebrew, like what are you expecting the Hebrew to say differently?
I was saying I wanted him to give me that because I know that there's different types of language that's used in the Bible sometimes. Again, like I said before, I'm not familiar with this passage.
Then
Right.
why claim something if you don't know the original version or the version that we? Go ahead.
Again, I didn't claim it. I originally started off by saying, "Hey, you asked me."
I think the host is trying to speak, you guys.
No, it's okay. So are you saying that if I bring up the Hebrew, that you're not going to be able to read it?
No, I'm not.
So then there's no point in bringing or going to the Hebrew then, right?
Well, not exactly, because sometimes things can be you can look at the Hebrew and look at the direct one-to-one English translation of the Hebrew, which I don't know. That's why I was saying, hey, show me what they meant, because sometimes they use words can be used differently. Like when they said slaughter the Amalekites, or when they said, but then you read in the next chapter that they then said not to intermarry with them. So that's why I am not familiar with the specific one.
But what does that? How does that change in the Hebrew? Like, if in one chapter it says that the God said to slaughter them, right, and then there's a law that says not to intermarry with Canaanites. Like, what's your point in that? Are you saying that the Bible is that there's contradictions in saying that there should be no Canaanites to even have a law that says not to intermarry with them? Is that your point?
No, I'm just saying that there's sometimes in the Bible they can use words or figures of speech in the same way that we do. I'm over here in Dallas. We got these cowboys over here, and and people walk around and say, "Hey, man, these cowboys are getting slaughtered." But sometimes, again, I'm not saying that I'm not trying to say that that's this case specifically. Again, I do not know. I'm just trying to give an argument here, and I'm just trying to learn, because I don't know.
So your original point was the text here. God violates free will all the time. I gave you an example. So do you disagree with it? Whether it's in Hebrew or English or whatever, we can prove all this. That's pretty easy. And so I gave you an example, which is in your Bible. Does God violate free will?
I would have to see, again, I really like your example. I got to be honest with you, I do. But I just would like to see the context of why God brought this about. You know what I
Which
mean?
is why you need to read your Bible.
No, hey, I'm with you 100%. After this call, I'm going to go through numbers and I'm going to look through for sure. If I'm being fair, I got to be straight up. So you're right. But to be honest though, if I'm still being fair, if I go into this numbers, after this call, it's going to take some time. I've got to go and I read through the context. And if I find out that it's a matter of disobedience to
again, you're talking disobedience. What did the children do?
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say, if I find that it's disobedience to the people group, or if it's a figure of language that's being used, a strong type of language that's being used, like the same example I gave when we said cowboys are getting slaughtered out here.
Cowboys aren't children. Cowboys aren't 1-year-olds. Cowboys aren't 2 months old.
And also, when we're talking about disobedience, doesn't that quite literally go against free will? Like, why do I care what your laws and restrictions are if I have free will? I don't give a hell. Like, who cares if I disobey you? I have free will.
I'm with you 100%, but I think we all know that there's consequences to free will.
No, there's not actually, right? So when you look up what the word actually means, you wouldn't be having any consequences dictated by the God, right? So if you were saying that God is not violating free will, then you say, oh, well, but when he destroys them or when he's vicious, he's doing it for disobedience. That's quite literally saying he does not care about your free will because he wants you to follow his will. You have disobeyed him. Now he's going to punish you for not following his free will. His will.
No, I'd say it's more of consequences that come about from. So it's kind of like the old saying: you can control your actions, but you can't control the consequences.
Consequences for a 1-month-old?
But again,
because those 1-month-olds paid the price. So they had no free will.
Let me give you an example. Again, like I said before, I cannot go 1-to-1 on that because I just like we've all said before, I haven't read.
Right. I think all we're asking here is, do you think a 1-month-old, to give you every benefit of the doubt, has free will based on that?
Well, I'd say if you have a father with a child in their backseat and the father has been drinking and then he decides to get behind the wheel of that car and now crashes that car, and then there's consequences that then happen to that one. You know what I mean? So there's consequences to your free will.
Even in that example, how does that kid have any free will?
Right. Does the child's free will not matter? Do you think the child would have wanted to be in an accident?
I don't think so at all. I don't think so. But
Where's their free will then?
So no free will.
So if there's no free, and I hear what y'all are saying. So what would you say that we have? Would y'all say that humans have free will or no?
No.
I think you have choices.
The scripture is up. The scripture is already up in the Hebrew and English.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's up, by the way, Jesse. If you want to start reading it, it's in Hebrew. I think you read Hebrew, right? It's in Hebrew and it's in English, so you can make your comparisons.
Oh yeah, I'd have to read the whole numbers and see full context of why this even came about.
We're not talking about the why, right? We're not talking about why. What they're asking you about is if the children had free will. I see several friendlies in the chat. Just keep in mind that right now we already have 2 hosts on stage, so I can't bring everybody up at the same time. Go ahead.
But okay, so y'all said that humans do not have free will,
though. We boiled it down for you, Jesse, to did those...
Bash, I wasn't talking to you. Like, you have a permanent spot on stage. I didn't see you in the chat. Can somebody bring up Bash? I wasn't talking to you, Bash.
So the point we were trying to make was not humans. Like, you're trying to put this on people that have like a fully developed conscience and all that kind of stuff. I get that. I really do. But we're trying to boil it down for you personally right now. Did the children who were commanded by God, which was the background that you came up on, did the children have free will in that case? Because that was caused by God.
I believe so. And I believe that having free will, you can, like we said before with the purse robbery, for instance, having free will leads to snowball effects when consequences happen. Like the analogy that I gave with the father that decided to get in the car after drinking.
Right. But that analogy led to, was that the father's choice? Or was that the child's choice?
It was the father's choice to get in the car after drinking, knowing the consequences that may come from it.
Right. And so where does that leave the child in this scenario?
It now leaves the child to have their free will infringed upon, violated on, because now it's a whole nother party that's in there. Again,
so there's no free will.
Again, I just don't see it. I feel like I'm being fair in my analogies. I feel like
Hold on, Jesse. So for this instance, you can see that if a father does something, right, and the child has no choice, you can see that the father is infringing on a child's free will, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, when God says, go and kill all of those people, right? He's saying, go off them, whatever. It doesn't matter what they want. I want them killed, right? Where is their free will in that equation? Isn't God infringing on their free will just like the father that's getting into a car?
I hear you 100%. But again, that is the
No, I don't want you to hear me. I'm asking you, why can't you make that connection? I'm not asking you to hear me. I'm asking, since you've made that connection to say the father is overriding this child's free will, how come that doesn't translate to God infringing on other people's free will? Do you think those people wanted to go through what they went through?
Again, it's because I don't know the full context of
it doesn't matter what context. Are you assuming that at some point in this passage, these people were like, oh, yes, God, kill us. We want this.
No, I don't think so. But
exactly. So this is something that would be what? Against their free will, right? This is the father in this equation infringing on these children's free will, correct?
I would not say that because, again,
Of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't, because if I were to put God in that car seat, you would say no, the father is not infringing on because you can see this problem here in a car with the father and a child, but somehow you can see it with your God and the people that he murdered.
But again, I wouldn't say that because trust me, I understand what you're saying, and it would make sense. But again, I cannot say that because again, I do not know exactly the full context of why that came up.
Context of this drunk father. Do you know why he was drinking? Do you know if he had a rough day? Do you know if he just loved his job? Do you know if somebody spiked his drink? You don't know the context of this man, but you have passed judgment on him to say that he's wrong and he has infringed on his child's free will. But with God, somehow you need context.
That's not the same though, because the God is an eternal being that gave the instructions. You can't equate God to the drunk man. You know what I mean? But I do understand like the correlation that you're trying to put there. But again,
it's not a correlation, man. It's really not. Like, it's written in your book.
Jesse, do you mind if I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah.
Do you think that there is a difference between the term will and free will? Like, could you have a will that is not free? Is that possible? Could a person have a will that isn't free?
It's actually a very good question. I don't know if somebody has a will that is not free.
Okay. The reason that I ask, like, you can have a desire, right? A will, a want, and desire, an urge, or whatever, a will to do something, but that come at a price. Free means without price, right? Free means or at liberty, right? Free, right? Without constraint, right? Right. Do we accept that as a definition for free, without constraint or without a cost?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm only doing this so that I feel like sometimes we use this phrase kind of haphazardly. We've heard it around and we think that it's the proper phrase to use here, and it's not. Free will means a will without a cost, a will without a constraint, a will without a consequence. Okay. Well, literally, if you look it up in Oxford, it'll say the ability to act without constraint of necessity or fate. Free will is a philosophical experiment, right? It's not real. It's a philosophical term, right? It's like a world where there are no constraints, right? And none of us have that. We all have some constraint. We do most of the stuff we do out of necessity. Right? Like, you might be able to choose what to eat, but the fact that you eat is out of necessity, right? You have choices, you have agency, but your will isn't free. Everything you do, for every action you have, there is an equal and opposite reaction. There is a consequence. So free will will be will without consequence, specifically without the constraint of necessity or fate. And fate is defined as a series of events that is determined by a supernatural power or God. So if there is a God that can determine anything, then that means that you are acting with the constraint of fate, right? Which means that you cannot have, by definition, free will, because that's what free will means, to be able to act without God interfering, right? Without the consequences of God, right? So, but you can have a will. I'm not trying to say that people don't have wills, okay? But I really wanted us to read something together so that we could get some context about a thing. Because you mentioned the thing about, flowery language or hyperbolic language. And I think that's fair. Sometimes, you might read a phrase and it's hyperbolic. So if you don't mind, can we read 1 Samuel 15? And I'm going to read it to you word for word. I'm going to start at verse 1. And the context is embedded in the chapter, so that we don't have to worry about it. It'll be right there for us. It'll tell us exactly why what's going on is going on. And then we're going to kind of loop this conversation around one more time, but without the I don't want to call it deflection, but without the caveat of not having context. So it'll be 1 Samuel 15. That's where I'm going. And I'm going to start at verse 1, if you don't mind. I'm going to read it till about verse 22. All right. Samuel also said unto Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt. Now go and smite Amalek, utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telaim, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites, go, depart, get ye down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For ye showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from amongst the Amalekites. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Hivilah until thou comest to Shuai. That is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the sheep, and of the oxen, and of the fatlings, and the lambs, and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them, but everything that was vile and refuse, that they destroyed utterly. And then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying, it repenteth me that I have set up Saul to be king, for he is turned back from following me, and hath not performed my commandments. And it grieved Samuel, and he cried unto the Lord God all night. And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set up a place, and is gone about, and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou of the Lord. I have performed the commandment of the Lord. And Samuel said, What meaneth then the bleating of sheep in mine ears, and the lowing of oxen which I hear? And Saul said, Oh, they have brought them up from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and the oxen to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God, and the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said unto Saul, Stay, and I will tell thee what the Lord hath said to me this night. And he said unto him, Say on. And Samuel said, When thou wast little in thine own sight, wast thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel, and the Lord anointed thee king over Israel? And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, Go and utterly destroy the sinners of the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice of the Lord, but didst die upon the spoil? But didst fly upon the spoil, and didst evil in the sight of the Lord? And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord, and I've gone the way which the Lord sent me. And I brought Agag the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, Hath the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifice as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. Okay, so I just read 1 Samuel 15, verse 1 through verse 22. May God add a blessing. Okay, Jesse, do we understand the context there?
Yeah, that's I get that in First Samuel. You know, again, this is, if we're also being fair, if this is as a Christian standpoint, if God is God,
He has the right to do this, but that's not the question.
I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say, even because the flood, some may, argue that the flood is even worse than what you just read. But
That's way off context. Bash, thank you for bringing that up as well. I'm gonna drop, but I just want to say one last thing for context for what I brought up as well. You can look at Numbers 31:1. The Lord said to Moses, "Take vengeance on the Midianites for the Israelites." Okay, so yes, you can read all the context you want. What we're trying to bring up is actual truth within your book, and that's all we're doing here. Thinker, thank you so much for bringing me up. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to drop down and go to sleep, and I'm here every single night, whether I'm awake or asleep. So appreciate you all for what you do. Keep doing what you're doing.
Glad to have you, Cash.
You're welcome, Cash. Have a good night.
Jesse, you were saying about the flood, though, buddy.
No, I was just saying, I mean, in the sense, because I mean, what you read, I cannot refute any of this, but also, I was going to say that some would say the flood is even worse case than this, but still, if God is God, like what you said, but then also on top of that, it's not even when we're specifically talking about women and children. Even if it is not the hyperbolic language or the strong language, even if it's literal, for Christians, it's a change of place. It's a change of location.
No, but for these people, these were clearly people that God wanted destroyed. So these are not people that would be accepted into a heaven, right? Like these are not people that he would be taken to heaven, right? These are clearly people who he wanted vengeance against, right? Okay, so it's not that he was just bring those kids to me. That's not what he was saying. Okay, all right. So let's go through this again. Okay, this was not hyperbolic language. According to the story, it seemed quite literal, right? So much to the fact that Saul bragged on the fact that, I killed everything, right? I killed everything. I killed all the kids. I killed them all, right? And Samuel said, yeah, but you kept some sheep. They were supposed to die too. Okay, all right. So this isn't hyperbolic. These aren't people that are going to heaven. Okay. So, and I understand that death is a transference of place, right? But these children, right? These children aren't heavenly babies. Okay. That being said, now that we understand that these kids who were just minding their own business, the children at least were, these sucklings, infants, right? They were minding their own business, not doing anything to anybody. Okay. Right? I don't know who died first. But imagine a little one seeing their mother get slaughtered or their father get slaughtered just seconds before they go. If you would, I know we read this, but just close your eyes and listen with your spiritual ears and hear the screams, right? And see the blood, and right, just put yourself in that situation. Imagine you just happen to be from Amalek. Right? And you hadn't done nothing wrong to nobody all day. You was off today. You just sat around the house. You wasn't offering. These people weren't out here sacrificing kids. And as a matter of fact, these Amalekites, keep in mind, this is Saul was king. So even according to the story, they had left Egypt hundreds of years before. Right? So it wasn't like they had just done it. Nobody alive, not a soul alive in Amalek was there to be mean to the Israelites. Not one. Are you following me, bro?
I'm with you.
Okay. All right. So these weren't the people that did the bad thing. If we, okay, these weren't them. These were hundreds of years later. People had moved in and out of Amalek. People that started families. People were traveling. People, right? There were travelers in town. There were people who were there to visit their friends and relatives. It's a regular day in any regular city. Okay. Now imagine you had gone to visit your cousin in Amalek that day. And you don't know anything about what happened 400 years ago. It ain't like you read it in the Amalek history book. You just happened to be in town. Okay. You and your child were there. Right? You weren't a Kenite because see, he warned the Kenites, hey, y'all get out of here. But if you weren't a Kenite, you just happened to be in town, you and your baby, it just happened to be your time to go. Okay. What was let's start with your free will. Let's start before I get to your child's. Let's just talk about yours. Could you make a rational decision to not be there? Right? Were you trying to be disobedient to God when you chose to visit that friend?
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you. The thing is, I wouldn't say that it's fair in an argument to believe that you know where they changed location, because you agreed with me that as a Christian that my argument is intellectually honest to say, well, it's a change of location. But then for you to then say that God did not bring them to
Let me tell you why I say that for sure. Because at this point, nobody there believed in heaven. There isn't a soul that's in this story that knew anything about a heaven. Heaven didn't even exist to these people. Right? Now, nobody there thought that there was a heaven or a hell at the time. These are concepts that didn't make it into anybody's belief until the Greeks. Okay, so again, I'm going to go back and push back and say they didn't go to heaven.
But again, I would say that many people in the flood had no idea about a heaven as well. So
There
I
was no
don't
heaven
want to
in the
just put
flood.
generalities out there. You
There
know,
was no heaven in the flood. There was no heaven in the flood. Heaven didn't make it. Heaven didn't make it into anybody's belief system. Nobody thought about a heaven. Nobody. There was no heaven. There was just the sky. Right? There was no place called heaven. There was no place called hell. These are just people who lived and people who died. Right? But nonetheless, even if heaven was so great, if you think, oh, it's just a change of location, you wouldn't do that to your child. So even if they made it to heaven, push that back, hold that with you, because I'm not talking about them going to heaven and hell. That's not the point. The afterlife is irrelevant here. The point here is the will, not the afterlife, the will. So back to you. You happen to be in town in Amalek. You had nothing to do. You weren't alive, and neither was anybody in Amalek alive when the Israelites came through hundreds of years ago. Were you trying to disobey God by visiting your friend? Matter of fact, let me get it off you. That might be too emotional.
no, because you're bringing up very good points. Like you're bringing up very valid points. I would just have to. The argument I would give to that is that I would have to give the drunken father argument again, because the father that chose to drink now added innocent bystander.
Yes, Jesse, I think you're too focused. You're too focused on having an argument that you're not even answering the question, right? He's asking you, would you have, consciously decided to disobey God by going to visit your friend? Just try to stick with what he's asking you. I think you're focused on, oh, what argument should I give for this? Just answer his question.
And I can understand. This ain't even a drunk. You weren't drunk when you went to go visit your friend. You just made
No, for sure. But I was the child in the back seat, though. I was the innocent bystander. So to answer your question,
Wait.
like what you said.
Everybody here is an innocent bystander. Nobody in Amalek, not a soul there, was alive when Israel came through. Nobody there, not one person in Amalek was alive when Israel came through. So all of y'all, so this ain't just like a father, and this is like some children on a playground, right? And then like a meteorite comes and hits them. That's a fairer analogy. This ain't like, oh, my daddy made a split decision and bang bang. Okay, all right, but even though that's not necessarily analogous here, but this happened hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years ago. Okay, you just happened to be visiting your friend in Amalek, And then boom. Okay. Were you trying to be disobedient to God? Was anybody in that city trying to be disobedient to God? Specifically you or the children?
Specifically me or the children? No, of course not. But again, would you agree that this is also fair to use for the flood?
No, not the same. Right, not the same. Not the same. No.
Is this
And
the same Amalekites that? Oh, you said what? My bad. I'm sorry.
this same Amalekites that did what now?
Were the Amalekites also in the First Chronicles? Is the same Amalekites in the?
Yeah, they still alive in First Chronicles. Yeah, but keep in mind the context. This is why I started at 1 Samuel 15:1, so that you can understand why God did this. He was very specific as to why he was doing this. Right? And the reason that he was doing this is because when they came out of Egypt, Amalek wasn't kind to them.
Mm-hmm.
But that was hundreds of years ago. And he said why. That's the context. Okay. All right. So again, just imagine, you just sitting around minding your business. And then all of a sudden, here comes God telling somebody to get rid of everybody there. Now, again, the people who did the wrong thing died at a peaceful old age. Oh, at least, we don't have any record of anything bad happened to them. They died at a peaceful old age. They lived their lives. However they was going to get out of here, they got out of here. Maybe one of them choked on an olive or something. I don't know. But they died the way people died.
Welcome to the Mezzo Raid.
Hey, Mezzo
Hey,
Ray.
Meseret. People
If,
do choke on olives, though, don't they?
Yeah, they do. People
That
choke
is
on.
messed up.
if I'm gonna call myself a seeker of truth, and I'm gonna try to be intellectually honest, I'm gonna have to. I can't give you a rebuttal. I'm gonna have to actually go back, look into this, because I mean you're giving me y'all giving me great points, and I can't sit here and act like So I'm gonna have to do the work. I'm gonna have to do the work and go back and reevaluate this and look into it.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. As long as you promise to do that, Jessica, because a lot of times when people tell me they're going to go back and do that, they don't do it. And specifically, I use this one example specifically because this was not during the conquest. This was not, again, nobody alive in Amalek was alive at the time that the Israelites came through. Nobody there would have known about that. Right. I mean, I guess they might have had some oral history, but I mean, believe you me, this wasn't in the forefront of their hearing. Right. Right. This is just people living their everyday life. Right. This would be almost akin to if people from Quetzalcoatl, Mexico, just came up and started murking people in Los Angeles. We'd be like, whoa, and they'd be like, well, a couple hundred years ago, this used to belong to us. Okay, fair. I mean, I guess they're right, but that's not what I'm doing here.
The only argument I could think of, and again, like I said, I obviously, I'm basically conceding because I need to do more work here. But the only argument I could think of, and I know a lot of people don't like this one, but if we're going based off of biblical scripture, it does say his ways are above our ways. We may not understand. And Romans 8:28, all things work together for the good.
For them that love the Lord. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know if that's an argument or a rebuttal to what I'm saying, though. Right? Because ultimately what you're saying is he has the right to do it. And I said that earlier. Okay, I can grant you that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking specifically about the will of the people.
Okay, so then would you say that if in that case God now, so then you would say that God violates free will?
I don't think you have free will. That's why I asked you earlier, do you think that there's a difference between having a will and having free will. I don't think you have free will at all. I think people use that phrase because they heard somebody say it and never looked it up. But free will is not real. Free will is a philosophical experiment. It's like it's kind of like if I say in a hypothetical world, right? In some world, it's not a real world. It's a potential world, right? And one of those things, one of those free will thought, one of those thought experiments is free will. You know, if you could do a thing with no consequence, right? But you have consequence. You have fate.
I was gonna say, yeah. For example, TikTok is banning. America is banning TikTok January 19th. Make sure you're following the YouTube and follow Bash if you like what you're hearing right now. Just wanted to plug that in because your free will is being violated come January 19th.
Yeah. Which means we're having a going away party on my birthday on the 17th. Party with Bash. Yeah, that's right. So free will is a thought experiment. It's not. That free will is no different than if I asked you, if you could run 79 miles an hour, do you think you'd get a ticket? That's literally a free will question. If you could run 79 miles an hour, if you were running through a 50 mile an hour zone, could the cops pull you over? Right? That's a free will question. Right? But the thing is, you can't run 79 miles an hour. But if you had free will, you could.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now. I would limit it to what's in of the human's ability, though. So I'd say something like you have the free will to give a homeless man money, and help them, or feed him, or you have the free will to just slap him in the face.
Well, you have the choice, you have the option, but that's not free will, right? One, because it comes with a consequence, and two, because if there is a limit, then it is not free. It is constrained, right? The point of the term free will is to indicate that it has no constraint, right? So you can't have free will and a constraint, right? I can put you in a big prison cell. It's still a prison cell, even if you can walk 100 miles in it. If it's a prison cell, it's a prison cell. You're not free.
Okay, how about this then? What if I say I have the free will to love my wife, or I have the free will to... I feel like love is a pretty good indicator of free will. Would you?
You didn't convince yourself to feel that way. Love is a feeling. Love is a feeling. And now there's some actions that you may take because you love your wife that you have the choice to take. But you don't have a free will to do it. Again, free will would mean that it has no constraint. If you chose not to love your wife and she left you, that would be your consequence. Right? Free will would be to be able to do something without the constraint of fate. That would be your fate.
I don't know, man. I'd say love doesn't require. I'd say love doesn't require permission. Because
it doesn't require permission. Think about what I'm saying. You didn't convince yourself. You didn't convince yourself to love her. You feel that way, right? Love is a feeling. You didn't choose. Love is a feeling. You didn't choose that feeling. The feeling fell upon you. Right? You love her because you just love her. Now, again, there are some actions that you may take in love for her or outside of that love for her. Those are actions, but those come with consequences. But you didn't make yourself love her. You love her. And if you like, love is it just exists. This happens to you. You didn't wake up one day and just go, I'm gonna love this person. That's not how that works. You didn't choose that.
So you're saying love is just a feeling. So love is just a biochemical makeup, basically. Like it's just neurons, and
I didn't say it was just a feeling. I said it is a feeling, right? And it's a feeling that you didn't choose. You didn't choose to love her. It happened to you. And if it's spiritual, if it's supernatural, no matter what it is, you didn't choose it. It happened to you. It happened to you.
I mean, Bash, couldn't you say it's a bit biochemical though? Because some
It is
people don't
biochemical.
have that like some people can't experience love. Some people
Yes.
don't have that wiring or even those chemicals to experience love. So yeah.
Yes. It is biochemical. I just didn't want to leave it as, I didn't want him to push back and say, "Oh, it's
Oh
more
yeah,
than
yeah,
that."
yeah. I
Right.
got you.
So I'm saying it's less. It doesn't matter what you say it is. It can be God Himself jumping in your body. Fair enough. It doesn't matter. Point is, you didn't choose it. It happened to you. Right. And so love doesn't prove free will at all. Right. Will just isn't free. You have a will, and that's okay. It's just not free. And I don't know why people are so stuck on that particular phrase. Somebody just told y'all that, and people didn't look it up. It's a thought experiment. Free will is a thought experiment.
I don't know, man. Because I hear what you're saying, but I just don't. Because at the end of the day, it sounds like you're saying love is not a choice.
Not.
You
Love is not a choice. You either feel it or you don't, and you can't make yourself feel it. I can't make you love me if you don't. Come on, somebody, touch your neighbor. You can't make somebody love you, and you can't make yourself love nobody. Which is why it's so weird that you would be commanded to love something. You can't make yourself love nothing.
That's why it be so weird when Christians say, "I love you" because God says that we have to love.
You don't love me.
Like what? That's not
Can't make
love.
well, to be honest, yeah, you're right. Some Christians do say that, but I believe I believe what God was saying was love one another because we are all made in His likeness and His image.
It's still a
It would not.
command.
Yeah, it
He
would not.
still commanded it.
Yeah, you still can't make yourself love nothing. You can't make yourself love nothing, man. Love happens to you. Love happens to you.
Bash said today, like we're at a time, in our society, right, where we can actually love without being commanded. Like there's no, like nobody's trying to force us to love the way that they see love, right?
Yeah.
Like we're at this point where we can love because we want to.
Yeah. Because we could be over to it. We're not doing it. We're not put in a position of like servitude that we having to call love. Right, but I can't make you love nothing, man. You can't make yourself love nothing.
I agree in that case, but that's what I'm saying though. I do think it's a choice.
How do you choose it? You can choose to do some loving actions, but you can't choose the feeling, man. You can't choose the feeling. Love happens to you.
If that was the case, heartbreak wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah. You don't choose emotions, man. They're reactions. They're reactions. Those are reactions. If I, God forbid, let me just use person A. If person A was married to a person, and person B was to hurt person A's partner, that person A wouldn't choose to be angry. It's a chemical reaction. They're not choosing to be mad, right? Because you don't choose feelings. Feelings happen to you. You don't choose love or hate or any of that. You can choose to do some hateful stuff. You can choose to do some loving stuff, but you didn't choose the feeling. And so again, all that to say, right? That these people in these situations, i.e. Amalek, they didn't have any free will. Shit, they didn't even have a will, let alone free will. That wasn't their will at all. They were none the wiser. I need to know something before I can choose to obey it or disobey it. They didn't even know. They were just living in Amalek, minding their business.
No, I definitely hear what you're saying. Okay, so what? And I don't know if I'm taking up too much of the time, but I was like, okay, so if that's the case, what would you all say is? I hear what y'all are saying. So what would you all say do y'all believe in an entity, like a creator, some type of beginner?
Well, this is gonna go down the wrong path. But let me
Yeah,
say,
it's about to go down the wrong path. The path that's gonna put me to sleep.
yeah, let me not go deep into
My
this.
bad.
Let me just say this. Let me say this. The way, knowing what you're about to think of as a creator is as intuitive as it may seem to you, right? That someone had to start this. For a second, I want you to just really, really think of this, okay? Every description you would give me of this creator being literally means it doesn't exist, okay? Because if something was outside of space and time, it could not be eternal. If something was outside of space and time, that means it exists in no place at no time. Okay, which is the definition of just not existing. Right? If I told you I ate something, I had a sandwich, and you said, "Where did you eat it?" Nowhere. When did you get it? Never. Well, that means I didn't get a sandwich. It means the sandwich doesn't exist. There is no description of a God that you could give me that would be anything like existence. Okay. You're going to describe it as non-existent. And so it's not that I don't believe in God. I believe in exactly the God you're describing for me, the non-existent one.
I definitely understand your angle on that one, but I'd say could it not be?
What angle did I take?
No, because you're saying because you're saying if I would have said spaceless, immaterial, I understand what you're saying. You would have been like, well, that means that it's nothing.
Right, it's nothing.
Spaceless, that means it's nothing. I understand what you're saying, but if it's a being that's always been,
when is it? When is God?
And see, and that's, I don't even think you could ask a question like that, because that question wouldn't even make sense for that type of entity, because it's always been.
If you're saying the word always, then we're talking temporally. That means I can ask when. You can't use the word always and then get mad at me when I ask about time. That question makes perfect sense. What? Right? If I ask you, where is God? If I said, hey, where is God? And you said, everywhere. All right. And okay, in what space is God? He's in every space. Well, that means he must be material. Right? But then you go, no, he's immaterial. Then he's not everywhere. He can't be everywhere. He's nowhere. Immaterial things aren't in a place. Right? Again, there is no description of God you could give me that would lean to existence. Right? So I do believe in God. I do believe in God. I just believe in the God that you're talking about, the non-existent one.
The thing is, what you're saying is I hear you. I definitely hear you. But I do think it's also equally intellectually fair to say that it could be a being that has just always been.
But where would it always be? Keep in mind, we live in 4 dimensions, and I don't want to think of the sleep. But in order to be, right, in the 4 dimensions, right, the 3 dimensions of space and the 1 dimension of time. And if you're saying that something has always been, that means it has occupied some space for forever. What space?
But I'd say for that being to have created that, what you just said, the 3-dimensional, for that being to have created that, I feel like it would have to be outside of that.
But outside of that means you don't exist. And if a thing is not material, immaterial things can't make material things. Immaterial things don't make material things. You have to be physical to do something physically. Right? Again, there is no description of this being that you're going to give me that has anything to do with being. This is a concept like two. Right? I believe that like two is a concept, but two doesn't exist. Two can't be.
Okay, I agree with you in that sense that, you know, the way in which us as humans, we try to, you know, give a kind of structure for this being. I agree with you that it's not proper. Of course, you know, there's no real way that we as just material things can like fathom that. But I do think in a sense.
But look at you fathoming it. Look at what you're doing right now,
Right.
fathoming it. You just told me we
Right.
couldn't fathom it.
No, I was gonna say, in a sense, we can at least. It's kind of like how people can't directly describe music, but you
I
can.
can't. I can tell you everything you want to know about music, man. Music is just vibrations of air, bro. If 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 you vibrate anything at 440 cycles per second, it is going to ring out the middle A3. I could shake your body at 440 vibrations per second, cycles per second. You are going to sound like A. I could describe music perfectly. I know exactly what music is. A440 is just, I can shake anything at 440 cycles per second. It's going to sound like A.
That's why we're able to recreate sound.
Yeah. Music is physical.
Yeah, I shouldn't have used a physical thing to use that. That was a terrible analogy right there. That was terrible on my part. But no, but seriously, no.
So let me ask a question. Like, does it change anything for you? Like, let's say that you did figure out like there was an entity that created all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Does that change how you're able to interact with that entity?
If that entity really did come down and describe itself to us as much as possible.
No, I didn't say come down. Like, if you're able to like say, oh, you know, we found out that there is a creator, there is a being in another world or another dimension that created all of this. Does it change something the next day for you? Like, how you're able to interact with that being?
No.
Here in the physical world.
No.
Mm-mm. So, what value does it give you to spend time arguing or debating about whether that being exists or actually created the world? Like, the world is created, right?
Mm-hmm.
The world is here, right? Well, like, what value does it give you to go in circles about whether it exists or not?
The only reason for me, I can't speak for anybody else, but for me, the reason it brings value is only because of the claim that the entity has come down and revealed himself. And through all these different writings and history,
it still would not prove that claim. That's a different claim. You do realize that. Like, if someone were to say, hey, we proved that there is a being, right, that created this, it does not prove that it is the being in this book. It also doesn't prove the claim that Jesus was that being in the flesh. It also doesn't prove the claim that this human named Jesus died on a cross and resurrected. It also doesn't prove the claim that this Jesus is your savior. It would prove the claim that there was a being that created this earth. And that's all it would prove.
Well, I don't really, but so that's what I'm saying. So if that being, the so-called, if that being really came and
But I didn't say it was the being that came. I asked if some scientist says, hey, we got a glimpse of another being in another world, right? And that might be the God that created the earth, right? Okay. That still does not prove the claim that the God in this book would be that being, right? It still doesn't prove that it would be that the claim that Jesus, this human, was that being in the flesh. So, like, my question is, what value do you get going back and forth about whether this God existed or whether this God created the earth? Like, the earth is already created. What change happens once somebody says, oh, there's a God that created the earth? What change happens?
So, in your specific example, if that were to happen, it would do a lot, because then it would.
What's the lot?
It would then make me look at that evidence and then now question all the hundreds upon hundreds of years of history of the claims that these other people were making. And then
you do that now. That's not a change.
No, but you said if they find, empirical evidence that, oh, this is the being. Scientists said, oh, this is the being.
Not this is the being, that a being exists, right? Outside of the earth. Like, they get a glimpse, right, of a being that exists outside of the earth. And they say, hey, this is the being. This is how the earth was created, right? Or we think that this could be the being that created the earth. What changes? What value do you get from that?
In that case, I wouldn't even, it wouldn't change much, because the Bible talks about other beings as well. So I understand, your examples, but it would have to, only because in the now we have this history with the Christian Bible, with that specific example that you're giving, it wouldn't change much currently, because the biblical Bible already speaks of other beings as well. You know what I mean? But
no, like, I'm not talking about, like, what I'm saying is, okay, let's say you find out there is a God. Okay, let's even just go further. Let's say you find out that your God is the God. That God exists, right? That God exists billions of light years away. Okay, what changes tomorrow? Somebody gets a glimpse of this God and some superpowered telescope. What changes tomorrow?
I don't think anything. I don't think anything. Which, I mean, I don't really know. Again, it.
Okay, Jesse, you found out that they got a glimpse of God. What changes for you the moment you find out?
I don't think anything would change. I don't know. People say that they get glimpses of God since the dawn of time. Again, like, I understand your example, but it's just not.
So that my next question is, what value do you get, right, going back and forth about whether this God exists in time and space or whatever, like, or like going back and forth on a claim that you're not going to be able to prove, right? Other than, like, philosophical arguments, right? Scientific arguments of who can outwit the other person, right? But neither of y'all are going to be able to definitively say whether this God exists or a God exists or not, right? We get as close as the improbable or the probable as we can, right? So my question is, like, the value of the conversation. Like, what's the value in it? That's what I'm trying to find. I'm trying to figure out, like, why I should sit and listen to that.
Well, I'd say the value comes in if this being that claims it manifested itself through Jesus Christ, if that is true.
It's still not proving it's that being. You do realize that the claim of Jesus is a separate claim, right? Even though they're connecting it to this God, it's still a separate claim. Whether the being that they claim, say, oh, we found a being that created the earth, whether it's the being that's in this book, that is a separate claim, right? Like, to me, right, what's more valuable to me is discussing or analyzing or deconstructing the idea that if there is a God that exists, how are you, as a finite being, able to engage with that God here in the physical world? right? And what effect does that have on the physical world?
Again, I'm with you 100%. But that's why I'm saying, if that being is the being that claims it's manifested itself into Jesus Christ, it brings a lot of value, because then that it's a claim that if it's true, it's a claim that the being has entered into our world to have a relationship. And that's an intense claim. That's a serious value
But
aspect.
that's something that we discuss that right now. Right, without having to discuss whether or not the God exists, right? There are some people who aren't willing to say, yep, there's definitely a God, right? There are some people who say, yeah, nope, there's definitely not a God, right? And then there are those of us in the middle that's like, we don't give a fuck. If there is a God, if there's not a God, these claims here prove that if there is a God, that you can even engage with it in the physical world. Now, I'm trying to come where y'all are. I'm trying to hear the value of the other two arguments, because I've not been able to yet. So that's what I'm asking you, right? If you can help me see, what is the value of the other two arguments?
Can I give one little piece of value that I find in that argument?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
The whole reason that I even engage in that conversation is to get people to recognize what they're saying to me. Right, which is what I really didn't want to have a conversation, and why I tried to cut it off at the head by saying there is anything that you're going to describe for me is going to be non-existent, right? Because I don't think that my believer friends understand that they're describing non-existo.
I get why you do it, right? I don't get why those that need to argue, like for example, sometimes we'll get an atheist that'll come in here and think that this is a Bible study live, and they'll come in here and want to argue the existence of the God, right? Well, I don't get, like yours is more so on a kind of like what we do on a daily basis, like just conversational, and like, why do you think that type stuff? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's different. But what I'm trying to figure out is like from the perspective of one needing it to not exist, one needing it to exist, and using those arguments as your basis to prove that. I don't see the value in it, because neither of you can actually definitively say whether it exists or it don't. So that's what I'm trying to learn, the value. I'm trying to see if you can help me see the value in that type of conversation.
You're
like, I get why Bash would do it, huh?
No, you're 100% right. We cannot 100% definitively know either side. The value that I see, and that what God has laid out, is that the value that we receive is a relationship with the creator being, but then also but then it's also an optional relationship. So it's, and then oh gosh, I know we're about to get back into the free will, but if we're just talking biblically right now, biblically, that's the value. It's hey, you get a relationship with the being that created, and then also I get to now have an eternal relationship with you, even when your finite body is decayed and it's done with. You will have an eternal relationship with me because you've chosen me. If you don't want to choose me, it's okay. It's completely fine.
Hold on for a second. Bash.
I'm just talking about biblically, though. That's
yeah, that's biblically. What does that have to do with this argument about time and space, and whether the uncaused cause, the first mover, all of this, like to prove that your God exists? Because again, if a scientist came today and said, "Hey, we got a glimpse of this being," right? Nothing changes tomorrow morning. You're like, "Oh, okay." Right? That might be our God. Right? And then you go to bed the next day and you still have the same damn questions. Right? You still have the same belief. You believed that there was a God before that. And you still got to prove whether that's your God, whether Jesus actually was the Son of God, right? Because that people are going to always challenge that, or whether you can even engage with that being. Like nothing really changes. That's what I'm saying.
For a Christian, it wouldn't change again with that specific example that you're giving, because again, biblically, it speaks of other beings. It speaks of people already communicating with these other beings. So, for example, if a scientist finds this other, and again, we're on the pre-assumption that Christianity is true. We're under the pre-assumption that the Christian Bible is true. But again, if that scientist finds that, that is completely fine. It just re-strengthens the Christian belief, because we already believe that.
You are.
Well, I mean, you already believe that there is. You already believe that there is one God. You already believe that there is this one creator being, but you don't know if that God that they found is that God, right? Is that what you?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't. They just found a God. They don't know if it's yours. Would that strengthen your belief? Or at least you'd be like, okay, at least I know there is a God.
No, but again, I already believe. Again, I've already been told that there are other entities out there.
So you see what I'm saying?
No,
like nothing
I'm
would
not talking about
communicate with these other entities. You know what I mean? So
I'm not talking about other entities. I'm saying, what if you found finding a God wouldn't mean that they were any of the entities you've ever heard of, right? Like this God could be named Jeff, and nobody's ever worshipped him or ever even heard of him. Right. Okay. All right. So now that there are other entities out there, there's just this one creator entity named Jeff.
Again, I'm just trying to be fair with my argument, though. I feel like I'm being fair here. Again, the Bible.
This isn't necessarily an argument, though. I'm saying.
The Bible.
Hear me out, because
entities that are not even.
This one I'm trying to tag this in. I'm saying that this is Marduk or I don't know, Baal or Vishnu or anything like that. This is just an entity that exists in some distant universe or in some distant part of space, right? It has nothing to do with a Bible, or at least you wouldn't know that it has anything to do with the Bible, right? Because they just found an entity, right? And I think you're answering you really are answering the question, I think, better than I'm giving it credit for. Because basically what you're saying is you would take that piece of information and put it into your current belief. You would process it through what you currently believe.
You said he'll process it through what? I didn't get to hear the last word.
What he currently believes.
Which to me, that just sounds like nothing would change.
Nothing would change. Mm-hmm. Right? And I was about to ask this question because you mentioned something about a relationship. And I was talking about relationships just earlier today, as a matter of fact. And Jesse, do you have a relationship with God?
Yes.
When you say that phrase, bro, what do you mean by that?
I would love to know.
I mean that I have the Holy Spirit within me, and the Holy Spirit, God uses the Holy Spirit within me to communicate various different things, as well as everybody does, and I know we're not all going to agree. Just hear me out. Let me land. I do believe that's what the conscious that people will talk about. I believe that God put it on our hearts. So that
to be aware, or your conscious like moral conscience.
Moral, because I do believe that there are certain objective morals, maybe not all, but I do believe that there are certain objective morals, and
like killing babies would be objectively morally bad. You believe that?
I believe that I know we're about to go with this. I believe that humans
killing babies.
Yes,
like the one we just read about in 1 Samuel 15.
But again, if we're talking about through
God, right. But you believe that it is objectively morally bad, right? No matter who. Objective means it's outside of a person's opinion. There is no opinion that can change it. 2 is 2, even if God says it's 3. 2 is 2. Okay, all right. Because that 2 is objective. Okay, all right. So You believe that there are objectives. See, again, there is no, when I tell you there is no possible description of this thing that you can give me that is not contradictory in nature. And that just bothers me. Like all the philosophical arguments I've ever heard, the objective moral argument, the first mover argument, every one of these arguments, the premises fail and they're contradictory. Every one of
And
them.
it's kind of weird that they're using Kant's transcendental argument for the basis of their tag argument. When Kant didn't think that human minds had the capability of even conceptualizing whether a supernatural being existed. So to take his arguments and use it as a Christian apologetic argument to prove the existence of your God, like that's it's ironic as hell, because Kant didn't think, like, he didn't think that anybody could prove whether a God existed or not, and he just felt like religion was beneficial for society purposes, like to keep people in check. Like, that's weird.
But that goes even further to my point, because like if I have to piecemeal together a defense, right, and I go, well, such and such told me this, and it's plausible that it could be that, and if I take this piece of this argument and that piece of this argument, and then I make up this objective moral like, but in my belief, I don't believe that morals are objective. In actuality, I believe whatever God says is right. God's opinion is the opinion that matters, which makes it subjective. But I'm going to make that objective. There is no description. I have yet, which is why I consider myself an atheist, right? Not an atheist, not an agnostic, an atheist. I personally do. Until y'all can come up with something that's at least cohesive, I don't give a fuck, and I'm not even trying to do this, right? But I don't even have anything to not believe in, right? Like, because none of this is coherent. Like there can't be an objective moral, because if God says do it, then it's right. And it could go completely against everything you think is right. Everything that you would call objectively moral. If I said, well, God said do that, the best you could do is say, well, I think that goes against his nature, but I can point to something in the book where he said do that. Right? So it doesn't go against his nature, because all of this is contradictory as fuck.
And why, as a believer, do you not acknowledge that any command that you have received from this God has been communicated through the mouth of a finite human?
Even better.
And see, that's why the basis, or one of the main basis of why I have this viewpoint is because of exactly who Jesus Christ claimed to have been, and because of
Jesus didn't make that claim, bro. That's the problem. Jesus, if we were reading the gospel of Jesus, that would be one thing. You've never read the gospel of Jesus, not once in your life. You read what some people said a man said 60 years before they said it. All right, okay. Like, again, none of this makes any sense. None of this makes sense. It's some people who wrote at least 30 years after that man supposedly lived that this is what the man said. Nobody, bro, you don't remember what your mama said to you 30 years ago? And that's your mama.
Well,
you don't remember that word for word?
Well, to be honest, they didn't claim that he said. Okay, well, in cases like this, I would give the Titanic argument, or where multiple people, Washington Post, multiple different newspapers all talked about what happened on the Titanic. They all interviewed multiple people long after the Titanic, they all gave different descriptions of how the boat sank. They said it sank, it broke in half, it fell, it fell all
Because
the way
they were
down.
in different sides of the boat. Have you ever been on a boat?
No,
Yeah,
I agree with you
but
100%.
you're arguing something that I'm not arguing. I want you to hear. I want you to hear my question again. Think about what I'm saying. I'm not saying that people won't give different descriptions. That's not what I'm saying. That's not. And as a matter of fact, the synoptic gospels really only give one description, and they're arguing with each other. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. I'm saying that you're not reading the gospel of Jesus. Okay. You're reading some people, specifically the author of Mark's story. Right? Right. And that story was written about 30 years after the man was dead. Okay. Skip what the rest of them have to say about it. But Mark was the first person to write a gospel. Right. And he wrote that about 30 years after the man's death. You don't, just that one, I skip what the other people have to say. You don't remember word for word what anybody said to you 30 years ago. You just don't. And because you don't remember it word for word, like we could go find the Titanic. We can tell you exactly what happened to the Titanic. We can just go, we pull it up. It hit this and then this happened. We can run that, right? I don't have to take anybody's word on the Titanic.
I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you that now, like what you said, for sure, it'd be very difficult 30 years later, say word for word. But, I'm Nigerian. My whole family comes from Nigeria. The way that we had schooling back then, very little was written down. So that's just an example. That's just a quick little example of I don't think it's
What does that mean?
The way in which when my grandmother went to school in Nigeria, very little was written down. They used memory for most of it. But that's just
a good memory.
How old is your grandmother?
She's 90. But let me land.
Your 90-year-old grandmother wasn't writing?
Let me land.
I'm just trying to clarify something. You said your 90-year-old grandmother was not writing. Is that what you said?
Very little was written when she was in school, at the schooling that they had in her village in Nigeria. But that's just I just wanted to give that as a little example because I can respect that. Because I think we have to be intellectually honest, though.
Right. Do you know how Nigerians like how they used to record information?
Hold on, let me land now. I didn't get you.
No, you can land. I'm just trying to just pick your brain a little bit about what you're saying right now, because I think you're saying it without actually thinking about what you're saying.
I was just trying to say that we cannot give the way that we hold, retain, and give information in this day and age, in the 21st century, 22nd century. We cannot hold that back to Jesus's age.
Yes, I can. Let me tell you why I can't. Let me tell you why I can't. I'm glad you went through this. Okay. Again, Mark being the first gospel, the synoptic gospels use Mark word for word. Like they had a copy of Mark and they went in and changed Mark. Okay. So this ain't just something that was passed down word of mouth. This was, hey, Mark said this. I disagree. Okay, and then John wrote something completely different way later, or the author of John. You get the point, but that's not the point. All right. What I'm saying is that all of this is loops on plausibility, right? And the more I multiply this is kind of plausible, and this could happen, and I guess that's possible. Eventually, I'm so far away from what is actual, right? It could be the case that when I left the house today, I drove to Arizona, and when I got to Arizona, I could have went to Taco Bell because Taco Bell is in Arizona, and then I could have got a Baja Blast, and that could have given me irritable bowels, and I could have checked into a hotel because I had these restrooms, and then when I checked into that hotel, I could have met the love of my life, and I could be getting married tomorrow. All of that could be the case. None of that is the case. All of it's plausible, though.
So
all of that,
and I'm with you on a lot of that plausible stuff. But if we're talking about, again, the main thing, on the same way that all those different newspapers got the stuff wrong about the Titanic, they all agree that the Titanic sank. That's the same way that I'm trying to say, hey, let's
bro,
look at.
bro. No,
That's the
this
same
different.
way
It's
that I'm
different.
trying to. Hold
No,
on,
no,
that's
it's
the
different.
same.
It's different.
Hold on now.
No, no,
That's
no.
the
This not
same
the
way
same. Let
that
me
I'm
tell you why it's
trying
not
to
the
say.
same, though, bro.
No,
No, but Jesse,
I'm
let me tell you why I
bringing.
keep telling you not to say that. This is what I'm telling you. I keep telling you not to say that. This is a difference between, hey, we all know the Titanic sank because everybody sent independent sources to find out. And we all got a copy of the New York Times and then wrote the story off the Times. That's different. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing because the Times could have been lying, right? So it's not
And
that they sent.
don't they
Oh,
have
go ahead. I'm sorry.
tours?
But see, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying though.
Can't you
People
tour the
will.
Titanic?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
But
you can find out.
but
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
we'll find
People
out now.
and people
Yeah, so it's a physical thing that we can actually prove exists, right?
and people tore the area where Jesus was and the when he carried the cross. But this is what
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
this is what I'm saying though. People remember what Luke said, how he went around, got the account. Remember the other historians in Jesus' day that were not even Christian, but they all agree on
No,
him being.
no, I don't, and you don't either. There is not a single contemporary, not one, and I mean not a single, not one. It does not. Well, we do not have a single, one, echad, not one contemporary writing about or from Jesus. Not one contemporaneous.
What
That doesn't exist.
we're not we're not going to talk about Tacitus or Pliny the
Tacitus did
Younger.
not. Tacitus was not alive when Jesus was alive, and Tacitus did not. Tacitus was not contemporaneous.
But that,
Josephus was not contemporaneous.
Josephus also didn't mention Jesus.
Also didn't mention Jesus, but I figured he was going to name him, and I didn't want to get into the testimonium.
Oh
But
no,
the point
I
is,
know you know.
I know about Josephus. I know the arguments in there. I don't even.
okay, Tacitus was not alive when Jesus was alive.
Okay, can we at least agree that there were other non-Christians during the time of Mark's writings, Luke's writings, non-Christians that spoke about a lot and validated a lot of
What's their names?
written?
Name one.
Like you're asking us to agree on something, but tell us the names of the people that you want us to
Or
agree
name
on.
what they wrote. Maybe if you don't know who they are, just the paper called or the book called what?
There's the early Christian fathers, but then there's also
None of them was around with Jesus.
no. But I'm saying
Wait, early Christian fathers? They were not witnesses.
no,
Yeah.
no. But I'm saying I didn't say. I said that we're alive during the writings of Mark and Luke and the other people, not actually.
Who are you talking
Yeah,
about?
name the person.
Pliny the Younger, Titus, Vespasian.
Okay. Vespasian?
There's a lot of
Vespasian?
writings.
Wait, are you calling Pliny the Younger an early Christian father?
No. But I'm talking about non-Christian historians, non-Christians during that
Name
age.
one. You still ain't name one. Because Vespasian didn't write nothing about Jesus.
Lala, request again. For some reason, you're not. Do y'all see Lala on stage?
Yeah, Lala right next to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
she just popped up for me. Okay, she just popped
I
up.
see her.
Okay.
They spoke even if they didn't even if they didn't say the actual name Jesus, they spoke of Christians. They spoke of people that followed this man.
Name one that was contemporary with those writings. Listen to the question I'm asking you. Right. And I'm giving you on all the earliest of writings. So from 60 CE to 90 CE. Name one. The first time you ever hear anything about a Christian is going to be in about 110. Other than Josephus, and I don't want to get into Josephus. Name one. You
Sorry,
don't.
they went
That
too
just
big.
doesn't exist.
I feel like I've named like 4.
No, you didn't. You named Pliny the Younger. You named Vespasian. You named Tacitus. None of these guys were around during these writings. None of these guys were writing during these writings.
Even
Maybe Tacitus was
Ignatius
alive.
is after the Jesus supposedly died.
I mean, all
Yeah.
these.
Barely Paul was there. Paul wasn't even there.
Most of them didn't write until after the crucifixion, though. I'm just saying that people authenticated the main points of Mark and Luke and the other writers. I'm not saying that they said that's true.
Mark.
No, I'm
They
not
read
saying.
Mark.
No, they were accounting from when people were getting martyred. They were accounting from all these different other things from
This would have been after Mark, handsome. Mark was written in 60. The temple wasn't even destroyed till 70. The martyrs wouldn't have existed till 90s or the hundreds.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. So, why are you attributing it to that? For sure they got this from Mark's writing.
Because Mark was written in the 60s.
But you can't attribute.
Mark was around 40 years.
But
in circulation.
You can't attribute their knowledge to that. For sure that they got it from what they read from Mark.
Matthew changed Mark to match history.
Yes, and so did Luke. Right? But what I'm saying to you here is you made the claim that there were non-Christian authors who were writing about this. They were verifying this. And that's just plain old not true.
No. I didn't say that they said it was true. I said that they were claiming that these things were happening. There was a man in the time of oh gosh,
you can't find me one of them until the 100s. And basically what they're saying is there are people who believe this. That none of them were saying that this was real or that they were verifying that this happened. They just said that they were Christians.
I agree.
But I can tell you that there are Christians. The fact that there are Christians doesn't make Christianity true. There are Muslims too. That don't mean that Muhammad split the moon in half. Point being, there is.
I agree 100%. They specifically said that it's not true. All I was saying was because you were saying that Mark was saying word for word and we don't have a gospel of Jesus. I was just saying, well, hey, these other people also claimed the major points of the crucifixion and other things.
They did not. Who made that? But tell me who said that.
Got a list of them. A list of few of them right there, actually.
Those are Christians. Every one of those are Christians.
They were not. They weren't just at the in the beginning of their. Some of them became that.
They believed in Christ. Look at they believed in Christ.
These are bishops and writers.
These are bishops.
Apologists.
They converted to Christianity.
Exactly.
Okay,
thank you.
So
thank
they believed in
That's
Christ.
what I'm saying. They converted. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, but you converted. That don't make it true.
I agree.
And again,
I agree with you.
But wait, no, because you keep going in circles.
What?
You said that there was a non-Christian writer that was confirming the main points of the crucifixion. You have yet to produce that.
Well, there's Talmud. There's
Talmud. Don't mention about Jesus. Talmud is a. Okay. The Talmud. The Talmud. Never mind. That's not a person. Let me just say that Talmud isn't a person. So let's do this again. You said that there were non-Christian writers. That's what you said. That confirmed the main points of the crucifixion. And I'm waiting for you to give me one. And if you don't have one, you can just say, well, I don't have one. And that's fine. We can move on. But I would prefer that you just say, I don't have that. I thought I had that, but I don't have it on me right now. I'll get it for you later. I can respect that.
I feel like I gave 4, but it's okay.
You did not. You said Vespasian. You didn't name a single. The only non-Christians that you named was Vespasian.
I'm stuck on Talmud. I'm still stuck on the Talmud.
The only person you named that wasn't Christian was Vespasian. And he didn't say nothing about Jesus.
I
And
felt
I
like
mean,
y'all already agreed with me that these other people listed converted, so they weren't Christian to be in the beginning.
they believed in Christianity. So of course when they write, they're writing from no different than you're telling me the story from the Christian perspective. And they converted in the second century. Okay, so 100 years after this, somebody believed the story 100 years later. What does that? How does that? Are you understand? Like, am I making sense when I ask this question?
But I'm
You
agreeing. But
believe the
I think
story.
he's trying to say. Wait, Jess, is he saying that they wrote about this while they were non-Christian or after they converted?
They wrote. I hope he not. No, it was definitely after they converted. He know that. I know you
no,
know that, right?
all I was saying was
Right.
I was agreeing with him when he said, "Hey, this is 30 years after. You mean to tell me Mark knows word for word?" I said, "Hey, I agree with you." I said it, but then I then said, "Hey, there's other historians, there's other people during that time that all agree on the main points. There
But
was
there
Jesus
isn't, and
Christ,
I'm letting you know for a
part the
fact that
time."
that does not exist. That does not exist. That does not exist. You don't have a single writing prior to 60 CE. Not one.
I mean,
Right. That's what I'm
Not one.
asking.
Talus was quoted by Julius. I mean, there's a lot. There's honestly a lot of them.
No, there is not a lot. I'm gonna say this one more time. There isn't one. Not only is there not a lot, there are zero. Zero.
Think about, okay, so Pliny the Elder, right, was a historian, right, Jesse?
Yeah.
All right, and Pliny the Elder lived between 23 CE to around 77, 78 CE, right? So he would have lived during the time Jesus lived, also during the time that Jesus' crucifixion happened. And then a great period after, during the time that Mark would have been written, right? The first gospel would have been written. He lived during the time that the letters of Paul would have been in circulation with Marcion. Well, not with Marcion, I take that back. But Paul would have been living during the time Pliny the Elder lived, right, in Rome. And Paul's letters would have been circulating at that time, right? During 23 CE to about 77, 78 CE. Would you agree on that timeline?
That's a right. I'd probably make, well, yeah. Well,
What changes would you make? So Paul is estimated to have died some between 62, 67 CE. Jesus lived approximately 3 CE to 33 CE. Mark was written around between 68, 70 CE. Paul's letters were in rotation around 35. His first letter, I think, was get to the Galatians around 35 CE. So, what would you take out of that timeline? I'm not talking about Tacitus. I'm talking about Pliny the Elder during his life.
I mean, again. I sent in a few of them, a few other ones just now in case that one
No.
wasn't.
I'm asking about Pliny the Elder's life. The things that would have taken place during Pliny the Elder's life. Jesus would have been alive, right? Pliny the Elder was born around 23 CE. Jesus would have still been alive, right? And living in Roman provinces, right? His crucifixion took place during the life of Pliny the Elder, right?
Okay.
Okay. His resurrection took place during the time of Pliny the Elder. The book of Mark would have been written during the time of Pliny the Elder, right? The letters of Paul would have existed during the time of Pliny the Elder. His letters would have been in rotation during the lifespan of Pliny the Elder. Is there anything that I'm missing?
Okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Pliny the Elder was a historian, right? He was a Roman historian, yet he wrote nothing about Christians. He wrote nothing about Jesus.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, From my understanding, I was learning about Pliny the Younger, and I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
but
just
I'm
an
bringing up
extended
his uncle.
version.
I'm bringing up his uncle. His uncle lived before him, Pliny the Elder, right? His uncle was a historian,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he didn't write about Jesus. He would have lived the same time Jesus did. He would have been alive when Jesus was crucified. He would have been alive when Jesus so-called resurrected. He would have been alive when the book of Mark was in rotation. He would have been alive when Paul was alive. He would have been alive when Paul's letters were in rotation, when the persecuting of the early Christians, the followers of Paul, right? He would have been alive when all of this was taking place, yet he did not record any of this in any of his history.
Well, to be fair, a lot of people didn't write about him. That was also there. I mean, because people thought it was just hogwash. People thought it was nonsense. A lot of people didn't write about it. That doesn't. Why does that now?
Because you just gave us his name as one of the people. Like you gave us his name.
But I said Pliny the Younger, though.
All
You
right.
literally said like people who were writing right during the time that Jesus was alive, during the time that Mark was written, right? You brought up you did, that was the original thing that you said. There were plenty of people writing during the time that Mark was being written, during the time that Jesus his resurrection, right? That's what you said. And what I'm bringing up is that there is a Roman historian who lived during the time that Jesus would have lived, right? Who lived during the time that Mark was written. Paul was doing his preaching. His letters was in rotation. Yet he does not mention these Christians in Roman history. He does not mention the persecution of these people in Roman history.
And Pliny the Younger didn't write to 110. That was 80 years post the fact. And he didn't write about Jesus. He wrote about people who believed in Jesus.
I agree, but again, I don't really. I can say, with you just saying that, well, this guy didn't write about it, so it's like, well, I agree. You know, a lot of people didn't write about it. Do I just say, well, they didn't write about it, so,
But
or
Jesse,
do I also?
have you read what, like, the people that have written about Christians, right?
Mhm.
Like, for example, the people that have you read what they've written about Christians? Have you read the description? Like, the fact that they're like, yeah, these people are kind of weirdos. They're in a cult. Like, have you read any of that?
Yes, yeah, and I read out. I think that was. I don't know if it was Cornelius or if it was.
Right. So how are you quoting these people to be like the evidence of your Jesus exactly? If they're saying these people were weirdos.
Again, I'm not using that as evidence that Jesus, that since Jesus claimed to be God and people are talking about it, then that he's God. I'm not saying that. I'm only saying that they bring to the fact the major events
No,
of
they
Jesus
don't.
being
No, they don't.
We
None of them are.
don't.
They don't. And they're right. First off, they don't point to the major events of this crucifixion. Secondly, the people that you're naming aren't writing until almost 100 years later, right? So they're just telling you what people believe. They're not saying, "Hey, this happened." They're saying people believe this happened.
I I agree.
There were just a
That's
bunch
all
of
I'm
people
saying.
that believed stuff, and like over and over again, they're like, yeah, they're just these group of people that have this belief. Not once do they go into detail and say, oh, Jesus did this and Jesus did this and he resurrected. None of that.
But some of them are also claiming how people died as martyrs due to
Yeah, because they were in a cult.
People die for stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Did you know there were 20,000 men who believed that Nero resurrected and they went and died for it? Did you know that 20,000 men believed that Nero resurrected and they went and died for it?
Yeah, even in today's time, look up Lori Harvey. Is that her name? Yeah, look up like so many different cults where people have unalived themselves. Jim Jones, it happens every day.
Well, well, at least I'd say it's a difference for
What's the difference?
dying for. I'd say there's a difference between dying for what you've heard and dying for what you claim you have seen. I think
The people the people who died for Nero thought they saw Nero.
Yes,
They
and
thought Nero.
Lori Daybell's cult thought that people were turning into zombies. She legit believed that, at least that's the story, that her son and her daughter were turning into zombies from the Antichrist. That was a belief, and she unalived those children. People believe things strongly.
But then you would have to then look into, like, for example, that 20,000. Did they all have the 20,000 vision at the same time? Did they all hallucinate that?
Yes. Nero was in front of them at the same. They were marching, following Nero. All 20,000 of them believed that Nero was in front of them, leading them to battle.
They probably believe the leader, like a lot of people do today. A pastor can get up in front of y'all and tell y'all that Jesus is in there, and a lot of Christians would just automatically believe it, and they'd be like, Jesus came into the church today, just because the pastor says that he saw Jesus.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. There are some pretty wild places like that.
But wouldn't you expect histories to overlap? Like if there's two historians, right? Like you use Josephus as one, right?
I use Josephus now.
Somebody type Josephus in, and somebody
No,
mentioned
you
Josephus.
mentioned Josephus, and I said I don't want to talk about Josephus.
He sure did.
You know what? I said I agree. I don't want to talk about him.
You mentioned him. That's why I said I didn't want to talk about him. You said there's Tacitus, there's Josephus, and I'm like, I don't want to talk about Josephus.
Yeah. But wouldn't you expect two historians' histories to overlap in some sense, right? Like Eusebius, so you have in Josephus's writing, somebody mentioned Josephus mentioning Jesus, right? But we know that doesn't come until like the 4th century because nobody mentions Josephus mentioning Jesus prior to that, right? But if you look at one way that you could validate, right, whether people were writing about Jesus himself or this phenomenon of this Jewish man that rose up from the dead. Like, if they're writing about histories in Rome, wouldn't you expect that something as somebody raising from the dead, other than Vespasian, because they both write about Vespasian doing miracles, right? They write about his miracles. Wouldn't you expect that some mention of this Jewish carpenter being crucified and then just coming back to life, or people claiming that they saw this Jewish carpenter come back to life? Wouldn't you expect that in the early histories?
To be fair, if I'm being fair, yes, but then I can't just discount the other people that have also spoke to the other sightings in different areas and different places to different people after the resurrection.
Sightings?
The claims of sightings. I'm sorry, the claims of sightings again, because they didn't claim that it's real. They're just the claims that they.
Are you talking about in the Bible? What site? Like, are you talking about the ones that's in the Bible where it says 500 people saw him? Like, is that what you're talking about?
Is that? No.
What other kinds of sightings are you talking about?
Wait, you said no?
Who else wrote that they saw Jesus outside of this Bible?
Other people claimed.
Who?
Where?
I typed in a few of them on there. There's.
I thought you were talking about
that's like 900 people in here. I can't see all the comments. Can you say?
Cornelius Tacitus.
They didn't claim to see Jesus.
Say he saw Jesus?
I did not say that. I did not say that.
They didn't claim to have seen him either.
I did not say that.
So what are you talking about?
They wrote about claims
They did
of
not write about a sighting.
Even claims of a sighting.
Right. Have you read any of this? Have you actually read, like the people that you're citing right now, have you read what they've written?
I have.
Are you
And you
sure?
think Tacitus
What
wrote
did
about a claim
Cornelius
of a
say?
sighting?
They're talking about people that claimed of sightings and claimed why they follow.
That's not what Tacitus said. Tacitus didn't say nothing like that.
Mm-mm.
Well, he just called y'all weirdos.
Yeah. Tacitus was talking about Christians with an E, right, and that they followed a man named Christus, right? But he didn't talk anything about resurrection appearances and none of that.
I mean, but he talked about the extreme penalty that happened due to Tiberius's hands.
That ain't had nothing to do with what you said, though. That's not what you said. What you said was that there were people who wrote about claims of sightings, and that's not true.
I did. I said they wrote about
Claims of sightings.
Hey, Jesse, are you talking about Cornelius in the Bible? Are you when you say Cornelius and then Tacitus, are you saying Cornelius Tacitus, or are you talking about Cornelius in the Bible?
Cornelius Tacitus. There's also, and I feel like I'm butchering these people's names. That's why I've been writing them in there. I apologize.
Right. So so besides Tacitus, who else did you mention that wrote about claims?
Tullius, he was quoted by Julius Africanus.
And what did he say?
Let me see here. Talking about the crucifixion and what happened right directly after. Again, he's talking about murmurings and words that he's getting from other people. He's not claiming, "Oh, this is what happened." I'm just saying that these people did write about it from information that they received from various people. That's all I'm saying.
So wait, does he say that that people saw Jesus?
Tullius,
that's what I meant.
No, Tullius just mentions the only thing.
Africanus lived in the 2nd and 3rd century. That again, we 150 years post the fact.
I'm trying to see what he's saying that they like. He's saying that they wrote about people saying that they saw Jesus, and I'm trying to see what they said. Like, what is it that you're saying they said about these people claiming to see Jesus? And if that is the case, right? Like, what is it that you're saying that it means?
The only reason I brought any of this up is because I was agreeing with him when he was saying, "Hey, Mark is saying word for word this and that," and I was saying, "Yeah, I feel you 100%. This is a long time after the fact for him to know word for word everything that I said. I'm cool with it, fine." But then I said, "Hey, but what about the other people, the non-Christians, or just other people not even in the Bible, other historians, other people around the world that also verified the main points?"
They didn't verify it. They wrote that people believed it 200 years later, bro. Like these are, again, what I said was, so far you've proven me right. There wasn't a single, and I was very specific about this, not one contemporaneous writing of Jesus' life. Not one.
When I say verify, I shouldn't have. I meant to I'm just trying to say that also claim that people are talking about this.
Oh, well, that's true. Okay, if that had been the claim, yes, of course, there are Christians exist, and the first time they get mentioned is by Pliny the Younger in 110. Christians exist, right? But That would be no different than me saying, hey, I met a Christian today who believed that Jesus rose from the dead. I met you today. You believe that Jesus rose from the dead. Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
And
say.
thousands of authors right now that talk about Jesus and the people that believe in Jesus. Thousands of books.
Wow, I wouldn't say it was mentioned a Planet Younger about 110. The
110.
mom.
He wrote it. That was written in his last book, The Annals. It was written in 110.
But then you have the Mara Bar Serapion. That was 70 AD.
And what did he say?
He's talking about how the Jews murdered their quote unquote wise king, and after that their kingdom was abolished, and God rightly avenged these men. He's not saying that he believes that. He's just saying that that's what the people were saying.
Okay.
That's all I was trying to say, is that people were discussing these things from various places around the world.
But bro, what all you're saying is that people believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
I know people believe in Jesus.
And then reading Africanus' words, he's quoting Talents, however you say his name, and he quotes one line about the darkness that happened at the crucifixion, and Talents believes that it was a solar eclipse. But when Africanus writes, he's writing from a place of belief, like our Savior did this, and our Savior, like this happened because our Savior, like he's not writing as an eyewitness, right? He's not saying that there were eyewitnesses there, right? He's quoting what Tallis believed was the reason for the darkness at the time of Jesus' sacrifice.
I agree.
So like it's not a
lot of these people did not. Also, these people weren't there, but again, I'm just saying that all I was trying to say was the main points in Mark and a lot of these other gospels: the crucifixion, the quote unquote, like what you just said, what it was really, they claim it was just a eclipse and this and that. Like these points that Mark was and all these other people was outlining, these other people also mention it as well. That's all I was saying.
100 years later.
That's not what you said. You said that they wrote about eyewitness accounts.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said.
I did not say that.
That is exactly what you said. And I don't even feel like doing a rewind, but I can, because you're being streamed to YouTube. I can go back and replay for you exactly what you said. Like, but don't make us do that. Like, you literally did say that.
I continue to say
You changed it. At first you said it was the sighting, and then you said no, it was the claim of the sighting. So you got to be consistent.
I originally said that these people are non-Christians. There's no way that I could have said that these people are non-Christians and then I claim that they're writing about seeing the Jew that people are praising. I immediately, the first thing I said was these people are non-Christians. He then said, well...
Yeah, but they didn't write about these things as non-Christians, though. Like, does that part not matter to you? Like, they weren't non-believers and then wrote about this.
The people I've been giving were like Talis, like all these other Cornelius, Tacitus.
Right, these are records. These are records, not sightings. Not once do they mention a sighting of Jesus.
I did not.
Sightings?
Again,
The claims of sightings. I'm sorry. The claims of sightings. Again, because they didn't claim that it's real. Thank you, Thinker.
Thank you. I said they did not claim it.
Are you talking about in the Bible?
No, listen to yourself.
Like,
She's playing it for
in the
you.
Bible
Listen.
where it says 500 people saw him. Like, is that what you're talking about?
Is that? No.
What other claims of sightings are you talking about?
You just said what other claims of sightings when I just immediately said that they're...
No, listen. She's playing your voice for you so you can listen. Here, listen.
Who else wrote that they saw Jesus outside of this Bible?
Other people claimed.
Who?
Where?
I typed in a few of them on there. There's...
That's like 900 people in here. I can't see all the comments. Can you say?
Cornelius Tacitus.
They didn't claim to see Jesus.
You saw Jesus?
I did
no,
not
they didn't.
say that. And I continue to keep saying I did not say that.
You literally did. If you weren't talking at the beginning of it, you would have heard yourself say that they wrote about people who claimed that they saw Jesus, and Rhea clarified, I clarified. You literally did say it. I just played it back for you.
Yeah, type it in again because, like what you said on the recording, you couldn't see it because all those people. So I'll put another person on here.
It doesn't
We're
matter
not
what you
asking
put
you
in
for
the
the people
comments.
again. We're talking about
What?
what you said that you're now saying you didn't say.
Like I said on the recording, I said I typed it in. You then said I didn't see it because of
No.
900
No.
people.
You
I
you
said okay.
said that people wrote, right, about other people claiming to have seen Jesus. That's what you said. And now you're saying you didn't say that.
I said on the recording, I typed them in. Then you said there's 900 people. I can't see it. I said okay.
Why is that the thing that you're talking about? Am
I
I am
don't
I am I am
know.
I saying to you you didn't type anything in? Am I saying to you you didn't give us any names? Like, why is that the thing that you're focused on?
Like maybe he has to hear the beginning part again because I don't know what he's talking about. That has nothing to do with what we're asking you.
Did someone just say that the recording is AI?
And I think they're calling him AI because he keeps
Oh,
like repeating the same thing.
Hey man, I've been told I can do like a radio voice. I didn't believe it though, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm checking out. Thinker, I don't know.
yeah, me too. I don't know. There's no need to like. I mean, you did say it. There's not. It's just the evidence isn't there, right? Again, like I think one way that you can, like attempt to validate this claim is by going back and reading the histories at that time and correlating and see like who's talking about what. But unfortunately, extra biblical histories are not on y'all's side when it comes to this, which is probably why Eusebius felt the need to lie and make up records of this Jesus, because he knew that there wasn't a lot of extra biblical recordings. If somebody was crucified and the next thing you know he walking around town, some historian is going to record that. And you like the idea that two prominent historians in Rome, neither of them, like both of them living at the same time, neither of them mentioning this in any of their historical records, like that's a huge ass problem, honestly, for me, when it comes to validating the claim.
No, I agree with you because you're talking about Pliny the Elder, right? I agreed with you on that
And
one.
Josephus, like they both were writing histories at the same time.
Yeah, even the way Josephus writes it, like he's quite literally writing it as a historian. He's like, oh, in this time there was this man that existed. His name was Jesus. Like that's why I'm asking you, have you read any of this?
Only the ones that I listed in the chat. Those are the only ones that I've read. That's why I keep not bringing up Josephus. I haven't read any of Josephus' stuff. That's why I don't even mention him. And also, I just hear a lot of arguments with Josephus' book as well.
Well, I definitely thank you for coming up. This is a long way away from free will. Did you have anything else you want to say before we move on to the next person?
Nah, just thank y'all, man. Thank y'all for. It's my first time like on a live, So, thank y'all. It was a good conversation. Y'all definitely gave me a lot of things to read up on, for sure.
You're very welcome, Jesse. I hope you have a good night or a good morning, okay?
All righty.
All right. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose and you want to be next on stage, please comment so that we can bring you up and we don't have to go through the accidental request. Also, in the meantime, I am asking everybody in here to please follow us on YouTube at Arc Thinker, just in case TikTok ban goes through on January 19th. Also, tomorrow I'll be creating a Lemon 8 account. TikTok has announced a partnership with Lemonade, and they plan on powering Lemonade through TikTok. So they're going to move all of our data over to Lemonade. I'm sure that's going to be a process, but in the meantime, we are going to keep the lives going either through YouTube or Discord if the ban goes through. The Greasy Taco, I don't fucking debate. If you want to debate, you need to go find another live. And then if you enjoyed Bash's content, follow Bash. He does lives as well. And then we have a podcast together called Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash that we do every Sunday where we read the Bible one verse at a time on YouTube as well. Rhea also does lives when she has time. She's a busy ass person.
Man.
So she does lives when she has time as well. Has anybody commented other than the Greasy Taco? Because I don't know, he needs to go find a debate live.
Oh, sorry. I was rude as hell coming up here, y'all. Hi, Thinker. Hi, Lala. Hello,
Hey,
everybody in the chat. Hi, you guys.
How is your trip going?
Good. I come back tomorrow. Well, day after tomorrow, because my trip is going to take like 24 hours. But yeah, back soon.
Ooh, I know you're not looking forward to that. Been on that plane for a whole ass day. The YouTube is Arc Thinker. If a mod, one of the mods could type that and pin it, so that we can keep up with everybody in case the ban goes through. That wasn't an autocorrect. You already lying in the comments. I don't like liars. How the hell you autocorrect debate? No.
Maybe
you already lying.
Wait, what other word could you have been saying?
Yeah, what word were you trying to type that it autocorrected to debate?
I can't.
That's lying for no damn reason.
Right. Like, I don't, because you're going to irritate the hell out of me coming up here lying. Tanya? Hello, Tanya?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. Did you mean to come up?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll take you down, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my gosh, you sound scared.
Man, talk about stage fright for real. Tanya was like, how the fuck did this happen? This is why we need y'all to comment. Like, we are not trying to pull y'all up out of your comfort zone and throw y'all on stage. That is TikTok fucking with y'all's free will. If you're in the guest box and your name ain't the Greasy Taco, please comment so that we can get somebody. I'm not bringing you up. You already don't lie, man. I don't do liars.
Please, Tanya, if you're there, drink some cold water, mama. Okay. I feel bad.
Man, that was oh my goodness. I did, and that's all that matters. It's 24 people in the guest request. Nobody's in here on purpose.
Not one person is commenting. Come on, y'all.
Mars.
Thinker, do you see Mac? Mac talking about something. Disgust me, bro.
Disgust me, bro. Mac is crazy. Mars? Hello, Mars?
Hello?
I don't know what the fuck. I'm sorry. I just felt like you was playing games. Request again? Request again, Mars. Y'all, please come up here like y'all got some sense. We are all adults in here. Everybody in here should be 21 and up. Like, just please, just act like you got some sense. Mars, send your request again. Let's see. There you go. Hi, Mars. How are you? Oh, what the hell? I know I clicked your name. I don't know what happened. TikTok got issues. Okay, there we go. Mars?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm good. Are you a Christian or believe in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm still figuring out where I'm at because I'm leaning towards Christian, but at the same time I'm questioning everything because I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, but something just didn't feel right. And then while I'm trying to do my own personal search, it's like I just see corruption everywhere. And it's like I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. I'm like reading the Bible, I believe in that. I'm still questioning. I'm still learning, researching,
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you might be in the process of like deconstructing your faith. One of our co-hosts in here, Not That Fee, is a former Jehovah's Witness. I wish that she was awake. She's probably somewhere knocked out, but she usually comes on stage around 5 a.m. So I think that would be a perfect conversation for her to have with you. But so it sounds like you're deconstructing. Which did you want to discuss?
I jumped in the live, so I wasn't sure how this worked. If I had to pick one, there's so many good choices. I'll go with, does Jesus' sacrifice influence your perception of Yahweh?
Okay, go ahead.
In my opinion, like, just on his own, like, say if that didn't happen, and again, I'm not trying to talk like I know everything, like, I'm still, learning myself, but from my opinion, from what I've learned, or with how I feel, is that he didn't have to do anything, technically. He could have just either sat there and just, let us play out, or he just could have destroyed us, but instead of doing either of those, he decided to intervene when he didn't have to. And he was in the right, so it's like we did him a wrong. And technically, he has the right to ask for us to pay up, but instead, he paid up for us. And to me, that affects me because he didn't have to.
Do you feel this guilt? Do you feel this guilt and indebtedness that you have towards Yahweh when you say he did this and he didn't have to, right? Because we did this, right? And he just sat there and he could have done this, but he didn't do it. Like you said, he didn't have to several times. Can somebody block Baba G, please? Do you feel that the reason you have this feeling of guilt, this sense of loyalty to Yahweh is because of the narrative that Jesus died for your sins and that you are wretched from the day that you're born? Thank you, Rhea.
That was a very observant of you to mention how I mentioned that so many times. I didn't even notice how many times I said that. But to answer your question, I it's kind of a, forgive me if my answers are a little obscure. Because when I was younger, I honestly, like very, very young, I just felt like, the Bible, the flood, it was all a fairy tale. And then it's like I learned about it, but my heart wasn't really in it. But I was also a child, and you know how that goes. Like either some go or some don't. It's just like a feeling that keeps hitting me, and it's like this has to be true because it just makes sense. But then when thinking about like the guilt, especially growing up, I think that's was one of my problems. If I'm correct, pride, because I was that kid that was, I want to pay for my own sins. Like,
Can you do me a favor and move closer to the mic? It's a little struggle to hear you. It sounds like you're far away from your phone.
Oh, I apologize. I'm also soft-spoken. But to answer your question directly for revolving around the guilt, yes, it is there. I can't say why. Like, it's ever since I learned about it, but I mean, I was also a kid. So, of course, kids believe what they're told. It's like I believed it, but then as I got older, it's, well, what if I wanted to pay for my own sin? Like, that's not fair. Like, what if I did? You mean to tell me if I was locked in a box from the day of my birth to the day of my death, I didn't do anything bad whatsoever, I was locked in a box, and I'm still technically not good enough because I inherited the sin. And that's like a thing that I've been processing over the years, because there is a lot of guilt, but it's like it's kind of hard for me to conceptualize, because the guilt is there and working past the point of I want to do it, I want to pay for it, like coming to understanding that I'm imperfect, but also I apologize. It's a
You don't have to apologize. I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. Continue.
No, I was saying you don't have to apologize. I get exactly what you're saying. Keep going.
That has actually been recently in my life. I just been feeling like a little nudge, just a little nudge, and this is going to be referring to an earlier conversation you had. I was in and out because my phone was kind of glitching out, but I remember there was my brain's going to mush. There was talk about there was like three different options about what people would believe in. I wish I was taking notes because that was a really good conversation you guys were having earlier that I felt tied into it. For me, like in reference with the question that I was asking you, or with the question that I asked, it's basically I just want the truth, because if there's a God out there, which I believe there is, there's no way that one can exist when you look at like nature, like the patterns, everything grows in a pattern. We are technically like mostly water, and we turn into dust, and somehow we're up and we're thinking and we're moving and creating things. And if there's something out there like reaching out to us in this state, it would be illogical to turn it down. But it's also overwhelming when I take the time to sit and think about it, or even when I read through like what happened. It's just like, how can you not feel guilty? I know that we're told that we shouldn't feel guilty, and it's also kind of weird because I'm the kind of person who will just help someone out. Like, oh, you need this much money, here you go. Or, oh, you need help with this, there you go. So I'm the person that's sort of like, there you go, there you go, there you go. And then there's the other person on the other end saying, I can't repay you. Or, I can't let you do this is too much. And then with thinking about that, I'm not in no way saying that I'm like Jesus or I'm great like that. But I've seen a similarity of both ends. So it's processing that. It's like I tell them, don't worry about it. I want to do this. I care. Like it's literally no problem at all. But then when the roles are swapped, it's like I've been on both sides, so I believe him when he says, we're in good standing with him as long as we obey him. But at the same time, the feeling of indebtedness, as well as the desire for perfectionism, I would say. I feel like I'm going a little off the rails and I'm a little everywhere.
No, I get what you said. I wanted to ask, like, you made several statements that made me want to like ask you a question. The last thing you said was like, you're a very nice person and considerate, right? And you give to people, but because of this guilt, this debt, that you either feel because Jesus died, right, to cover the sin that you've been told that you have from the day that you were born, that even if you were in a locked box your entire life, that debt would still be there, or you feel indebted to a creator for giving you life, right, for the beautiful earth that you see and experience every day. So it sounds like there could be two causes of this debt and this guilt that you're feeling. But when you said that it's not like you are trying to be like Jesus, so I don't know which way to take the cover.
Can I clarify?
Yeah.
First off, it was the first scenario that you mentioned, and with
do me a favor. Can you get closer to the mic? I'm so sorry. Like I'm having such a tough time. Like if there's space in between, I'm gonna pay attention to the space in between our voices and try to listen to you at the same time. And I want to be able to really listen to you.
I understand. I had my Bluetooth on, so I'm gonna get it disconnected. I'll just grab my charger real quick. But talking about, it was the first one that you mentioned, the fact that I need to be saved. But I also understand that's probably pride. And there was a second one. What was the second idea that you mentioned?
The nature, like the debt of feeling grateful for life.
First, let me disconnect my Bluetooth.
Or the not being like Jesus because you give to other people, like not giving yourself credit.
For that, I was referencing, that was me just saying, hey, like, I'm not better than anyone. Like, I'm trying to be like him. But I'm not saying, oh, I'm like Jesus, I'm better than you. Like, I have the ability to do this, so I'm better than you. You know?
Yeah, like, but I think focusing it on that, like having to prove to yourself or to others that you're not thinking that, I still think that that's a part of this guilt and loyalty that you feel. Because honestly, like, if you think about it, what did Jesus do other than this narrative of like, oh, he died for your sins? Like, what did he do that you can't do as a human when it comes to like Jesus taught about feeding the poor, right?
Yeah.
You're saying you actually feed the poor. You don't just teach about it.
Well, I don't do it all the time. I'm not even saying.
But you've done it more times than Jesus did when he was here, according to this book. Jesus taught about feeding the poor. He didn't actually do it in this book.
True. I've also that's been brought to my attention the other day, like, what does faith without works mean? Because you need to have faith, but you also need to have works, but also know that it's not your works that saves you, it's your faith. Correct?
Well, that's an argument between James and Paul. So Paul says that it's just faith alone. James believes it's faith and works. So they're having a disagreement there.
That shows I still have a lot to learn. For me, this the biggest part of it is, and maybe I'm off here, but it's like Jesus is his own person, but he was a reflection of God, which means everything we saw was God and not Jesus himself.
So, okay, so when I asked the question, like, does Jesus' sacrifice influence your perception of Yahweh? With you saying that everything that Jesus did, right, was actually God, like a reflection of God, right? Would you say the same for the Old Testament God? Everything that the Old Testament God did was actually Jesus doing it.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I actually listened to the audiobook of the Bible. I made it from Genesis to 2 Kings, and it's hard to think of Jesus that way because he wasn't a man of war.
You said it's hard for you to think of Jesus that way because Jesus wasn't a man of war?
Well, his life on earth, he didn't show, he didn't participate in any wars. He was on a ministry. He came here on a mission. He wasn't here to take over this city or this area or even the world. He was here specifically to do something.
Like, what do you believe, or what was you taught that his mission was?
I was taught that he came down here to pay for our sins, and that's about it.
No, what was his mission when he? Do you know, like, what the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah, was supposed to do they were waiting on a Messiah, right? And Jesus was claiming to be that Messiah from the Hebrew scriptures. Do you know what the prophecy of that Messiah was and what that Messiah was supposed to do?
I can't go quote unquote, but from what I remember, I can only remember one prophecy regarding him, but anyone else could have done it easily. But it was when he rode through the gates on the female donkey, right?
Like, I'm asking, like, what was his purpose? Like, why were they waiting on a Jewish Messiah? Like, what was he supposed to do?
He was supposed to come and redeem us. Or not was. Like, he already did, from what I believe. But he was supposed to come and redeem us because we can't redeem ourselves. And just like how Abraham almost sacrificed his son, which, now that I think about it, Abraham almost sacrificed his son first. And then it seems like with the sacrifices that pursued after that were a foreshadowing of Jesus.
So what the Jewish people were waiting on was a militant king, right? He was supposed to come and fight against those that were oppressing the Israelites. And he was supposed to restore the monarchy, right? Combine the two kingdoms back under one head, one king. So the north and the south were supposed to come back together. All those that were scattered after the Assyrians deported the Israelites from the north, they were supposed to be gathered together, right, from the four corners of the earth back into the promised land with this militant king as their leader, right? He was supposed to rule very well with the rod of mercy and justice, right? He was supposed to defeat their oppressors. So he was supposed to be a man of war. He wasn't supposed to be this rabbi, this priest, this teacher, right? This pacifist.
Well,
right?
Well, I'm not familiar with Jewish beliefs. I'm not in a
Well, when you
religion.
talk about like the Hebrew scriptures, we talk about the Old Testament scriptures and the God of the Old Testament that you're saying is Jesus, right? You're saying that
I'm not
you
saying
see
Jesus is God. I'm saying like he was a reflection of God. But
well, that's what. So if he was a reflection of the God of the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament was a warrior God.
Yes.
So then if the Jesus that you're saying, right, is not a warrior, like you just said, then he can't be a reflection. The reflections don't match.
The reason why, what I believe is, as far as that, is he saw it as not his place because he's a representative, and God gave him the authority to rule for 1,000 years because he succeeded in his mission.
Who ruled for 1,000 years?
Oh, no one ruled yet. It's what I was taught was Jesus was given the authority to reign for 1,000 years because he was successful in coming down here and fulfilling his mission.
Yeah, but we haven't dealt with, right, like you're saying that Jesus that was on earth is the reflection of the Hebrew God, right? And what I'm trying to figure out, are you saying that reflection will match when he comes back? Is that what you're saying?
From what I understand, God is love, and that's what Jesus showed when he was here. And that's a thing that I also thought was weird because in the Old Testament, can be seen as harsh penalties, like if you mess up once, you're done, depending on what you did, or if you repented or not. But then in the New Testament, it has like a more light-hearted, like feel-good kind of feel, like because it would apply to us now, and not like back then when God was actually speaking to prophet or people he chose, like Moses or like Noah.
Do you read the Old Testament?
I'm currently getting through it now. I'm rereading it first. I'm listening to it, and then I'm gonna go through it again and start taking more notes. But more so, it's me just getting back into what I know.
Right. And so when you say God is love, right, and you read in the Old Testament, is that all you see? Is that God is love? You don't see the warrior God in the Old Testament?
I see the warrior God, but we do call him a father. But for me,
right, but even though you call him a father, you see the nature of that God, right?
I do see the nature of that God, but
okay.
May I?
Give me just a second, because we're focused on the perception, right? The question that you chose was, does Jesus' sacrifice influence your perception of Yahweh? And you made the statement, because I can tell that there's this loyalty that you have to, and this guilt that you have because of either Jesus' sacrifice or your, gratification for life. But either way, I also can see that it does alter your perception of Yahweh. But I hear you saying that you can see Yahweh as a warrior God, but you're saying that Jesus is a reflection of that God, while at the same time saying that Jesus wasn't a warrior. And then you're saying Jesus is about love, and then you say God is love. Right?
I apologize that I'm so all over the place. I'm still going over what I believe and evaluating what I believe is true and what is not true, because I'm no longer even standing with a religion. It's just me. So I'm kind of fragmented. But I remember God saying that he was a God of war. And if I'm correct, in the book of in several books in the Old Testament, especially like Lamentations, I believe, is when it when it started to get real, like, hey, people are dying. Lots of people. And that bothered me at first, but it was all justified because if you look at like the Canaan, if I'm correct, it was the Canaanites or one of the surrounding kingdoms that were believed in sacrificing their children. to their gods.
Who's dying in Lamentations? Who are they lamenting over in Lamentations?
Or I believe Lamentations is the book. It's when they were crossing the river and they were taking the land back. And there were all these other kingdoms that were doing what they wanted to do and what they thought was right. And at first it bothered me, but then I looked up one of them, and I can't remember which one it was, but one of them believed in sacrificing their children.
Yeah, but
And so
Lamentations isn't about the Canaanites, though, right?
I can't say
it's about them.
What the group name was.
No, it's the Israelites dying, and the laments, right? They're lamenting over their kingdom being destroyed, right? They're being hauled off to exile. Yahweh reneging on His unconditional covenant that He gave David, right? They're the ones being destroyed and killed here in the laments. It's Jeremiah lamenting.
Jeremiah,
right?
I'm talking about
Lamentations is attribute. You're talking about Lamentations.
What is that? Genesis, Leviticus. I'm sorry, because it's the Old Testament. Leviticus is the third book.
Okay, and what about Leviticus?
I apologize.
That's a book of the law.
That's when I noticed that things were getting more serious, like when they were taking over the land, explaining how many souls were lost, everything devoted to destruction. And it painted kind of a different picture than the God you were seeing in like Genesis and Exodus. But if you look at all of his actions, they were done in love. Yes, it involved death.
You're calling genocide love.
Not genocide. Well,
devoted to destruction.
That's what it was. All of it was devoted to destruction.
Which is genocide.
That bothered me.
But how are you seeing that as love? How do you perceive that as divine love? And again, like I do think that Jesus, like because you are learning about Yahweh or introducing yourself more to Yahweh through the eyes of Jesus or your relationship with Jesus, then you are able to see this as just, divine love and not what it actually is, which is genocide.
I see that. And that's where, like me tearing myself away from my old religion was supposed to accomplish, because I would see things like rape, torture. There was a story there, I don't want to call out specific stories, but some of them they're just wrong. Like, hey, you can have my slave girl, don't mess with him. How is that okay? And not even mentioning that, just going back to the genocide, if you had 5 kids, and 2 of them started wanting to play with fire or wanting to play with knives or doing really dangerous, sketchy things, you would want to remove them from the situation so that they don't harm the other 3.
I'm so sorry. Wait, so if my child is playing with fire, the solution will be to burn them to the crisp, correct?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to understand how he's perceiving this, right? He's calling it divine love.
I'm still rewiring, I'm still learning. But this is where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. And so what I'm trying to understand, right? Like the things that you are reading about regarding Yahweh, right? You're now reading the Old Testament, learning more about Yahweh, but through your belief or relationship that you have with Jesus and this debt that you feel that because Jesus died on the cross for your sins. Right?
Well, one thing I noticed that you say is like my relationship with Jesus. Do you mean like praying to him?
No, like you believe Jesus died on the cross for your sins, so there is this guilt that you hold, or this loyalty that you have to Jesus because you feel like you didn't deserve for that, because, or you didn't ask for that. Like you mentioned earlier, why can't I pay for my own sins? Like, why do I have to carry this guilt for something that I didn't ask for, right? And you see that as love, right? That Jesus died for your sins. You didn't deserve it.
Yes.
Yeah. And so this relationship that you have with Jesus, right? This debt, this loyalty that you feel, you're now learning about Yahweh, right? But you're learning about Yahweh through the eyes of the relationship that you currently have through Jesus and this debt that you feel. And so when you read about things that Yahweh did in the Hebrew scriptures, the only thing you can do, because you're doing it through the eyes of this Jesus character, is define it as divine love.
Yes. I don't like it because
Oh, thinker, that makes so much sense now. So that's okay. You're tying it back to the guilt. So because of the guilt, they have to say these things are good.
Yeah,
Because
I
of
don't
the
think they
because
know that. I don't think they know
I
that
don't.
either.
yeah. It's like
Yeah,
biting
that
the
is
hand that
true.
feeds you, right? Like if somebody was your only source of food or something like that, or you believe they were, you would have to placate that person because, if they do something wrong, you can't say they did something wrong because then they won't give you food anymore. I get it.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you.
And I don't think a lot of them know that they're doing that. And I think that it was intentionally set up that way. I think that those that wrote the text, like this is I think Jesus died for the sins of Yahweh. That's
Huh?
what I think. I think Jesus' sacrifice cleansed Yahweh's sins and made
Yes.
him more palatable for y'all to accept. And because y'all feel this guilt, because you were told that this Jesus died for you, right? And that you were so bad, so sinful, undeserving, you have this guilt, right? For this gift when he says no love, no greater love than this, than to lay down his life, for a friend, right? All of a sudden you're in debt. Like, this God came up off the throne, or this Jesus died for my sins, right? I owe him that, right? And then when you meet his daddy, or you meet who he was before he became this Jesus, you can't say he's a monster. You can't say he's evil, right? Because he died for your sins, right? You can't say that the things that the genocide, for him to like command humans to go into another nation and just start annihilating babies is hate, because it has to be love. It has to be love because he died for me. There has to be another reason for this. So Jesus says, right, that he came to die for my sins because he loves the whole world. So nope, I can't define this as hate, although my natural instinct says that's some hateful shit. I think Jesus' sacrifice does influence the perception of Yahweh for a lot of believers, because I think Jesus washed the sins of Yahweh, or either cleaned up his image or something, or covered him in blood and y'all can't see the true Yahweh, something.
I'm
I
sorry. I
think
was
the
just
part.
processing. Sorry.
Oh, you're okay. I think the part that's getting me is the fact that the debt is imaginary. There's no actual debt.
Yeah, it's just they were
One thing
told
is I
that though.
know.
It's like they were told. Like, think about a parent constantly saying, I sacrificed
Yes.
everything for
Well,
you. And then the child feels in debt to
Yep.
their parent. They're afraid to live their life because they owe that mom or their dad their life, because they just keep being reminded of how much the mom or the father sacrificed. And then sometimes the mom and dad is just fucking over
For
exaggerating or fucking
real.
lying.
I hear what you're
And
saying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
sorry, you're
No,
good.
go
I just
ahead.
wanted to piggyback back off of that. It's like spanking, thinker. You know how like adults will come out, well, I'm fine. My parents did their job. My parents did what they had to do, right? Because that's what the parent has been yelling at them about. That's the same thing that you keep repeating every time you inflict that pain on them, right? That's when you start to think, well, this is a good thing. I'm getting physically abused because my parent loves me. And then they come out and say, well, I'm fine. I'm okay. I went through that. My parent did that for a reason. Oh my God.
I definitely hear what you're saying, what both of you are saying with that. I was listening, train of my thought. I see it. I personally see. I personally see it as a debt, and I know that that's not appropriate because it's a gift, and you can't be indebted by a gift. You can either take it or leave it. I choose, or I've chosen in the past, to see it as a debt because in my mind it's like it's leaving it to where there's no option. There's this happened and I can take it or I can leave it, but wouldn't it be disrespectful to not take it?
But Mars, do you have to pay a gift back?
You
Like,
don't.
when somebody gives you a gift, are you now indebted to that person?
No, you're not.
So how is it a gift?
It
Do you think a
is a
loan
gift,
is
but
a
I'm not
gift?
indebted.
Right. So again, if you're going to say that you're indebted, then you cannot call it a gift. Then it's no longer a gift. It's a loan. It's a favor. Somebody did you something and now you have to pay back. It's not a gift. A gift you don't pay back. A gift you're not indebted for.
And they shouldn't feel wicked and sinful anymore if the debt has been paid. Like if you are indeed
Exactly.
washed in the blood, right? Like it seems like the only person whose debt has really been forgiven has been Yahweh's, and y'all are the ones who
Always.
have forgiven the debt.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
How is it that, and this is for your personal opinion, how is it that the creator made the mistake? Or
Because you're the one who
did
have to
remove the
accept him.
purpose?
Then you're the one who have to accept him as the creator. You're the one who have to accept him as your God. Other than that, what the fuck is he doing all of this stomping around for? Talking about love me, love me, love me, choose me, choose me, choose me.
Yeah, that wouldn't even be like it wouldn't be a conscious like decision that you're making. You would just see how amazing the God is. You wouldn't need to sacrifice and do all the salvation sacrificing to love the God. You would just love that personality. But now you have to twist all of your morals because the God is saying, love me no matter what I do to you. No matter what my past was, you are to love me or else.
But if you think about it, he just could have not have created us at all.
Exactly. That was his choice. He
Or a
decided to do
belief
that
that
because
you've
you
been told.
believe it.
Yeah, you believe that. But like, what if, right? There are some really bad humans on earth who needed you to be okay with them going into other lands and genociding, with them taking your money every Sunday, with them harboring all the resources and deciding who gets
I
to
apologize.
partake. What if there was some really bad humans on
I
earth?
apologize.
Go ahead.
My connection broke out. Could you repeat what you were saying?
Who do you need? How long have you been gone?
Just a few seconds.
Okay. What I'm saying is, what if there are some really bad humans on earth, right, who need you to be okay with them going into other lands and genociding large amounts of people, or harboring up all the resources and deciding who gets to partake or eat or have shelter, who needs you to agree to give for you to work and then turn around and give part of your wages back to them voluntarily, right? And in order for you to agree to these things, you must believe that there is a God commanding them. And then you must believe that you owe this God something.
Well, that I feel like it's like a contradiction in my mind because I was taught it was a gift, but I feel the guilt because how can you, if someone were to do that for you, what what do you even say to that? Or it's just I have an issue with accepting help or admitting that I need help or that I'm not perfect. But it's when someone does something for me, even if it's small, I want to do it back because
But
there's
what
not,
did he do for you, Mars?
huh?
What who did what? What do you mean did like when somebody does some can you relate that back to the God? What did Jesus do for you or what did the God do for you?
What did he do for me? That's something I'm still thinking about because for the past 5 years, I left my religion when I moved out, and it's just recently that I'm trying to find some sense of spirituality, and I was gravitated towards the occult, but that's not sitting right with me.
What's making you want to gravitate towards some type of spirituality at all? Like, was something going like terribly wrong in your life? Like, did you feel like a empty space that you needed to fill? Like, what's making you say, "Hey, I need this back in my life"?
What's making me say that I need it in my life, like not messing around, just going straight to the Bible, not like I said, the occult and going with what they believe. It's actually looking at it, questioning it. But what got me was just looking around. Everything's just so messed up, and I find it kind of ironic that the devil is everywhere. Like celebrities, music, movies, you're seeing more evil than good. And even the saying like good is bad and bad is good, that applies to today's society with how people are, with how they act, with what they think is okay. And it's just, in my mind, is the world is messed up and none of us can fix it.
I guess with that being said, going to some spirituality, right, or going back to this God, or the occult, will you then be able to fix the world?
I can't fix the world, and that's not my responsibility.
So what's the
or my
purpose of
fight.
the spirituality and the God? Like, what's the purpose of going back? I get you saying, "Oh, I looked at the world and the world is fucked up." But what's the purpose of you going back to the God or spirituality? Like, what's that going to do?
Because with God and spirituality, for me, there's hope. Without it,
hope for what?
There's no hope for better things.
In the world or after death?
For the world, for what I believe is that the soul is not immortal. Like the soul's like a candle. It's when you blow it out, it's just gone. Like the flame didn't go to China, it didn't go to space. It's a living, breathing thing. But when you blow it out, it's just gone.
So you, in order for you to hope that humanity gets better, that the world you live in, your physical world gets better, you need to believe in a God or some spirituality in order to have that hope. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because I can't save myself from death or sickness or other people in the world that want to do me harm. I mean, within a reasonable boundary.
So it's not necessarily just hope that the world gets better. You need to believe in a God or some spirituality to protect yourself from the world that you live in. Like as a buffer, like you believe that if you have this belief in this God, you're kind of like walking in like a bubble And as you move about throughout earth, nothing can harm you because you have this belief or this hope in this God or this spirituality. Is that right?
Yes and no. I mean, especially when I was younger and I was in the religion that I was raised in, I did feel that bubble, but I felt how do I know I was born in the right religion? So I decided to pop my own bubble to expose myself to everything and to see for myself so that I can understand and come to my own conclusions.
Okay. And did you die when you popped the bubble?
No, I didn't.
Did
I
you get
mean,
sick when you popped the bubble?
No.
Did you did you all the things that you feel like you need this bubble back for, right? Like you mentioned death and sickness. What else do you need the bubble for?
The way I don't necessarily see it as a bubble now, because I know that someone could come to rob me and I can pray, but there's still a chance that I could be killed.
Could you be killed with the bubble?
I think that it's possible. I think that I could be killed with the bubble if I were to stay in it, because then I'm just eating what other people give to me versus questioning what I'm seeing so that I can have a deeper understanding. Like you guys were talking some deep stuff earlier. I was like, I am on the wrong stream. I have no idea what they're talking about. But you get what I'm saying?
Like we were talking more so about historical stuff. Is that what you're talking about? Like when we got into the historical stuff?
Yeah, you guys were calling out specific names and stuff, and I had to start looking it up while you guys were talking. I was like, okay. Like I have a lot more research to do, but I was just starting with rereading the Bible itself before I go into like who are the Philistines? What did they do? Or who, there's those chapters where it's like the son of, the father of, the father of. Are there any records of these other people? What did they do? And it's like, I can see that there's a lot that I need to learn. But I'm coming as I am, and I'm willing to talk about it and change things I see that need to be changed with reasonable proof, or there doesn't even need to be proof, but I apologize, I'm not very expressing myself fluently.
I think you're in this. Yeah, I think you're deconstructing it, and it sounds like you're in the early stages of it. I think you're still not quite sure which way you want to go with the deconstruction, which is normal. I can tell you when I first started like researching, I didn't set out to deconstruct. It kind of just happened that way. But when I first started, looking for the answers to the questions that I had, and like really, really studying the Bible, one thing that helped me was trying to validate and correlate what I was reading with actual history. So if I'm reading about the Philistines, right, in the Bible, it helps to understand who they were, when did they come into existence, right? What archaeological evidence is it of them? What is the cultural context of them being in this book or in this story, right? So it's, as you're reading, take it one chapter at a time. Write down the questions that you have, and then allow yourself to research that from a different perspective and not just biblical. Does that make sense? Because it doesn't make sense to read something and not understand who you're reading about, or when you're reading about, or what, or why. Does that make sense?
No, that makes perfect sense. One of the reasons I've wanted to do that, I just mark down a question. I just listen, But then I hear something where it's like this person did this or that person did that. Well, why did he do this? Or why did he do that? Or why did he say this? Why did he do that? Like, there was this story of, I can't remember who the man was. It was earlier in the Old Testament, but it's when he said one of the first people that come out of his house would be
Jephthah.
give it as an offering. At first, I thought that he meant like a human sacrifice, but then I had to look it up and find out it wasn't a human sacrifice because that contradicts.
It was a human sacrifice, and what you found was an apologetic. If it wasn't a human sacrifice, what was it?
I thought it was a human sacrifice, but they can still be sacrifices where it said that she wept over her virginity, which led me to believe
they literally had a memorial set aside for her. Like he
Wait,
offered
did you?
her up as a burnt offering, and she wept
Yeah,
over
it
her
said.
virginity because she would never become a mother. Like she never would know, right, the love of being a mother, because her life was gonna be gone. And it says he offered her up, like he completed the burnt offering.
Isn't it also possible that she could have been offered as a servant, like a lifelong servant, like
It doesn't matter what
Eva?
is
A
possible,
burnt
Mars. What
offering.
does it say in the book? What does it say? What do the
Hang on, the connection.
That's all I'm asking you.
I apologize, you broke up. What were you asking?
That's all I'm asking you. What does the story say happened? Like you're asking about what could be possible. What does it say in the book?
Hang on, I'm looking it up. Okay. Oh my goodness. From what I read in the book, it sounded like it was a human sacrifice. But
So so why are you needing to now make up something else?
I'm not making anything up. It's what I looked up. And that's
Yeah,
people.
I'm asking like in the book itself, right? In the story, it says she was offered as a burnt sacrifice, just like he promised, right? His child. Okay? So I'm asking, where are you getting the other possibilities from?
He's saying because she wept over her virginity, that the sacrifice was her not,
her life.
Wasn't her life. It was her virginity. She was given over to a man and she lost her virginity. Her
Right,
virginity
but
is the sacrifice.
she even says
He's
why
getting that
she's
from some
weeping.
apologetic. He's getting
Yeah,
that from an apologetic.
that's what I'm asking him what the book says, because she tells you why she's gonna go cry. She tells you why she's going up there with her friends to go cry. And then it says he fulfilled said sacrifice. It's not like,
Wait,
oh,
hang on.
it says it's not like, hold on, it's not like it says the sacrifice was fulfilled, then she starts weeping that she can't have babies, right? It says she wept, then the sacrifice was carried out. That makes sense.
But it's mentioned in Leviticus and Deuteronomy that forbade human sacrifice.
It does not. Leviticus
No, it does
actually allows
not.
it. Hold on, Rhea. It does not. And Leviticus actually allows it in under these circumstances of something that is devoted to destruction, right? Or a vow. And he literally made a vow here, right? Now, one thing with the Israelites, if they vowed a human to the God, they were allowed to redeem it, right? If they vowed it, the human to the God, to the sanctuary, they could pay a valuation amount that the God had already deemed necessary, and then they could redeem it. They could redeem the human. But in this case, he couldn't, because he said he offered it up as a burnt offering, right? He says if you would give the Ammonites into my hand, then whatever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me when I return victorious from the Ammonites shall be the Lord's, to be offered up against me as a burnt offering. Right? As a burnt offering. Her virginity cannot be put on an altar and offered as a burnt offering to the Lord. Burnt offerings required an altar.
Well,
And then it says, she said to him, my father, I think he rent his clothes. Let this thing be done. She said, let this thing be done for me. Grant me 2 months so that I may go and wander on the mountains and bewail my virginity, my companions and I, right? He said, go. So she departed. At the end of 2 months, she returned to her father, who did with her according to the vow he had made, right? The vow he made was that he would offer the first day that come out of his house as a burnt offering. So it says he did with her according to the vow he had made, right? She was still a virgin. And so because she was still a virgin and he offered her up as a burnt offering, it says there arose a custom that for 4 days every year the daughters of Israel will go out to lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite. They didn't go to lament her virginity. They went to lament her. Do you see that? Like it became a holiday, like Memorial Day.
there was 2 ways. I have 2 ways I can see it. He did it literally, or she was basically dedicating her life to serve him. But in the first case, he made a vow, and if that's the case, I honestly believe the latter. Because I heard it the first time, and that really bothered me. And especially because why would God allow a human sacrifice when he's sending his own people to kill people who offer their children to gods? Because then that would be hypocritical. But also, he made the vow and he said burnt offering.
Read that. This is the holiness code. Leviticus 27, 28, 29. Read that.
But for 28, correct? Or 28 and 29?
Both.
But she wasn't devoted to destruction.
She was offered up as a burnt offering. Once she's offered up as a burnt offering, as a sacrifice, she is considered harem, right? That is a vow. If he had not offered her up as a burnt offering, then he would have been able to redeem her. He would have had to pay a price to redeem her, right? He would have had to pay if she's a female, he would have had to pay 30 shekels to redeem her. There would be no point for them to lament her, because all he had to do was pay to redeem her if he just offered her up as an offering to the sanctuary, to the god. But that's not what he did. He offered her as a burnt offering, where he offered the first thing that came out of his house as a burnt offering. He made a vow and he had to keep it.
That's the lesson I learned from that story.
Lala, are you able to open the box and get Rhea back on stage?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to get, never mind, the box is open. Go ahead.
When I first heard it, I was digesting it the way you're discussing it. But in my mind, it's, like I said, I saw it as it being contradictory. At the same time, Jephthah did make a vow. That one.
You said he didn't make a vow?
He did.
Mm-hmm.
he did make that vow. But that, I understand, like, if it's the first one, it's just saying that this is how serious it is. And that's believable because he killed someone else for stealing, and if I'm correct, I can't remember if he lied about it, but he killed someone in his whole family for stealing. And you would think that's a bit extreme. Hello?
I guess I'm not understanding, like I don't know what your point is of saying that, because the God definitely allows human sacrifice. The whole purpose of him, the narrative that he annihilated the Canaanites because they were offering their children up as human sacrifices, because they was doing it to a different God. The Israelites did it to Molech. Your God even allowed it to happen because he said that he wanted them to fear him. I mean, Jeremiah's God says that he doesn't delight in human sacrifices, right? I think Zechariah's God says that, but this God contradicts himself a lot in this book. Now, from someone who looks at the Bible as if it's like, one voice, a univocal voice, then one could call that a contradiction. But in actuality, it's men, writing what they believe a God is saying to them, and they just see things differently. So Jeremiah didn't think sacrifices was necessary. He didn't think sacrifices did anything for the God, right? Moses' God did.
Okay, it sounds like you're saying that he was a different God for these different people.
The same way he's a different God for all of you believers today.
Well, what do you mean?
Like, you believe in this God differently than the next Christian that's going to come on stage. All of you have a different understanding, a different belief, a different interpretation, a different relationship. All of you say, no, God does this way. God would see it this way. No, God wants this. No, God said that. You all are saying things that you feel this God or this Spirit is saying to you based off of this book, right? And so are those contradictions if y'all were each to write them down? Or is it just someone's interpretation or understanding of what they think is God, and they just have different viewpoints?
That could also be true. I've questioned the Bible itself. Honestly, with comparing all the Bibles, which most of them say the same thing, it's just slight differences. Unless it's like the Quran, that's completely different. It's like they all basically say the same thing. If I'm correct, do not quote me, but I believe the Bible was older than the Quran. Wouldn't that mean it has more credibility?
No, absolutely not. The age of a book does not determine whether what's in that book is valid or true.
Yeah, what about the older books that are older than your Bible?
I've yet to find one.
What? You don't think there are any books that are older than your Bible?
Oh no, I know that there are older things. There's stuff etched on
Religious texts that are older than your Bible, right? Like, especially as a Christian, your part of the Bible is not even like, right? That your part of the Bible has a like that's low-key fan fiction at that point, because there was a book that existed or a doctrine that existed before you guys made it like your own thing, right? And then there were other laws that existed, other religions and religious texts that existed before your Bible.
I hear you on that, and I'm not denying that either. I'm searching myself, but I thought that would be the best book to start with, and then go with the books that they took out for whatever reasons that they saw fit. Like getting my hands on everything that I can to process it so that I can make my own informed decisions on how I'm living my life, what I believe in, and why. Especially with
How are you gonna do that with these bloodstained goggles you have on?
Oh, blood stain. I'm taking that. I said rose colored, but I like that. I like that.
Can you break that down for me with what you just said?
Well, you are looking at this text through the eyes of Jesus, right? Like the debt that you have to this Jesus because this Jesus died for your sins, the narrative that you were told, right? So when you look at this at this text and you're studying it, the perception is it's skewed through the blood of Jesus. This is why I say Yahweh is covered in the blood of Jesus. It's not really you that's covered in this Jesus's blood. It's Yahweh that is. And that's why you can look at that and say, I need to find another explanation. Although, like, when I look at it, I see human sacrifice. I see that the God accepted it. But when I put my bloodstained Jesus eyes on, Jesus glasses on, there has to be another explanation for this. Oh, it was her virginity. It wasn't actually human sacrifice. That makes sense. God's still good. How are you going to do that with these glasses on?
True. I'll admit to that too, because I took the story as we're talking about it now, and then like it couldn't be, like there's no way. Because what? But at the same time, taking a step back and looking at it, he did make a vow, and you have to keep your promises. It's something I'm definitely gonna have to revisit it now with talking about it with you. It's just a little confusing because it says and it appears that she was sacrificed, but then it says that he doesn't approve of vows like that or delight in human sacrifice, but that could also mean that he doesn't like it, but he also vowed, so he had to do it. And I'm sorry if I'm hung up on that.
No, that's just you getting to a point of understanding. Like, that's what they were told, right? Like they had to, if they made a vow to the Lord, to God, they had to follow through. One of the things that I would say would be the biggest thing to pay attention to would be the silence of the God as Jephthah is carrying it out. As Jephthah decides to carry it out. There was another time in this book where a father was about to sacrifice their child on an altar. What happened there?
I apologize. May I ask one more time?
Mm-hmm. Are you asking me to repeat it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so there's I think the silence of this God in this story, right? As Jephthah is doing what he vowed to do with his daughter, right? Offering her up as a burnt offering, right? There is another story in this book where a parent was about to sacrifice their child on an altar. But what happened in that story?
Intervention,
right? So I think what the absence of intervention in the story is definitely something to consider, right?
It's pretty clear to me with you making that distinction. In one, he intervened, the other, he didn't. And one, it was promised, and one, it was requested.
Mm-hmm. But so with God being all powerful, God understood, right? Let me say from the Christian perspective, God knew that he was testing Abraham. So he knew that Abraham wasn't going to actually carry it out. But a father sees a child doing something that he despises and he just sits there. And then he gave him the victory. It'd be different if he just let Jephthah carry it out and then he punished him for it. Where is the punishment for Jephthah sacrificing his child if it's just a lesson to learn about a vow? What punishment followed this?
Yep. When I had that question up, I'm asking, why would he accept this? And people, like, the answer I got was, oh, God didn't really accept it. He wasn't okay with that. If he didn't accept it, he wouldn't have won the war. If he wasn't gonna be part of this vow, he's like, I don't want you to sacrifice your kid. So guess what? Now you don't get to win this war. It would have been that easy.
Yes, but also he gives us all the opportunity to follow through on our word or not.
Except if this was such a deplorable practice, right? He did not speak up about it, right? And then there was no punishment following it. Where is this? Where is his actions that tells you that this was deplorable for him?
It doesn't, but nowhere in there does it say that God approved of it either.
He gave the victory, did he not? He knew.
He did.
Okay, so did he know that his daughter was going to be the first to come out of the house when he made the vow? When Jephthah's irresponsible ass tongue spoke those words, did your God know that it was going to be Jephthah's daughter that was going to come out the house and meet him?
I believe yes.
And your God stayed silent? Did your God know the terms of Jephthah's irresponsible ass vow? Did he know what the terms were?
Yes.
What were the terms?
That he has to honor his word if I do this for you.
No. What was Jephthah offering? What was Jephthah asking in exchange for this vow, for this life?
To win the war or the battle.
So your God understood the terms. Did your God deliver on them?
Yes.
Could your God have not delivered on them if he did not want Jephthah to offer up his daughter that he knew? He knows that Jephthah is a finite human. Jephthah doesn't have insight into tomorrow, into the future, but your God does. So he knows that his child Jephthah is being irresponsible with his words. And instead of your God taking a moment to be this nurturing, loving God that y'all claim he is, he sat silent. He didn't send an angel and say, Jephthah, what are you doing? Those words are irresponsible. Don't make a vow that you cannot keep. You do not know who is going to come out for your house, for it will be your daughter. Like, there were no instructions, no guidance. Your God knows that as humans you are finite.
Yes.
So who was really irresponsible here?
You're saying his name different, so I'm not sure if I'm mispronouncing his name
Jephthah?
now. But yes, you say it differently than I do. And I would guess that you have the correct pronunciation. But he would be the one that's in the wrong.
Your God would be irresponsible as well. Your God has insight that Jephthah does not have. Jephthah was irresponsible to make a vow, that he didn't know what was going to come out of his eyes. And then I wonder, what the fuck did he think was going to come out? Like, was he talking about a lamb? A goat was going to come meet him first?
Apparently.
Well, my thing is, if we're talking about him having foresight like that, then why did he create us at all, knowing if he knew that there was a possibility that Satan would cause all this to happen?
Mars, you are the one that believes in the creator.
I'm
like
sorry.
You're asking yourself a question that I would say write it down, right? Because then you would, if you ask that question, you would then have to ask yourself, like, as the Christian belief that this Satan sinned in heaven, right? If Satan sinned in heaven, then why would your God create humans to do the same thing that Satan did, right? If Satan sinned in heaven, first, how did sin get in heaven if heaven is all good in the place where God is and God is all good, right? Like I would say write down the questions that you have, because they're just going to keep coming, because the more you think about the question that you have, you're going to answer that question with another question.
Yes, but it seems to paint a darker picture.
A darker picture of what?
I'm not understand. I feel like I'm not understanding something, because when I go down that hole, it just gets wild.
But
Like,
it sounds like you do understand, though. For you to call it dark, for you to give it a label as to, whoa, this is a little right? You do understand that there's something wrong. The problem here is you don't want to actually like call it what it is. You're trying to sugarcoat it and kind of wrap it and make it look a little nicer. And no, the God is loving, so why would he be doing this? I don't know.
I hear what you're saying. And I have like, I can feel it, but I don't quite understand what it is that I'm feeling. Because when you're asking questions like that, or when I'm asking questions like that, maybe it's just that the picture isn't always pretty. And
Hold on, give me just a second. One second, I'm sorry. Spiritual anomaly. You said we're just debating other people's concepts and ideas? Whose concepts and ideas are we debating? First off, we're not even debating. But please list the scholar whose concepts and ideas we are currently debating.
That would make me feel smart as hell.
Exactly.
I need to know.
Yeah, I would like to know whose words we are repeating right now. Thank you. Go ahead, Mars.
Where were we?
Let me say, and then he followed up with no originality.
What?
Originality.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at the comments.
Can't even spell.
No, that's on YouTube.
Oh. I'm just trying to find the truth, because I was raised in a religion that said they were the truth, but something just felt wrong about saying, hey, I'm right, you're wrong. Hey, you're not in my religion, so there's like a 50% chance you're gonna die. Like, that just didn't sit right with me. So I decided to remove myself from that group like a while ago. And honestly, I was just a free agent for a while. I was just doing what I wanted to do.
Wait, hold on. You said that you were a free agent doing what you want to do.
That's what I call it. By free agent, I mean I'm not affiliated with any particular group. I have my, of course,
but do you have to be?
No.
Are you getting like some benefit for not being a part of a team?
I need to be a part of a team. And
but why? Well, I just asked, do you have to be? Then you said no. Now you're saying you need to be a part of a team. So I'm going to ask again, do you have to be a part of a team?
No, I don't have to be a part of a team.
Why do you?
A part of
what do you think need and have to? Say that again?
Okay, this is the best way for me to explain it. I see you don't need any specific religion, because like the one I was raised in, it's you're with us or you're screwed. And I really didn't like that, especially because there's other people across the planet who have different beliefs. That's not fair to them. But at the same time, needing the association with like-minded people, because I can go out to work tomorrow and I can try talking to anyone like we're talking right now. Not going to get very far and probably not taken seriously.
So are you saying that you need to be a part of a community, not necessarily a team?
I need to
be. You need to be around like-minded people. Is that what you're saying?
Definitely that. But
not necessarily have to be. When you say you were a free agent, though, I thought you were talking about like God, like you didn't have a God or something. That's what I thought you were saying. That is what you were referring to?
I believed in him, but that's when the way I started to see him started to morph. Like, it's no longer like, it's like I'm an adult now. I can go out and try to go to this church, or I can try to go to that church, or I can try adopting this belief, or see what these people believe. Like try on different things that are out there. Leave no stone unturned. I'm not just going to say, oh, you guys are crazy. I'm not talking to you, and I'm not learning about, I'll read, I'll talk to you about what you believe, and then come to my own conclusions. And I can even trust my own conclusions. It's more so, I can't even
why not just allow yourself to morph into that, right? Like as you are studying, as you're asking yourself questions, just allow it to happen. Like going out there and trying it on, like you're not shopping for clothes, right? And I think one of the analogies that I give, especially when I'm talking to younger people who are, questioning their faith, is like, don't go down a smorgasbord and just put everything on your plate. And typically they're doing this from like social media, and they're taking in and consuming everything that they see on social media and claiming it as fact, right?
Oh no, I mean, yes, that's what they do, but I'm not like just taking facts that I see off the internet, like going to the actual source, or like I'm talking to you right now.
Yeah, and I hope that anything that we talk about, that you would go and research yourself right before you put it on. But I think like allow yourself to question, right? To research, to understand as much as you can, right? To conversate, and then just let it happen. It'll morph into what it's supposed to be for you. But trying to force yourself to be on a team, I mean, you could find yourself right back in the same place. But give me just a second, Rhea.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain life and death?
What?
What's life?
Life is life. You're alive. You're living.
You're living the time period of like the moment that you take your first breath to the last moment you take. What's death?
Exactly. Death is when you can't do that no more. You're done. Your brain shuts off. Your heart stops pumping. You're done. You're dead.
Somebody said that just like you can't explain life and death, you can't explain God. Like I think I think we did just explain life and death. It's not really hard, right? Like,
yeah, it wasn't hard.
May I say something?
Yeah.
Was that a yes for me?
Uh-huh.
I heard what you guys were saying with the life and death, but it's the second part of what that person said. I didn't see it. It's just from what I heard you guys say this said. But wouldn't he be unfathomable because he is the beginning and the end, and that's already unfathomable for us.
Is it really unfathomable, Mars? Because you have a whole entire book in front of you where men who lived in the late Bronze Age and the Greco-Roman period claimed that they know enough about this God to tell you what this God wants and desires and doesn't want or desire. They know enough to be able to tell you that this God will burn you for eternity if you don't just simply believe it, right, and give your will over to it, or this God plans on giving you eternal life in heaven in a mansion in the sky. The God is love to you. The God is willing to come up off of his throne, hop in the body of a human, die on the cross for you, resurrect itself to pay for your sins. Is it really unfathomable? Because there are several humans who have written a book for you to understand this God.
I mean, with grasping the thought of being not having a beginning and not having an end.
Who calls that you are the only one that calls that God? Right? On this stage, we don't call that God.
May I ask what you believe?
I don't believe in this God.
I
don't believe in a God.
Can you explain? And by the way,
what do you mean? Can I explain? I don't believe in a God. There's nothing to explain about that. What you're describing, no beginning, no end, is time. Time always existed. There was no beginning to time, and there's no end to time. That's what you're describing. You call that God.
Yeah. I could just say, actually, it's a blob, and you have nothing to refute me. We have just as much evidence. It's a blob doing all of this, a brainless blob in the ether. So what?
I'm not here to insult anyone. It was just I heard what you
No,
guys
it's
were
not
talking about.
insulting. We're trying to ask you questions so you can think about the things that you're saying, because it's like you're saying, "Oh, this entity is so unfathomable." I can just say the rock in the middle of the in the middle of space is unfathomable. I don't know anything about it. Like that rock is just there. I just created that rock. You don't know if the rock is actually there. Now I can give it powers. I can give it sentience. I can give it anything. I can say, oh, you will never understand this rock. But guess what? That's all coming from my head. The same way that Bible is coming from people's heads. They created that character and told you that he has all of these powers, and then he can't do this, but he's telling people that they can have slaves, or but you can also sell your daughters because he's okay with it. Like they're just telling you that this blob in the middle of space is telling them to do all of this, and we're supposed to believe that.
Well, that's my greatest fear. Well, when I was younger, that what if it was all just written and it wasn't as they say because of the contradictions that are in it.
Like, think about this. Like, do you believe, okay, so you believe in this God. Do you believe that there's a human on earth that knows the mind of the God?
There's no way for me to say, but I can't say there isn't.
Well, when I say know the mind of God, like, Mars, do I know what's in your mind right now? Can I read your mind?
No, but you can come to a logical conclusion.
But I can't. But I don't know what you're thinking in your mind until you speak it. Correct?
Correct.
Do you think that there is a human in history that could read your God's mind?
No.
Except somebody did in this book.
That would be
somebody claims to know about the internal dialogue that this God had while he was walking along the shore or wherever he was with Abraham and the other two angels. And the God has an internal dialogue with himself. And we can read what he said to himself in his head.
What he said to himself?
Yes.
Are you saying Jesus and God are the same person?
Oh,
what I'm saying is in Genesis 18, when the God is walking after eating 36 pounds of cake and two calves,
talk to himself.
He says, the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? See that Abraham shall become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. Then he answers himself, no, for I have chosen him, that he may charge his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord for doing righteousness and justice, so that the Lord may bring about for Abraham what he has promised him. Then he speaks out loud here at verse 20. But here he's walking along with Abraham and the two men, the two angels that were with him, right? The men were with him, and here's Abraham with him. And then he says to himself, should I tell Abraham what I'm about to do? Like, this is an internal dialogue that he's having with himself.
Was that 18?
He answers himself. Huh?
Was that chapter 18?
Yeah, Genesis 18, starting with verse 16. He has an internal dialogue with himself, answers himself, then he speaks out, right, and tells Abraham what he's about to do to Sodom. But who in the hell knew what conversation this God had in his head?
I never noticed that.
I don't think you were supposed to.
Perhaps not. By the way, let me know when you want me to hop out of your box, because we've already been talking for a while. I don't mind
It's
continuing.
when you feel like that you've reached a conclusion, like.
Oh, I'm enjoying this. I don't get to talk like this with people often, or with people that are like, you're really knowledgeable. You're just like pulling this stuff out of thin air, which mad respect.
It's not out of thin air. I have a shitload of notes. Like I have a Discord and a Google Docs filled with notes that
Well,
I
I don't.
It's not a.
Like, you've done your homework, you know. But for 18, it was verse 16.
Starting at verse 16. Mm-hmm. But when you think about stuff like that, like, right, you said, I don't want to think about how this could not be true, how this could be a story, written with characters in it. And the realization is that it really is. There is some historical fiction. There is some history in there, right? There's some mythology, some allegory, right?
Yeah.
It's just a book filled, with different perceptions of a God.
I'm definitely going to be doing a lot of research, because if this is just a story, then it's like, then what? Well, it's like me revisiting like the whole problem that I already solved when I was younger, but then of course my religion is saying it's the end, it's the last part of the last days. And of course I thought that was kind of funny at first, because you're saying it's the last days for the last 100 years, and now you're saying it's the final part of the last days, which makes sense because they're trying to get the urgency across. But then it's, if all this is a story, then everything that all the religions are founded on is a lie.
Not for them, it wasn't. In antiquity, they wrote these stories for reasons. They didn't have access to the knowledge, the technology that we have today, right? They had way more questions about the world they lived in than we do today. We have way more answers than they did, right? So they wrote stories, right, that answered the questions that they had about why the sun rises the way it does, right? Why the earthquakes happen, tsunamis. Like the whole story about the flood is most likely about Mesopotamia and the tsunami that they had, right? That turned their land into salt marshes. And then later on, you see Nebuchadnezzar coming into Jerusalem, into Canaan, and taking about 100,000 people back to Babylon, people who he knew had the experience of turning salt marshlands into agricultural successful lands that could be used for agriculture. Because previously their kingdom, Kish, experienced a tsunami and they couldn't recover. But you have people who all lived amongst each other, had these oral traditions that they spread around from one culture to the next. And then, people just started writing stories about their cultures, like their gods. Like almost every nation had their own pantheon of gods. And the more elaborate the stories were that your God could do, the more scared people were of your army, your military, and your king. That's why Rahab says to Joshua and them, "Oh, we've heard the stories." Like, they're not saying that they knew Yahweh. They're saying, oh, the stories have traveled. We'd heard the stories about how powerful your God is and how your God split the Red Sea and swallowed up the Egyptian army. And we're terrified in here. We know you got some strong gods backing you. That's literally how it was in history.
Yeah, the lie here is the fact that you have modern in the 21st century, 2024, having people being scared or scaring other people and colonizing people, right, over time for something that didn't even have nothing to do with them. This is all like so many different parts of the world has stories like this. Like it's not just this type of book or these type of stories don't only exist in the Bible. These people legit just believe that thunder was from a god, or like if they had droughts it was because a god was angry or god was dead. They believed this stuff. But in 2021, I'm sorry, 2024, we know why we have lightning. We know why there's thunder. We know why tsunamis happen, right? Natural disasters. Like, the lie is that people are still wanting to hold on to the fact that, oh, when an earthquake happens, it's because God is mad at Brazil. What?
Or that thunder is God bowling in heaven. I don't know if I want to let that one
Right.
go. I'd be always wondering, like, did he get a strike? Like, sometimes I think you can hear the bowling ball and you can hear the strike go. Like, I'm like, God got a strike.
Like that's the lie. Like that's the lie. We have advanced to know now, right? We have science. We have things that we can test, replicate, like calculate. Why are we still saying there is a blob somewhere that is sending down lightning?
No, I hear what you guys are saying. And the fear thing is definitely a real thing. That was actually when I left my religion. It was years ago. I was 18 18 at the time. That's when again my religion said, "Hey, it could be any day now," and I panicked. And of course, I was homeless at the time, and I just sat there and waited, and waited, and waited, and the end never came. And then I decided from that experience, from what I was taught, like God is love. Why am I like this fear? Like it doesn't feel right. I don't like it, but it could also be appropriate because, of course, I'm concerned if I'm going to be the one that's going to be punished or rewarded. But also, I see that as, from the religion I came from, as unfair to kind of point at someone else and say what I think is right and what you think is wrong. So I would never, that's why I'm not with them anymore. And I just feel a pull towards spirituality. Like, I need it. I can't say why. And it's like, ever since I was a kid, like, I just had some kind of awareness that other kids around me didn't have.
And you could just be, calling your personality spirituality, right? And whatever you call it, right? Nobody's saying it's anything wrong, right? With you saying that you need a belief in a higher power in order for you to feel safe in this world. This world is a very scary place. I'm not gonna lie. Humans are the fucking devils. Humans are the scary motherfuckers in this world because they're unpredictable. All right, they're motherfucking predictable. And so if you feel like having a God makes you, feel safe, nobody's saying that you're wrong for that. Right? It's the beliefs that go along with that God that you choose, or that spirituality that you choose, that you want to make sure isn't harmful to you or harmful to other humans in society or even animals or the earth, period.
Right? I agree with that.
Yeah.
Wow. I appreciate you, I really appreciate you talking with me. It's basically, I feel like I'm reverting back to where I was when I was 18, but I still feel like I want to read the Bible completely through, study it, as well as other texts that I can find. I mean, I found like there's like an old version, the oldest version you can get, but it's not even in English, so there's not really a point in me getting that. But continuing studying, I've had friends that have had this feeling, and one of them came to the conclusion, or was a friend of a friend, but he just said the Bible's a history book. And it is, but then there's the... I'm just still in my infancy. I'll leave it at that.
It's not a history book. It's a historical artifact.
Well, these aren't my words. These are the words from another person that took it upon themselves to study it.
You said, and it is. Those are your words, and it is.
Oh, yes. I did
right?
say that.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Bowen. It's a historical artifact, right? Not necessarily a history book. Like,
I think I say that because I take it as truth, because I was raised believing it was the truth.
Right. Oh, Justine said it's literally in the fiction section of the library. Like, if they put the Bible in the fiction section of the library, like, they're gonna be like, I thought this was true. They're like, we been told y'all, like, y'all don't be trying to say we lied to y'all. We put that shit in the fiction section.
Yeah, there's some, at least like if you like an extensive library, more than likely you're gonna some of them don't even carry the Bible at all. But yeah, it is in the fiction section of the library.
That's crazy. But my thought, if I may ask another question, huh?
I said, is it crazy though?
The freak, what do you want to say to him? Just comment it in the comments for me. Go ahead, y'all.
If the Bible isn't the truth that we're taught or raised to believe the way that everyone believes it to be, then that would bring up even bigger questions, like where did we come from? Like how did it all start?
Where did ants come from?
Huh?
Where do ants come from? Exactly.
I honestly don't even know how to answer that.
Yeah, the same way that we don't know why we're here, where they come. Like, I think
do you
humans
think they wonder where they came from?
Right, that's what I'm saying. They don't care.
They be like,
humans are so conceited.
But the difference between us and them is that we can think differently than them.
Okay,
you don't know that. Do you think like an ant? Do you think like an ant? You have no idea what goes on in an ant's mind. Like when an ant makes the decision to build, like to go and get food, right, for the winter. Like, you don't know what thought they have, or if they have a thought, or if they just move from intention. Like, you don't know that because you don't have the mind of an ant. An ant could be your God, and you wouldn't know.
We copy them. Like human beings, like military formations have copied ants. The way you march.
I'm not telling him that.
Yeah. You copy ants.
He's like,
how smart do you think you are?
No, like the guy on YouTube was like, I want to give him a message, right? I'm like, what do you want him to say? Like, one of the things that he typed at first was like, you're not aware of the main factor God would allow you insight into any type of inner dialogue. That's the linear time. What? The freak? Like, you literally want me to tell him that your God in this book will let him start getting access to people's inner dialogue, and then on top of that, to your God's inner dialogue. Like, and then do y'all realize that y'all are already claiming to have access to this God's inner dialogue when you say God told me to tell you?
I notice people say like God told me and stuff. I'm like, God isn't telling me anything. Like, at least not like he's telling you.
Right, that's their claim that they have. Like, literally, they'll say nobody knows the mind of God, but every damn day they somehow know the mind of this God.
Well, you know, everyday people do it too. I have people at work like, and God said, like, I kind of want to ask them, but don't want to like start like that kind of thing at work. But I want to be like, what do you mean God
don't
said?
do it at work. Don't lose your job.
I'm not going to,
Religion
but
at work
I
is
really
not
want
cool. It's
to.
not good.
I'm seriously, it's like I don't go out. I just go to work and I go home. But when I'm at work, it's like some people, they just say stuff like that. It's like, what do you mean God said? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, did you hear something?
Do what my little cousin said. God ain't told you nothing. God ain't talking to you, and then just walk off.
For real. For real.
I mean, I don't take them like, I respect them. Like, you know, I continue the conversation, but in my mind, it's like, what do these people mean? Like, because, like, he's not talking to me like that. Like, and, like, do I just need to do more work? You know, like, the casual question, like, comparing yourself to other people. Well, God's talking to them, so why isn't he talking to me? Instead of, how is he talking to you?
A lot of people think when they, like, it's the fact that, like, you know, I keep saying evolution is happening right in front of our faces, but we say, oh, you don't believe in evolution. It's the fact that human beings are now coming to awareness, right? Like, human beings are coming to more sentience, more awareness. It's a fact, like, people think the voice that they hear in their heads when they're thinking is outside of them. They think, like, whatever thoughts are coming to their head is from some kind of supernatural being. They don't realize that that's just their inner monologue. That's just their mind, you know, right? Trying to voice their thoughts. They think whatever ideas come to their, oh, God don't like this. God said that you shouldn't be having abortions. That's you. Those are your thoughts. But they decided that, oh, God is talking to them. That's why they think like that. And that's why you are like, oh, why is God not talking to me that way? Nobody's talking to them.
That makes sense. And also,
The
like, with
Look, I have to say this because I did promise the freak that I would tell you what he said, and it's gonna eat me up if I don't keep my word. But he said, tell Mars to start at Matthew. By the time he's done with John, he'll be in love with Jesus Christ. Repeat until he shows up. That's what he wants you to know. But I mean, it's not like you don't already. You know, I just told him that I would tell you what he said, so I just needed to keep my word. Go ahead.
I appreciate the person who said that, because I believe it's coming from a good place. And I'm definitely going to be covering it. For some reason, I just feel like I feel the need to go through the book in order, or the order that it was published.
I'm sorry, I hate to cut you off again, but ABZ, ABZ the Don. I think you're absolutely right. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. He said this panel is why God said he didn't burden women to teach men. I think you're absolutely correct, because we make a shitload of sense, right? And men don't like sense, especially men in antiquity. They didn't want to be told that believing that two bulls could have spotted children by fucking in front of a striped pole. Like, a woman most likely told them that that's not how that shit works, and they didn't want to be told the truth. They didn't want to. Their ego would not allow them to be told something intellectual by a woman. And so when they were saying that, you know, they're talking to a God, and a woman most likely said, well, how do I know that a God told you that I'm supposed to be your wife, or that you're supposed to be over me? Like, where is this God? And that's when they said, muzzle the woman. So I agree with you 100% ABC. And I think the reason why you were able to type that so coherently is because you are sitting in a live listening to women teach.
He was preaching right there.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just going through the comments to see what you were talking about, because I noticed the topic that it went to, like, gender.
Oh, I don't know. There's not a topic on here about gender, but don't address the comments while you're on stage.
It was about what you guys were just talking about, like women talking sense.
Miss Know-It-All, for you to name yourself Miss Know-It-All and then say women mustn't teach God's word, like you must be a pick-me, or either you are some man who named yourself Miss Know-It-All to pretend like you are a woman that says stupid shit that shoots women in the foot. Like, I have to believe that you are a fucking man behind that profile. Because in no way are you a woman, named yourself Miss Know It All, and then you want to get in the comments and say women can't teach and that men are the only ones to teach. Either you are a fucking pick me or you are a man behind that profile.
Pick me for sure. Mars, she's not talking to you, by the way. Like you're
Yeah, I
trying.
was just being quiet
to.
because I was like, I'm not a part of this. I don't.
Yeah, she's on her YouTube. Like, these are not the only comments she's reading. There's a YouTube as well, so she's reading comments over there. So she's not talking to you. She'll let you know if she's talking to you.
I was like, what the heck? I'm not seeing any of this, so I can't follow.
I agree, Dr. Bowman. Like, seeing the confidence of mediocre men, I swear. Like, you could not be intelligent. You couldn't even know your ABCs, but you walk up as a man, you walk up somewhere and you just sound confident. Like, you could just be saying A, B, C, and they gonna be like, oh, he know what he talking about, bro. Write him a check.
Mm-hmm. You say 1, 2, 3. Everybody say hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Preach, Pastor. Preach.
I have another question, if I may.
Go ahead. I'm gonna go get another bottle of water. I'll be back. Go ahead, Rhea.
Okay. Oh, she'll be back if you just wanted to talk to her. She's just gonna get water.
No,
She'll be back.
I'm not trying to formulate the question because it feels like with this conversation, I'm reverting back to where I was when I was younger. And I had that first experience where I don't need religion. I can just have a relationship with him on my own. But at the same time, you guys just left me a lot to think about with having this kind of conversation, because it's not a question as to which religion should I join or be a part of, and more so focusing on like personal study, but actually like instead of trying to just tackle it, actually like when she pointed out Genesis 18, like I didn't notice that he was talking to himself. Like I keep thinking about that's very interesting, and how many other things did I miss? But then it leads back to the Bible contradicting itself. And I've been doing research, or doing my best to research on the history, like who wrote what book, when were the books written, if it was written so long after, say, like Jesus died, how do we know that they even recited it correctly, or that things weren't construed? Because back then apparently they mainly passed it on through like songs and word of mouth and not really documenting it, but that seems a little too convenient too.
Yeah, but there was documentation though, right? Like, because the Jews, or the Jewish idea of the Messiah, was already kind of already written down or something. I don't know how to explain it, but it was already understood that there was some messiahs that are supposed to be coming. So these contradictions that you're finding, and it's not necessarily because the Bible is a lie. It's more like people trying to make sense of what life was looking like in that time, right? People trying to, explain why they were going through what they were going through, or why they were doing what they were doing, right? For example, if they did, do all the annihilating and all the slavery and selling their daughters, right? They would have explained that, right? By saying, oh, a God was asking us to do that. Right. So I think once we take out the supernaturalness of the book, then you can more than likely make more headway, because it seems like the blockage there is still thinking of the supernatural, like, oh, divine God, right? Maybe maybe looking at it from, okay, this is a book. Who wrote this book? Why did they write this book? What time period were these, books written, right? Because at the end of the day, there's no God anywhere coming to confirm any of this stuff, right? If somebody were to wake up one morning and pick up the Bible and say, God said I should do every single thing in this book, right? Annihilate these people, do this, do that. You cannot refute him because you believe that the God exists. You believe that this God is talking to people just like the book, right? So why wouldn't you believe a person in today's time, right, saying that the God is making them do that? You wouldn't believe that because in that time it would have made more sense to them. In this time, that wouldn't make sense to you that a God is freaking making someone go and not like what? That don't make no sense. There's no
In my
God talking to
opinion,
you.
with you saying that, if it was like that today, I'd be like, why? Like, if that were the case in this day, it would completely throw out the Bible with how he said he was going to act, or how things would conclude if he were just to pick, like, he would know who the descendants of Abraham are in this day. But I would feel that would be a little unfair if he just picked them. But in the New
Yeah.
Testament, it said that. That's another thing I noticed. In the New Testament and in the Old Testament, there were laws and stuff, and then some of them were done away with, and things changed in the second half.
I mean, that's the thing, though. It's not some kind of like significant change. Like that's why the question is up there, right? Like Jesus is the apology for what Yahweh did in the Old Testament. Especially thinking about the fact that Yahweh is not even like Yahweh was a God that, the Christians merged with their Jesus to create their Messiah. The Jews are still waiting on their Messiah, right? The Old Testament, the people that like, follow the Old Testament are still waiting on their Messiah. So like at the end of the day, I'm still saying like you're still thinking of it as some kind of like supernatural. And then these are still human beings, right? That's why Thinker is reading Genesis 18 to you to see that someone is claiming to know what the God was thinking. Like that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Like reconciling with that this is just a claim. It's like saying Thor was thinking about blah 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 blah. How the fuck do you know that? You don't know that. Somebody wrote that into the script. A human being wrote that into the script.
That was my original thought. The first time that I went through all this with questioning my faith and who I was with.
You know what you don't see in this Bible?
What?
A woman willing to eat shit.
Hallelujah.
You don't see that in this Bible. You don't see a woman willing to cook bread over human shit or cow shit and eat it. You don't see a woman willing to tie herself up with a rope for 390 days and starve themselves eating shitty bread. That's what you don't see in this book.
I can agree with that, because I don't even remember hearing anything about that.
Ezekiel did that. Ezekiel said God told him to do that.
I'm sorry?
Ezekiel said God told him to do that. But you don't see a woman doing that in this book. You also don't see a woman walking around 3 years butt ass naked with her breasts hanging out. But Jeremiah did. Isaiah. Isaiah said God told him to walk around butt ass naked with his schlong slinging barefoot for 3 years. You don't see women doing that in this book.
Well, if anything that I can't say about women is that they were mistreated in the Bible. Like I referenced just 2 of them of the stories earlier. And that's one of the things that bothered me. Like, especially when I was younger, it's like being taught that he is love, but then you hear about the Old Testament and things that happened.
I don't know. Did that go over your head? Is what I'm saying. Like as far as with talking about what a God says, right?
Yes.
Like being able to question what somebody says a God says, right? The claim that a God is talking to you or God is talking to somebody. If somebody came to you today and said God said for you to tie yourself up with a rope and be for it to be symbolic as him tying you up with a rope, right? He's tying you up with a rope and he wants you to lay on your left side for 390 days and then starve yourself, right? And eat only small portions of some bread that he told you to cook over. Originally, he said human shit. And then you're like, I ain't eating no human shit. And he's like, okay, I'll let you do it over cow shit. Right. Then he's like, when you get done on the left side, then I want you to roll your stinking behind over because you haven't bathed in 390 days because you've been tied up. I want you to roll over to your right side and tie yourself up for another 40 days and starve yourself for those 40 days. Would you do it? Like, would you just believe that that person was hearing from God?
In this day and age, no, I wouldn't. And
why not? Why not in this day and age?
Because it doesn't make sense.
Did it make sense then? Did it make sense then for Ezekiel to tie himself up for 390 days and starve himself on his left side and then tie himself up for another 40 days on his right side and eat bread cooked over cow shit? Did that make sense then?
No, I'm sure it didn't either. Like I said, I just have a lot to think about, especially with the saying that people say that God talked to them. What if that's what they were doing back then?
What do you mean?
But, well, actually, the Bible was written, well, if you don't know how it's written, that gets even more complicated. Because what I was originally thinking was all of these authors aligned, but then it doesn't work out because they weren't even written when all this stuff happened exactly.
Okay.
And
what?
I'm gonna leave it at that. Actually, I would like to ask one more question. I'll hop off so you can have someone else on. My mind's just kind of I have a lot to think about. But if I may ask, I'm not even sure how to ask the question. Well, I guess I'll just say, what would be your advice for someone who is in my situation and is still searching and still looking around for the truth?
I thought I gave that. I thought I already
the answer, but
no. I shared, my process that I used. Right. I can't tell you what I think you should do. Right. But I can tell you what worked for me is that I had questions. I sought the answers. As I was studying, I validated it as much as I could with history, or invalidated it with other resources, and just kept studying. Like
through study.
Huh?
Just through study. It wasn't through.
And these conversations, like all of this is still a process and a part of my deconstruction journey.
Okay, I wasn't trying to ask the question because at first I was thinking, what do you believe? But that doesn't seem like the right question to ask.
Yeah, I think people should keep their beliefs to themselves. I think people should keep their beliefs to themselves. Like if you find something that works for you, going out and saying, this is what it is. Can somebody bring Dr. Bowen up? Saying, this is what it is. This is what it is. Like that's the problem, right? Because then you open it up to scrutiny. But like if somebody asks you and you're willing to share it, that's different,
Yes.
right? But honestly, a belief system is for you. Like you need it. You stated that you need it, and you stated why you need it. That's all that matters for you.
True.
And again, as long as your belief system is not causing harm to yourself or to another human being or an animal on this planet.
That makes sense. I appreciate your time and
hold on, Dr. Bowen. Dr. Bowen said he has some advice for you.
Oh,
hey Mars, and thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. Good morning.
Be quick. Good morning. So I've been listening for about the past half hour, and you sound like a very like an enthusiastic person that's open. Just listening to what you've said, I might I recommend reading more broadly ancient Near Eastern literature. And what I mean by that, and Thinker has like referenced a number of things tonight.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
In that vein, so like, I think understanding from where these texts come is and the broader context for them is very illuminating. So, for example, and I think you said this directly, but the biblical flood story in Genesis 6-9 is derived from the Mesopotamian flood story. It comes from this story called Atrahasis, which was later utilized in the Gilgamesh epic. And if you read those stories, if you read Atrahasis, you read Gilgamesh Tablet 11, just those two things. If you then read the biblical flood story, you'd be like, oh my God, like this makes it makes a lot more sense in a broader, because of its broader context. And this is true of just the Hebrew Bible in general. The Hebrew Bible is a product of its time, of its times. And so when you read, for example, the book of Deuteronomy, and then you go read the Esarhaddon Succession Treaty from the 7th century, you're like, oh, okay. Like I now understand what a vassal treaty is, and why Deuteronomy fits, at least so much of the Deuteronomic text fits into that category. When you read through anthropogonic texts, creation of humanity texts, and then you read what you see in Genesis 2 and 3, it's like, oh, okay, like humans are created to work for the deities, right? They're created to serve the gods. That's what they do. So the fact that he's created in a garden and he's there to work the ground, like that makes sense. So I think, sorry, just one more. If you read Nenisson's work on ancient Near Eastern prophecy, it's a genre in and of itself, right? Prophecy in the Hebrew Bible is not like some standalone, right? It's part of a broader literary genre, and it was a thing. It was a real thing that people did, but it functioned very differently, I think, than what most people think. So people think of prophecy and they think of like foretelling the distant future or something. That's not what prophecy generally was. And so but I think if you read, we have all of these texts in much greater number in Mesopotamian, extant Mesopotamian sources. So if you're interested in where to like read that stuff, and obviously you can just Google it, but if you message me, I guess you can message me on this app. I'll shoot you some resources that you can kind of leaf through. By the way, I found out that you can be messaged here because the gentleman thinker from a couple of days ago, the 60-year-old gentleman that called you sweetheart, messaged me and said, no, so he messaged me and said that I was full of estrogen. I think he meant,
Oh my
I think
God.
he meant that as a some sort of a criticism or something, but I took that as a great compliment. Thank you very much, good sir. But
That
yeah,
means you're so beautiful. That
that's
means you're a beautiful Dr. Bowen. That's what that means. You
not
stupid.
calling women I don't know sweetheart, right? I guess that means I'm full of estrogen. Well, anyway, so yeah, that would. Sorry, Mars, I derailed there for a second.
Oh
But
no, you're completely fine. I appreciate that I'm here and got to have this conversation. Like I said, people don't normally want to talk like this.
Yeah, that's what this community is for. If you have questions, need to talk it through, right? Come and holler at us. Also, Dr. Bowen is a scholar in this field, so he's a wealth of information. He's actually, I call him my sensei. He's one of my senseis.
oh gracious, you definitely don't need me for that. You got people like Bash up here, so
Yeah, I got you, Bash, and Justin, Deborah. I got to learn a lot from y'all. Y'all are my senseis.
Well, I really appreciate all of your guys' time and just being able to, like I said, just have this kind of conversation, because a lot of people don't normally take it seriously, or there's even people that are like so into just their religion and not open-minded to talking like we talk. Like, nowhere in our conversation did we say, hey, you're wrong and you're screwed, or like we're all good. We had, in my opinion, a really good, thoughtful conversation, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome back anytime, Mars. I hope you have a great night, okay?
Yeah,
Thank you. You
thank
guys
you
have a
so
good
much.
morning.
And it was
morning. It's
respectful.
morning. Yeah, very respectful.
All right. Could you guys kick me out, because I'm not sure how to get out the box?
Yeah, I'll take you down. So I have a question for the know-it-all woman. Are you still on YouTube? Can you comment right quick? I was in the kitchen washing my hands and grabbing a bottle of water, and I like she said that women are not to teach, men are to teach. But by her naming herself know-it-all, that would mean that she is acknowledging that she has knowledge. So is she say, like, what can her man teach her if she's claiming that she knows it all, right? And is she making a declaration that she is willingly pretending to be ignorant so that her man can feel like he's teaching her? Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, makes sense.
Mm-hmm. That's next. That's the boss stage of pick me. Once you get to that stage, don't even worry about it.
Not the boss stage.
There's no cure. There's no cure. Don't worry about it.
yeah, massaging his ego. Like, are you still on YouTube? I don't know. She's not commenting. I need to know. Like, are you intentionally acting ignorant? And if that's the case, then what the fuck value do you have with being with that man? If he doesn't, like, what value do you have? Because you're essentially claiming that you're not learning shit. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, can you please comment so that we can bring you up? Thank you. That's a good woman, that she's willing to pretend to be ignorant for your ego?
Yeah, they love them docile.
God damn.
Submissive.
Like, do they
seen and not heard?
Like, if so am I to understand that if your woman knew how to grow a multi-million-dollar business, because you don't know how to do it, you wouldn't want her to share that information with you? You would rather continue to bump your fucking head over and over and over again until you learn it for yourself. But when you have a woman there with the knowledge that can help get you there quicker, you'd rather she just play dumb. And that's a good woman to you? Is that what you're saying, Puncho?
I think we can know one thing. and I have to drop after this, but I think this is really important to know from that this gentleman Puncho, he is clearly incredibly well endowed, right? Clearly. That much we can know. Probably drives a really big truck too. Those are two ways that you can know. He's got a huge penis. Anyway, thank you for having me up to say my stupid shit, but I'll keep listening in. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh my gosh. He says, no, that means she's willing to follow my lead. Follow your lead where? You don't know where you're going.
Ain't gonna lead you to a tree.
Like, if you don't have the instructions to build a multi-billion-dollar, $1 million company, where the fuck are you leading her? Into debt? Into failure? What?
Right into the ditch. That's where y'all going.
It's some crazy shit.
Right into a wall.
What's up, Afflex? How are you?
Astronaut. Hello.
You know what I'm gonna do every time I either hop into a live, whatever the case may be. I'm gonna write a list of all the names that gets come up with, so I could be like, whenever y'all come up with something, I'm like, nah, y'all already did that. Sorry, choose something else.
No. Listen, hey, that when I tell you that's a term of endearment. The first time I called you Aiden, right? It was like, oh, he sounds like an Aiden, right? Mm-hmm. Now you Afflex. You Afflex because you one of us. Like you got the gang name now. It's Afflex. That's just what you gonna be.
For me.
I'm sticking with Aaron. That's what I'm sticking with.
Aaron makes me think of Key and Peele, and they're not that funny no more.
Yep.
They're not.
Nah, they're always funny.
They get a
Forever.
little corny. They get a little corny. I don't know what it is. They get a little corny for me.
He's old now, I think.
Mm-hmm. But it's cool though. Like it'll give me a chuckle. I'll sit there and be like, "Huh, that's funny." But other than that, I ain't going, laugh out loud, whatever.
Sure.
We'll laugh at you, not with
You
you.
can try.
It's okay. It's already done.
Nah, it's cool. I did want to go ahead and hop into this bottom, the second to last, or the last one that says God violates free will all the time. I'm getting so sick and tired. This is how I know I'm in the dark side, because I'm getting so sick and tired of this free will argument. I'm getting so sick and tired.
Look, he been free for 2 days and he already sick of free will.
I'm so sick of it, and it's aggravating the living shit, because it was something that you said, Thinker, and you was talking to somebody and you was like, I think people get choice and free will mixed up, and that in and like I can't do it no more. I can't do it no more. Every time I hop into a live, and it's like, well, God's free will, and it's like God's free will. God's free will. Okay, so my godly free will, I'm gonna smack you. Nah, I'm playing.
But they would say you can't do that, and I'm gonna use my free will to smack you back. But it ain't free will if you're gonna do something back.
Well, God said you have to turn the other cheek, so let me smack the other side, motherfucker. No. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. I keep hearing it, and it don't the premise. Let me try to stick on topic. Is God God violates free will all the time. Um, I think that's extremely true. I think it's extremely true, especially when we look at the text and how many times it's like, hey, do something. Hey, I'm going to tell you to do something. And if you do, this opposite or whatever the case may be, I'm going to go ahead and, I'm gonna ruin everything, but without any premise, like not any background. So let me try to give an example. Without giving an example, because I can't think of a specific text, but it'll be a situation where it's like, hey, I'm gonna ask you to do this, and then on the back end, God knows in his head, he's like, and if you don't, I'm going to throw this into a whole, slew of things. And then what ends up happening is they end up doing their own thing. They end up doing their own thing. And it's like, oh, okay, well, since you ended up doing your own thing, I'm going to punish thousands of people. I'm going to schmurder. I'm going to do 1,000 different things that is going to be absolutely obscene. And then I'm going to ask you to kiss my feet afterwards. That's how it feels, at least.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how it feels.
And that's not. That's exactly how it is.
I feel bad because whenever people hop up in here and they start talking about free will, I'm like, do you even know? Do you even know what free will got a lot of people in the Bible, in both New and Old Testament? Because a lot of people try to be like, well, in the New Testament. But in reality, I mean, the New Testament, there's plenty of times where somebody ends up doing their own thing. Even one could argue the crucifixion of Jesus, that was of people's free will to go ahead and do such a thing, and to kind of throw that contradiction in and of itself. So people can do what they want, but within the parameters of whatever law, I suppose. Do you get where I'm coming from? You know, like you have free will up until a certain point, or you have free will to do whatever, but I'm still going to punish you to do the things that I don't like you to do, but you have free will. You know what I mean?
That's because they don't. Again, like they don't know what free will is. Like they're literally just saying voice. Like it doesn't make sense to me. The concept of free will and then getting punished because, like, when they say the God has free will, they say the God has free will, but who's punishing the God? Like, what consequences does the God have? Right? If free will is, if consequences is a aspect of free will, then where are the God's punishments or
Where in the
consequences?
where in the text does it even say that God has free will, or is it just implied?
Well, he always talk about his will this and his will will be done, and it's
Mm,
according to his will. So, and they believe he's all powerful. He actually, like, honestly, the I think when, like, from just studying the text, right, and looking at it from um an allegorical sense, or just like uh I guess interpreting it for myself, right?
yeah.
The human, to me, the human and God are wrestling with each other for power,
Hmm.
and the human's mind and the human's will, the God cannot control,
Yeah.
and he's losing, right? He's losing the battle. That's what it, like, honestly, when you hear humans say all the time that the reason why the God's plan didn't go through, or it's free will, free will, for real, for real. I literally was gonna do one of those graphs, like, and say, like, God versus free will, and how many times a Christian gives credit to free will for some shit, and show them, like, this is how much power you think free will has versus your God, and just to show that your so-called free will is more powerful than your God, because that's what I hear, right? That the God can't control the human, and they don't realize how powerful they are over this God, which is still mental. Like, but they don't realize how much power they have. That the God has to use trickery, right? And so if we take Jacob wrestling with the God, Jacob had the God in the headlock, right? Like, he was whooping the God's ass, like. And
Hmm.
then, in order to get out the headlock, the God had to use supernatural power to strike the side of Jacob, right? To handicap him, or cripple him, so that he could get out of the headlock and he could get the one up,
Hmm.
right? But if you look at it from just, one on one, the human, you know, out out struggled the God, or out strength the God, out strengthened the God.
Hmm. Hmm. I know
And
what you
so
mean.
the crippling, like the supernatural crippling of Jacob, to me, would be the crippling of the mind,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And then sometimes could also say, yeah, overpowered. Thank Nikki, thick Nikki. I don't know why every time I see your name, I see thank Nikki instead of thick Nikki. But it's the crippling of the mind that gives the God power, and the God is just some. It was some man in antiquity, men in antiquity, but now I think it's a lot of people who know that they can take advantage of it. But yeah, that was a lot.
No, no, no. I completely. I'm in the same boat as you. I understand that. That makes complete and utter sense. I'm what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm gonna make a drinking game one day, and I'm just gonna, stick on the live for the whole 11 to 11, and I'm just gonna, every time that I hear someone say free will, I'm going to drink. And we're gonna see how messed up I am by the end of it. We're gonna see.
You're gonna
It's
be
gonna,
throwing
it's
up
gonna
on the floor. Oh,
be,
I don't want to be you that day.
man. And I'm gonna be texting in the I'm gonna be texting in the chat like, guys, this is so much fun, and by the end of it, I'm gonna hate my life. By the end of it, I'm gonna be hating it. Listen, okay, I'm gonna hop off, you guys. I'm gonna hop off this thing. I'm gonna hop back into the chat. I just wanted to, hop in because free will has really been getting to me for the past 2 days. It's been irritating my very being. So I just wanted to be able to tap into that discussion real quickly. If there's any believers in the chat wanting to hop up in here, if you use free will as an argument, just know that I'm going to be in the comments raging out. Like I'm gonna be typing my thumbs off. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
don't
typing.
let them get you extra drunk. Like, stop
Yeah,
at some point because it's gonna be free will all night.
that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna do it tonight. I'm gonna do it one night. I'm gonna give a warning first. I'm gonna be like, guys, I know you don't know how I am when I do what I do, but I just want to let you know. I'm gonna let you know now that I'm doing it. So it's gonna be a great old time. Yeah,
All right, thank you for coming up.
no problem. Take it easy tonight, okay? Love you guys.
All right, love you too.
Bye, Aaron.
Yeah, that hangover about to be something serious.
For real.
All right, let's see who's next. That crippled mindset, Poncho. That's the crippled mindset. You already said that you want your wife to follow you to nowhere, and now you're over there arguing about whether you control an invisible creator or an invisible creator has control over you. But I digress. What is that person that asked if they could come up? Their name started with a K. Is this them? Oh wow, TikTok. Okay, I clicked on a name, but they're not on stage. Okay, let's see. If you're in the guest request box, please come in so that we can bring you up. Please help us not have to go through the accidental requests so we can keep the conversations flowing. Let us know that you're in the guest request box on purpose, please. Who has free will when you can't control the destiny of your life and death? Right, Alfred. I thought that name was Anonymous Pussy. I bet you people say that name wrong all the time. You see that name?
Where?
His name is Anonymousy. But when I read it, I thought it said Anonymous Pussy.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, I'm sure people say that name wrong a lot. Who's in the guest request box? There are 32 of you on my end. Help us out, please. I wasn't trying to be immature. I wasn't trying to be immature. That's literally what I saw in my head. And I had to take a second look.
Yeah, Dr. Bowen, look, some letters be coming up, some be disappearing. So just, we just got to take it as we see it.
Rhea, are you able to take that person down, Waller or something? Waffle Power?
Yeah, I'm getting ready right now. I'm about to hop off. I have to get out of here.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
I can't close the box. I can't close the box. They don't show up on my end.
You want me to drop them? I can drop them real quick, honey.
Yeah, are you able to drop them?
Yeah, I'm going to drop them. There you go. But I'm already putting on lotion. I'm about to help out in a bit, y'all. Sorry.
Y'all, please comment. Like, I don't make me go through all of these names and y'all not there. Please. If you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage, please comment and let us know that you are in the guest request box on purpose. Dr. Boyd is having a lot of fun this morning, Fee. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Huh?
What's Dr. Bowen doing? Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Hey.
Cracking jokes.
Oh yeah, Dr. Bowen getting in comments had me cracking up.
All right, y'all. Bye, Thinker. Bye, Fee.
Bye. Have a safe flight.
Bye, Rhea. Be safe.
Yeah.
I'm not in the guest place. Okay. I guess everybody in the guest room. I guess all 32 people in here are in there on accident.
I see 12 on my side.
You see, I see 32. And then from my iPhone, my backup account, I see 28.
That's odd.
Ain't it? Like it's giving different numbers. I don't know what TikTok is doing, but I definitely don't feel like going through. Stop it, Adrian. No, you don't. I definitely don't feel like going through all of these, and then they be ghost requests. If you're in there on purpose, just comment for us, please. Save us some time. Who is Lo-Fi? Is Lo-Fi in there? Do you see him on your end?
Let me see.
We don't have a Lo-Fi in the guest request. I don't see you, Lo-Fi, in the guest request. You see him?
Yes, I do. You want me to bring him up?
Yeah, thank you. It's odd how TikTok is separating these requests.
Hey, what's good?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me clearly? I have my earbuds in. Cool.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, so I was just going back and forth with like 10 different people in the comments. I figured I'd just hop on.
Okay. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Christian.
All right. And which one of these topics on the board did you want to discuss?
There's so many. I just, hold on.
Are you over 21, Lo-Fi guy?
Yes, I am. The believers don't like the Old Testament I found that really interesting when you posted that. The beginning of the beginning of the Old Testament is what I've been going back and forth with everybody here. So, I mean, I don't even. Well, would you guys like to discuss this?
One of the topics.
So, the believers don't like the Old Testament. I would disagree with that for sure.
So, when we talk to believers and they deny, right, that a God either condones slavery or that a God's anger, right, a God acted out of anger to take people's lives and things like that. Or they say, well, that's the Old Testament. Why are you reading the Old Testament? We're not under the Old Testament. Like, why do you think that is if it's not because they don't like it? Camera off. I don't allow camera on my stage.
Oh, might be. I thought I was just trying to be.
No, I get it. That's okay. People do weird things, and I don't want to get a strike for something a guest does.
Oh, I wouldn't do anything like that. That's weird.
Yeah, but I don't know you, though. I get it. I'm pretty sure you're telling the truth, but I don't know you, and that's just a rule on the stage, but thank you.
Yeah, I got you. So, well, the whole slavery thing is absolutely controversial for sure. In a way, we do still have. I mean, I don't know. I don't really like discussing that part because it's all. But I will say this though: the whole slavery discussion. we do have, in a way,
Your
modern.
your earphones are messing up. You're going in and out, lo-fi.
Sorry, is it better now?
Yeah, it's a lot better. Let me ask you a question. So, like, the
Yeah.
topic that you chose was that believers don't like the Old Testament, and then now you're like, I don't like discussing the slavery part.
No, I do. I don't mind discussing it, but people get incredibly angry about it. The slavery discussion is relative to modern day slavery because we have to do 9 to 5s, and a lot of
That's
people.
not slavery.
You don't think that's slavery?
Absolutely not. What's the definition of slavery?
I mean, there's multiple definitions, but it's.
What definition do you think we mean when we say God condones slavery in the Bible?
I don't know what you think. What do you think it means? Like, what's your position on it?
Position on what? The definition of slavery.
Yeah, like, do you think that we are free in this society?
I am free. I wouldn't be on TikTok at 6:00 in the morning if I wasn't.
That is a good point. We are free in a sense, but it's like almost an illusion of freedom. We don't have our basic.
There's no illusion for me.
So you don't think that we should have our basic needs met without a
Mine
cost?
are. Like, I'm literally eating curry right now.
Well,
like
okay.
6:00 in the morning on TikTok talking.
No, you're right. You're right. Well, I mean, I don't. That's the whole thing. I never really wanted to
Using
discuss
up a
that.
shitload of electricity.
Yeah. Well, I feel that we should have our basic needs met without having to
what word?
Have somebody put a price on it.
Well, like, so you're saying you're just supposed to get it for free? Then go out there. There's a lot of land that hasn't been. Hold on, lo-fi.
Yeah.
There's a lot of land that has not been civilized yet, right? You can go out there and you can live off the grid. Like, you can go out there and get your basic needs met and eat berries, right? Hunt for skunks, put up a tent, right? You don't have to live the life that you don't have to live in these plush brick houses or what is the siding called? What's the siding called? The houses that's not brick. The siding.
That's vinyl or aluminum siding.
Vinyl, yeah.
Yeah,
Vinyl.
thank you. Yeah, you don't have to live in vinyl houses, vinyl siding houses. You don't have to drive these nice cars, right? You can go and get a horse, and ride a horse, right? You don't have to eat at these restaurants. Like, you can get your basic needs met. Like, you can use fire for electricity, right? You don't have to be civilized.
On the comment where V said there's a lot of land, but it belongs to the government. Yeah, I'm leaning more on that aspect of like there's people that have more control and power over you than.
Yeah, we're not talking about who owns stuff. We're talking about whether you're a slave or not. You definitely don't have to work these jobs that you don't want to work. You don't have to acquire these bills that you don't want to acquire. You don't have to live the life so luxuriously, right, to have
That's
your basic
true.
needs met. These are choices you make.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the topic that I usually go for, but I see what you're saying for sure. There's just aspects of society that I don't agree with for sure, and I know that everyone would understand where I'm coming from in certain degrees, but
yeah, not agreeing with how greedy the powers that be are. I'm so sorry, y'all. This curry is fire. 1 second.
Curry does go hard for sure. But the Old Testament is incredibly significant that I wanted to talk about soon. The beginning of it, actually, like the very first few pages.
Lo-fi, before you go to that topic, I just wanted to add one more thing about when people make this conflation between our societal structure, our class system, our financial system, and the way we have rich people, poor people. Like, we can recognize that. But to conflate that with slavery, either in the antebellum South or in the Bible, is very, very, very dangerous. And I think what it does is that it absolutely ignores the atrocious conditions under which people lived. We talk about today's society, yeah, I mean, we have to choose a job, we have to work, we have to do these things. Should we choose to live in the ways that we live today? Slaves did not have that choice. It was made for them. Where I work right now, I chose to make that application. If I decide to no longer work there and sell my house and go live somewhere, you know, in a tent, like Thinker said, I have the freedom to do that. Slaves did not have that choice. So to conflate today's modern day fucked up capitalistic society with slavery is just not fair.
Agreed. Thank you.
It's kind of. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. And I understand what you're saying. It's like here's a small example. It's like when I was registering my car, I was like, "What? I already own this car. Why am I paying this much to register it?" It's like, well, you have to. You have to do this, or you're not legal on the road. I'm like, I already paid off my car. I own this car. I have to pay to use it now. It's just little things like that. Like there's many aspects like that I don't think are necessary, especially the prices that we pay for certain things. But yeah, anyway.
But that's inflation and that's greed. That's not slavery. And that's just simply not slavery because you are not being forced to drive a car.
Of course.
You're not being forced to do any of those things. So it's still not slavery.
Yeah, Lofi, do you understand what slavery was like in the Hebrew Bible?
I mean, I know it was brutal. I didn't want to talk about slavery for real. I just wanted to talk about the first few pages of the Old Testament.
No. Because the topic that you chose is that believers don't like the Old Testament and the uncomfortableness that you feel, right, about talking about this subject of slavery, which is a great part of the Old Testament. It's in all three of the legal codes. It's you know, an example of what we mean when we say believers don't like the Old Testament.
Yeah. Well, I do like the Old Testament. Actually, I'm very
grateful. Let's stick with the slavery topic.
Okay. I mean, I don't support slavery, so there's that.
Why don't you like talking about it?
Well, because it's not going to get us anywhere. It's not going to help anybody. But the first few pages will absolutely help everyone.
I'm confused. Why do you think that it won't help anybody?
Because it's just going to be a discussion of what we believe in and how we feel about things.
Do you think that I or other people on the stage are not looking at this from a data-driven perspective? Do you think we're just looking at it from an emotional perspective?
No, I don't think that your understandings of it is false. I'm just saying, what's it going to do for us?
Lofi, do you think that you're coming at this only from an emotional perspective?
Well, no.
Okay. Well, if we're not and you're not, then I mean, I feel like given the data, we should be able to get somewhere.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm just trying to say that the first few pages is what I wanted to talk about, but. Anyway, I don't think anybody wants to talk about that.
But you are the one who brought up slavery, right? You brought it up, correct?
I did?
Right. No. So, we are comfortable talking about it. You're the only one uncomfortable about the topic that you brought up.
No, it's not that I'm uncomfortable.
To discuss that believers do, in fact, like the Old Testament while you're showing us that they don't.
I do like the Old Testament. I actually love the Old Testament.
Then let's talk about this topic that you brought up of slavery.
Oh my Lord.
And I mean, to your point, I get that you want to talk about the first 3 pages, and I'm really curious.
I would love to talk about the first few pages.
Why you do. But, but to Thinker's point.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I just want to say one last thing. But to Thinker's point, is almost like this conversation that we're having right now is proving the validity of her prompt. Because slavery is rampant throughout the Old Testament. You mentioned it. We didn't bring it up. So that in and of itself, if you could at least acknowledge the fact that, okay, I could see why it's problematic for believers to discuss the Old Testament because of topics such as slavery. And to Dr. Bowen's point, there's been no emotional appeals. This has been just simply data-driven. If you look at the situations between slaves in the Old Testament and modern day citizens choosing to live in a society with cities and tax codes and laws and rules that they can follow or figure out ways to work around to their own benefit, it's simply not the same. So that's not an emotional appeal. That's simply identifying a distinction. That's very important.
I also think it's important to talk about the God aspect of, around slavery, and the God being the one to condone it and regulate it, right?
Mm.
And the fact of the matter being that when the God becomes Jesus Christ, that God neither condemned it, right? And then if you want to think that you are in slavery today, then it would be because your God allowed whoever to create the laws that put you in this slavery that you feel like you're in. Just like the God allowed and condoned it in this book.
When you say allowed,
Through
you
the
mean
men
about free will
who
or free
said, a
choice?
God said, this is perfectly okay to do.
Mm. I still have to
That's the purpose of the
learn more about free.
conversation.
I
Like
still
the
have.
whole purpose, the whole purpose of acknowledging the slavery in the book is around the God being the one saying that it is okay to do through the voice of human men saying this is what God said is okay to do. And then because other humans believed that these human men were speaking for a God, they did the thing that they said a God said is okay to do. And that carried out in history, even to today, where you are believing that you are still in some form of slavery because human men.
I'll definitely say that free choice and free will, people abuse that for sure.
If I say the God says, you shall allow your Israelite brothers and sisters to sell themselves into slavery for the purposes of settling a debt, is that free will or is that the God saying this is okay to do?
And what was the question?
If the God says, you shall allow your brothers and sisters to sell themselves to you for the purposes of clearing a debt, is that free will or is that the God saying, hey, this is okay to do? I'm okay with that.
And it sounds like free will, allowing the choice of it.
Lofi, sorry, thinker, because I feel like we might need a simpler example here to get moving. So, Lofi, I have 5 kids, right? If I'm going to leave the house and I say, hey, Oliver, my 6-year-old, I'm going to go now. Listen, you can't eat Cheerios while I'm gone. But if you want to hit something, you're allowed to hit your sister. All right, see you later. And is it free will? Is that a question of free will? With if Oliver goes and hits his sister, or is it me endorsing the practice of hitting his sister?
I mean, if you didn't say anything, he still has the free will to do whatever he wants.
But when I come back home and his sister is bruised, right, and I say, Oliver, what did you do? What's he going to say?
He's probably going to say that he did that.
Is he? Do you have kids, Lovi?
I do not.
No. What's he going to say? Don't be dumb. He's going to say, you said I could. Right?
Well, usually I wouldn't blame somebody else, but I mean,
all right. I don't know what to do with you, man. This is why we're not going to get anywhere, because you're not being honest.
And to me, it just proves that you don't like the Old Testament. Like you're actively working to like put like a barrier between the God saying that this is okay to do, and you're putting the blame on men, on humans with this free will. And this is why I say that your free will is more important. I mean, more powerful than your God. Y'all's free will be whooping y'all's God's ass.
Well, people tend to blame God rather than the devil and man.
This isn't about blaming God. This is about acknowledging what God said and did. You won't even acknowledge what he said and did. Nobody's asking you to place blame on anything. You are creating a barrier between this God and slavery, and you're putting it all on the free will of humans.
And even using Dr. Bowen's analogy, which was absolutely amazing, you still didn't even acknowledge the fact that he as a parent would bear responsibility for even verbalizing, if you want to hit something, hit your sister. And that is 100% analogous with God saying, and the slaves that you may have, buy them from the heathens around you. But don't treat your brother and sister, your Israelite brothers and sisters like that. You have to treat them nicely and not with harshness. But your slaves, get those from around the heathens around you. That's where you buy those, and you can keep those forever. And once you die, just give them to your children. Like, you can't hopscotch over that and then say, well, they had the free will choice to do it. They wouldn't have any choices to do that if your God had not granted it to them. And that is the crux of the problem for believers with the Old Testament. Your defense attorney skills in the Old Testament have to be a whole lot sharper, and you have a whole lot more to defend when compared to the New Testament. Because Jesus starts to play a little bit nicer than Jesus. Well, I guess Jesus 1.0 in the Old Testament.
The first few chapters is what I'm more knowledgeable about in the Old Testament. Like I don't.
Let's talk about the first few chapters. Let's talk.
That was originally what I wanted to talk about.
Okay, what about the first few chapters? Do you want to talk about
Genesis for sure?
Okay, yeah. Do you think slavery is not in the first few chapters?
I don't. Are we still talking about slavery?
No, I'm asking. Like, you're more comfortable with the first two chapters. Is it because you think slavery is not in the first few chapters of the Bible?
No, that's not why I want to talk about it. I want to talk about the biblical cosmology, like of our.
Nobody cares about. I don't have the conversations about proving whether your God exists. That is the most boring shit.
No, that's fine.
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
So what's the point of talking about the first few chapters?
It completely debunks outer space. It completely debunks what the government tells you is real. Yeah, there's a lot of things.
You're a flat earther.
I wouldn't say flat earther, but I would definitely say I don't believe in that we live on a spinning ball in outer space next to a.
You think that we would sit in here and have a whole ass conversation with you about whether outer space exists? I'm not.
Yeah, Luffy, I don't. I think this might surprise you.
That's why I love the Old Testament, because it helped me realize lies that are told to everybody.
Luffy, this may surprise you. We would agree with you that the cosmology in the Hebrew Bible is a dome overhead with a flat earth. We agree.
So not a circle. No, it's a circle but not a ball. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's a flat land with foundations underneath of it with a big dome overhead.
There's absolutely there's absolutely a dome above us for sure. Yeah.
Well, according to the biblical cosmology, there's no question.
Well, even if you apply the scientific method to it.
I suspect, Luffy, that you don't have a scientific background. But if we're talking about the Hebrew Bible, yes, you're right.
That's an unfair assumption, actually.
I don't think it's unfair. I think it's probably very reasonable. Let's assume that it's unfair. You just answer the question. Do you have a formal scientific background?
I absolutely do.
Oh, great. Tell us. Where did you go to school? Where's your degree from?
Well, let's have the discussion instead of getting personal.
Luffy, tell me, where's your degree from?
Who's talking to me? Who is this?
This is Dr. Bowen. Where is your PhD from?
So, how do you explain gas pressure without a container, brother?
Luffy.
No. This guy wants to get personal. He wants to attack the character.
I just said that you don't have a scientific background. Can you prove me wrong?
I studied physics in college. Is that enough for you?
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh, it's not enough for you.
It's not. Where did you get your advanced degree? Where did you get your graduate degree?
You're saying that nobody can understand science unless they have.
I'm saying you clearly don't.
We haven't even had the discussion. You're already making claims about me.
You've said that the Earth has a big dome over top of it. I think that's sufficient
gas
enough.
Pressure. It doesn't. Are you saying that Earth is an open pressurized system?
My point is that you don't have a scientific background sufficient.
You won't answer the question. Do you believe that Earth is an open pressurized system?
You're not going to believe this, Luffy. I don't have a scientific background.
I can see that. You don't. Yes, for sure.
Yeah. So I don't engage in things that I don't have formal training in.
But yet you'll claim that you think that.
I would suggest, Luffy, that you do the same.
I just told you I have.
You don't, my friend. You don't.
You don't mean that when you say my friend, so don't say that. I'm actually trying to talk to you.
Do you know how the English language works?
sarcasm? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so
that.
I used it correctly, didn't I?
Yes, you're being not
condescending.
genuine. Yes,
I am. I'm
Why
being
do you
condescending to you.
So you think that's the best? That's
Yep,
the best
right now,
route to have a
absolutely.
discussion?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. So to have gas pressure, you have to have a container for particle collision. You have to have a physical barrier.
Lofi, what did I just say about my scientific background?
I'm not trying to school you. I'm trying to talk to you.
Do you remember? Oh, you can't school me.
I'm not trying to school you.
Do you remember what I said about my scientific background?
You said you didn't have one.
Why do you think I said that?
I don't
know.
Justin,
if you want to answer, just...
He's not here to learn. He's here to argue, bro. Do you hear this?
Oh,
I'm going to tell you that you don't know what you're talking about.
You're just saying these things, brother. I'm just trying to talk to you that you can't have gas pressure with an open system.
I mean, like Lofi, fewer fucks I could not give about what you have to say about science.
Then why are you talking?
You're talking.
You're talking to me. I'm responding
talking to you about what you came up here to talk about, which is the Hebrew Bible, and
biblical cosmology. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And we said we agree with you about the cosmology of the Hebrew Bible. Is that all you wanted to say?
You don't agree with me, no.
I do, 100%. Yeah. The biblical texts say there's a big dome overhead. Yep, everybody agrees.
There's absolutely a dome. Wait, do you actually agree with that for real?
I'm saying that Jesus Christ, people in the ancient Near East thought that the earth was flat and that there was a big dome overhead.
That's true.
Everybody agrees with that.
So you do, so you genuinely agree that there is a dome above us?
Oh my God.
Nearly all biblical scholars agree that people believed that, and the Bible endorses that. We don't believe that to be the case. They were wrong. Is one more reason to throw the Bible out.
They were wrong. How so? How do you explain gas pressure on Earth without a container?
Easy, gravity. That's what causes gas pressure.
Gravity. So what's the opposite of gravity? What's the opposite of gravity?
Atmospheric pressure is caused by gravity.
Okay, so you're claiming that pressure makes pressure, which makes no sense. What's the opposite of gravity?
Gravity's not a pressure, and pressure is a measure. This is how I know you didn't graduate.
No, what's the opposite of gravity?
There's no opposite of gravity.
Oh, really? So you're making a claim that something exists.
Justin, given what you've heard for the past 35 seconds, do you think that? Hey, Luffy, I'm talking now. So, Justin, given what you've just heard for the past 30 seconds, do you think that my assessment was fair about his educational level and scientific background?
I would get money that he didn't actually get a degree in physics. Did you actually graduate with a degree in physics?
Oops.
I was muted, sorry. Yeah, of course. I just told you that.
Well, you said you took physics in school. You didn't say you graduated with a degree in physics.
I studied physics in college.
Which university?
And I graduated college. Brother, we're not going to get personal. We're trying to be logical here.
I'm going to bet he went to
this is what
college.
So what people will attack the character when they can't attack the logic.
I don't know what this has to do with your character. I'm asking about your education.
Your credentials. Prove that you have the credentials to talk about what you're talking about. That's all they're asking.
I am. I asked them to.
And what school did you graduate from? Where did you get your degree?
I don't want to talk about personal.
So then you cannot prove your credentials.
I mean, two things real quick. Lala, do you need me? I'm sorry. Hang on, Lofi. Lala, do we need to switch spots? I know I'm in your seat.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hop down. And before I do, Lofi, I think the question is, when you graduated from college, whichever one it was your degree in physics?
I had a minor in physics. Okay. Yeah. I didn't want it to be my full-time study, but I do find it fascinating for sure.
Lofi, why do you think that everyone in the scientific community disagrees with you? Everybody that has graduate degrees?
I don't want to talk about feelings and hypothetical.
I'm asking. It's not a question about feelings. Lofi, I'm asking you a thought question. Thinking, my guy. Why do you think that is?
Science doesn't disagree with what I'm saying.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
People with let me just make sure I understand. And Justin, since you've got some background in this, I guess, so you're saying that if I go poll a group of people with doctoral degrees in scientific fields that they're going to say, yes, we agree with Lofi guy that the Earth is flat and there's a big dome overhead. That's what you're telling me?
I won't say that they will agree to that because they will deny that they want to support outer space.
So they won't agree.
But
Okay,
they will agree with the
step
fundamentals that I'm saying.
Step one.
For sure.
So yes, they're going to disagree with you. So then why do you, we go back to my question, why do you think that is?
Because they want outer space to exist, which defies the second law of thermodynamics.
So it's just a big conspiracy.
You can't have an open pressurized system in reality. That makes no sense.
Is it possible, Lofi?
How do you? Okay, yeah, I mean, so how do you have?
Is it possible? Is it possible that you?
Stop,
hey,
brother!
Lofi,
Stop talking,
is it possible,
brother.
Lofi? Hey, Lofi.
Don't hold on, Lofi.
I'm trying to respond.
Lofi. If he's talking, then you go on mute. Okay. We can't hear y'all if y'all are talking at the same time.
Hey, Lofi, is it possible that you, with your assumed minor from an accredited university in physics, maybe know less than you need to know about this topic to overturn scientific consensus amongst subject matter experts? Do you think that's possible?
You admitted that you don't have any education in this, yet
Did you not hear my question?
I'm not understanding where you're trying to go with it. You're
trying
to discredit what I'm saying.
Did you understand it?
That's
all. Did you understand it? Did you understand it?
I don't want to understand you, brother. I don't want to.
So you didn't understand the question, or you?
You don't mean brother when you say it.
Technically, he is a brother.
Well played.
No, technically he is a brother. We're all family deep down, but it's just
I don't know what that means, but
you don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what you. I certainly don't know what you mean by it. That we're all brothers deep down.
But everybody's brothers and sisters. We should be all treating each other like family. But
I don't know what you mean by that.
You're not treating me like a family member.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, well, I mean, you're sort of behaving that way, but
you're gaslighting a lot, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So my question. Let me ask it differently. So in my field, if somebody were to come up and say, Gilgamesh, the story of Gilgamesh is actually an accurate representation of history, right? In other words, the Epic of Gilgamesh, that actually happened. So Gilgamesh actually went to the cedar forest and killed Huwawa. He actually killed the bull of heaven, right? He actually made it to the flood survivor. Like that he went past the scorpion guards through the tunnel to outrun Shamash, the sun god, through the tunnel that the sun travels through, right? And I were to say, oh, okay. So what is your educational background in this before we go any further? Oh, I minored in ancient literature in my bachelor's degree. And I say, oh, well, guess what question I'm going to ask them? Do you think it's possible that, given what you know, that maybe that limited amount of training in this field, you should pause a little bit more when you think about there's a universal consensus among people that are actually specialists in this field about this, right? That's what I would ask them. So that's what I'm asking you. But it seems like your response to that is, oh, well, they're all just lying.
You appeal to authority.
That's not an appeal to authority. Yes. You know what an appeal to authority is?
You believe in things that you're told without researching yourself.
No.
Yes.
Did you hear the part where I said,
yes,
I have a PhD in this field?
You believe the sun is 90 miles away.
Lofi, did you hear that part where I said I have a PhD in this field?
I heard that, yes.
Okay, so you think that one gets a PhD in a field without doing research into it?
You can do research on any topic without a PhD.
Did you hear my question?
You said a lot of questions.
The last one.
What was your last question?
Oh my God.
Lofi, are you copying off a Lo-Fi girl?
No.
Are you sure?
Although she is cool, but no, I'm not copying her.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I direct lo-fi music.
That's
I'm
Lo-Fi
part of
girl.
I'm part of the lo-fi community. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's my podcast. I direct
Yeah.
music and I make a podcast.
But like this is her
Yeah.
and this is you.
Yeah, I'm part of
You
the lo-fi community. Yes.
like you work for her or something?
No, I don't work for her. I
You
direct.
listen to her show. Like her show is about her studying in her room and all that good stuff. Like you listen to her show,
Mm.
and then you create a show called Lo-Fi Live, Lo-Fi Girl, and your avatar mimics her avatar, but like you're not copying her.
I made
There's
I made a podcast called A Lo-Fi Life, and then Spotify gave me the name Lo-Fi Guy, so I just go by Lo-Fi Guy now.
Lo-Fi, do you know who Billy Carson is?
Joshua, you ask a lot of questions. I don't.
Yeah, I know you don't answer many of them. Do you know who Billy Carson is?
No, I don't know who Billy Carson
Do you know
is.
who Zachariah Sitchin is?
I do not.
Okay, these are people that say things like 445,000 years ago, aliens came from the planet Nibiru and seeded the planet Earth to create humanity. Right? Guess what they base most of their evidence off of?
Ancient text or something?
That's right. Ancient Sumerian and Akkadian texts. Yep.
Okay.
Now, do you think that I'm qualified to respond to them?
I don't know. Are you?
Yeah, I am. My PhD is in Assyriology.
Okay.
So, do you think that if you, Lo-Fi, were listening to the two of us talk, Billy Carson, and he said, "Oh yeah, the ancient Sumerian texts say they're ancient aliens, right?" And I say, "No, they don't." Do you think it would be useful for you as a listener to hear that I have a PhD in this field, I can read these languages, and that everybody else that has a PhD in this field and can read these languages agrees with me, and that he doesn't have a degree in the field and he can't read these languages that he's commenting on? Do you think that would be useful to know?
I don't think it needs to be a necessity for discussion.
Do you think it would be useful to know?
No, I don't think it's useful.
It's not useful to know that. So you would trust the word of Billy Carson about what a Sumerian text says, even if he can't read Sumerian?
I would trust the person that understands what they're talking about.
You're not answering questions.
Would you trust a doctor if he didn't have an actual medical degree?
Well, he wouldn't be a doctor then, would he?
I'm asking, you just said you don't need to actually have a degree in it. You can just know it. So would you go to a surgeon if you didn't have a degree, a medical degree?
Well, he wouldn't be a surgeon without one, would he?
He doesn't answer questions.
I'm not saying that he has a certification. I'm saying, would you allow someone to operate on you if they didn't have a medical degree?
So, Lofi, that's a yes.
No, I wouldn't do. No, I wouldn't allow
Good.
that to happen.
You did it.
Fantastic. It's about time. Okay, so education is very important, and it's important to recognize that the people who have expertise in the field have an appropriate education in the field, which is why we're questioning the fact that you have a physics degree, because it disagrees with all of mainstream physics. And as an electrical engineer, I've got questions myself. For example, why do satellites go into orbit, and why is it that as an engineer I can program a GPS unit to calculate the position on the Earth and of those individual satellites, but my trigonometry requires the Earth to be around for it to work? Why is that the case?
So GPS originally meant ground positioning system. We have cables and antennas.
That's not an answer to my question.
Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
That's not an answer to my question. I'm asking why, when I calculate my position on the Earth using the satellites, my position is only resolved when using math that includes a globe Earth.
You're assuming that satellites are floating in the sky.
I've seen them get launched.
Okay, you've seen them launch, sure. Are you saying to the whole panel that there's satellites floating in the sky?
Hundreds and hundreds of them.
And none of them crashing into each other?
And I can ping them. That's right. And I can ping them using electronics here on the Earth.
This is anecdotal. How do you prove
You're
this?
such a liar, Justin.
It's not
You just
anecdotal.
want
You're
space
saying
Oh, that's right. I'm lying.
you're saying that these phenomenons are happening. Do you believe in the ISS as
phenomena.
well? Do you believe that there's a space station the size
He's
of the
calling
football field?
satellites phenomena.
Yeah, they're not. There's no satellites in the sky.
Yes, they're
Hey,
not
can you
real.
demonstrate
Oh,
So
that?
there's no
the Google
satellites.
balloons. You're saying
My electronics are just magic.
Yeah, wait,
No,
wait,
How do
Justin,
my
hold
electronics
on.
work?
Justin, can you ask him to demonstrate that claim?
you're asking me
That
to
there are
prove
no
a negative.
satellites?
Yeah,
I
he
want you to
definitely can't demonstrate
demonstrate.
it.
Yeah,
Well,
that
you
there
know,
are no
you're the
satellites up
burden
there.
of proof is on you, bro.
Oh
You're
no, you just
claiming.
made the claim, my friend. You said
Yeah.
there are no satellites up. That's your claim. Can you
Yes, of
demonstrate
course. No, I can't demonstrate a negative. The burden of proof is on you. You're claiming
that?
there's
So
satellites in the sky.
if I walk into a room and I say there is no elephant in this room,
Yeah.
and somebody says prove that, I thought no, it's on you to prove that there is an elephant in the room.
No, it's not me to prove a negative. The burden of proof is on
It's not
you.
me. It's not on me to prove that there's no elephant in this room. You have to prove that there is one.
But that's your claim. You're saying there's satellites in the
You're
sky,
the one
thousands of them.
making the claim. You realize that, right?
is
I'm
Google
making a
Earth fake?
to
Are they
a
making
to a certain degree. Yes, it
so
is.
so being able to look at somebody's house on Google Earth, that's an illusion?
No, that's a drone. That's not visual from
You
outer
think
space.
it's done by a drone?
Absolutely.
Can you demonstrate that?
Well, yeah, you can.
That's another claim, Lofi.
You can demonstrate a drone. You can't demonstrate a
demonstrate
satellite.
that it's a drone doing it. You have to be able to do these things. That's part of the scientific method.
Right, and you're making a claim there's satellites in the
Lofi,
sky.
don't run.
I'm not
Tell
running.
us.
I'm right here.
Yeah.
I'm right next to
Demonstrate that it's a drone.
you. You can look it up yourself.
That's your demonstration? I can look it up?
I mean, if I could go buy a drone
Big
and
old
just.
trust me, bro.
It's
I'm
not trust
still,
me, brother. It's not
I'm
trust me,
still
bro.
standing 10 toes down that this guy got a degree from Phoenix University online.
I think that's really generous that he got one.
I think it's insane that you think outer space exists, bro. Can you prove that outer space exists? That's a huge claim.
Shift that burden, big guy.
Yes, we can.
How do you prove that outer space exists? The sky exists. The sun, the moon, the stars are in the
As
sky.
soon as you demonstrate that drones have made Google Earth.
No, you're making a claim that outer space exists.
You just
sky
made
exists.
the claim that drones did Google Earth. So I'm just going to sit here and wait for you to demonstrate that.
You want me to demonstrate it right now? What are you talking about?
Yep. I want a peer-reviewed paper. I want you to publish a peer-reviewed paper. I want you to cite some data because that's what this is all about. But it's not our fees, man.
You need me to do that for you to understand that?
Yes, I do, Lofi guy, because I don't have a scientific background. So I need you to write the peer-reviewed paper for me.
Do you need me to demonstrate that you can fill a glass of water from a sink as well?
Walk me through it. Yep, drones and filling a glass of sink. They're exactly the
Okay,
same.
so
if it's just that easy, Lofi, if it's just that easy, you'll be able to do it real soon. So let's hear it, my guy.
All right, so a drone can fly. It can go up in the air, and it has.
Slow down. Let me write this down. Drone.
Yes.
Can fly. Got it. Go ahead.
Yes, it can go in the air, and it has a camera, which a camera can capture.
Camera. Yep. Can capture. Go ahead.
Okay. And that camera on the drone can capture up to 80,000 feet in the air.
Drone can capture 80,000 feet in the air.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. And weather balloons can also do the same thing, by the way.
How many drones do they have at any given time to get these live images of Google Earth?
I don't know. I'm not
where are they? Are they invisible? Are they stealth?
No, you can. I'm sure you can see drones in the sky.
I mean, how many would they need though, to get a live image, live footage of what's happening on Earth? for Google Earth. Like we can go to any place on Earth and get
Yeah.
live footage, right?
Yeah.
So how many drones are flying over the Earth 24 hours a day to get this live footage?
I don't know. I don't know how. I'm not going to make a positive claim that I don't know. So
Lofi, come on, man. Look, you're supposed to
Lofi,
be
can you explain a
demonstrating
lunar
this.
eclipse? I want to know how lunar eclipses work. What's blocking the light from getting to the moon during a lunar eclipse?
Nobody really knows how to answer that.
Oh man.
Nobody knows, of course. Oh, isn't it weird that the globe Earth model has an answer for that, and it's very consistent? We can calculate lunar eclipses going back 3,000 years.
Yeah, I mean, what's your explanation of it?
Yeah, the Earth is blocking the light going to the moon because
how
the
do you
Earth gets
verify that?
between
How
the
do you-
sun
Yes, I
and
understand.
the moon.
I understand what
Because
you're
we
gonna
can
say.
calculate the orbit of all three of these bodies, and it's very consistent. And we have archaeological data letting us know that there were actually lunar eclipses at the historical dates in which we calculated there would be one, and in the regions we knew it would exist.
Right, I understand that. How do you verify this?
Go read
We have the archaeological data of people saying this is what we observed.
Right, so is that no different than appealing to authority or believing in the Bible?
No,
How
appealing to
so?
authority is not saying we have archaeological data. That's saying we have data.
And how do you verify that data yourself?
Lofi, I need you to go look up appeal to authority. I need you to just go look it up for
No,
me.
how do you verify that it's the Earth
This guy
casting that
believes in
data?
an ancient book that says the earth is flat with a dome over it, but he doesn't believe ancient data when it says that the moon was blocked. We couldn't see the moon. There was no light hitting it.
Because I can verify those claims, but I can't verify what you're saying.
How do you
None of us
verify?
can.
How do you verify
You
there are
literally
sluice
cannot
gates in
verify the
heaven?
dome.
Yes, you can. You can verify the dome, absolutely.
Can you tell me how you verified there are sluice gates in the dome?
I don't even know what that means. What did he say?
Don't you know your Bible, Lofi?
I didn't hear what you said. No, seriously, what did you say?
Sluice gates, the things that let water out and in.
What? No, what?
So look, I did the math.
Yeah.
For total coverage, right? Because the landmass of the Earth is 149 million square miles, right? And the global surface is 510 square miles, right? So a drone, a high quality drone, can fly at an altitude of 20 miles, right? And it can cover roughly 40 miles, which is about 40 kilometers, which is about 1,256 square miles per image, right? To account for the overlapping in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there would be 339,260 drones flying 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at 20 miles up in the air. Now, we would see these drones, would we not, Lo-Fi?
The same as the satellites.
No, satellites are able to do a lot more than a drone.
Also,
and how do
the
you verify
satellites
that satellites are in the sky?
The satellites are at least 100,000 miles away from us. We're not going to just randomly see one. Now, as it turns out, there are low-flying satellites, and you can see their light at night. It's similar to what it would look like if a star was moving. So you can actually see them. In fact, not long ago, there was a series of Starlink satellites that were launched, like 10 of them all at once. And you can see a string of moving orbs as they were launching into orbit. So you can see
Justin, those are the drones. Like, don't lie to him.
Oh, right. Yeah, they're not real satellites. That's a lie. Because
A drone makes much more sense than a satellite.
The guy who makes money launching satellites is lying to you. They're not actually satellites. I forgot.
Well, people definitely make money off lies for sure.
When somebody pays Starlink to launch satellites, do you think they've never gone to inspect the satellite? So I build and design machines for a living, and you know what the customer does? Before they pay us for the machine, they come in and they inspect the machine and they verify that the machine operates appropriately before they give us the money for it. Nobody's paying Starlink or anyone else to make satellites and then just failing to come and inspect their capital investment.
Are you claiming that satellites are past the stratosphere?
The satellites are quite literally orbiting the Earth, a round Earth.
I understand that the Earth is round in the circle sense, like it's a circle.
It's a
It's not a
sphere.
ball. No, it's not a
It's a
sphere, brother.
sphere, and
No.
satellites are orbiting it. And you have no explanation for how anything orbits. You have no explanation for how
Because
the
they
sun and the
don't.
moon stay in its path. I know you don't, but all of this is easily explained using the standard model of physics.
The sun and the moon are local light sources.
And why don't they fly off the Earth? Because things, in order for them to have an elliptical path or any type of an orbit, it needs a force to hold it into that position. Otherwise, the linear force is going to cause it to go off path.
Right. No one made that claim that the sun and moon are physical objects.
So the sun and moon aren't real?
No, nobody ever said that. You can verify their light sources.
Are they made of actual material?
All we can verify is that they're light sources. We're not going to make up claims that they're physical objects in the sky.
We quite literally know what they're made of. We have rock samples from the moon.
No, we do not. How did you verify that?
We absolutely do. We left reflectors on the moon.
You believe that we landed on the moon?
There are 6 or 8 different reflectors on the moon right now, and various universities have projects set up shining lasers at those reflectors. It's one of the ways that we can measure the position of the moon.
You have to have faith that those are moon
That's how I know
objects.
he never went to a real university, because a real university would have given you a really good science experiment and let you hit a reflector on the moon.
You can't empirically demonstrate your claim.
Let me
demonstrate
because
it.
I feel like let's do this differently. How do you know what Genesis 1 says?
Because you can empirically verify it.
You can?
Absolutely.
You know Hebrew?
I don't know much Hebrew, no.
You've seen the actual
You don't know
manuscripts?
any Hebrew.
Shalom, shalom.
Yeah, that's
Oh my.
So
He said shalom.
Lofi.
Faye, did you need to go to the big screen? What's happening? Who's switching it up?
Well, I like it this way. No, I like it this way. This is nice.
It's not me.
Okay.
Listen, guys, keep cooking. I gotta go to work. I gotta go do real science.
Thank you for coming and saving me.
All right, have a good day, Justin. Hey, if y'all want to see me, Justin, and Dr. B cook on Saturday, we will be doing a Come At You Live Saturday at 8:30 Eastern. So be there.
Or be sphere.
Lofi, so look, let's try to knock some of the, because I'll have to go in a few minutes, but seriously, if you're not willing to trust what, I don't even want to say the consensus. It's just like,
I genuinely know what you're going to say. Like, if I'm going to reject what I'm being told, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. How do you? But seriously, how do you do that? So, how do you? Like, why do you trust? I hate to say this, but people like me tell you Genesis 1 says.
Oh wait, what'd you say?
This is my field.
I don't understand your question.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you knew where I was going. Sorry. So, like, in order for you,
ask me what the last thing you said.
Oh, okay. In order for you to read Genesis 1, let's just say, like, you have to rely on what people like me, people that translate the Hebrew, tell you it says.
Yeah, no, sure. Okay, now I know what you're saying. Well, yeah, because then I tested it for myself, and then you can verify that we can't have gas pressure without a container.
But
explain
sorry. My question, I think, is more basic. Why do you trust that when I say bara, the word bara in Genesis 1:1 means to create? Why do you trust that?
Why do I trust the Bible is what you're saying?
No. Why do you trust that? So, do you understand what I mean when I say Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz?
No, I do. I don't understand.
Right. No, right. No, like few people, but right outside of people that sort of do this. So I had like a translator has to tell you, hey, what those sounds meant or what that means when it's in writing is when God began to create the heavens and the earth, right? Or in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. However, people want to argue that.
Yeah.
Why do you trust them?
I trust what I can verify, and also I trust the testimonials. Like, if somebody was willing to unalive themselves for something, I find that significant. And multiple people were willing to unalive for what is written in Scripture.
Who told y'all that was a good talking point for your apologetic? Like,
nobody's told me these things.
Yeah, like all of y'all say that. Like, do y'all think that early Christians were the only ones willing to die for what they believed?
Of course not. I think a lot.
Okay,
of people,
so does that mean all the heretics that died? Does that mean that theirs is true?
They were willing. They had a choice to.
No, that's not what I asked about a choice. Because they were willing to die for what they believed, does it mean that what they believed was true?
I find that incredibly significant.
So then the heretics' belief is just as true as yours.
What do you mean, the heretics?
Those that died for Christianity, right? You think that it's significant to believe what they believed because they were willing to die for it. So the heretics had a different belief, and they were also willing to die for their belief. Is that, and you said that's significant. So should you also be believing what the heretics believed because they died for it?
Well, did the heretics have a choice? Because the disciples had a choice.
What choice did they have?
Well, the disciples. Yeah, sorry. The disciples had a choice to re-announce, like to deny what Jesus said. And they were willing. They didn't want to do that. They were willing to.
Neither did the heretics. Like, they put a bag over their head with one eye showing, one eye cut out of the bag, put a weapon to their head, told them to either denounce their belief or die.
Yeah.
And they died for their belief.
I would find that significant. Then they were willing to die.
So then, do you also believe them because they were willing to die for their belief?
Well, that's not my claim. I don't know.
That is your claim. You're claiming that you're claiming that the early Christians, because they died for their belief, right? It's true because they were willing to die for it.
I think it's incredibly significant. Yes.
Okay, so also the heretics too.
Well, I don't know much knowledge about what the heretics.
But I'm telling you, they died for their belief. They did not denounce their belief, and so they died for it.
Right. So, are you saying that if somebody's willing to die for something, you don't think that's significant?
No, you're saying that it's significant enough, right, to just believe, right? Dr. Bowen is asking you, why do you believe that the first verse in the Bible says what it says when you don't speak Hebrew? You went to, because people were willing to die for this belief.
Right.
So we're heretics. So does that also mean that you should be believing what they believed?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's significant.
But I think the problem is even more basic here, Lofi, because like this isn't a question about like overall theological frameworks. I'm just asking you, like, when you read your English Bible, how do you know that's what it actually said?
Yeah, and I need to know why bring it up if it's significant. For that, and like, why bring it up if that's not what you're saying?
Well, in Genesis 1:6, it said God created a firmament that divides the waters.
Right, but how do you know that? Because
when you look in reality, that's what you observe and experience.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you know what Genesis 1:6 says.
But that's what we experience in reality.
Except I don't think I understand. So, so where do you experience in reality? I don't know, Manasseh's reign.
I experienced Genesis 1:6, and we all experience Genesis 1:6 in reality.
Lofi, do you see that you just sidestepped my question completely?
Well, I'm still trying to explain that Genesis 1:6 is actually empirically true.
Yeah, I don't think you're engaging with what I'm asking you. So when it says in Genesis 2:17, right? B'yamachalcha motimat. Why do you think that's true?
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, actually, so sorry, I'm doing it from memory here. When it says, in the day that you eat, you will in fact die, right? How do you know it says that?
How do I know it says that?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, how do I know that it says that?
I mean, you're reading that in English, right?
Are you saying, like, how do I know that that's like what was originally written?
How do you know that that is an accurate translation of the Hebrew?
The only way we can know is if it is something that we actually experience or understand.
How do you know that Genesis 2:17? That's why I'm asking you. What experience do you have that Nachash is serpent? What experience do you have that verifies that?
I never made that claim.
I'm asking you, when it says that the serpent was more cunning, right?
Oh, a snake?
How do you know that that's what that actually says?
How do I know if a serpent is conniving?
Are you being intentionally obtuse with me here?
No, I mean, like, everyone's throwing me in different directions.
I'm just walking you in one. So, how do we know that Noah's name was Noah?
You don't know. I guess you don't know anything. You just have to have some sort of faith. Everybody has faith.
Right. But why? So why is your faith in what the Hebrew, that the English translation is an accurate representation of the Hebrew? Why is that okay to have?
Well, it's the same reason, like, you have faith that the food that you ordered isn't poisoned. You have.
Why is that okay?
Because that's all we have is faith.
Okay. So for me, right? So I'm trying to get you to see something here. So why do you feel comfortable when Genesis 11 talks about this tower and city and city and tower of Babel? Why do you feel comfortable like reading that story in English and saying, "Yep, that's what the Hebrews said"? Why do you feel comfortable doing that?
Should I not feel comfortable?
No, I definitely think you should. But why do you feel comfortable?
It's in the Bible. The Bible makes me feel comfortable.
Right, but how do you know that?
How do I know I feel comfortable?
Oh my God!
Or how do I know that that's what's written?
Lofi.
Just
how do you know?
How do you?
I'm trying. How do you know that the English translation that you're reading is an accurate representation of what the Hebrew said or says? How do you know that?
If the meaning still rings true, then I know that it's true.
How does the meaning of
as long as it follows
Abraham came from Ur of the Chaldees? How does that ring true to you?
Well, I'm not saying I know. I'm not saying that I know for sure. I'm just trusting that what's written is true.
Are you?
Like I said, we all live in faith. Nobody knows.
Lofi, are you trusting? Lofi,
yes,
are you trusting that the people that translated the Hebrew and the Greek and the Aramaic of the Bible did so in a reasonably accurate way for you, so that when you read it in English, you can have reasonable certainty that that's what the original languages actually say?
Yes, I'm trusting that, yes.
Okay, why is that okay?
Because what other option is there?
Okay, do you think it's like a crazy thing to have faith in? Do you think it's like, oh my God, it's like a 50-50 chance they might be right or they might be wrong?
I don't think it's crazy, no.
Okay, why?
Because what other choice do I have, or anyone has?
Is that really the only reason that you feel comfortable doing that? It's the only choice, like it's the only option that I have? Or do you think that these people actually fucking know these languages?
Well, clearly they do if there's a translation for it.
Great. So you don't know Hebrew.
I
You're
don't.
reading an English translation of the Hebrew. You're
Right.
saying, I trust that these people know this language and they're giving me a good translation of it.
Yes.
And you think that's reasonable.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Lofi, listen to me. And I mean this seriously. You're relying on their expertise in the field.
It's not just expertise, it's what they did.
I don't know what that means. You're relying on the Hebrew translator's expertise in the field when they give you this translation.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Why is it unreasonable for me, someone that doesn't have a science background at all, to say, well, if all of the experts in the field are saying that outer space is out there, that that's true? Why is that unreasonable?
Well, these are two different topics, but because you can't verify any
What's
of
the
those
symmetry
things.
breaker? How can you verify, Lofi?
How can I verify what?
That the Hebrew translation that the English translation that you're reading is good.
Because you can test it yourself.
How?
When it says Genesis 1:6 says what it says, and you test it yourself, and then you
So
can
you know
verify.
Hebrew.
No, I never claimed that I know Hebrew.
Of course you don't know Hebrew, so how are you going to test it?
I'm not testing the language. I'm testing what's the translation saying. And the translation...
How are you doing that?
Because you cannot, because it says that there's a firmament above us, and that verifies...
How do you know that it says that?
Because it does say that.
How do you know?
Because it does say that. It literally says there's a firmament above us.
How do you know? You're just reasserting the claim.
Because I tested it myself. You can verify it yourself.
I'm so confused. So how do you know that the word rakia, which is the Hebrew word there, means firmament? How do you know that?
Whether I know it or not, I can still verify the claim.
How do you know if what you're reading is an accurate English translation of the Hebrew word rakia?
It clearly must be if I can verify it to be true.
How do you know that melech means king?
I don't know.
You don't know. You're just trusting that people who have expertise in this are not lying to you in some grand conspiracy, right?
Right, but I can verify.
That's what I'm doing,
claim.
Lofi. That's what I'm doing.
Yes, but you're not verifying what the NASA claim.
Neither are you, Lofi.
I literally have them.
You can't, unless you've learned Hebrew, and you've learned it at a pretty high level.
No.
You haven't.
No.
Yes, Lofi. And this is the problem that you don't understand. You think that by doing some sort of blue letter Bible shit, that you can verify that the translators were right. You can't. And in the same way, I think you think that, I've got some, a couple of classes in physics, therefore I can go overturn consensus scholarship in this because I asked a question about gravity. This is the definition of Dunning-Kruger syndrome.
You believe in outer space without verifying it yourself.
You believe in the English translation of the Hebrew Bible without verifying it yourself.
I just told
you.
Dude,
you believe in a God.
Yeah, a creator for sure.
Without verifying it.
Intentionality requires... No, I mean, design...
It doesn't matter. Like, you believe in a God, like, without verifying it.
I think I've made my point here. I'll drop back. And sorry, guys, for taking over. I don't know what else to say here.
Dr. Vaughn, I think your point you were making about the language, though, is perfect because Lofi, I think the point that you're missing is that you continue to say that Dr. Bowen was appealing to authority as if, NASA's the authority or whatever.
Absolutely.
And I agree with you on a certain extent that, yes, there are experts in certain fields of study. So in the same way that you are saying that we've never been to space, you've never seen Hebrew. And if you have seen it, you couldn't read it. So you have to rely on the authority of the translators to trust and have faith that the word that Dr. Bowen said that meant firmament actually means that. And you also go in one step further. It's about a consistent methodology. And if you have one system that's proposing a heliocentric solar system, and there are testable and repeatable and also predictable formulas that have been proven to be true and accurate time and time again, Then you have this flat earth or firmament dome earth or snow globe. I'm not sure what you guys propose. And there's not been one testable, predictable formula proposed to even accurately predict a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse. You're going to be hard pressed to convince us that this particular model is true. So the point is about methodology, and that's the piece that you're missing. It's not that anything that is proposed outside of mainstream or understood science is wrong, but until it can be tested and verified and proven and used in a predictive model, we would be probably, I would say, premature in accepting its validity. Does that make sense?
Yes, but you're saying that you can test and repeat a spinning water ball in space?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You
But what
just
I
said
am
that.
saying is, no, I didn't. No, I
You said
didn't.
it.
I
You said it's
didn't.
proven. You said it's proven.
What I said was that a heliocentric solar system that includes formulas and testable predictive models is what we have. That's why when you see on the news, hey, get your glasses, you're going to have a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse at this time. It's going to start in this part of the world and it'll end at this time. The reason that is predictable is because it's based on formulas that include around Earth. Last year, last year I went to Europe for the first time. Super exciting, and I called my son on FaceTime. In Amsterdam, it was about 7 o'clock at night, dark as shit. In Virginia, where I live, it was bright, sun up in the sky. He was sitting outside in the backyard. That wouldn't work on a flat model. That would not work on a flat Earth. And there has not been a flat Earth or globe Earth or whatever you guys are proposing now that has resolved that issue. So I'm not saying to you, stop being curious. I'm not saying stop questioning science. I would never say don't be skeptical, but I am saying before you accept a model that you cannot use accurately to predict phenomenon, you're gonna be probably thrown into the category of conspiracy theory, and you really can't expect people to just blindly accept, oh well, there's a spinning ball that doesn't make sense to me, so it can't be true. That's just simply not how science or logic works.
Well, spinning ball in outer space doesn't make sense at all.
Well, that's only because you don't understand it, but you've already closed off the fact that it's a possibility. So if that's what you want to do, that's perfectly fine. But you can't come over here to people like us in this community that rely on data, I'm not looking to be proven right. Whether the earth is round, flat, or obtuse or parallelogram, it doesn't matter to me because I live on it. What can I do with that information? How is it going to help society? Is it going to stop children from being hungry if the earth is flat? I think the answer to that is no. So in reality, you're arguing a point that we don't give a shit about. We talk about the Bible and the Christian God and that belief system and how it affects us in real life and those around us. So coming up here talking about there being a snow globe over the top of the earth that we've never seen, that really doesn't matter to most of us in this group, just being honest with you.
A globe would mean it's an open, pressurized system, which makes no sense.
And I don't care because it's not going to feed hungry children and it's not going to cure cancer, which according to most biblical people or Christians, they think their God can do. So unless your firmament is going to drop down the cure for cancer or going to rain down manna so kids aren't hungry over in Sudan, it doesn't matter. Like even if I had a shit, I wouldn't give it. It would still be in my pocket. And that's the piece that you're missing. You're arguing something. I'm sorry,
Oh
this
my
is pissing me
God.
off. Like you're arguing something that is inconsequential.
The globe is not in the Bible at all. So
But you're missing the point.
no,
Even if the Bible said that the earth was a transformer, how does that help us? How does that improve the life of anybody? Or does it just make you feel like you're right?
no, I
If
don't care
that's the
about being
goal,
right.
then what is the point?
The point is the Bible true or not? And if the Bible's true, that's a big deal. That means God is real. And if God's real, that's
No,
fucking
it
changed the
doesn't.
way
It
that
does not mean that. It doesn't mean that at all. It just doesn't. Like,
Genesis.
It does not mean that.
It really
And then
doesn't.
so let me ask you this. If there's something in the Bible that is not true, right? And I can prove to you right now that it isn't true, does that mean that your God doesn't exist?
If that was the case, then yeah, that would mean so. But
Okay, how many years were the Israelites in Egypt?
I don't know all. I don't know all the answers of the Bible.
Okay, let's go there. Let's go there right quick.
I just wanted to make it clear that the globe is debunked by Genesis 100%.
Okay, we don't. As Fee said, we don't give a shit about that.
I can see
but
that.
Right now, like you've given me something now that we can like we do give a fuck about, right? You made a statement that if there's something in the Bible that isn't true, and I can prove it to you, then that means that your God doesn't exist, right? So they were in Egypt according to Exodus 12:40. Let's go there. Hold on.
Hold on, I'm just responding to comments now.
Don't respond to comments while you're on stage. Wait till you're off of stage.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. So, according to the Bible, they were the time that the Israelites had lived in Egypt was 430 years. Okay. Now, there is a discrepancy, right, with the lifespans of the patriarchs in Egypt, which is what was used to calculate the time that they were in Egypt. Now, the promise that your God gave to Abraham in Genesis 15 was that they would be in Egypt 400 years. So let's go there right quick. What did I just click on? I just clicked on something on accident. I don't know. I think it's Genesis 15. Let's see. Going that down. There we go. So, know for certain that your offspring will be aliens in the land that is not theirs, shall be slaves there, and they shall be oppressed for 400 years. You see that? That's your God talking. Your God said 400 years. Okay? The record is that they were in Egypt, that they lived in Egypt for 430 years. You see that?
All right. Okay, so the time that the Israelites had lived in Egypt was 430 years. Okay, 430 years.
Okay. And then your God, the promise that your God gave Abraham when he gave him this prophecy was that they would be oppressed and live in Egypt 400 years. You see that?
Yeah.
I already know. I saw it. Huh? You see that?
Yeah, 400 years. I see that.
Okay. Now, if we look at the patriarchs that went to Egypt, which is Jacob, Levi, Kohath, Amram, and Moses and Aaron, right?
Yeah.
If we add up their lifespans, 137, 133, 137, and Moses' 80 years, I believe, we get 430 years. The problem is that Levi could not, Kohath didn't live in Egypt 137 years with his father, Levi.
Wait, who
right?
did?
There's a Kohath. Kohath is Levi's son. You see that?
Okay.
You see that here?
Yeah, I see that.
That's Levi's son.
Okay.
You didn't live in wherever you live the same amount of time as your parents, correct?
Right.
Right. Because they lived longer than you. So you have to subtract the overlapping time. Right? So if you subtract the time that they were actually the overlapping time, you get Levi's contribution to the time they were in Egypt is 94 years. Kohath's contribution was 41 years. Amram's contribution was 64 years, which is Amram is Moses' father. And then Moses was 60 years. You add all that up, at best, they were in Egypt 259 years. Right? Not 400, not 430. Now, why is this an issue? Now, and what I will say, Dr. Dan McClellan says that most scholars will say 210 because this 259 creates an even bigger issue, right? Than the lack of it being 400 or 430 years. So most scholars will settle on 210 to help their future prophecies, not necessarily what's written in the book. But this throws off the chronology because in Kings chapter 6 verse 1 it says that Solomon's temple was built 480 years after the Israelites left Egypt. and that can't possibly have happened if they were only in Egypt 259 years.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So there was like a discrepancy of like over 200 years, is what you're saying?
It's a discrepancy of 171 to 200 year difference.
Okay, yeah, that's what I.
Okay, which throws off all chronology, right? So when archaeologists are looking to verify that they were actually enslaved in Egypt, right? The story where your God hardened Pharaoh's heart, right? Where he did all these miracles, the firstborn of the Pharaoh and the firstborn of everyone in Egypt died, right? In order to set them free. They're 40 years in the wilderness, right? When they look at that time frame, all the way, even including this gap, there is no record of Israelites in Egypt during the late Bronze Age. None. No archaeological evidence, no records. And then even during that time, do you know who occupied Canaan? Do you know who ruled Canaan at that time?
No, I don't.
Egypt. Egypt ruled Canaan. So if they were enslaved in Egypt during the late Bronze Age, as they claim in this book, then they would have left Egypt, spent 40 years in the wilderness, and they would have gone to war with Egypt in order to take over Canaan. Except that never happened. We have cuneiform tablets called the Amarna tablets that tells you exactly what was going on in Canaan and the communications from Canaan to the Egyptian pharaohs and the vassals that were in Canaan, the military that was set up in Canaan during that time. No record of Israelites warring against Canaan to take over the land. Right? Then when you get to the 40 years in the wilderness, right, there is no archaeological evidence of them being in the wilderness for 40 years. No settlements of any large groups of Israelites in the wilderness. Give me just a second. I think I need to go to verse 2, the Canaanite conquest. Give me just a second. I mean, a different document. Let me fix my...
So you have read like a lot of the Bible yourself too, then? Like were you like
I study every day. Yeah, but let's not change the subject right quick. Hold on.
Okay.
So if we look at the time, like the archaeological evidence when they were in Egypt. Hold on. This is the document here. These are the conquests. Let's see. I just need to see when they were. Where are my notes when they were in Egypt? Hold on.
It's always interesting to me when believers say, oh my goodness, you guys have read the book, when in actuality, reading this book is what led most of us to not believing this book.
Exactly. Where are my notes about them in Egypt?
Ricky Clark, stop using caps.
I mean, in the wilderness.
And nobody's stealing. This person asking, are you stealing material?
Stealing it from
that's
where?
What I want to know. And stop using caps in thinkers' comments, please.
This is my Google Drive. What the fuck? These are notes that I've taken from my studies.
Oh, he actually said, are you stealing my material? Is what he said.
His material?
Yeah.
From where? Who is saying
Ricky
that?
Clark,
we can't find out now because somebody muted him.
Oh no! Don't block him, because that's gonna be the first thing he said, that he was blocked after he made that.
Yeah. If we're talking,
don't block him.
Talking, guys, don't mute.
Yeah, don't mute him or block him. Like I'm not, like, that doesn't bother me. Like, the only reason why we mute and block is if they're being disrespectful, they're not following the rules of the live. But like when they make accusations like that doesn't bother me. Hold on, I'm trying to find The Joshua. I need the wilderness. This part 1. Joshua conquers. It's not that one. I know it's not that one. I do a part 2. That's the Exodus. Oh man, which one is it on? Okay, here we go. Jericho launched the next series of excavations between during the late Bronze Age, then the early Bronze Age. I don't know if y'all can see this. So when they claim to have gone into Jericho, the first time during the early Bronze Age too, the city wall was made with more than 2 million bricks. That wall during the early Bronze Age between 3000 to 2800 BCE went down because of a severe earthquake. Hold on. I don't know if y'all can see this. Right? So
yeah, it looks better, yeah.
Okay. So the first time the wall was fortified in Jericho was during 2800 BCE, and an earthquake destroyed that time. After the earthquake, Jericho saw a significant rebuilding during Bronze Age 3, which is 2800 to 2250 BCE. That one went down, I think, because of a fire. Yeah. It was destroyed because of a fire at the end of the third millennium. Can y'all see that? Right? A new city was established in the beginning of the second millennium during the Middle Bronze Age of 1950 to 1550 BCE. That suffered several destructions throughout the millennium, but the walls were not destroyed. And then the late Bronze Age, the walls were destroyed because it suffered several destructions. During the late Bronze Age, 1400 BCE, concluded that the remains of the destroyed city wall was dated to around 1400 BCE. Published a study reviewing the sources of the late Bronze Age material. He reviewed a 7-room building known as the Middle Building that was excavated by Garstang, in which Garstang found a layer of burnt debris below the building, referred to as the streak. After reviewing this artifact again, he concluded that the streak dates to the end of the Middle Bronze Age. This conclusion was due in part to the Middle Building. Hold on. I'm trying to get to there was no evidence of a fortification system during this period, which is the late Bronze Age. The study of Canaan shows that the 14th century BCE, 30% of the settlements that were listed were less than 1 acre in size, 1 hectare in size. Only 8 out of the 76 known settlements were fortified, and all but one of these were larger than 1 hectare in size. Let's see. The archaeologist consensus agrees that Kenyon show beyond doubt that the mid-late 13th century BCE, the time period required for any Israelite conquest for Jericho, lay completely abandoned. There is not so much as late Bronze Age pottery of period on the entire site. If the Israelites invaded Canaan during the Middle or Late Bronze Age between 1550 to 1200 BCE, they would have found Jericho almost totally, if not completely, deserted and without any of its fortifications still intact. So the time that they were in the wilderness, the 2 cities that they claim to have spent the majority of their time in, I'm trying to find the notes on that. There's no settlements whatsoever, showing that anybody lived in those two places during the late Bronze Age. There is no archaeological evidence for a Jericho conquest. There's no record of them ever being enslaved in Egypt, not to mention the 400 years versus the 430 years only being, if we use the math in the Bible, only being that that's okay. We're gonna bring up the Hyksos in here in just a sec. Only being 259 years. Also, if you want to try to say that the Hyksos are the Israelites, which they are not, Egypt as a shelter for Asiatic immigrants from the land of Canaan is recorded in Egyptian history during the times of droughts, famine, and warfare. There's a Ben Hassan tomb painting from Middle Egypt dated to the 19th century BCE that depicts Asiatic immigrants entering Egypt for the purpose of trade but not labor. This is the painting that we normally see, right? When we say, oh, that's the Israelites in Egypt, that's not. That is a painting of Asiatic Semitic people going to Egypt for the purposes of trade, right? Not being slaves. The rise and the fall of the Hyksos. Manetho wrote about the Hyksos in Egyptian history, a small group of West Asians who ruled northern Egypt during the second intermediate period, which was the 15th dynasty, 1670 to 1570 BCE. The Hyksos were kicked out of the Delta in 1570 BCE, almost 120 years before the Israelite Exodus. So the Hyksos would not meet the timeline of the Israelite Exodus. So no, it is not the Hyksos. Also, the Israelites mention Ramses. They mention Pi Ramses and say that they built the city of Pi Ramses while they were enslaved. And there's no way in hell that they would have done that, because Pi Ramses was the pharaoh, I think, during 1219, about 100 years after they would have been in Egypt. So that even throws it off, because they mention a pharaoh that wasn't even alive during the time that they claim to have been enslaved in Egypt.
Wait, where did they mention the pharaoh?
Pi Ramses. He is mentioned. Give me just a second. Let's see. Ramses is mentioned. Let's see. Forced slave. The Bible speaks of Pharaoh feeling threatened by the growth of the Israelites, forcing them to build the city Pi Ramses, Exodus 1:11, in the 15th century BCE. The name Ramses was inconceivable. The first ruler named Ramses came to the throne in 1320 BCE, more than a century after the traditional biblical date. Many scholars tended to dismiss the literal value of the biblical dating, suggesting the number 480 is symbolic of the 12 generations of the patriarch, each lasting 40 years. This would put the building of the temple about halfway between the end of the first exile from Egypt to the second exile in Babylon. Pi Ramses, built in the Delta during the time of Ramses II, his reign was 1279 to 1213 BCE. According to the Bible, the Israelites were employed in this construction.
Wait,
there is no mention of the name Israel in the period, nor later Egyptian inscriptions, or in the 14th century BCE. Cuneiform archive letters found in Tel Amarna, the Israelites emerged gradually as a distinct group later on from Canaan.
The 480 is symbolic. I've never heard of that. That's actually kind of interesting. It says 480 is the symbolic of the 12 generations. What does that exactly mean?
That's them saying that they're not. That's scholars saying, well, maybe they don't really mean that Solomon's temple was built 480 years after the Exodus. Maybe that 480 years is symbolic of the 12 patriarchs. That's what some scholars are trying to say, right, to reconcile the issue with the chronology. But that still doesn't reconcile the fact that they would have only been in Egypt 259 years, not 400 or 430. There's still almost a 200-year difference in that.
Yeah, there's a lot. I never heard of that before, the symbolic of 12 generations. But even if we do go with that, you said that it still doesn't add up because it shouldn't be 480. It should be like 200 something.
Like, so your God told Abraham that his descendants would be in Egypt 400 years, right? The record says that they were there 430 years, right? But the math shows that they were there at best for 259 years. And when you calculate that, right, and try to correlate that with history or corroborate that with time, with events that happen in history, it just doesn't match up. And when you use that timeline to look at the Egyptian records, to like use it for like archaeological data, right, to compare the strata that they get when they're doing excavations, it doesn't add up. There's no footprint of Israelites anywhere, not even in the wilderness. And there's two main cities that they claim to have spent the majority of their the years, and I'm trying to find where my notes are on that one. They claim to have spent 38 years in one, and 2 years in another. Yeah, go ahead. I didn't even see you on stage. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just saying it was Kadesh Barnea. Yeah, I mean, like they've excavated all of these sites are save Hatzor, maybe one or two others. Most of these cities, at least when you're thinking about the archaeology of the conquest, are incredibly problematic archaeologically. So, yeah, I mean, like the city of Ai, when Joshua and the Israelites are supposed to have come there, there's nothing, right? It had been abandoned for 1,000 years. So,
And I also think, Lo-Fi Guide, this is a wonderful example of what research needs to look like. I don't think any of us should be setting out to prove that the Bible is true or even prove that the Bible is false. Our goal is to identify what's actually true and what comports with reality. So if you're only taking the book and saying, oh, well, the first chapter of Genesis says that the earth is a plane and there's a globe on it, so it has to be true. That's not research. And then if you're also going out and only consuming data that supports or tries to deny the fact that our earth is a globe, that's not doing research. That's looking for confirmation bias. Ultimately, if a claim is true, you're going to be able to assess information for it and against it. You should be able to assess information for it and against it and land on what makes sense, not looking to find people or information that supports what you already believe to be true.
I agree with that.
GBD Capone says we're lightweight when it comes to our research. He says Ramses was never a pharaoh.
hey, GBD, come on up. Come school us on how Ramses was never a pharaoh. Any of them.
I think that's crazy. And then GBD Capone, if you say Ramses was never a pharaoh, was not pharaoh, then I mean you're also saying that your Bible is lying. Like literally, therefore they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with the forced labor. They built supply cities, Pithom and Ramses for Pharaoh. Like your Bible would be, you would be calling your own Bible a lie.
But who are you guys talking to?
Somebody named GBD Capone.
Is he on the panel?
That's for me. That's my business.
Oh, okay.
What I just said was directed to you. What Thinker and Dr. Bowen was saying was directed to Capone.
Got it.
But what I want to know is, are you going to keep your word?
For me? What do you mean?
Yeah. Do you remember what you said that made me go through all of this?
About the time. Wait, I honestly don't know what I said that made you do that.
You said that if we could show that something was historically inaccurate or untrue, that you would stop believing it.
I said that? When did I say that?
10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Once you started going through all this.
Yeah,
Also, I can play it back if you want. That's
That's what I was about to
the good
say.
thing about YouTube.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just trying to learn. I'm not trying to like argue with anyone or like trying to be right.
You were very disrespectful to Dr. Bowen.
He told me I was not credible, and I was.
Oh, he asked for your credentials. He asked for them. You didn't want to give them. You were very disrespectful, very dismissive of someone who has credentials and can show you his credentials. You can also read all his books, all of his works, his studies, right? You were very disrespectful to Dr. Bowen. We asked you if you could show us your credentials, right, for what you were trying to tell us. You said that if I could show you that something in the Bible is not true, that you would admit that that means that there is no God.
I would never say there's no God. I would never say that. I would never say there's no God.
Play it back.
Yes, please. I would never say there is no God. I would never say that. I would never admit that either. I'm willing to learn and understand claims.
It is not true, right? And I can prove to you right now that it isn't true. Does that mean that your God doesn't exist?
If that was the case, then yeah, that would mean so. But
okay, how many years were there is?
Oh, okay. So if it were true, I can't verify if it's true or not.
You can't verify what? That everything that I just showed you is true. You can verify all of this data. As a matter of fact, I'll give you access to the Google Drive so you can verify it yourself. Like typically you have to be a subscriber to get access to our research, but I will give you a link so you can verify this information yourself.
And so you know this to be true with no doubt?
With no doubt. One of the people who did a lot of this research is on the stage with you right now.
And where is that research coming from?
Which part?
From where?
Which part of the research?
The dates. Because that seems to be the speculation, is the dates.
Speculation?
That they're not adding up.
So you want me to give you a 2-year introductory course on how archaeology works?
No, what is up with the condescending attitude? Like, that's disrespectful. It's not me that's being disrespectful.
You just used the word speculation.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out.
Do you know what speculation means, Lofi?
Speculation means that we're trying to figure it out.
That's not what speculation means.
Like, we're not making claims, we're trying to figure it out.
That's not what speculation means.
So what do you think it means?
I'm not Google, right? And it's free for you. So I'm just encouraging you to learn how words work and what they mean.
But you're asking me what something means and you don't know what it means either.
Oh, I'm very well aware of what speculation means, but you're not paying me to educate you.
Are we trying to figure out, like, the truth here, or are we just trying to, like, say that somebody's stupid or something? I don't understand.
I mean, I think you're doing a bang-up job all by yourself.
Thanks.
And Lofi, this live is streamed on YouTube. I would strongly suggest that you go back and listen to your conversation, specifically with Dr. Bowen. I think the conversation started off pretty decent, but it devolved very quickly.
I would agree.
I would be interested in, I would also encourage you to listen to the inflection in your voice when certain questions were asked of you. Because as soon as there was a point made that you didn't know, instead of literally saying, you know what, I'm not sure the answer to that question, you immediately got defensive. And the reality is, none of us know everything. Nobody on this panel claims to be in possession of all the knowledge and all the things in the world. But the beautiful part about being willing to learn and being an honest interlocutor is that when new data becomes available, you realize that you have to incorporate that data and shift your position and understanding. Science works because science is constantly trying to prove itself wrong, not trying to make shit up and say, oh, I'm just going to go left because everybody else is going right. The reason that science advances is because it's constantly trying to prove itself wrong, as opposed to saying, no, this book written 2,000 years ago or 2,500 years ago, before anybody even had a fucking microscope, knew exactly, or a telescope, knew exactly what was going on up in the blue sky. Yep, it's blue. It looks like water. There's got to be water up there. Like, there are ways to test whether or not a claim is true. But if you already start off believing that is true, the only information you're going to consume is that which comports with what you already accept to be true. And that's not being intellectually honest at all.
I didn't go into it thinking it was true. I grew up thinking it wasn't true. I used to believe in the globe 100%. And then I tested the globe and I couldn't verify it. So therefore I stopped believing in something I couldn't verify.
You tested the globe, but how did you test the globe?
There's no curvature. The slope of the horizon is 0. The horizon is apparent at 80,000 feet in the air, 100,000 feet in the air. Water doesn't bend. That defies hydrostatics. Buildings aren't curving. Pilots don't adjust to pitch for 1,000 miles. They don't adjust. They don't pitch to curvature.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to my original point. Like, if you every point that you just made, have you even looked into whether or not that's valid? But even if you answer that question, I'll go back to what I said before. We don't care. Even if they were able to prove that this Earth was flat,
it is flat.
Whatever. Even if they were able to prove that this Earth was flat, I still would not believe in this book or this God, because it's fucking disgusting. Even if you got right the shape of the earth, but you got wrong the fact that you can own people, and you got wrong the fact that women are less valuable than men, and you got wrong the fact that punishing a rapist is to marry the woman that you raped, anything else in this book can kiss the dark side of my ass, because that is just wrong from a human level.
Well,
so if you want to
I would
stand
agree.
10
I would
toes,
agree with you on that.
I'm still speaking.
Okay.
If you want to stand 10 toes down in the fact that the fact that you've accepted that the earth is a square or whatever shape that you think it is, that's fine. But tell me how that's going to help people in the world. Tell me how that's going to stop people from being prejudiced and hateful and racist and bigoted. Tell me how it's going to do any of that, because it's not. And even if you were able to prove, oh, this is right, it's the first chapter in the book, it got that right, and it got so much else wrong, the book is still not valuable to me.
I find it very significant that Genesis was correct. That's all I wanted to say. And then I got attacked. The slope of the horizon is literally 0, meaning it's a
Didn't get
line.
attacked.
It's a line, meaning it's not a curve. It's not called...
Lofi, wait.
Yes.
You realize that the first thing that I said to you was, we agree with you, right?
That you agree with me?
Yeah, I just wonder if you're listening to what I'm saying.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
I'm trying to. But
all right, so let me try it again. You came up here saying Genesis, the cosmology, the cosmic geography that the Hebrew Bible presents, that Genesis presents, is not a globe.
Yes, that is 100% true.
Okay.
100% true, without a doubt.
Lofi.
Yes.
I agree with you. We all agree with you.
That means that, well, no, Fe said that she doesn't believe that it's flat. She believes it's a globe.
It's feet.
Yeah. Let me see if I can do this differently. Do you believe, Lofi, that Spider-Man could shoot webs out of his wrists?
What? Like in the cartoon or in reality?
Just answer my question. Do you believe that Spider-Man could shoot webs out of his wrists?
Yes, like
yes, right. So, yeah. Okay. So if we if I came up on the stage and I said Thanos could wear the glove thing, the stone whatever's, and snap his fingers, and half of existence would go out, right? That's like that. That's what would happen if he snapped his fingers. Half of the people would unalive, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody would go, yeah, of course. Would I then be able to say, so you guys believe that Thanos is real? Would that follow?
I also, in a minute, want to prove to you that you were not attacked. And your line ask friends in the comments who are sticking up for you and saying that we attacked you. I have rewinded the YouTube video to that point because I don't like to be lied on. But go ahead. We'll do that in a minute. Answer, Dr. Bowen.
It wouldn't follow, right, Lofi? Like if we all agreed that the internal frame of reference of the narrative is that Thanos could do this snap the fingers thing and everybody, half the people would unalive in the universe, that it doesn't follow from that we actually believe that Thanos is a real guy that would do that, right?
Of course, right.
Okay. So what, in the same way, what I'm saying to you is if you read the Hebrew Bible, if you read ancient Near Eastern cosmic geography, you'll see 100% they thought there was a big dome overhead. So when you came over here, or when you came up here and said, Genesis 1 says there's a big dome overhead, we're like, yeah, we agree. That's what it says.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. You agree that that's what it says, but you don't agree that it's true.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's
right. Okay, why didn't you just say that?
Lofi, that's exactly what I said 19 times.
Multiple times, and I can show you.
Yeah, that's quite literally what he said.
But saying, from when somebody says, we agree with you, in my head,
he kept saying, we agree that the Bible does say that. We agree with you that the Bible does say that. Then when you would say, wait, you mean you agree that's how it is? He would say, no, I agree with you that the Bible says that. He did say that to you multiple times.
That's what I thought you meant when you said you agree with me. And
he clarified to you that he was not saying he agreed with you that it's true.
Right.
What he agrees with you is that the Bible does say it. And he said that multiple times. That is the whole entire reason that you got into a conversation with him and Justin about satellites, right? And gravity and pressure. I don't know why you're acting brand new and like you don't remember the conversation. But again, I can play it back for you and your line ass friends in the comments.
And it's probably easier to follow a conversation and know what people are saying when you're only engaging in one. You were pretty busy in the comments as well. So that's probably why you missed what Dr. Bowen was saying.
Well, not just that. There was so many conversations going at once. I had two people talking to me about satellites and another person talking about gravity. And
no, they were talking to you one at a time, and you were talking while they were talking. So that's why you didn't understand what they were saying.
Fair enough. So now that I understand that you don't think it's true, that's where I wanted to explain how it is true.
What did you think the conversation was when you and Justin and Dr. Bowen were talking about satellites and the drones, when I did the math on how many drones it would take? What did you think we were doing? Agreeing with you at that point?
Well, absolutely. I didn't think that. That's why I was confused.
So you knew that you were not confused. You were being very disrespectful. Why do you think they asked you if you were qualified to talk on this? Why do you think that you brought up the fact that you took physics in college? I don't know why you're being dishonest right now.
Because I was being asked what my credentials were.
Why do you think they asked that?
Because I don't know why somebody would ask why, because they didn't want to believe that it's true.
So then you knew that they did not think that it was true.
They wanted to discredit me for some reason.
So you knew then that they did not agree with you that what the Bible says was true.
No, I was confused to why somebody would say, we agree with you, but we don't think it's... No, I'm not trying...
Okay. No, I think it's just that he doesn't listen. And I'm not saying that you can't, like it's a disability or anything like that. I think you just don't listen to what people are actually saying. It seems like you're so focused on trying to convince us that the earth is flat that you're not actually engaging in the conversation, and that's what makes it so very difficult.
No, I talk to people that disagree with me all the time. I just
Okay.
I respond and I react in a way the way people's treating me. It's like
Okay, Lofi, listen. Now that we're all clear, okay, I want to ask you something else here.
Okay.
Do you believe that Jesus existed, like as a human, as a person?
Yes.
In history? Okay. All right. If I introduced you to Richard Carrier, let's say, or John Gleason, or Robert Price, and they said, no, Jesus, he didn't even exist as a human. There was no person in history named Jesus. And they started walking you through the evidence that they have for that. How, like, archaeological or literary, or they talking to you about what the Greek says or whatever, how far do you think you'd be able to hang? Like, how long do you think you'd be able to hang with them?
I've been hanging here for a minute.
Is that an answer to my question?
I can hang. I can listen.
Okay, let me reword it. What I mean by that is, if they said, no, the word anthropos doesn't mean brother in the sense of biological, it means this in the sense of metaphorical. And let me show you several of the examples where anthropos means this. How much of a fight would you be able to, like, legitimately put up?
A fight?
You don't know Greek, right?
No, I don't know Greek.
Okay, so in the end, you'd either have to say, you're right, Jesus didn't exist.
I have to?
I said, or you'd have to say, no, you're wrong, but I can't show you that you're wrong right now, right? That would be the likelihood.
I'm trying to process what you're saying. So if I don't have information on a certain topic, I have to admit that I'm wrong?
That you can't prove them wrong, right?
Doesn't make them right.
I did. Lofi, I need you to kind of like stay with me.
I'm right here.
You're not, though. You're like trying to anticipate where I'm going. If I said to you, actually Enlil is the real God, because the Sumerian text came first. And so I can demonstrate that actually the Hebrew Bible borrowed from the Mesopotamian texts. Right? Do you believe me?
Do I believe you with what is
the Old Testament Genesis, the flood story? It borrows from earlier Mesopotamian texts.
Would I believe you if you said what exactly?
So I'm trying to find examples that'll be obvious.
I just want you to simplify it as much as possible.
Man, I'm trying, dude. So if you believe Jesus existed, right?
Yes.
I assume you know this. That's the consensus position among scholars: liberal, conservative, Christian, non-Christian. Jesus was a guy in the first century, right? That's the consensus position.
Yes.
Okay. So if a scholar came up to you, though, you're not trained in Greek, and they said, no, the Greek makes it very clear that Jesus didn't exist, and they started walking you through these Greek passages, do you think that you would be able to say, no, you're wrong about the Greek, and here's how? If you don't know Greek?
Well, I guess I couldn't say I know Greek, no.
Right. Do you think you'd be able to disprove what somebody says about the meaning of a particular syntagm in a language that you don't know?
Not for the language aspect, but
okay.
for the...
Perfect.
Okay.
So you'd be able to say, I disagree with you, but I can't disprove what you're saying about the Greek. Like, I can't show you that what you're saying about the Greek is wrong because I don't know Greek, right?
Is that actuality? I couldn't disprove it because I didn't know Greek?
Yes. I mean, can you walk me through? I mean, if you want to try, like, walk me through how you know anthropos doesn't mean that in a metaphorical sense.
Well, just because I don't know Greek doesn't mean I can't disprove it.
How are you going to say the Greek word doesn't mean that if you don't know the language?
It's similar to saying, like, I don't understand the whole reality of Spider-Man, but I can say that he doesn't exist.
That's not the same at all.
I don't understand Greek. That's fair, but that doesn't mean I can't disprove it.
Right, but they're saying to you, your reading of this English translation, that English translation is wrong. It should actually be translated this way. And you might say, wait a minute, I've got like 7 versions of the Bible here. None of them translated that way. And they say, yeah, but I know Greek. What might you say back to them?
I'd say, what do you mean by that? Like, what's your explanation?
Okay, so they give you an explanation. You don't understand it because it's a Greek syntactical thing. They're talking about the Granville-Sharp rule or something, right?
Right. I wish you would use like Hebrew because that makes more sense, right? Like,
okay. Well, I'm trying to use the Jesus mythicism thing because it's a real thing, and it's something that there's a consensus position among scholars on this, and it's something that you agree with the consensus, but you wouldn't be able to fight that fight on your own. You just wouldn't, right? Because you're not armed with the tools to be able to combat it. Now, you could be if you like went and studied Greek for a while. Then you could be like, "Oh my God, Richard Carey, your arguments don't work," right? But you don't right now because you can't, right? So let me see if I can get to the end here. What I anticipate that you would say in that type of an engagement is you would say, "Wait a second, okay, look, I don't know Greek, but all these people that have been translating this text for the last 2,000 years, and all the people that are doing it right now, all translate this word this way. And you're telling me it should be translated some other way. But why? So do you know more? How do you know more about what this Greek word means than all these people that have done this and are still doing it, right? Mm-hmm. How do you think those are like logical things that you might ask them?
Yeah.
What if they said, "Oh, appeal to authority. You can't prove me wrong. You're just going with what everybody else says." Would that be a reasonable response to you?
I'm not sure what I would like. Can you please just simplify what you're saying?
Maybe I am being unclear. Does somebody want to? Does that Tinker? Do you know? Fee? Do you know where I'm going? Like,
yeah, like if somebody said to you that the word dog doesn't mean dog, right? And they say it means cat, and you ask them, like, why are you saying dog actually means cat in English? Like, do you know something I don't know? And their response to you is, because you got to prove me wrong. Like, appeal to authority. Prove me wrong. Like, is that enough for you?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, and I think the point is, like, Luffy, what do you do for a living? And you don't have to get into specifics if you don't want to. Just high level, what do you do for a living?
Make firefighter suits. I'm embroider.
Okay, so you make firefighter suits and embroider. So you've learned how to do that. That's your specialty. What if I come in there with a sewing needle and a thread, and I'm like, "Oh, that's not how you embroider. This is how you do it." Like, because this is, and I'm telling you completely opposite what you know needs to be the first step to starting an embroidery for a firefighter uniform. You know the process. You've got the skill set. You know how to get it done. But then I come in there because I've watched some videos, or I'm interested in this, or I think it should be done differently. And I'm telling you, that's not how you do it. This is how you do it.
I'd be open to that for sure. Maybe there's a better way. I mean, there are better ways. I mean, I'm learning every day.
So I think the point is not that you're learning every day. That's not the point. Nobody's saying being closed off to any additional information is the key. What Dr. Bowen is saying, that there are certain people who have spent significant years, decades, and time, money, and energy to learn a language. And if what you're relying on is the translation from people who know that language, but you're telling them that they're wrong. And I think that's part of the problem. I'll give you an example. I'm a sign language interpreter. A few years back, when Nelson Mandela died, they hired a sign language interpreter to interpret his funeral. It was on international stage. There, the President Obama was there. Like, it was a big deal. That dude did not know sign language. He didn't know sign language. He stood up there. He knew a few words. He threw his hands around. He was not saying anything fluent. Everybody in the audience had no idea because they didn't know the language. It would be crazy of you to say, no, he's doing it right because that's correct. I mean, it looks right. You can't. It would be crazy of you to argue against the invalid interpretation that this guy made when you don't know the language. Which of us would be, between you and me, which of us would be better qualified to determine whether or not what that guy was signing was accurate or not?
Are you telling me that they couldn't spring for an experienced sign language interpreter for Nelson Mandela's funeral?
Oh, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Dude was just throwing his hands around. It was bananas. But nobody vetted him. That's a whole different soapbox right there. Yeah, but in that analogy, who would be better qualified to determine whether or not what this guy is saying is accurate? You or me, Lofi?
You would be. Thank you. Yeah, lo-fi is the correct way. You would be.
Okay, so that is what Dr. Bowen is pointing out. He is fluent. He knows Hebrew. He this is his field. So as a person who's come in, that you have an interest, there's nothing wrong with questioning things. There's nothing wrong with scrutiny. But you can't say to a person, or you shouldn't say to a person who's fluent in a language, and they're telling you, this is what this word means in this language, this is how it was used in the culture, this is what the historical and archaeological evidence points to. You can't come back and say, it means firmament, therefore water is over the earth and it's a dome.
Well, every translation, I wouldn't deny his expertise in that. I would never say that. But every translation says something similar, either a dome, a firmament, a vault. These are all words that are different. Yes. Translations are different. Yes. But they all mean the same concept, the same reality.
Sorry, to be clear, my point is not about the Hebrew here. Lo-fi, so I'm sure if your mother's still like with you, I'm sure that you really care about her. Let's say that
no, I don't have parents. I'm adopted. I would have been better raised by a pack of wolves. Yeah, I'm solo.
All right, so think of somebody in your life that you really care about.
Yeah.
Okay, so they come over to your house. They're hanging out, and all of a sudden they grab their chest, they grab their right arm, and they go down on the ground and pass out. Right? You call 911. The ambulance comes. Next thing you know, you're sitting in the emergency room. There's a doctor there. You know, I'm in Maryland, so like I'd take them up to like Washington Hospital Center or something. But like, you know, some really high level people up in DC are like, I'm an expert. I've been doing this for 40 years. That was a heart attack. You need to have triple bypass surgery or something, right? And the doctor leaves the room. You're standing there. You're like, oh my gosh, this is awful. I hope everything's going to be okay. And a nurse, right? A nurse comes in and says, hey, that's not a heart attack. That wasn't a heart attack. That's heartburn, right?
Mm.
And they say, you should get out of here because that's just heartburn. They're here to charge you money, right? Are you going to be like, man, you know, Sam, let's go. Get out of here. They're trying to charge us extra money. No, right, is the answer. Lo-fi, you're not going to say, get up out of bed.
First, I would find that very strange that a nurse would do that.
Of course. But they would say, listen, I know it sounds strange, but listen, I've got medical training, right? I went to nursing school, and I'm telling you, they're trying to hide this from you.
Whoa. Maybe I'm insane for even considering hearing them out. I don't know.
Let me ask you one more question.
Yeah.
Lo-Fi, you said something a minute ago. There's nothing that someone could say, show, or demonstrate to convince you that the earth is not flat with a dome over it.
Wait, sorry, can you say that one more time?
Did you say earlier that there was nothing that someone could say to convince you that the earth is not flat with a dome over it?
Correct.
Okay, so I think that's where the conversation needs to end, because here's why. There is something that someone could say to me to convince me that the earth is not round. And it would have to be with evidence. It would have to be with data. It would have to be with testable, repeatable, and predictable information. Because my mind is not so closed off to say that there's nothing that could happen that could sway me from a position that I hold. So if you're convinced that you have the truth, why do you even engage in the conversations? I engage in these conversations because I could be wrong. You're not going to convince me with "trust me, bro," and there's all the other things that you said about drones and things like that. You're not going to convince me with that. But data can convince me. Information can convince me. Formulas can convince me. Show me the math. Show me your work. You can absolutely convince me of something that is true with true information. But if there's nothing that can sway you from your position, then hold it. But you're not going to be able to convince people who care whether or not what they believe is true of claims that you cannot substantiate.
And Lo-Fi, seriously, if you're willing to risk the loved one's life in the bed next to you because a nurse came in and said that's not a heart attack, they don't need surgery, you should just go because they're trying to get money from you, based on what this nurse said,
no, I didn't say I would do that. I said that I would consider.
I'm willing to entertain it.
Right? Yes. I don't know
That's
why somebody
scary.
would say. Why would somebody say that to me? I don't know.
Lofi,
I don't
you
know.
understand, Lo-Fi? That's scary.
I mean, I rejected the jab. Is that crazy?
The jab?
Yeah.
Talking about the vaccine.
Yeah, I see. I mean,
I was told that would be good for me, and I knew it wasn't. And sure enough, many people suffered from getting that. Not even suffered, but died from it.
This is why I did too, and I'm still here. And this is why it's frustrating to have these conversations, because what Lo-Fi doesn't realize is that you're choosing a position on something and sticking your fingers in your ears and not listening to anyone else. Yet you're accusing us of doing the same thing, and that's just simply not true. I usually don't speak for people, but I feel comfortable in speaking for everybody on this panel that no one is going to willfully ignore information that can be substantiated, that has been peer reviewed, that makes sense, and that comports with reality.
But that did happen.
What did happen?
Everyone rejected what I said about gas pressure can't
You
happen.
have peer-reviewed, Lo-Fi. You have peer-reviewed sources for what you said.
That's literally what NASA says. That's literally what the government says. That's literally what scientists say. That's the scientific method applied. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah,
but that's not true, though.
That is true.
Ahead. I'm sorry.
That's literally true. You can't have a pressurized environment without a physical barrier.
I mean, again, like I said, if having, there's no point in having this conversation if you're not going to actually listen to what people are saying, because like you said, there's nothing that can change your mind. So even if I were to show you where that's not true, and that this pressurization that you're referring to is not a container, but it's actually an emerging property of gravity, you're not going to listen to it. So it doesn't matter.
But you can't prove gravity.
But even if I weren't able to prove gravity, again, how does that lead to Jesus? How does that lead to a snaking talk, convincing a naked woman to eat a piece of fruit, seeing that her husband has a ding dong, going on to make babies, and then one of her sons killing the other son, and then God needing to send himself to earth in the form of getting pregnant in a virgin woman, coming to earth, killing himself for himself, to sacrifice himself to himself, to save us from what the fuck he's going to do to us if we don't worship him. But that makes sense?
Well, Jesus died for all of us, not just for himself. He didn't die for himself. He died for all of our sins. He
Yeah,
paid.
This is going nowhere. And somebody paid to drop
nowhere.
him a long time ago. Like,
I think they paid twice too.
I wouldn't silence somebody because I disagree with.
ain't nobody silence you. You just boring as hell now,
Yeah, you
and
don't listen.
you're not. This isn't going anywhere.
What did I say about the slope of the
Like you,
horizon? Did anybody
and
listen to
nobody
that?
cares.
Right. So
Nobody
why?
cares about the
So
slope of the
nobody cares.
horizon. Who cares? How is the
In
slope of
this
the
world,
horizon going to help anything in this world? I
I
don't
don't
care if
know.
that bitch was
That's when I be
45
asking them, like,
degrees.
ugh. When you said that you couldn't give a shit and it's in your back pocket, what did you say?
I don't even remember. I get so irritated with it. Like, I try to be patient, y'all. I do, but I get so irritated because if we're talking, like, it was almost like conversing with like conversing with my dad about religious things. Like, there's no logic or reason being utilized to engage in these conversations. Like, you're using a scientific method to test a quote unquote scientific reality, yet you can't demonstrate any mathematics to prove that what you're saying is true. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
That's crazy.
Y'all, can
That's
we
crazy.
get these likes to 350,000? And please don't forget, Thinker has a gift goal. We're the Fruit Friends, and she has about an hour left to meet this goal. Also, subscribe at Arc Thinker on YouTube, ARCH Thinker. And
Yeah.
continue to tap the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure that y'all are subscribing on YouTube in case TikTok, the ban on TikTok goes through. It's scheduled for January 19th. We want to make sure that you still have access to these conversations. They will continue to happen on YouTube and Discord if the ban goes through. So make sure that you are connected with us in both places. Can y'all remove Bubblicious? Oh, okay, he's gone. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, please comment so that we can bring you up.
And Dr. Bowen, just FYI, your patience is like next level. So kudos to you. You
I
tried.
felt like I was a little short with him. Sorry if I was.
No, I didn't think you were at all. I mean, it's really, really frustrating. But once you get to a point where you realize you're just talking to a brick wall, he was just looking to be contrary for the purpose of being contrary. And you kind of see that.
I thought we had it when he said, well, yeah, I don't know Hebrew and Greek, but when I read it in the English, like, I trust the translators. Like, oh, here we are. Like, this is great. And then it was like, oh no, but that's not the same because this is about translation and that's about what shape the earth is. Oh,
right. Yeah.
Okay.
He literally made me want to go to sleep.
You know, thank you. Once he started talking science,
Ashton,
I thought you were knocked out over there.
Man, I was over here yawning, pleading the blood of Jesus. Ashton, so the TikTok ban, as of right now, all I know is that it's scheduled for January 19th. That's all I know. Donald Trump said that he plans on saving it. I don't know what's happening. All I'm saying is, in case it happens, don't wake up and be surprised. Make sure you're following your favorite creators on their other platforms so that you continue getting the same content that you enjoy. So in order to continue having access to these conversations in case the ban goes through, just follow us on YouTube. We do have an app, but there's no video on our app. Our app is, solely for AI and local businesses right now. But yeah, make sure you follow us on YouTube. I am Hilltop. I am on a hilltop. I am on a hilltop. All right, we're gonna move on. Oh shit, sorry. The YouTube is Arc Thinker. If the mods can kind of like spam the chat with the YouTube, I appreciate it. It's also in my bio, y'all. The YouTube link is also in my bio. Don't forget to follow us on Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash on YouTube. That's our podcast. and we release a new episode every Sunday. Submit another request. I am Lollipop. I am on the hilltop.
She said, I am Lollipop.
I meant to say I'm on the hilltop. When I first saw his name, I thought Lollipop, and then it came out. But
his estrogen
submit another
levels
request.
aren't high enough for the lollipop, though. So
What happened? Is he on stage? Nope. I just clicked his name. Hold on. I blame that on the last guest, man. I'm literally trying to wake up. Like, those conversations to me that like they just don't make sense. And I get people wanting to debunk them, but that, like he said, there's nothing that's going to convince him that the earth ain't flat. Where did he go? Is he on stage?
Nope.
Anchor, don't pretend like you're just making
Huh.
excuses to not bring him up because you know you're gonna get cooked. Like, don't hide it. I don't know how to bring him up.
I'm so scared.
Danny
scared.
Rocka,
I don't see
I
him
saw
in the request either.
he just popped back up. Think if
Oh,
you don't
okay.
mind, I'll send. I don't know if Danny made a comment about sending a gift to drop the guests and they stay up. I'll refund it if you were the one that sent it. And because I think the conversation was at a point that needed to come to a good conclusion before Thinker wanted to drop them. So if I was the one that was talking that extended the conversation, I'll send you whatever the amount was that you send. Just let me know.
No, that you don't have to do that. So even when y'all send gifts, I still reserve the right to not drop a guest. But when that does happen, we give you credit. Like you can use it on a future guest. So you don't have to do that. I was the one talking. He sent the gift right as we started if I can prove to you that there's something not true in the Bible, will you then say that there's not a God? So the gift came right at the same time. I saw it when it came through. But so like if we don't drop a guest when you send the gift, you get credit and you can use it towards another guest. But yeah, there's been plenty of times where we didn't drop a guest when it sent through. I am Hilltop. How are you?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Okay, damn, didn't he sound like Mezzo?
Yes, very much so.
Is this Mezzo? Are you playing an Oso? Are you doing an Oso?
No, I don't know. I think I know who that is.
Mezzo. Okay.
No, yeah, I've seen you guys.
God.
I've seen you guys on here for a while, and I was like, always, thought it'd be.
Oh hell no! This is Mezzo. Nope, this is Mezzo. Ain't no fucking way.
People always say that I
even
sound
you
like
laugh
someone.
like him.
It's probably just the tone, like kind of like monotone or something. I don't know.
Mezzo's in the comments.
Sing,
do not.
Usher. What's Usher's song that Mezzo sang?
No, it's not. I wouldn't lie to you.
Bring Mezzo up.
Mezzo, come up here. Come up here, Mezzo. Hold on.
No, I'm new to TikTok. I've gone on like maybe two people's.
Talk at the same time.
Y'all gotta talk at the same time.
No, I'm new to TikTok. I've only been on like two people's lives.
The same time.
Same time.
1, 2, 3.
Wait, what are we supposed to say? What are we supposed to say?
No, y'all.
No, same time. Same time, man.
I mean, it can't be. It's not the same person.
Well, y'all can't talk at the same. They can't do it. You see it?
Yeah.
They can't do it.
What to say though? It's
but
funny.
Both.
We're both talking. This is crazy. And do you want us to say the same thing?
Yeah, say this is crazy. 1, 2, 3.
This is crazy.
No, it really does, and I can't stay right now. I actually just because normally people say like this person sounds like you, and then you listen to him and you're like, no, they don't. But like this dude sounds just like me.
Yeah. I actually am following him too because I thought it'd be cool to talk to him and you guys. So it's kind of random.
Oh my fucking gosh.
That's
But
crazy.
I literally cannot be here right now. But I just came up to visit. Okay. Bye.
Okay.
All
Is it
right.
bad that I'm a little turned
Oh
on?
my. Oh my god, that is so crazy. All right, are you a Christian? Mezzo number two.
Yeah, I'm a Christian. So
I don't think I can do this.
yeah, is it just too
I
weird?
don't. I don't. Oh my fucking gosh. Yeah, I can't cook my
No,
friend.
I mean, you could see me. I'm sure I don't look like him. That's me in the photo.
No,
People,
this is gonna feel weird.
since I was.
No, go ahead, pick a
Oh, no,
topic.
okay. You want to pick a topic? Your topics are cool. I just wanted to say like it's really interesting. I usually like debate or talk to Christians about different like theology. So I've actually never talked to atheists. That's what you guys are? Or is it
I
something
am.
different?
I am.
Well,
Not
Not
everybody
not
up here
all
is
of
an
us are.
atheist.
No.
oh, okay. Yeah. So I came from like psychedelics to Jesus, which is one of those kind of random things. Like I hear people that happening to people. I did have kind of a unique experience with it. Um, but I do like your topics up here. I think it's cool that you guys have these conversations and speak on these things because there's a lot. And I know it can get like emotional with people because I was watching the last guy and I think the main thing is people can't get past.
I'm sorry, Mezzo number two. I have to stop you.
Oh,
Only
sure.
the real Mezzo can come up here and just talk.
Oh,
Right?
for sure.
Yeah. So can you pick a topic for me?
Sure. What's the hardest one? Um, what to do? What to do when your kids ask God for something and they pray and you don't know what to. Hold on.
Okay. Fee, do you want
Um,
to take this one?
Sure.
that's a hard one. Um, I have a 10-year-old and I have twin girls and they're only 2.5. When my son asked me
Wait,
lots of
you
lots
got
of
twins?
Wait.
yeah.
I'm fucking walking out. I'm gone. This is
Why?
Mezzo.
Does he have twins?
Yes.
Really? Yeah, they're yelling at me right now. They're like, "Give me an apple." I'm like, because
I
that's why
think
I was
we.
going to come on. I only had like a little bit of time, like but I wanted to come
Ain't
on
no
at a.
fucking way,
It's
bro.
fucking
Ain't no
mezzo.
fucking way.
I
Nope.
wanted to come on
Nasty.
at a later time too. Maybe I could talk longer, but I only had just a little bit because I'm a stay-at-home dad, so I'm with them and I'm like trying to do my best with
This
them.
is
But I
no.
wanted to say
This
what's
is
up to you guys.
Mezzo. This is Mezzo. I don't give a fuck. This is
Damn it, this is
Mezzo.
mezzo.
No, I mean, would he say something like, "I believe that Jesus Christ is God"? Would he say that as a joke? Even
Yeah.
Ha,
you would?
I am. I am. What? How do you say your name?
Oh, it's lamp on a hilltop, but my name's Michael.
Oh, that's lamp on the hilltop?
Yeah, it's an L. I
Hey, Lamb. Do you have a whiteboard?
I do.
Okay,
That's
this is
fucking
mezzo. It's
Mezzo.
mezzo. I'm done.
Yeah, I have a whiteboard and I homeschool my son and I have drawings of like human organs on it that I've been
That's
drawing.
Mezzo. Oh
Yes.
my god. That
No.
is, yeah. I knew it. I knew it. Oh my gosh. You have a very distinct voice, Mezzo.
Mezzo saying,
And
"Oh
then
hell no,
I'm
I
like,
don't
I ain't no fucker.
homeschool."
I'm like, no, I can't do this because I knew that was Mezzo.
He said he sends his kids out of here, out of there.
He said he what?
He sends his kids out of there. He doesn't homeschool.
Yeah, I mean, I just homeschool my son. I recently took him out of public school, which was a hard decision. But yeah, I want to just talk. I will talk about, but I didn't enjoy just talking with people. That's kind of my nature. I kind of have worldly ADD, like you were talking about, like
Wait, you
history.
sticking with this?
Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on, you sticking with this?
I'll stick with what?
You still claiming not to be Mezzo?
Yeah, my name's Michael.
Whatever.
Yeah.
How did they talk at the same time though? That's the only thing that's sort of holding
Did
me
they
up.
Is
talk
there
at the same
something that
time?
Yeah,
I could say?
briefly.
Is there
Mezzo
something that
says
I
it's
could
not
say that would
him.
be proof that I wasn't him?
Have
No,
you
the
ever heard?
human organs on a whiteboard ain't no fucking way.
Yeah, I got it up there.
And that would be the thing that he would say, because Mezzo no, like when Mezzo does that, when he's talking to atheists, like I commented the other day on Mezzo's post, and I was like, why is it that this is the second time that they keep describing their God as a dick? So like I know that like that's the thing that Mezzo would say, because he know that's the thing that I fucking laugh at. Like, come on now.
No, I mean, I honestly, I've started. I came on here. I saw you guys. I don't know if I'm following you, but I am following him because I wanted to talk to him at some point. And then I saw you guys. You guys are hard. I mean, from an outside in, it's different to be in here than it is outside. Like outside, it looks like maybe it's a little harder to talk to you guys, but I think what like the thing is when you talk to people on here is like you can kind of like people can hide behind like the little icon, but then when we all have that realization like we're just humans talking with each other, it becomes easier because I enjoy talking with people whether or not they believe what I do or anything like that. I think
Hey, Michael, how do you spend your Sunday mornings?
my Sunday morning,
Mm-hmm.
I usually didn't sleep well because my girls wake up. I have a Bible study I do with friends that I
Stop the
I'm
made.
done.
fucking
This is
cap.
fucking Mezzo.
Stop
This is
the
fucking
fucking
Mezzo.
cap.
Yeah, like 5 years
Stop the
ago.
cap. Hey, what was the the worst Bible movie you've ever seen?
Worst Bible movie.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't like The Chosen.
What did you see Mezzo's last bad Bible movie podcast?
No, I've only seen his thing on TikTok maybe twice.
So if I
So,
were, you've only seen
Who's your
it.
TikTok best friend? Do you have a TikTok best friend?
no, I don't know what that is.
Do you know what a Sadakmak is? Sadakmak Bith Tosh?
No,
You've never heard of that?
no,
Oh, okay.
yeah. No, I honestly, like, I just wanted to come in and say what's up to you guys and talk to you because like I said, like, I do spend a lot of time talking to Christians and they're really hard to talk to. Um, like I said, like, I came in to Jesus, like, to understand who Jesus was from, like, I was like practicing like shamanism. I would like take a bunch of psychedelics and talk to spirits and do all that crazy stuff. So I had a lot of intense visual things happen to me. So it's like, and people will be like, "Oh, your brain got messed up during that. That's why you believe in Jesus now." So it's like I understand the the logical, like, how does God exist? But from being a young kid and kind of having like that worldly ADD where I couldn't focus on anything, when I started reading like the Bible, I started reading scripture, something changed. It was like I could focus. So I think for me, like the reason, and I do believe that like God for people is personal. So like I couldn't come on here and tell you a reason that wasn't personal of why I believe in God, because it was the changes that happened within me of why I believe what I believe.
I will say the little voices in the background, because Mezzo has twin boys, so I
Yeah,
will
they're
say
girls.
that's the only thing. But what the fuck is happening right now, Fee?
I'm side eyeing right now because I'm still not convinced.
Is he watching his nieces or some shit?
See, I
Where
thought
he at?
Dr.
He was in
Bowen
the
had
box. He was back in the
Dr.
box.
Dr. Bowen, you had twins. You have twins, right?
I do, yeah.
Oh
Yeah, see, I
man.
didn't think Mezzo had twins. I thought Mezzo had two
Mezzo
kids.
got twin. Wait. I think his boys are twins.
Hey, Mezzo,
Okay, say something, Michael.
Say something, Michael.
what the fuck?
Wow. Wow.
No, Mezzo is fucking with us. I'm telling
It's
y'all,
a
Mezzo is fucking with
ventriloquist.
us.
I'm
Yeah,
not
what's
that
up,
good.
bro? How you doing,
Ventriloquist.
Mezzo? I wanted to talk to you too, but I ended up on theirs, and then they thought I was you, which is kind of
Just
lame.
go record your own voice and play it back. Like, what's the point?
He's
But I get it.
it's fucking Mezzo.
I just want to know if the two of them
No,
are busy Friday night.
because
That's
I vibe with him. I vibe with that dude because when he's talking, he doesn't change. He stays like local. He stays like really mellow when people are getting crazy, and I respect that out of anybody, whether or not what they believe in, because that's a really hard thing to do. So that's cool about him. That's why I followed him. I wanted to talk to him because he has that.
Hey,
Because
Finger.
although our
Not me
perspectives are
staring
like,
at Mezzo's lips trying to see if he's doing something from Twitter shit.
Hey, Finger,
me too, but for different reasons.
hey, Finger, can Michael Cam...
Owen.
Can
He only
Michael...
has 9 followers. He can't come up. He only has
Oh,
9 followers.
Yeah, do you have to? So you have to have a certain amount of followers to even go live, right?
Like 100 or something now.
Oh
It
man.
depends on where you're at.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to like I'd be cool to go live, but I also don't know if I want to do that.
Mezzo, go on and have the conversation with yourself. He chose, what do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their prayers? You got time?
No, I have to still get
Oh,
my kids
okay.
ready for school. I just wanted to cam up real quick, so I came outside my
This is
house.
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. I only got a few minutes too. I got to get back to my duty.
Yeah,
But
I know.
I I just wanted to say what's up, and then hopefully I'll come up because then
Do you have any
hear
animals?
me, huh?
Do you have any animals?
I have one dog.
Yeah, that ain't me. That ain't me.
Yeah.
Come here, so.
Mezzo, you got a
Good boy.
motherfucking doppelganger out here.
Well, the thing is,
Your other you is a Christian in another life, Mezzo.
Oh,
yeah, the
and
thing is,
like Mario Mushroom level Christian too, which is fun.
Oh my God.
yeah. So a lot of the like even when I first came into like being around Christians, like I felt like they're always kind of weirded out by me. It's still that way, but
Yeah.
I'm more I kind of embrace that aspect of it because I mean I don't want to get too on random topics, but like I do believe that Jesus was like very like different than what the world wanted him to be, and that's kind of what someone who follows Christ would be like if you met them. They're different than what you would associate what a Christian would be like.
Yeah, that's for sure not me. I talk about much more interesting things than that. But I do have to go and come up into my live sometime, and we'll just repeat each other. Or maybe we'll switch. I'll become a theist, and you can become an atheist. It'll be fun.
Yeah, man, I think we could have a cool conversation no matter what it's about.
Fia, are you still like?
I'm... this is why I am not convinced. I remain skeptical. Dr. Bowen, what say you? Lala, what do you think?
Um, mm, I don't think it's him, but eh, it's pretty damn close.
I'm still tripping off of how they have similarities in life. Like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Mezzo anymore. But the fuck, the Sunday morning shit. Like the
Snack.
I
So here's why I'm struggling. Because if I were to have a random person pop up on this live, start having this conversation that's a Christian, that's also a sign language interpreter, that also has a son that's 20 years old, that also, and then I did not start asking a shit ton of questions, Mezzo, I'm not trusting it. And this may be all Oso's fault. We're going to blame Oso for this. Did he just call me a snack? What? This is Oso's fault.
this is definitely Oso's fault.
I mean, I'll say I wasn't expecting to have these feelings, but I am mad. You know what I mean?
All right, so not Mezzo. Not that Mezzo. What topic did you want to pick?
Well, I think the one that I looked at, the common eye, was the one about when kids pray and it doesn't happen.
Look, that was the topic Mezzo picked when I first put these up. That was the topic Mezzo picked when he
Well,
came
because
on
I looked
stage.
at it and it seemed like that was kind of the hardest one, you know, to answer from like a standpoint of actually being a father and actually experiencing that and, you know, going through it, because I go through that, you know. My son's super smart and questions things like, you know, and I don't like force, you know, like scripture on him. I do my best to kind of unfold things to him in a way like that I feel that God did with me. Like I didn't feel forced by God. There was a choice, and I remember that choice. Um, so with my son, and he prays, and he's like, you know, oh, it didn't work. Or even recently, he said things to me like something bad will happen. He'd be like, "Come on, God," and he'll be like, "Well, this bad thing happened. Like, why didn't God stop it? He knows all things." And be like, "Yeah, dude. I mean, sometimes it's deeper than that. Sometimes it's hard to explain. If you can't explain like who God is to a child, like you shouldn't even be a preacher. You shouldn't be in the pulpit. You shouldn't be trying to explain anything. If you can't explain who God is to a child, like you should pretty much just get out of the way." I do believe that. So with my son, and he says, you know, it didn't happen. I do. I believe that things happen not in the time that I hope that they happen. So if someone's dying, you say, I wish that they would have life and that they would continue to be alive, and then they die, and my prayer didn't happen. Um, I have to have the understanding that my view is that God had a different idea, and that idea is better than mine, because my ideas are not in eternity. My ideas are linear, that they have like, I don't know the future, so I can't make the best decision. I can't make the best decision on what I think should happen. So when I believe and have faith in God, that means allowing Him to make the decision, make the outcome that is better, even though I may not know it.
So, do you teach your children to pray in alignment with that reality, or do you? Because ultimately, and I'm just gonna go with it, guys, and just assume
Sure.
this is not that mezzo. Ultimately, what prayer is, if you think about it, is a request to the God to help you be okay with whatever happens,
Mm-hmm.
because you don't have control over what He does, right?
Yeah.
Is what denomination of Christianity are you?
I don't think I really fall into one. Um,
But you do believe in the God of the Christian Bible.
mm-hmm.
So when
Hey,
you,
hold on. Did we ever ask Mezzo if he has a twin brother?
oh, we did not.
I think he does. I think Mezzo has a twin brother.
And why would Michael and Mezzo, like
I think I remember him saying he has a twin brother, but my memory is fucking me up right now. It's the genitals on the whiteboard that I can't get over.
yeah.
Well, I don't have that. I actually have. I have a brain and a heart drawn. Sorry for
Okay,
my
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fee.
girls, but
No. Well, I think what I was going to ask is, how do you instruct them to pray if ultimately a prayer is usually a request from God for a specific thing? But as a parent, you know that that's not how it works. So it's not like, the you rub a genie, rub the lamp and the genie pops out. Like, God
yeah.
doesn't function that way.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you then tell your children to pray for things, knowing full well that what they ask for may or may not come? And then how do you explain to them what percentage of dependency they can have on the actualization of those prayers, knowing that it's basically just a coin toss?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. I think it just comes out to like letting things play out in a sense, because I don't always know the best way to go about some situations. I tell them what I do. It's like my son watches what I do. Um, so he doesn't necessarily listen to me, but he watches what I do. So I think a lot of it is what, you hear Christians talk about is faith. You have faith that God will, deliver us from things in our lives. It's just kind of having a foundation there, as where to like when I was younger, I didn't have a foundation. It was kind of just like I wanted to be an artist and a skateboarder, and like I didn't care about anything. And then as I grew up, I got lost, and then picked up the psychedelic thing, and then now coming to the point like in my 30s, like being delivered by having an experience with God, having an experience with Christ, where like I was set free from things that really were affecting me in my life, and that's why I believe in God. And then I just kind of try to portray that in a version to my children that, can be acceptable to them, because yeah.
So would you
Sorry if
say
I'm
that?
being kind of airy about it.
No, you're good. Would you say that the God that you're introducing to your children is the God of the Bible, or a God of utility that you created to get through some difficult times that you were experiencing?
Well, I think that it's the God of the Bible, but I do think that the God of the Bible is extremely misinterpreted by the people of the world and the view of who God is, because it's very complex. And I think that people run over things like the first verse says, in the beginning. Well, God doesn't have a beginning. So then, so it's things like that where it's like people run over just the first sentence. Like people don't understand like the first verse. So, and then they try to just read through the whole thing really fast and learn it. But it's like, this stuff takes time. It takes patience, just like everything. It might not be for everyone, and, but again, like, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot what you asked me.
No, I mean, I think I hear what you're saying. I don't know that it's very complex in the way that you may think it's complex. I think it becomes complex for believers who are trying to maintain a consistent narrative for the God, because the God of the Old Testament is very different than the God of the New Testament. And I think a lot of believers do what it seems like you've done. You've kind of cherry picked a few nuggets of guidance or wisdom or things that were applicable in your life and kind of molded together this deity from those things. But the God in the Bible, I mean, is it's pretty atrocious in the Old Testament and a little less atrocious in the New Testament. But there's nothing that I have read in the Bible that has landed on, guideposts or spotlights that I should use to guide my life. And like you said, it's different for different people. Like, yeah, it's not going to be the same for everyone. But I think
True.
that how you use it is a very different question than
Yeah.
what it says and what this deity actually, according to the men who wrote these words, attribute this God with saying. And a lot of that is just very ungodlike, if you ask me.
Yeah. The the scriptures are intense, especially Old Testament. I remember reading some of the things, and I was like, God's going in and having people kill, whole tribes of people, including children, and it's like, how do I really reconcile, with that? Um, but again, I think it takes time, and like I identify all that with. There's a verse that says, "My thoughts are not your thoughts. I'm where I am, and you are where you are. You can't understand." So I think with all of the entirety of Scripture, it's the same way when I tell my child, "Hey, don't do this," or you can't do this, or you have to do this. They don't understand, but it actually is better for them. But I do have to go. I wish I could talk longer, but I got my I got my kids. They're ready for me to not do this. But I do want to just come and say what's up, and then maybe at a later time I can so it's me. And talk longer. But I appreciate you guys.
All right. Thanks, Lamp on a Hilltop.
Thank
All right.
you.
We'll
Thank
see you later.
you. Good meeting you.
I think we just got bamboozled, y'all.
I think so too.
It was such a struggle because in my mind I'm trying to stay present in the conversation as though this is a true guest, and I'm gonna feel terrible if it's not, because I was listening to him, but I just don't think I was giving as much of a thoughtful response, because I'm like, this mezzo is shitting me. This has got to be mezzo.
You did good.
Yeah.
You did
You
good.
guys, we have less than 30 minutes to help Thinker complete her gift goal of the Fruit Friends. So please, let's help her out with her gift goal. Thank you.
Look at Mezzo in the comments talking about, I totally got you guys. Ha ha ha. Stop playing, Mezzo.
Mezzo and Oso are collectively dismantling the trust of this community, and I need y'all to stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it right now.
That person isn't there. I don't know. There's somebody asking to come up, and their name, like, I just got a feeling this is going to be a...
Lord, here we go.
Huh?
Are you talking about Enoch of TikTok?
Yeah, I saw that too.
Who is we?
Yeah, he's whoever this is has been talking. They've been talking about themselves in the collective for a while. I don't know what's happening, y'all.
I guess.
Why us? Why? Oh, flat earther alert. Okay.
Are you a flat earther? I don't feel like that again.
Well, if I could tell you my testimony, it'd just take 30 seconds or so.
We don't do testimonies.
I just need 30 seconds.
This isn't, I don't care. We don't do testimonies here. That's not what this is for. If you are a flat earther, this is the wrong live for that. When you come up, you have to pick one of these topics and discuss one of those, okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You'd say believers don't like the Old Testament?
Correct.
Well, do you just have like a few things that now you're going to bring up and say to prove it?
No, I'm just saying that every time we do bring up the Old Testament, believers shy away from it. And they say, oh, we're not under the Old Testament. We don't have to go by that anymore. Or God didn't do that, blah, blah, blah. Like, we literally just had a guest up that we spent 2 hours with who brought up the subject of slavery and then said, I don't want to talk about that. I'm so uncomfortable. Like, he literally proved our point while he was on stage. And so, we've come to the conclusion that believers don't like the Old Testament. We've also come to the conclusion that the believers that do read the Old Testament tend to see Yahweh through the eyes of Jesus Christ. And so, therefore, they think that everything that Yahweh does is good, moral, and just, and out of love. And they're unable to say that that he lies, right? That he condones lying, that he condones slavery. Let me finish talking.
Okay, I'll just take notes.
Okay, good. You're the first Christian that's come up here that's agreed to take notes. Like he condones lying, right? He condones slavery. He has humans killing each other. He is not all-knowing. Like, there's several times in this book where he doesn't know shit. He doesn't know what's going on, but they can't bring themselves to admit that these things are taking place because they see this God through the eyes of Jesus. And so, from the conversations that we've had with believers, we've just come to the conclusions that, most believers that we talk to don't like the Old Testament.
Can I speak now?
That's typically how it works.
So I worship him in spirit and in truth. So I don't know if you could provide some verses about him telling us to lie, commanding us to lie, or lying himself. I'd appreciate that. Also, he doesn't condone slavery. What you have are indentured servants. They're like employees. So if you own a large plot of land and you need people to service that land, they can become indentured servants. And what it does is lay out rules and regulations for how to have indentured servants. It wasn't slavery. He's not saying go take over people's land and rule over them and force them to do things they don't want to do against their will. When it comes to unaliving, he says do not unalive. It's one of the 10 Commandments. And then you said he doesn't know stuff. If you got some evidence of that, I'll take a look at it too.
Sure, we can start with this one. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at, what's that word? What's those two words right there, Enoch?
Yeah, they're at war with a certain group of people.
Enoch, what's the word right there? What's that word right there?
So they shall serve you at forced labor.
Okay, but if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, so they're not at war yet. They go to war if the people do not accept their terms of peace and agree to become their forced labor. Then you go to war, right? Then this word here is the next step. Then you shall besiege it, and when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town, all is spoil. Now, I know you're going to say, oh, this was the people that were wicked and God ordered them to destroy, except it's not.
What verse?
Starting at verse 15. Thus you shall treat all the towns. I'm still talking. It's right in front of you. I literally gave that to you just a minute ago. But the way this works is I'm talking. Take notes. Take notes. Okay. I literally brought it up, told you what verse it was just a minute ago. Okay. This is Deuteronomy 20, right? Starting at verse 10. But now we're going to start at verse 15. All right. Thus you shall treat all the towns that are very far from you. This is what they're to do to the towns that are very far from them. Everything from verse 10 on down, that's how they were to treat the towns that are very far from them, which are not a part of these nations here. You see that? But as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must what? What does he tell them to do with the sinful Canaanite people? Is he telling them to make them forced labor? I'm sorry, when I ask a question and then I go silent, that means I'm waiting for you to answer that. Is he telling them to make the sinful Canaanites or all the ites forced labor?
Chapter 20, but I didn't, you said verse 15?
No, do you see it on the screen in front of you?
No, I don't see Deuteronomy anywhere, and I don't see 20.
Do you see the highlighted? Do you see the screen in front of you with the scripture on the screen in front of you?
Yeah, but anyone can put anything they want on a website. I'm trying to read it from a Bible.
So I went and built a website and just like copied the Bible and put in there what I wanted to put in there.
So are you going to tell me what verse it is?
I already did that twice. No, I'm not doing it again.
Well, I was trying to read it from my scriptures, so I'll keep looking for it.
Okay, keep looking for it.
So.
Oh, just a minute ago, y'all said I was scared and I was running. Now you typing in all caps an L because I'm not scared, because I'm not running.
Well, I came here to talk about the heliocentric religion.
I don't give a fuck about no heliocentric religion. I told you there was topics on the board, right? I told you, I gave you reasons why believers don't like the Old Testament, right? You came back and was like, nope, 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 right? You asked for scriptures of why I was saying what I'm saying, and here is where we are.
So when thou shalt besiege a city a long time in making war against it to take it, thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them, for thou mayest.
Why are you all the way down here? Why are you all the way down here?
Because I asked you where we were and you wouldn't tell me.
Okay, did you hear? Do you know what we're even talking about?
Yeah, you want to.
Okay. So find the place that we're talking about, and then join the conversation again.
Sorry. Okay, I'll mute up. It would help if all the information I need is on screen.
It literally is. Oh, now I'm immature because y'all was in the comments talking shit. Y'all didn't expect me to talk shit back.
It's all right. You don't have to get upset, those.
I'm not. Don't tell me what to do. I get upset if I fucking want to get upset.
Y'all remember how back in the day when we were kids, there was always a group of kids that would hang out together and then go just be assholes to other kids just to giggle and laugh when they garner an emotional response. You would think at this big age, adults who have enough money to be on the internet, pay for an internet bill, Wi-Fi, download TikTok, create an account, have an email address, you would think that they would behave in a more mature way, because the bottom line is that the facts are going to speak for themselves. And you're out here, the idea of someone out here purporting that or reporting that a 2,500-year-old book is telling us more then about the world that we live in than what science can tell us now is astounding. Absolutely astounding.
I'm going to tell you what I think is even more astounding. That these big grown-ass men think that I give a fuck about what they say in these damn comments. Okay, that's more astounding to me.
So I think it can help you out here.
Like, hold on, I'm talking. Like, to me, that's more astounding. That they would think that some grown-ass women would respond to some shit that high schoolers would do.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But go ahead,
It says that they teach you not to do after all their abominations in verse 18, which
okay, go up some more. Go up some more. Like, why the fuck you would start right there? I don't know. Verse 15. Start at verse 15.
Well, that's on screen. I just wanted to read 18.
Oh, now you see it on screen?
Yeah.
Now you see it on screen. Don't type in caps in my comments. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say about me, but type it in little caps in lowercase. Y'all don't have to mute them. On screen, right? Like, you literally said, right? You wanted to know when I asked you, what did he tell them to do with the heathen Canaanites, right? So start at verse 15.
Yeah, you want to take them out. I was going to read why.
Okay, I don't care why. That's not important to the conversation.
Oh, okay.
So when we talk about the towns up here, right, where he told them to offer them terms of peace, right? When you go into these towns, offer them terms of peace, give them the opportunity to surrender. And if they surrender, then they shall become your forced labor. If they don't surrender, then you are to go to war and kill all the men. These are not the Canaanites. These are other nations, foreign nations, far away from the land of Canaan.
Hittites, Amorites, and the Canaanites.
Those are the ones that he told them to annihilate.
Yeah.
The towns that he told them to go get their forced labor from are towns that are far away from there. Other foreign nations. That's one place. Now, let's go to another. Do you see the scripture
I'm there.
on the screen? Okay. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. He's given a directive. Don't make the group of people that I'm talking about right now serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bond laborers. This is your indentured servitude, your debt slaves. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee, either 7 years or 50 years, right? 6 years or 49 years. Let them go in the 7th year or the 50th year, depending on their debt or what the fuck they did. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. This is for who? Who is he talking to here and about?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the entire Bible front to back. I don't have it memorized by the back of my hand.
Oh, Enoch, you walked with God and you don't know who he brought out of the land of Egypt.
No, Enoch walked with God. This is my screen.
I said that, Enoch, you walked with God, right? You're the Enoch of TikTok, right? All your buddies came in here saying, bring Enoch up, like you got your tribe with you, your followers are with you, right? You walked with God, or you walk with God now, and you don't know who he brought out of the land of Egypt.
Okay, then they must be talking about the Hebrews.
The Hebrews. Then he says again, don't sell them like slaves are sold.
Okay.
Right?
So
but you shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. Again, not your own brothers and sisters, but the nations around you, you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. They may be your property. But these right here, you shall not make them serve as slaves. You cannot buy and sell Israelites as slaves. Okay? These you may treat as slaves, but as your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Also, you can keep them as a possession for your children to inherit as property. These are two different types of slave systems. One, indentured servitude, and the other, chattel slavery, lifetime servitude.
I'm sorry, thinker. And then that next sentence, these you may treat as slaves. Like there's literally no ambiguity here. There was one set of rules for Israelite indentured servitude, and there was another completely set of rules in identifying groups that can fall under the category of slavery.
Yeah, my book doesn't say slaves. It says you're bondmen, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with what a bond is. We can get into that, but it says, and
it's a
thy
slave.
bondmaids, which
Let's not even get into that. Hey, let's not get into that. Let's call them bondmen.
that are around.
Let's call them bondmen. Let's call them
what I'm
bondmen. Okay, go ahead, cool. Were they property?
The way I saw it was that
What does your book say? What does your book say? Are they property? What does your book say? Does your book say don't treat bondmen? Don't treat these people as bondmen? What does your book say?
Well, it says, but as a hired servant in verse 40 and as a sojourner.
Okay, go to verse 44. Go to verse 44. Like this bullshit that we are talking about the second type of slavery, right? Let's go to the King James. All right, let's read it from the King James. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them ye shall buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children to inherit for them as a possession, and they shall be your bondmen forever. Call them bondmen. Are they property for life?
No, they're indentured servants. They're employees.
Are they property for life?
I just said, no, they're indentured servants.
They shall be your possession and be your bondmen forever.
All right, let me look.
Are they a possession for life?
Host, I don't know why you're yelling at me. Let me look up.
I don't care. I don't care. I like it. It helps my blood pressure. Are they possession for life?
Do you eat animals? I've been vegan 10 years.
Are they possession for life?
I'm looking up the word in the Hebrew.
Are they possession for life?
I'm looking up the word in the Hebrew. Can you relax?
You don't know what possession means.
Look at the chat. It's all L's in the chat.
You don't know what? I don't give a fuck. Do you know what the word possession means?
I'm looking up the Hebrew word.
You need to look up the Hebrew word for possession. Is this written in Hebrew? You don't understand English.
Yeah, the translation's not always perfect.
So you admit that the Bible has flaws?
No, I said the translation.
Right. So you admit that the Bible has flaws.
All right, I can't look up the Hebrew translation if you're asking me the same freaking question.
Oh, you don't know how to multitask.
Give me a second.
Do you speak Hebrew?
I'm busy looking up the Hebrew.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, this is his way of deflecting. He doesn't know how to stay on topic. His ego won't let him. His ego won't let him admit that his God condoned slavery.
You're projecting.
Yeah. Okay. And
how is it a projection?
Did you want me to say no? I'm not. Did you want me to say I'm not projecting? You expecting me to start defending that shit?
Actually. You saying it the way you said it was even better than what I thought you were. I thought you were going to say.
Cool. You want me to say it again? No, I'm not. I'm not projecting.
You are.
What is happening?
Was that fun? Was that fun?
Hold on. I'm looking.
Was that fun? Did you relieve some stress, Enoch? Did you relieve some stress?
46. If anyone's ever in Vegas and they want to go to dinner, let me know.
Enoch, you didn't expect this, did you?
What? That we were going to start whispering? I did not think we were going to start whispering for some weird reason.
Yeah. Are you done?
No, I'm looking up the verse in Hebrew.
You want me to do it for you?
No. Leviticus. Oh, it's 25. 26.
Well, hurry the fuck up.
I'll try as fast as I can. I'm sorry.
And since we seem to have a whole lot of new people in the chat, FYI, do not use all caps. Even one word will get you muted. Caps are for mods only. We can very easily ignore what you type in lowercase as well.
Did you hear that?
What did he say?
Did you hear that?
What did he say?
Can y'all hear the word when I play it?
Oh,
no.
Okay. It's playing through my headphones. Give me just a second.
Yeah, it's the passive form of to hold or take or possess. It's a feminine noun. Ahusa. Actually, the pronunciation is akusa. But it's usually referred to land. It says here, especially of land.
Would that be because you own land? In the way
No, actually, we're
telling
just
you they could own people?
The creator owns the land. You're just stewards of the land. You're just passing through. That's one thing you guys haven't figured out. You're not going to be here arguing with me forever on TikTok.
I'm not going to be here
Stewart
arguing
is
with you
showing.
at
You're just
10:30
passing through
on
it. That's one
TikTok.
thing you guys haven't figured out. You're not going to be here.
Oh my gosh, shut up.
Strong's H272. Ahuzah. Ahuzah.
That's how you pronounce the word.
Yeah, I was pretty close. I mean, geez.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a native Hebrew speaking Christian, so.
Does it mean something different than possession?
Well, it's the feminine version of it. I don't know. It's different than
Does it mean something different than possession? Is the word different?
Yeah, the word for the male possession is akas.
Does it mean something different than possession?
Yes, it does.
What does it mean different? What does it mean differently?
It's not the male version. It's the
What does it mean differently? They used the noun that references owning property, owning land, possession, ownership, right? They used that terminology, right? Does it mean something different? Is my question.
Yes.
What does it mean differently?
Well, the male version means to seize or take hold. But the female
But here in Leviticus 25:44-46, right? I didn't just look up possession, right? I looked up the scripture, right, to see what word they are using in Hebrew in that scripture, and it's using this noun. What does it mean differently here?
You keep asking me the same question over and over. I already answered that, so.
You keep talking about the male possession, the masculine possession, but they use the feminine possession. What does it mean differently here?
Okay. When the creator gives you a cow to possess, it's not your cow. It's his cow that you're supposed to take care of, be a good steward of, not consume and devour, stab in the neck, and then put down your gullet. So the same thing applies with those employees. They don't belong to you.
So when with the goring ox analogy, are you familiar with that one?
No, I haven't heard of this one.
Are you familiar with the goring ox law?
The gore and the ox law? No.
The goring ox law.
Never heard of it, no.
So there's no point in going there then.
I mean, what is the point in defending the validity of a book that you don't read?
Well, here's the crazy part is everyone's being lied to about the shape of the earth. So for the last 10 years, I've been testing it and verifying that it's not a cartoon tilted water ball.
Nobody gives a fuck about your flat earth bullshit.
Why do they think the shape of the earth is so important?
I don't know. But all the idiots in the comments that follow him, shame on you. Shame on you for co-signing ignorance. Shame on you for co-signing dishonesty. Shame on your ass for just fucking existing. Like, shame on you.
And the fact that they're putting L host in the chat repeatedly, let me ask y'all something. Do your checking account balances increase with every L that you put in the chat? Like, what are they getting from it? This is literally middle school
They're trying
behavior.
to get a
I don't
rise.
understand it.
They're trying to get a rise. Like, they think that does something, but it doesn't. But the Betsy person, like, I want your ass gone. Like, you're here every fucking night, Betsy. You're here every goddamn night, all motherfucking night long. And as soon as these dumbasses come in, you jump on their bandwagon. Get the fuck out. As soon as y'all see the Betsy person comment, please block her ass. I can handle, what they did. That doesn't bother me because I'm just gonna match energy. But if you come in here every night and eat off my plate and then think that I'm just gonna fucking let you and you act like that, your ass gotta go.
Yeah, and Sherry Cooper, cursing is ineffective communication, then I would suggest that you don't utilize it in your communication efforts. But what you don't get to do is tell other adults what words to use and not use in their vernacular. That's not up to you. So if you don't like it, you could absolutely scroll out. That's allowed.
All right, you are their friend. You
So
were
you
in the
guys are
comments.
Satanists, right?
Hold on. I'm talking right now.
You guys are.
So you're their friend. You were
Yeah.
in the comments. You were in the comments begging for them to come up, and then you're the one who was saying that we were running. Now, what do
Yes.
you got?
What I've got is you guys believe in Satan, but not God.
Okay, cool.
So you believe in Satan, right? You're Satanists?
Yeah.
So God created your God.
Okay, cool.
You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
So you believe in God then, right? In the Bible?
Yeah, you can say that.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
what's the point then?
Are you done? Is that what you came
No,
up here to say?
no, I'm not done. So you guys are Satanists who are following Lucifer, right?
Who's Satanist? I'm not a Satanist.
I mean, I don't care. He can say whatever he
the
wants to
host
say.
literally just said yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
There you are, yeah?
Yeah. And what?
Okay.
Now what?
The curvature rate of your cartoon ball is 0.666 feet
Oh
per
my
mile
God.
square.
That's all you can talk about is flat Earth.
I will destroy.
That's all you can talk about is flat Earth. Like you're fucking stupid. Like the fact that you're fucking stupid. Like the fact that you bounce. Yeah, like you are ignorant. Talk to me about something else. Like the fact that you are up here trying to prove that the Earth is flat when you can walk outside. You can walk outside and test and see that the fucking Earth is not flat.
I have.
Like talk to me about something else. Talk to me about something else.
You want to see the
Talk
proof?
to me about something else.
Look who's running from the truth.
If you keep talking about flat Earth, I'm gonna take your ass down. Talk to me about something else.
Look who's running from the truth. Oh,
talk to me about something else.
So bad. Truth hurts so bad, doesn't it? You don't want to talk about flat Earth.
Like nobody likes you flat earthers. You realize that, right? Nobody wants you on their panels. You guys are a disgrace. It's embarrassing for you to exist that you fucking think that the Earth is flat.
I can prove it to you right now.
Dumbass. They are embarrassing as hell.
I think there has to be a certain area of the brain that is engaged with people who would literally go around at 10:35 on a Wednesday morning, acting the way that they act in the last hour or so about the Earth being flat. Like, how does that help anything? If you could tell me how a flat Earth would change anything, any dynamic that we have to deal with in this Earth, I might even be willing to listen to you. But behaving in that way, I don't get it.
It's fucking ridiculous. To those on YouTube telling me to keep my cool, like this is me. I don't need you to tell me to keep my cool. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't care what y'all think about me. I don't play respectability politics. I'm not trying to be your best friend. And if I'm not your cup of tea, go to Starbucks. If you're in the guest request box and you are in there on purpose, please comment so that we can bring you up on stage. Lala, you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Oh, okay. I hear the hard breathing out. I thought you would sleep for a second.
No, these people are getting on my damn nerves.
That's what they want. They're like bullies in high school. Like, what are the ways that I had to teach my kids not to allow people to get, under their skin is not to give that power away. Like, motherfuckers say shit all the time. And they say things because that's their power, right? And if they can use their words as bullets to your brain, then that means that they got you, right? So you can't stop them from using their mouth that way, but you can stop yourself from allowing it to have power over you. Motherfuckers gonna talk about you every day. They gonna say what they want to say. Doesn't mean that it's true. Like I don't care. They come here to see me. I'm not out there looking for them. Dirty Max.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Christian.
Please turn your camera off. I don't allow cameras on the stage.
Oh, damn. Let's see.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, but I don't see why that matters.
It matters because I don't do flat earth conversations on my channel.
I'm not gonna talk about that.
Which topic did you want to talk about?
What is your panel about?
There are 7 topics on the board. Do you see that in front of you?
Pick one. Let's talk about it.
No, I don't need to pick for you. What is it? What is it with you all? When I tell you to pick a topic, y'all want to like bounce it back to me and tell me to think for you. Pick your own topic.
God violates free will all the time.
Okay, go ahead.
So my question would be, how does God violate free will all the time?
How does he not?
Well, look what's going on in Palestine. Where's God in that? If God was constructing anything against free will, wouldn't he get involved in that?
What?
And this is part of the problem because it's almost as if a logical conversation where one point leads to the next related point, it seems like they're incapable of actually engaging in conversations that flow that way. Because what that has to do with free will, I have no idea. And the prompt says that God violates free will all the time. If that's truly what you wanted to engage in, and if you wanted to know what thinkers' position was on that, maybe your question should be, can you give me an example of where he violated free will? Because I disagree with that. Or I do agree that God violates free will, and this is why I think so. That's usually how conversations work. But somehow we ended over in Palestine.
Also 666 in the chat.
So earlier y'all were talking about slavery, right?
Does this have to do with the topic that you chose? You chose the topic, God violates free will all the time. Are you done?
God does not violate free will all the time.
Okay, then talk about how he does not.
I just gave you an example and you deflected it.
Do you think that what you said made sense for this topic?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, it's not my fault that you don't understand how it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to clarify your point, please.
So God's commandments, one of them is thou shalt not kill, but yet people are killing each other in the Middle East right now. So if there wasn't no free will, that wouldn't be happening. Would you agree?
No, honestly, because your God started all this shit in this book. Over.
Okay, so
Over.
I know I heard her. So my next question would be, what do you believe in?
I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking to you when I said that.
You are now, so.
Why the fuck did you jump to what do I believe in? Like, are you done with the topic now?
I would like to know what you believe in, so I could.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I don't believe in your God. That's all you need to know.
Oh, so let me ask you this. So it's okay to bash my God.
Are you done? Are you done with the topic now? Are you done with the topic?
So you can bash my God because it's not yours.
Are you done with the topic? Are you done? Are you done? Are you done with the topic now?
Do you bash Jews?
Are you done with the topic, Dirty? I'm going to ask you one more time. If you don't get back on topic, I'm going to take you down. Are you done?
Picking another topic.
You can't pick another topic. Are you done with the topic that you chose?
Yeah, I gave you a good example.
All right. Have a good day. Have a good day then. Thank you for coming up.
I don't like them.
How the fuck did we get on this side of TikTok, y'all?
I don't know, but I
What was
want
that
to go
guy's name that
back.
was on stage for 2 hours? We got cookie crumbs from him. What was his name? The little Hofi, Loki.
Low five.
Lofi,
Yeah, we got
Lofi.
yeah. We need to clear our cache and cookies after the show.
For
Cause
real.
what the fuck?
Yes.
Harry? Is it Harry? Is it Harry? Is your name Harry? Okay. That's new. Do they have one would be the better question, Timothy. I think they gave it to Jesus as an offering because they didn't have 2 mites. Sometimes I think, like, you know what they say, you must present your body as a living sacrifice? That's what it seemed like they did with their fucking brain. They took that shit literally.
I think if the earth is flat, y'all need to walk right to the edge and then make one more step, because the way y'all come up here behaving is ridiculous. Now somebody in here looks like they're typing in tongues. Like, what the fuck is wrong with
They're
y'all?
typing in tongues?
He keeps spamming the same thing over and over again. It's definitely not English.
If you're in the guest request box on purpose, please comment so that we can bring you up. Well, let them think I'm a demon. Then they can be scared of my ass. They're scared of devils, demons, and Satan. They're scared of Satanists. They're scared of anything that's not their God. So they can think whatever the fuck they want to think about me.
I mean, even the guy right before came up to not the one that was, not the previous one, but the one that was saying that we're Satanists. Who told him that? Where
I
did
say
he
yeah.
get that from?
When he said it, I just say yeah.
I know it. It's like, where did you get that from? And they don't even care where the foundations of their belief systems are. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
They're scared of a fucking immaterial ass spirit. Like the fact that they walk around on this planet thinking that spirits are doing something to them. And like there is never a time where they can say, oh man, Jimmy dead. Man, what happened to Jimmy? Shit, Satan got him. Like not one motherfucking time. Like, man, did you see what happened to Jill? Man, what happened to Jill? Man, a motherfucking demon just pushed her ass down that hill, man, and she broke it to pieces. Like, not one motherfucking time. But they scared as hell of this damn demon devil Satan. BJ, how are you? Huh?
I'm good, y'all. I'm really good. How about you?
I'm good. Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a Christian.
Okay, which topic did you want to discuss?
I really just had some questions, honestly.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Really
I don't do that. I don't do that, unfortunately. You can pick a topic and we can start a discussion.
Sure. We could start off with the first one.
So just to let you know, you can only do one topic, so please pick the one that you want to do.
I guess we could do the first one.
Okay, go ahead.
It says, does God love the Gentiles as much as his chosen? And yes, that is true.
I agree with you. Are you done?
You said you agree, but you don't. Wait.
Yeah,
but
I
you don't
agree
believe.
that.
Wait, I have a question. Do you believe that God?
I don't answer questions. I don't answer questions, but I agree with you 100% on that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, y'all have a blessed morning, all right?
Thank you. You too. All right. If you're in the guest request box, please comment so that we can bring you up.
Well, that was quick.
Yeah, there was no reason to disagree. Let's see. Mythical Pisces. Do y'all see? Mythical Pisces. I don't see. There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, another day in paradise. How about yourself?
That's good. I'm doing good. Thank you. Are you a Christian deconstructing or an atheist?
I guess I'd go atheist. I'm more spiritual, just not in the Christian side of things.
Okay. If you are an atheist or not a Christian who currently follows or are deconstructing, what we do ask is that you still pick a topic and discuss that topic. Okay.
Understood.
All right. Go ahead.
I was gonna hit kind of two in one about the robots versus slaves, and then about the free will. Um, I more so think we're not robots. I think we're more so slaves to the Christian God, if it is real, in the terms of, because I've been raised in a Christian family and I pulled out of it when I was 17. I feel like we're just in a big game. It's like a big board game and we're all pawns, because if God is all knowing, all powerful, all loving, it feels like everything that I've read through the Bible, what I've been told in church, it's a game, because he's already won the battle against Satan, and he's already knows everything that's going to happen. He knows the plan, but he's giving us free will. It feels like it's rigged to the point where it's free will, but in the end you're still going to lose unless you do this one thing. So I'm being told how to do things, which is, in turn, I feel like I'm a slave to somebody, because if I don't do what you want, I'm not going to get the good end of the stick. And then that's where the free will being broken comes in, because with free will, we should have the choice to at least be good human beings and follow, similar to what the commandments say, without having stipulations, so that if I'm still a good person and I follow the ways of Christ, I shouldn't have to necessarily go all deep into it like my constituents have told me in the past. Whereas if I just follow and be a good human being, don't kill or don't murder, don't do nasty things to people, whatever, I should still be able to get in the gates of heaven or Valhalla, whatever you may believe. So I feel that it's just either a ploy to keep people as sheep, or this thing has been misconstrued for many years. And of course, I believe that because many men in this world are evil, and they have definitely put their hand in that book and changed things away.
Okay, so I don't believe that humans have free will at all. And then I also don't see a difference between saying that the God wanted robots versus slaves.
Okay. I feel you on that. I honestly don't think we have free will at all, because if we did, then there would be technically no consequences for doing anything that's not abhorrently wrong.
There wouldn't be any consequences for anything.
All right.
Because you'd essentially just be the equivalent of an all-powerful God or an all-powerful deity. So, humans just don't have free will. That's just something Christians say when they mean that they can make a choice.
Yeah, and I personally don't believe that somebody can be all loving and all knowledgeable and all powerful, because if that were the case, you wouldn't let evil reign. And if he has already won the battle, as people say, then Satan shouldn't have any hand in anything. He shouldn't be able to construe people or persuade or have any kind of hand in the realm whatsoever.
I agree. Well, 100%.
Thank you for letting me come up.
I don't see how they... you're welcome.
But what were you saying real quick?
Oh, I was going to say, I don't see how they still think that is free will while believing that a God has to give a Satan permission to fuck with them, and still think that their God wouldn't violate the free will that they think they have. The shit just doesn't make sense. But yeah, thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have fun.
Amen.
Lighten up.
Hope you all have fun. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Oh, Norton, you like, why are you crying about some shit you don't want to do? All you gotta do is scroll, Norton. That's all you gotta do. Like, y'all complain about shit you can control. You do realize that, right? Like, you can control where you are in this moment and time.
Norton the
You don't
virus?
have to complain about it, huh?
I said Norton the virus?
Yeah. Yep. We have time for about one more. If you're in the guest request box, please comment so that we can bring you up. Hopefully we can get on Norton's nerves a little bit more since he don't know how to scroll. And don't cry, Norton. Don't cry because I said your name. Don't 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 get upset. Like, you wanted me to see that and I saw it. And I talked about it, so I don't expect you to cry and complain. What's your name?
You could just call me V.
V, how old are you?
I'm 22.
All right, what topic did you want to discuss? Norton.
Believers don't like the Old Testament.
Okay, go ahead.
I feel like the reason why believers don't like the Old Testament is because how deep God gets with the emotions of everyone and how his anger is displayed, like with Job, like the book of David, and with being with Moses and what happened with the Noah Ark. So they all think about the negatives, but in reality, like, God was loving with all, and we was breaking his heart while he was still loving us. So the Old Testament shows us that he was still loving while we were still breaking his laws. And yeah, that's why I believe
Who is we? Who is we were breaking his laws? When you say we, who are you including in that?
I'm saying, well, for me personally, because I'm a Christian.
Yeah, but Christians are Gentiles, yes?
Christians are Gentiles?
Yeah, they're non-Israelites, right? Not all of them. Sometimes you may have a Messianic Jewish person, right? But Christians are non-Israelites, correct?
I mean, I'm just a believer of Christ, so...
Yeah, but you are a non-Israelite, correct?
Yes.
Right, so you didn't break any laws. You were never under a blood covenant with this God for this law. Gentiles didn't break this God's law. They were never in a love relationship with this God to break his laws. So the Israelites, right, kept breaking this God's heart. The Israelites were the ones in a relationship with this God. The Israelites were the ones in a blood covenant with this God, not Gentiles, not Christians.
All right.
So, no, when Christians read the Old Testament and they say, oh, we kept breaking the law and God kept loving us, God didn't love Gentiles. Gentiles were under a ban. Like, the Israelites were not allowed to even intermarry or intermingle. They couldn't even have peace treaties with Gentile nations, which is why he told them, if a slave runs away into your land, don't send them back to their nations. There was no extradition treaty. They were not allowed to even create treaties. That's how much this God didn't like Gentiles.
I also think it's worth pointing out that in your assessment of how you see this, you mentioned God expressing his anger with Job. What anger? What happened to Job was about God winning the bet. There wasn't any anger. Job wasn't being punished for something that he did, unless I missed something in the story, and if so, I'd love for you to show it to me.
No, so basically, in the story, it's basically saying, like, his friends that was telling him, like, oh, you did this, you did that, or you didn't do this, you didn't do that. And God was basically saying, like, shame on, like, how I'm not trying to misquote, but, like, how dare you, as your friends, say these things about me when Job is the only one that's really knowing about me. He was not really mad or angry, but he was, like, kind of, like, type, I would say, like,
V, that's not what happened in the story. That's literally not what happened in this story, and that's not what caused all of those plagues to befall Job. So I would say go ahead and read the story, like read the story from beginning to end,
I
and
have.
you'll see how it played out, because what you're saying is not what happened.
So Job had all his things from God, right, since he was a kid. So that was a blessing from the beginning. And then when he started receiving, he shaved his head, all this, the devil was tempting him, all that. But he still was faithful to God. Regardless of the temptations that devil was giving him, he was still faithful until the end when he was questioning God. And then God came to Job saying, "Who are you to question me?" And started saying all these things to him. And then after that, that's when he started to realize, who am I to question God? Who am I to say, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to these type of people? Why are you doing this to me when I don't know what you're doing every single day of the minute?
Yeah, V, that's not what that story says. Like,
Okay.
not even remotely close. Like, I would literally suggest that you go back and read the story of Job. And when you do so, ask yourself, why did anything happen to him? Who brought him up first? Who brought up Job's name first? How did he even become a main character in this
The
story?
devil.
No, and that's why I say go read the story, because the devil did not bring up Job. That's when just read the story.
Who taught you the story? Have you read it for yourself, or are you just
Yeah, I have
taking
read
it
it by
by?
myself.
And when you read the story, you saw in the story that the devil brought up Job.
I mean, didn't he say that's your wonderful servant, or that's
But
my
when
God?
but when you
something like
but my
that.
question is, when you read the story, all right, you walked away believing or understanding that the devil brought up Job after you read the story for yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm interested. I'm very interested. So I'm gonna bring it up. Okay, give me just a second. I'm gonna bring it up. We're gonna read it together. Okay, and I want you to tell me at what point did you see the devil bring up Job? Okay, and it starts at verse 6, I believe. One day, I'm sorry, I'm not even sharing my screen. Hold on. All right. Can you see the screen? V, do you see the screen? Okay. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, "Where have you come from?" The accuser answered, "From going to and fro on the earth, and from walking up and down it." The Lord said to the accuser, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, and a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil." Then the accuser answered, "Does Job fear God for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and the possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face." The Lord said to the accuser, "Very well, all that he has is in your power. Only do not stretch out your hand against him." So the accuser went out from the presence of the Lord. Who brought up Job?
God.
And then
the accuser, which is he came to do
yeah.
his work. Yes. So I worded
So
it
the
wrong.
accuser
I worded
said,
it wrong.
well, no, not, you didn't word it wrong. You said, you very clearly said that the accuser brought up Job first. That's not wording it wrong. When the accuser answers your God, right, and he gives your God an idea, does he tell your God to strike Job, or does he say, "Let me do it"?
So say it one more time.
When the accuser answers your God after your God puts Job on the table, does your accuser give your God an idea, or does the accuser say, "Hey, let me fuck with him"?
I think the accuser say, "Let me fuck with him."
So he says, "But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face." Whose hand is the accuser suggesting does the harm to Job?
His hand?
Whose hand? Whose hand?
The accuser hand.
So read that again. Who's talking right now? In verse 11, who's talking?
The accuser.
And so when he uses the word your hand, whose hand is he talking about?
Like his hand.
So if I'm talking about my hand to you, V, and I say stretch out your
I'm
hand,
talking
you're
about
gonna
like
think
his
that
hand,
I'm
like the God's hands. Yeah, God's hand.
all right. So the accuser tells to your God, stretch out your hand, right, and touch all that he has. So the accuser tells your God to take away whatever Job has. And he says he's going to curse you to your face if you take away everything he has. And then your God says, very well, all that he has is in your power. What does your God do when the accuser says, hey, if you stretch out your hand and take all he has, he going to curse you? Your God turns around and says what?
Like, go ahead.
No.
And he says, very
Because the
well.
accuser didn't say, the accuser did not say, let me do it. Right? So your God wouldn't have said go on ahead because he didn't ask permission to touch Job. He told your God to do it. He said, if you take away what he has, he'll curse you to your face. What did your God say?
He said, go ahead.
No. He didn't say go ahead. What did he say?
The thing that you highlighted is basically very well. All that he has is in your power, meaning go ahead and
So
do
what
it.
so instead of your God said, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let you do it. Did the accuser ask to stretch out his hand and touch Job?
I'm sorry, what?
Did the accuser ask your God if he can stretch out his own hand and touch Job?
No.
No. So he wasn't asking to do it. He didn't say he wanted to do it. Your God said, you know what? Instead of me doing it, I'm going to give the power to you to do it. You go do it. Just don't kill him. Right? So it's not the accuser. This is your God. And then in Job chapter 2, have you read Job chapter 2?
Yeah.
So what's interesting about Job chapter 2 and the conversation between the accuser and your God?
Let me know because you brought it up.
You didn't notice anything interesting in
Job
that
1?
conversation between the accuser and your God and Job chapter 2?
Oh, that was what you were showing me from Job chapter 2?
Nope, I just showed you Job chapter 1. Now we're going to Job chapter 2. What I'm asking you is, did you notice anything different or anything interesting in the conversation between your God and the accuser in Job chapter 2?
No.
You didn't. So, let's see. So this is Job chapter 2. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them to present himself before the Lord. So you see, it's starting out like Job chapter 1. Do you notice that? Then it says, the Lord said to the accuser, where have you come from? The accuser answered the Lord, from going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down it. Same conversation, right? Here's the different part here. The Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? So he put him back on the table again. Like he already gave the accuser power to go fuck with Job, kill his kids, right? Take all his businesses away, right? He gave him power to fuck his life up, right? So he put him on the table again. There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man. Like y'all seriously are that scared of the truth that you are flagging my live for bullying and harassment?
I'm sorry, what?
That's fucked up. One.
Petty. And just for that, I'm staying on live a little longer. There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. Have you noticed that ever in the scripture? Although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. What is your God saying to the accuser when he says this?
You said God said that to the accuser?
Yeah, let's read it again. Starting at verse 3. Job 2, verse 3. Okay? The Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil.
Yes.
That's God talking, correct? There's no end to a quotation mark.
Continue,
here,
go
it?
ahead.
He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. End quotation mark. What is he saying to the accuser here?
So, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason, so he still shows his integrity through all the mishaps and tribulations he's going through, that you incited me to go against him, to destroy him for no reason. So he's basically telling us that you made me do all this for no reason.
Made who do it?
You made me you basically saying why
made who do it?
God.
God is saying to the serpent, Job has integrity. You got under my skin, told me that he would curse me to my face because I was spoiling him. You made me destroy his life for no reason. And then the serpent says, skin for skin. The serpent, this is the first time the serpent says, I bet. Up the ante. The serpent says, let me touch his body now. Right? And he's like, if we touch his body, well, he says, touch his body now. He says, if you touch his body, stretch out your hand now, touch his bone and his flesh, and he'll curse you to your face. And then again, the Lord gives the power to the serpent. The accuser gets under your God's skin again. Like your God already knows that Job has integrity. He's telling him this now. Like, man, like you took all this away. He still got integrity. You made me do that to Job for no reason. Like you got in my head. And then the accuser is like, I bet. Up the ante. Skin for skin. Stretch out your hand and touch his body. Because you told me I couldn't touch his body in our last conversation. Stretch out your hand, touch his body, his bone and his flesh.
And then he said,
and watch him curse you.
Yeah.
And then your God goes, you know what? Very well. I'm just going to put him in your power. Here he go. Just don't take his life.
Yeah.
So 2 times did your God put Job in the power of Satan. Twice.
Because he was testing him.
Nope. He said for no reason, friend. This ain't have nothing to do with him testing Job.
Because in the beginning, he said, God allowed Satan to test Job.
Nope. Who is the only person here, the only character here that didn't know whether Job was faithful?
That Job was faithful? Well,
Yeah.
God is all knowing, so he knows.
Right, your God knew that Job was faithful, correct?
Exactly. So that's why he was testing.
Who is the only character that did not know?
Satan.
So he wasn't testing Job. He was proving to Satan that Job was faithful. He was not testing Job. This was a conversation between him and this accuser.
So proving that Job is faithful is not showing that Satan is to test Job?
testing Job for what? What was he testing Job
So
for?
if it's a bet or a test or approving, isn't still showing that at the end of all those words, he's still proving himself that he is still faithful to God.
But you said he was testing Job? What was he testing Job for?
To see if he was faithful through all the righteousness and stuff
Who
that
was
he's
the
doing.
who was the who was the test for?
Who was the test for? For
Yeah,
Job. Just and
Job
God to
already
see.
knew. Job already knew he was faithful. Your God already knew he was faithful. There was only one character that didn't know that Job was faithful. So
Which
who was
was
the test for? Who was your God proving this to?
Satan.
Was he proving it to Job that Job was faithful?
He was proving it to Satan that Job is
Right.
faithful.
So he
So
wasn't testing
he allowed
Job.
Satan to test Job to see how faithful
Not
he
test
was.
Job. He was Yeah, you can say that he allowed Satan. You can call it a test if you want to, but the test was for Satan, not for Job. It was to prove to Satan that he had Job wrapped around his finger, and that no matter what he did to Job, that Job would not curse him.
Exactly. Yeah.
It wasn't for It wasn't for Job's benefit. Whose benefit was this to?
I mean, it benefited God because he showed that he had a faithful servant through all the
To
mishaps.
who? He showed that to who?
What, Job?
Yeah, who did he show that to?
To both Satan and God.
Wait, no. God showed to God that he had a faithful servant.
No, I said Job showed to Satan and God.
Job wasn't involved in this conversation. Job didn't have shit to do with it. Job was
Okay,
just the
so God
product.
showed
But
Satan
what?
how
Okay.
his servant was remaining faithful no matter what.
All right. Now let me ask you this. Why in the entire fuck would your God, an all-powerful entity, need to show Satan any damn thing? Why would your God be so weak-minded? Why would your God be so weak-minded that he would allow an accuser to get in his head and make him harm the faithful servant, the one and only faithful servant, or the most faithful servant that he had? If your God is weak-minded like that, how in the fuck are you supposed to fight Satan if he couldn't?
And I think also this story specifically is probably the last one you should point to when you're talking about God's goodness, because this would be very much like if you've got a guy who's dating a girl and he knows this girl is head over heels in love with him, and there's nothing he can do to make her leave him, and he tells all of his friends, I'm gonna go out here, I'm gonna fuck everybody. Why? She ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna do whatever I want to her. She's not gonna do anything. You would say that guy was an absolute asshole. And if you read the story of Job for what it says and what actually happens, that's the same conclusion that you'll land on your God, because that was just fucked up. If God knew there was nothing that would make Job turn away from him, and according to you, he's omniscient. He knows the end from the beginning. So he knew he could torture Job. He knew he could let Satan do anything to Job, and he would just let Job suffer for the purpose of his ego. That's fucked up.
When Job questioned this God about why he did what he did, right? What was your God's response to Job?
I'm sorry, what you asking me?
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
He didn't hear the question, think of.
Yeah,
When Job questioned your God about why he did what he did, what was your God's response to Job?
Who are you to question me?
I did this, I did that. Can you do it? Were you there when I did this, when I did that?
Yeah, can you lead out our constellation in the season? Where does light live, or where does darkness reside? Have you ever in your days commanded the morning light? Where were you where I laid the foundations of the earth?
V.
All those, yeah.
The fact that you can recite that, are you reciting or reading? Were you reciting that from memory or reading?
I recited two, and then I read the rest.
So if you had a boss, right, that took advantage of an employee because he could, right, to prove a point to another employee, And then you go and you say, hey man, like, why did you do that? Like, that wasn't cool. Like, he's a good employee, right? He didn't deserve that. And that boss said to you, man, who the fuck are you to question me? I sign your paychecks. I do what the fuck I want. I've been here for 20 years. You've been here for 4. Would you say that that's a good boss? Someone worthy of being a leader?
I mean, if he knew what he's doing for 20 years, he still got
So,
that business up.
so because someone is at a company for 20 years, because they have the title as manager, they can do whatever, they can treat you any kind of way and do whatever they want to you.
And I want to say treat me in any way or
Did you hear
whatever.
the
I
analogy?
understand the analogy. Yes, I understand it. I understand it. What I'm
So
trying
can
to
you
say
answer
is,
honestly then?
if I'm answering honestly, if a manager called me and said, yo, I'm going to need you for this amount of hours, because he trusted me. He's
No,
there.
no, don't change the analogy.
I'm
Don't
not
change
changing
the
the
analogy.
analogy.
Yes, you are. I'm not talking about needing you for a couple of hours. Listen to the analogy. A manager mistreats another employee, right? Just to prove a point to another employee. And you go up to him and say, man, why are you doing him like that? He's a good employee. He doesn't deserve that. And he says, man, don't fucking tell me what to do. I do what the fuck I want to do. I've been here for 20 years. I'm the motherfucking manager. Don't question me. Does that make them a good manager and worthy of leading?
When the guy was there for 4 years, right? So let's start from the 4 years. He was doing good. He was doing his things, all that.
No,
'Cause
you
remember,
were
in the
there
book
for
of
4
Job,
years.
in the
You
book
were the
of
one
Job,
there
we
for
started from the
you.
beginning, right?
V,
So
V, V.
we're giving an
You,
analogy of the middle of the
V,
book.
shh.
Jesus Christ.
You were the one there for 4 years, not the other employee. You, when you went to the manager. Damn. And then the fact that y'all can't have serious conversations because you don't fucking listen. You don't listen. You want to keep on talking, and I'm trying to tell you that you have the analogy wrong. You want me to continue to let you talk about 4 years when that has absolutely nothing to do with it. God damn.
And if what you're saying is the more power a person gets, the less humane they have to behave, then they should just say that. Because that's what your God does. Your God acts like a crime boss. He acts like a mob boss. He basically says, do what the fuck I say or I'm going to kill you. So if you're of that mindset, then just be of that mindset and just let that be, a badge that you
He
wear.
ain't listening to you, Fee. He in the comments typing, you not bringing up the beginning. He still ain't fucking listening.
I'm listening. You can't.
How the fuck am I going to be wrong about my own analogy?
You're bringing up only half of the. If we're talking about the book of Job in general, right? Of that whole situation of that analogy, the manager at the beginning. Okay, so we're talking about the beginning. Job was already doing great. Job was already having a kingdom. Job already had a wife. Job had kids. He was already in 4 years doing a great thing.
And
But
I
then
said the
things came
employee
to
was
this.
doing great. What's your
Okay,
point?
so then this is the part what I'm trying to come into, but you keep like screaming or like getting mad at me for no reason. So let me finish.
Because why the fuck are you talking about 4 years? I said nothing about the employee being there for 4 years. I said you, as the person asking the manager, why are you treating that employee that way, was there for 4 years. And the manager said to you, for questioning him, I've been here for 20. You've been here for 4 years. Shut the fuck up. You don't listen.
So you're just bringing up half the analogy. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh my fucking God.
That's not half the analogy, V. The point is, if you as an individual, just thinker is the boss. I'm the abused employee, and you're the 4-year employee. Thinker is treating me like shit. She's, terrible schedule, like calling me names, just being an awful boss to me. And you say to Thinker, hey, Thinker, why are you treating Fee like that? Like, she seems to be doing what she's supposed to. Like, why are you doing that? And then Thinker responds in the way that your God did in this Bible. Would that make Thinker a good person? Would that make her a good boss? Do you think that that is a kind, compassionate, and fair thing to do? That's the question.
I mean, for your analogy, yes.
You said, yes, it is. She was behaving in a way that makes sense to you?
For her analogy, yes, it is. Like she had a rude boss, and then that boss treated her wrong. So no.
I don't even think
Yes, or what
yeah.
did you just say? Like nobody knows what you just said. Like, is it yes or is it no? V, is that
No.
boss a good? Then why did you say yes twice? Why did you say yes when Fee even clarified? You said yes again, but you really meant no. Why did you say yes?
Because he is a good boss, but you're only bringing up that part of that analogy.
Okay,
If we're
tell me the
talking
other
about
part of the
more,
analogy that we're missing. What's the other
okay,
part of the
so
analogy?
that
Now
that
don't mention Job.
oh my
Just
god.
the
So what's the point of
analogy.
this
What's
analogy then? Like
because
what?
Job isn't in the analogy.
So what is the analogy for this for? Like what is the point of this analogy? What are you bringing this analogy for? What was it for? In the
Because
beginning?
Do you not
it's
know
a
what an
comparable
analogy is?
yeah, it's a comparable situation to the situation that we just read in Job.
Okay, so about Job. Basically, you're still talking about Job, isn't it, or not? It's the analogy of Job, isn't it? Okay, so basically what I'm trying to
Man,
say.
our American education system
Oh
is
my God. I guess you
fucked
just don't like to
up.
listen. It's really sad.
Okay. Our education system is fucked up. Because if you cannot give a simple analogy, like that analogy that I gave is very simple, very simple. He don't know how to critically think, right, within the analogy and correlate it to the story that we're discussing without pulling the story into the analogy. This is fucking insane, and this is the landscape, right, of how they're educating our children in society today. Like something as simple as this.
Yeah, just for your assumptions. So basically, the book of Job, right? At the beginning, he was received a kingdom, a wife, kids, everything, a farm, everything that God gave him through the beginning and stayed faithful from him. So to that analogy, if that guy, that new technically kid, 4 year olds, geez, I can't even speak. So basically, that guy that been working there for 4 years, just seeing how the manager and that other employee was talking to each other. The manager is talking reckless, abusing the employee. Okay, cool. So he is seeing that from within, but he doesn't know how the relationship between that manager and that employee is. He's just seeing that from his perspective. So that employee that the manager's, talking crazy to, at the beginning, he was receiving probably employee of the month, employee of the week, this and that, boom, boom, boom. And then later on, he started doing terrible. That's what Satan is coming in through the tricks, the temptations.
Stop. Why did you add that he was doing terrible to this analogy? Why did you add that piece?
Because isn't
That,
he?
that that's not a part of the analogy at all. Why did you add that?
Because wasn't Job being like, skin was getting ripped off, his hair was cut off, all his
We're not
family.
talking about. We're not talk.
I didn't
The
say
what?
Job. I
Oh
didn't
my
say
God!
Job did
Listen,
something
listen,
terrible. I
listen for a
said
second.
Job was
Listen for a
receiving terrible
second. Listen for
things.
V. Listen for a second.
All right.
Okay. The boils that Job had, Job losing his kids, all of that stuff. The analogous part is the mistreatment that the boss was giving to the employee. That's already analogous. There's no need to bring in that. It's analogous already. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I swear the fear has them so dishonest. Like you can't even have a simple conversation and comprehend what Fee and Thinker have been telling you.
Lala, I don't even think this is fear. I honestly think this is basic reading comprehension problems.
I don't
Because
think so at
I
these
all.
think it's fear
analogies were
as
not,
well.
yeah, the analogy didn't even complicate the situation. There was nothing in the book of Job to say that he's whatever, like Thinker pointed out, and that's the same. You should have saw me that when he mentioned the employee was doing things and he added to it. That's not in the book of Job. Like you're adding piece, you're fucking up the analogy by adding variables that aren't in the story. And
And
the
then
So,
point,
look, this
so
what I'm
Job
talking about. Like
didn't do
then
things
he has people.
beforehand.
Then he has people in the comments. Like these are the people that they listen to. Topher goes, it's not the manager. The other employees started treating the other employee wrong. In a fucking analogy that came out of my goddamn head.
yeah,
Topher
it's
goes, the other employee started treating the other employee wrong. It ain't the manager's fault. Where the fuck, Topher,
I don't know
did you
what.
get that information?
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is this: your God brought up Job. Your God pointed Job out to the accuser. Your God is the one that gave the accuser the green light to fuck Job's life up. Your God did this knowing full well that Job would remain faithful.
Yeah.
And that is wrong. That is not a kind thing to do. That is not okay. That is not something a loving person or deity, whatever y'all think this thing is, would do. It's just not.
Well, we can't question God though.
We can't, you can't, I can. I question him all the time. He just never answers because he's not real.
Nah, he's
What
real.
does it
That's just
mean
up
to
to your.
reason?
That's up to
V
your belief.
V. What does it mean to reason?
To reason?
Yes.
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean to reason?
What does it mean to reason?
Like the definition of reason or to reason?
To reason. What does it mean to reason? The verb. Like, what does it mean?
You let me know because you want to bring it up.
It means to analyze, right? To critically think, right? To discuss things, right? Like right now, we are all reasoning together. We're asking questions. We're reading. We're comprehending, creating analogies so that we can have a deeper understanding, right?
Okay.
Do you ever do you ever in your life find yourself reasoning?
I find myself reasoning.
Do you ever find yourself reasoning?
I mean, I don't ponder, so no.
Do you know that your God says, come, let us reason together? Have you ever heard that scripture in Isaiah 1:18?
Mm-hmm.
So then if your God is saying, come, let us reason together, right? Give me just a second. He says, come now, let us argue it out. That's in the New Revised, but let's go to the King James right quick. Come now and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. So he's saying to them, come on, let's duke it out. Let's duke it out. What's your issues with me? And I'll tell y'all my issues with y'all. So in their powwow together, do you think that they were able to question their God?
It doesn't seem they were questioning the God.
I said, I'm sorry, do you think that they were able to question their God?
I mean, you have free will, so you can do whatever you want.
You just said you can't question God, so
I'm
which
saying
is it?
we're not supposed to question God, but you have a free will to do whatever you want.
Okay, so here, let's see. Hold on.
Also, there's 7 things that God hates.
Okay, let's see. Okay, this right here. Then Abraham came and said, will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there are 50 righteous in the city. Will you then sweep away the place and not forgive it for the 50 righteous who are in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all of the earth do what is just? Would you say that that is Abraham questioning the God?
Yeah.
Did your God like smite Abraham for questioning him on his plans to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah?
I'm sorry, restate your question.
Did your God follow up by smiting Abraham for questioning him on his plans to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? Or did he say, how dare you question me? Or did he consider what Abraham said?
Nah, because God asked. Wait, didn't God ask? Wait, say that one more time. Sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought.
Are you familiar with this story?
Isaiah? I haven't fully finished Isaiah.
No, the Sodom and Gomorrah
No, I
story.
haven't fully finished that.
Okay, so let's read it right quick. All right,
Because
so we're going to start at verse 15.
Because I know God told Abraham that he planned to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And
Yeah, let's read it right quick.
okay.
All right. We're going to start. This is Genesis 18, so that you know, right? You can go and look at it later. Genesis 18, starting at verse 16. Then the men set out from there, and they looked toward Sodom, and Abraham went with them to set them on their way. The Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham what I'm about to do, seeing that Abraham shall become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him? No, for I have chosen him, that he may charge his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord, by doing righteousness and justice, so that the Lord may bring about for Abraham what he has promised him. Then the Lord said, how great is the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah, and how very grave their sin! I must go down and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry that has come to me, and if not, I will know. So the men turned from there and went toward Sodom, while Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham came near and said, will you indeed swipe away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there are 50 righteous within the city. Will you then sweep away the place and not forgive it for the 50 righteous who are in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked? Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of the earth do what is just? Is Abraham questioning God?
Yeah.
And then the Lord said, if I find 50 righteous in the city, I will forgive the whole place for their sin, for their sake. Did your God say, how dare you question me? I am God. I do what the fuck I want. What was his response?
Well, hold on, because mine does. Sorry. Let me say what you were saying, because mine dad was talking to me.
What was his? Did he say, how dare you question me?
No.
Did he smite Abraham down?
No.
Then what did he do? You there?
Yeah, but I just don't like that keep coming back and forth. Say that one more time, because it's like bothering me.
What did he do?
He just questioned him, yes, but he didn't say nothing crazy.
What did your God do in response to Abraham questioning him? He did. He literally said, you are the Lord of the earth. Shouldn't you be more just than a freaking human? You about to do some human shit. He literally did talk crazy to him.
I'm saying God didn't say like.
What was your God's response?
He said, what you read. And the Lord said, if I find the Sodom 50 riches in the city, I will forgive the whole place for their sake. Abraham.
What is that called? What is that called? What is his response called?
He just answered.
No, it's called something. He considered it. He took it into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then Abraham came back and said, let me take it upon myself to speak to my Lord. I who am but dust and ashes. Suppose 5 of the 50 are righteous, are lacking. Will you destroy the whole city for lack of 5?
So would that show that Abraham is having doubts to God?
No, it shows that Abraham, a mortal, can reason with your God. That's the whole purpose of this part of the story. It's supposed to show that your God can interact with humans, that your God is willing, right, to listen to the human, and reason and change his mind, right? Negotiate. Abraham is literally negotiating with the God here. They're reasoning together. But you're taught, right? No, don't question God. Don't question, don't question, don't question. So you just accept whatever somebody teaches you, right? You just accept whatever you read in this book and say, oh, that's God. God is good. Regardless of, you may read some shit and be like, man, what the fuck? Why did God do that? Abraham here sees that the God is about to do something that even a mortal wouldn't do. Right? He says to himself, let me talk to him. Let me talk to my Lord and take it upon myself. I'm just dust and ashes. I'm just a mortal. But I got to talk to him because what the fuck?
Yeah.
And I think utilizing reasoning skills would then, for me, if I were in your shoes and I came into this conversation thinking, oh, you can't question God. Well, Thinker just read a scripture in the Bible where it shows that someone did question God. So at some point, you have to question yourself, why is it that I believe the things I do about this God when I have not read this book fully myself? And if what I believe to be true about this God, I can read something in this book that contradicts it, then what type of information am I really utilizing? That's what reasoning is. It's thinking about a proposition. Have you ever been a part of a book club, V?
No.
Okay. No, a lot of times people will be, they'll pick a book, they'll read it, they'll come together and they'll talk about the things that they read or that jumped out at them in the book. Oftentimes it's going to be different things because we're different people. But you're not going to be able to do that if you aren't willing to question the narratives that you've been told and juxtapose that against what the book actually says. And that is what we're doing here. That's what Thinker was demonstrating for you in terms of an example of what reasoning does.
So for Abraham, right? So can you say that he was doubtful to God?
Doubtful? What do you mean by doubtful?
Like being doubtful to God. Like he was doubting God, questioning God.
What did he doubt? What did he doubt? What did he doubt? Like, what's the definition of doubt?
Like if God...
Also,
like,
Topher, if you keep complaining in my comments, I'm just going to go and block you. What's the definition of doubt?
Before you even, like, he began to... So he was wondering and doubting if God will ever fulfill his promise.
Where was he wondering and doubting that? Which
in Genesis 15:7.
So are we talking about Genesis 15:7 right now?
I mean, it goes to where Gomorrah is going to land at.
In Genesis 15:7?
Mm-hmm.
Where this is where he gets the promise, right? And he's like, how do I know that you're actually going to do it, right? This is about Sodom and Gomorrah. This is about Sodom and Gomorrah. Genesis 15:7.
7 through 20. It continues. It's like the whole thing. It's more than just one little verse.
Let's see. And he said unto him, I am... Y'all, if Topher complains in the comments, please block him. One of the mods, because I'm not going to be able to see what he's saying. And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees to give thee this land to inherit it. And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. Like, I don't know why he told him to get these. Like, they do absolutely nothing with these two in this ritual. Like, what the fuck? I think this is, like Bash says, I think this is like a somebody put this in here to say, see, sacrifices were a thing back then. Because, like, and the turtle dove and the pigeon is for, like, people who can't afford these.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it don't make sense.
No, they just got astray for no reason.
Yeah. And he took unto him all these and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece against each another. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abraham drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those two pieces. And in the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river the Euphrates unto the great river, unto the river of Egypt, unto the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites and the Kenizzites and the Kadamites and the Hittites and the Oliites. Where do you see Sodom and Gomorrah in this, and what does this have to do with Genesis 18 and the discussion that we are currently having? And I'm going to warn you, if you ask me to repeat myself, I'm going to move on to the next guest.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna ask you to repeat yourself. I don't know. I just believe that verse has something, but obviously did not. Overall, I had a great time talking here. This was a great time.
He wasn't listening.
He wasn't listening at all.
He wasn't
All right,
listening.
go ahead. Like, I wish you the best of luck. Like, goddamn.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I did not indoctrinate my kids.
Girl.
And I think
my goodness.
my 16-year-old is in a better position because he doesn't go to church. Although he is a Christian, he's not at church getting indoctrinated. You know what I'm saying? So I think he'll have the ability to question and to reason. That won't be like taken away from him.
And I think that's how, like I said, that's how you inoculate them. These belief systems cannot stand up to scrutiny. Like there was a guy in the comments sending me a scripture about 1 Timothy 2:12 saying I don't permit a woman to speak or some bullshit like that. You know, it's that kind of thing. Feeling as though context for Genesis can be found in Romans, knowing full well that one book has nothing to do with the other and weren't even written by people that lived in the same time, in the same time or era, is that type of ridiculousness that really pisses me off. But by him going to church but not being indoctrinated and force fed all of these fear-based beliefs at an early age, you should probably be good, because if he asks 2 questions, he gonna be like, yeah, this ain't gonna work.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the day that he comes and asks me those questions so I can just unleash.
Mm-hmm.
Prophet, what's your name? I'm going to bring you up. You can't come up and just say whatever you want to say. If you come on stage, you have to be discussing one of the topics on stage. If you come on stage and you start to try to give a prophecy, I'm just going to delete you. I just want to go ahead and let you know ahead of time before I add you to the stage. Okay? I need to know that we good on that before I add you to the stage. Just comment in the comments and let me know that we're good on that. Like, you're not coming up to prophesy and you're coming up to engage in one of the topics. All right. I don't see you in the guest. Y'all see him in the guest request though?
Let me check. You said prophet who? I'm sorry.
Prophet. I gotta use the bathroom. Phoebe, you want to start with this when I go to the bathroom?
Yeah, I can start. I don't see him in the box though.
Yeah, you got to send a request. Prophet Stephen Easy. You have to send a request. The freak said he can prophesy if it's about the Powerball.
Yeah, give me
Man,
that. That's the
listen,
prophecy I want.
I don't even do gummies like that, but man.
I don't see him on my side. Lola, you see him?
No, I keep going up and down. I don't see him.
Prophet, you're not in the guest request. Like, we can't bring you up unless you send a request. I was gonna say somebody show Prophet how to send a
See, because
request.
shouldn't the Holy Spirit do that? Like,
Yeah.
he's
Just
right then, it's God.
hit one of the. You see the plus signs on the screen. Just hit one of those, and that'll get you. Is he
Let
in?
the Holy
Okay. I'm
Spirit
all
guide
right.
you.
I'm going to the bathroom. I'm
Is
going
he
to the
in
bathroom. I'll be back. Yeah,
Yeah, I
he's
see him.
here.
He's right under
here?
you.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, good morning, Prophet. How are you?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very happy. Everybody, good evening from here. God bless you all. Thank you for welcoming me, please. Thank you.
Sure. What topic would you like to discuss?
Just like the question this the other guy asked you, talking about why would you question God and why Abraham
So
make a
that's
such statement,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's
The-
not one of
the-
the topics, and we don't carry on from previous conversations. So if you look at the screen, you'll see 7 topics there. You can likely work in whatever point you're wanting to make, but you'll need to start with one of these prompts.
okay. Uh, um. Okay. I think. Okay. Okay. Let me talk about love of God.
No, can you see the prompts on the screen? Do you need me to read them for you?
Yeah.
Okay, the first one is, does God love the Gentiles as much as his chosen? The second one is, why isn't God's plan considered sadistic or immoral? 3, what do you tell kids when God doesn't answer their prayers? 4, believers don't like the Old Testament. 5 is
Yeah. Okay.
sorry, you have a few more. Robots versus slaves for God. What's the difference? Does Jesus sacrifice, I'm sorry, influence your perception of Yahweh? And God violates free will all the time. Those are your choices.
Okay. Let me pick. What does you tell a kid when God did not answer his prayer?
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe we are all Christians and we are a child of God. So there is no prayer that God cannot answer. As far as you pray in line accordingly the desire of God. I mean, what I mean, just as I am, I'm not working, I'm not doing anything, and I'm praying that somebody should lose money or somebody should lose something so that I can pick it. God will not answer such prayer. But you pray directly to. This is what Jesus said, that whatever you ask in my name, in that word, when you read that place, you find out that if you ask accordingly to the will of God, there is no prayer God cannot answer.
Okay,
So,
let me
but
ask. Hold on, because I have a question. Your first statement was that there's no prayer that God can't answer, correct?
yes,
And then
and
your
I not
second, hold on. And then your second statement was that you added a condition. It has to be in accordance with his will.
yes,
So that means there are prayers that God won't answer.
yeah,
So that's
yeah. If you
that's a contradiction. And then the next statement before you go, because you're kind of going down the road of preaching your doctrine, and I understand what you believe. We all know what Christians believe about prayer. The question in this prompt is, when children ask God for something that is
yeah,
impossible. An example was used the other day of a kid praying for his hamster to come back to life because his parents had told him about the resurrection and things of that nature. As adults, we
yeah,
know hamsters that die don't come back to life. That just doesn't happen. But Christians have indoctrinated their children to believe that the things that they pray for will come to pass. And that's just simply not true.
yeah. The reason is that God knows how he handles some issues. If God allows it happen, it means there are something God wants you to understand, or he wants to teach you. He wants to
No,
taught
it
you.
no, it means that that's the excuse that you gave yourself for your prayer not being answered. But you can't have access to the inner workings of God's mind, so you can't say that for certainty. That may
No,
be that may be the way you rationalize not getting what you want. That may be the way you comfort yourself for not receiving your desire. But that does not mean that this is not what God wanted. You don't have access to what God wants. You can claim to, but you don't unless you can demonstrate it.
yes, but for this prayer answer has to work with faith. A lot of believers, you find that in the church when you come to Deuteronomy of church like 30,000, 40,000. I have preached a message 30,000, 20,000, 15,000. But you find out how many people are actually asking God and believe that God will do it. This
But
is where the problem is.
but I don't
You
think that's
can
where
pray, you can ask God.
I don't think that's where the problem is though. And specifically around this question, because we're talking
Okay.
about children, and children's understanding of the world is built by the things that we tell them. And the vast majority of Christians bring up their children telling them that there is an invisible being in the sky that knows everything, including their thoughts, that can do anything whatsoever, including bringing
Sorry.
people back to life, when in reality, nobody on this earth has ever seen that happen. So you can bring in faith all you want to, but I don't care how much faith I have. Faith, the book tells you faith has this power, but the demonstration of that faith has never been seen in the world that we live in. So when a child faces that reality, how do you deal with it?
Okay. What you're going to do is to, first of all, you must first of all indicate that child and let him know that there is nothing impossible for God to do. You see, before you can able to deal with this, you have to build the faith of that child first, because that is where the problem lies.
No, I think the problem lies in building the faith of a child in a God that
Right?
does not deliver on everything that they're asking for. You're telling them contradictory information. You're telling them there's nothing God can't do, but the only thing he will do is what he wants to do. So when something tragic happens, so a child, loses a grandparent and they're praying, oh, I hope my grandma's going to be okay. Please, God, let her be okay. I want her to be okay. If grandma's 90 and nearing the end of her life, she's going to die, as we all are. So you
Yeah.
lied to this child. This isn't about faith.
No, see, you read not to explain the child that in so age, this is what death is all about. In Bible, this death you see, this physical death, Bible did not record this physical death. This is what Bible say we transit, because in our kingdom we don't used to die, we transit. So
We
you
do
able
what?
to build.
Hold on, we do what?
I said in this our kingdom, this physical death, Bible did not record it. Are you aware of
The
that?
No, the Bible didn't record a physical death.
No. Are you aware? I'm a theological and I'm a Bible scholar.
I don't.
So
That's
What?
irrelevant.
What are
I'm
you?
trying to
Physical
understand
death
what the
where?
word that you're saying. The
see,
Bible didn't
listen
record
to me.
what physical death.
This one you told me that maybe somebody 90 years, 80 years, dies. So what are you going to tell the child? I'm trying to tell you that you have to make that child understand that there is what is called death. This is why I said you need to build the child faith first. These things, if the child knew that there is an age or there is a stage somebody will reach, it can leave this earth. It will not be surprised when it happens. But if you are
What?
if you are telling the child that everything is possible for God, there are limits you're going to explain to the child and build up a child. And there are things that is irreversible. There are things that God can do on his own, which nobody can question God or nobody can reverse it, just like this death. When somebody die, you can't arrest God, you can't question God. You say, okay, God is God is God. That is no problem.
That
You
is a
know, but
problem, though. That is a problem. Like you're saying things that are not addressing the issue, and you're saying things that are contradictory as well, and you don't even realize it. You're telling me that my goal as a parent is to build the faith of a child so that they believe wholeheartedly that there's nothing God can do, when I know full well there are plenty of things God cannot do. I've lost people in my life before when I've prayed that they would not go away. I've wanted things and I've
yes,
prayed to God for it and it did not happen. So there are multiple, and even you yourself saying that God will only do the things that are in his will. And if there exists anything outside of God's will, by definition, he can't do it. So you're lying to children.
no, this is reason why you need to explain to the children. You take them in Genesis 1, how death come existence. There is no death before, but what brought the death? It was the fruit that Adam and Eve ate that God told them not to eat.
Okay, let's
So
not go. No. We're not going to the garden with magical fruit. We know the story. We know the story. The prompt that you picked, was the one about what do you tell kids when God does not answer prayers? We don't have to talk about magical fruit and talking snakes to answer that question. So can we please stay on topic?
Okay, see, the everything you have to tell the child the truth. I mean, there is no need of lying to a child that um, somebody cannot die, somebody cannot transit, somebody cannot do this. There are things that you need to explain to children that this is how this thing has been from the from the creation of the world, and this is then you have to differentiate the level of what you are trying to teach them, that this kind of things nobody can reverse it. It's only God can do that, and nobody can reverse, and nobody can question God why this is like this. It has been since the creation of the earth. If you did not separate those things, the children will keep asking you or thinking that you are deceiving them because you are not telling them the truth. You know,
Because you would be deceiving them. Well, I mean, they would be accurate because you would be deceiving them. You absolutely would be deceiving them.
yeah, they will fear that you are deceiving them. Okay, you say that God, everything is possible for God. Why my parents die, or why my cousin die, or why my friends die? So, but you have to lay them that this is what has been happened before the creation of the world, and why are we this happen? This is the reason. This is the reason. So
But
when that thing happened,
that's you. It's fascinating to me that you've been in the chat for the past 25 minutes begging to come up here to spit the same apologetics that we hear from every Christian when they come up on this platform. Yet you have not actually answered the question, because you're simultaneously telling me that you have to be honest with children while telling them there's nothing God can't do. Yet we see every day that we succumb to the natural cycle of life. Every single human on this planet is going to die, you and I included. But
yeah.
yet we're telling children there's things God can't